Delusion of World Sovereign. A Critique of International Law. By Arend Heinlein. Following Russia's attack on Ukraine in February 2022, Western governments declared their unreserved solidarity with the Ukrainian government. This was accompanied by the view that it was up to Ukraine alone to decide how to act militarily and when to enter into ceasefire negotiations with the Russian government. The situation is completely different with regard to Israel, whose war in Gaza since October 2023 is regarded as a regional conflict that should be viewed in a differentiated manner and contained as far as possible through diplomatic efforts. The morally grounded advice and humanitarian exhortations from the European Union, the Biden administration and the German government, which officially count themselves among Israel's supporters, are issued on a weekly basis and are ultimately intended to persuade the Israeli government to end the fight against Hamas. While Russia's attack on Ukraine supposedly represents a Zeitenwende in the history of our continent, Olaf Scholz, and a breach of civilization, Ursula von der Leyen, left-wing liberals see Hamas' anti-Semitic pogrom of October 7, 2023, which has no precedent since the Holocaust, as a reaction of an oppressed population that, while not necessarily comprehensible, is nevertheless to be expected against the backdrop of the Israeli occupation. After the purely moral shock of the Hamas pogrom, triggered solely by the extremely brutal action, had subsided, empathy was still the order of the day, but this time with the victims of Israel. The unconditional struggle of the Gaza Palestinians, who are standing up for their national rights, which they see as legitimate, and who are joining forces to militarily resist the nominally stronger party, which is willing to walk over dead bodies to achieve its political goals, elicits understanding and sympathy, particularly in left-wing circles. In view of this, it is not surprising that anti-Israeli commentators accuse Western governments that formally stand by Israel of hypocrisy, as they are using double standards with regard to Ukraine and Gaza. Lausanne historian Joseph Daher criticized on behalf of many, although the Gaza war claimed many more civilian victims compared to the war in Ukraine, Swiss universities have so far not explicitly condemned this war and continue to collaborate with Israeli universities. End quote. In comparison with the pogrom perpetrated by the terror group Hamas, which administers non-state territory on an ad hoc basis, the military attack on Ukraine by Russia's sovereign government is within the traditional concept of war, despite the extremely harsh and brutal warfare of the Russian military, the use of mercenary groups and the labeling of the war as a special operation, which has already been observed in previous wars. As an act of force to compel the enemy to do our will, war by definition aims to render the enemy defenseless, which is to be achieved by destroying his armed forces and conquering his provinces. If at least one political purpose can be identified in the Russian action, the neutralization of Ukraine under international law with the simultaneous annexation of eastern Ukrainian territories, Hamas' main aim on October 7 appears to have been to provoke an expectedly harsh Israeli reaction in order to force the world public to take sides by means of moral blackmail and to place the Palestinian cause at the center of global interest, whereby political purpose and warlike goal tend to coincide. The success is quite impressive. Not only did the Saudi government, for example, feel compelled to suspend its rapprochement with Israel for the time being, Muslim populations in particular, including and especially in the West, identify with the struggle of their Islamic brothers and sisters and vehemently oppose any pro-Israeli positioning of their respective governments, no matter how superficial. Since October 7, it has become clear that, even if the will were there, the influx of millions of Muslims would mean that Western governments would have to exert considerable political effort to achieve unrestricted solidarity with Israel. An adequate response to the Islamization, self-ethnicization and disintegration of large sections of the Muslim population that can be observed in the course of Palestine solidarity would amount to once again underlining the already obvious ideological and life-world difference between the Islamic immigrant milieus and the non-Muslim majority, which would run counter to the fundamental aim of the ruling political circles to systematically cover up this distinction, for example through corresponding naturalization laws and language regulations. The political and ideological mobilization of large sections of supposedly excellently integrated Muslims and their left-wing counterparts taking place in the West in the name of the anti-Israeli declaration of the enemy points to the high political intensity of the Gaza war, as does the never-ending willingness to use violence, which is expressed in the course of demonstrations, university occupations and attacks on Jews. It stands out from most other wars, whose regional and political ideological limitations, if not completely prevent them from spilling over into populations not immediately involved, then generally keep them within limits. For these reasons, the effects of the Gaza war resemble the state of civil war, whose characteristics include the tendency to indistinguish between foreign and domestic policy and the unconditional obligation of citizens to take sides politically. While there were hardly any significant, pro-Russian protests in Western countries at the beginning of the war in Ukraine and the pro-Ukrainian campaigns launched by the state, for example at sporting events, did not result in any violent resistance, a similar high-profile positioning would be unthinkable for Israel simply due to the mood of the local Muslims. The widely displayed solidarity with Ukraine was therefore cheap. Right-wing and left-wing populist critics of support for Ukraine also showed a certain sympathy for Russia, but only rarely took sides with Putin or even called for financial or military support for Russia, as they were, and still are, mainly concerned with the rise in energy prices, inflation, and the threat of nuclear war. Their protests were correspondingly short-lived and limited. In any case, unlike the pro-Palestine protests, there were no occupations, violent demonstrations or terrorist attacks, let alone Ukrainians in this country becoming victims of attacks by Russians or Germans of Russian origin. Apart from the fact that the alleged friends of Putin base their skepticism mainly on material criteria relating to self-interest and self-preservation, as a party not directly involved in the war, maintaining an outside perspective against the backdrop of a radical political media narrowing of discourse that has undoubtedly already occurred in Corona times, albeit to a much more drastic extent here, is a prerequisite for being able to assess the positive and negative consequences of Western foreign policy. A foreign policy stance that was predominant during the Cold War, for example, which was moderate, objectively considered, reckoned with adverse circumstances and pursued long-term goals, is countered by a generalized internal compulsion for civil democratic engagement from below, based on values or indignation, anger and quasi-personal hurt, whose conformist mass pressure hardly any Western government can escape, even if it wanted to. On the one hand, this means that a rational long-term strategy based on spatial and power political conditions as well as material circumstances is becoming increasingly impossible. On the other hand, armed conflicts generally only become the focus of political and media interest if their moral unambiguity does not fall below a certain level. For example, the conquest of the Nagorno-Karabakh region by Azerbaijan in 2020 and 2023 and the associated starvation of the Christian Armenian inhabitants, who are nominally under Russian protection, were hardly worth mentioning, let alone taking sides, for those whose concept of foreign policy coincides with the enforcement of human rights. There is little interest in a sensible, i.e., real political consideration based on long-term geostrategic aspects, as moral considerations are apparently the decisive factor in justifying political action, which applies to the war in Ukraine just as much as it does to the war in Gaza. As morality and law are increasingly being put into one, and thus what is considered morally good is supposed to be immediate law, the partisan question of the political advantage that the West can realistically gain from the events is not asked, or only in passing. In his Zeitenwende speech in the German Bundestag on February 27, 2022, Olaf Scholz summarized the decisive problem of the Russian attack on Ukraine as follows. At the heart of the matter is the question of whether might can break the law, whether we allow Putin to turn the clocks back to the time of the great powers of the 19th century, or whether we have the strength to set limits on warmongers like Putin. End of quote. The negative reference to the 19th century, which was also used by others following Scholz's speech, is remarkable in that it confirms that the war in Ukraine can be described as a conventional war between states, despite all the limitations. In contrast to the intermediate and hybrid forms such as civil wars and non-state wars that have become prevalent in the 20th and 21st centuries, the war in Ukraine corresponds to the traditional concept of war as it prevailed in classical European international law. Classical European international law, droit public de l'Europe, jus publicum Europaeum, which had been established since the Peace of Münster and Osnabrück and whose principles relating to war were valid until the First World War, emerged as a reaction to a phase of confessional civil war that lasted a century and a half. This period saw a series of internal and external wars whose brutality and cruelty surpassed that of the preceding medieval armed conflicts many times over. What the Middle Ages had only known in the exceptional and extreme form of heretical warfare became characteristic of confessional civil war in general, the ruthless unleashing of violence, the contempt for the enemy as an outlaw, the tendency to destroy him. The 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648 in particular, which reduced the total European population by around a third, resulted in a legal system being established on a new secular foundation, the principle of state sovereignty. Although its area of application only included Christian states, which changed with the Congress of Vienna in 1815, as from then on there was talk of civilized states, the Jus Publicum Europaeum created a homogeneous international legal order based on the formal definition of the sovereign state, on the basis of which communities recognized each other as a just enemy, justus hostis, in the event of war. This led to a historically unique containment of war. The primacy of form is decisive here. The scholastic theory of just war, which always required a just cause, justa causa, had been reduced to absurdity in the religious wars. As all parties subjectively invoked the justice of their own cause, the wars were fought even more relentlessly. Formal criteria therefore took the place of substantive legal content, making the concept of the enemy capable of legal formation. The whole problem of the justice of war is formalized in the clearest possible way by the concept of justus hostis and transferred to the level of bilateral war waged between sovereign states. War thus became an expression of politics. Its conduct is measured by the yardstick of political prudence and expediency. In retrospect, the astonishing achievement of international legal thought at that time is that it neither repressed nor bellicistically glorified the state of mere force in which the states found themselves externally. Since the concept of sovereignty as supreme power logically and de facto includes the unconsented, unilateral and independent exercise of this power, its right to wage war was expressly recognized in view of the fact that several states were confronting each other. The right to wage war and make peace with other nations and states as well as the judgment when this is for the public good can, in Hobbes' words, be regarded as the actual proof of sovereignty. Restricting the right to wage war to a small number of predefined decision-makers represented a rational limitation of political violence, as this made it predictable and calculable, at least to some extent. A ban on the use of force between states was out of the question, if only because in the state's de facto monopoly of physical force, the internal exercise of power naturally corresponds to the possibility of using force externally. The antagonistic statuses, the internal civil state and the natural state between states, are complementary in that they are mutually dependent. The border of the state separates an area of peace and security from an area of war and insecurity. Although, or rather precisely because, the European world of states in the 18th century understood war as a breach of peace, but not as a breach of law, the number of treaties concluded between states increased, whereby the condition for the validity of the principle of international law pacta sunt servanda, treaties are to be observed. From the perspective of the contracting parties was their mutual recognition as sovereigns with equal rights. At the same time, the number of war casualties decreased during this period. As the classic war between states was a war in form, a duel so to speak, attacks on non-combatants and widespread devastation were the exception. Against the backdrop of purely interstate conflict, the sphere of civil society, including the economy and trade, was normally left untouched. The idea of agonal combat between kings, i.e. their armed forces, whereby the civilian population was affected as little as possible was based on the assurance of the principle of equality of states and mutual recognition. This meant neither concealing the material inequality of the various states nor discriminating against real weak states. On the contrary, the newly created system with its mutual guarantees and variable alliances ensured the survival of both the strong and the weak through the means of war. The jus Europaeum thus created a compromise between the reality of real power and the functioning of the international system through the simultaneous inclusion of all state members. This, incidentally, is the meaning of the rationalization that is formalized as international law. The so-called cabinet war of the absolutist states was not a relationship from man to man, but a relationship from state to state. End quote. The will to abstract from the civil subject or citizen as a real individual gives rise to the analogy found in Hobbes, Pufendorf, Kant and Hegel that sovereigns behaved in their dealings like persons who were not subject to any rule or law. The European order of equilibrium of the 18th century, which was based on classical international law, came to an abrupt and temporary end with a declaration of war by the National Assembly of the French Republic on April 20, 1792, in which the war of aggression against Austria was expressly declared not as a war from nation to nation, but rather pathetically as the just defense of a free people. This was preceded by the so-called Pillnitz Declaration, 1791, by the Prussian King Frederick William III and the Austrian Emperor Leopold II, in which Prussia and the Empire declared that they would keep a low profile with regard to the events in France as long as the French king and his family remained untouched. The revolutionary government interpreted the declaration, which was subject to a general agreement between the European monarchies, as an intervention and declared total war on Europe in the name of humanity. Total because foreign and domestic policy tended to be inseparable, the act of war had no clearly definable goal and the entire French people were drawn into the war in real or propaganda terms, with every citizen having to identify with the revolutionary causa belli. As a result of this democratization of war through enthusiasm and national sentiment, the tangible expression of which was the levy en masse or the introduction of universal conscription, the means that could be used, the efforts that could be deployed, no longer had any definite limit. The energy with which the war itself could be waged no longer had any counterweight, and consequently the danger to the enemy was the ultimate. End quote. This also applies to Napoleonic warfare. As an ideological, emotionally unleashed war of all against all Karl von Clausewitz, the coalition wars gave rise to phenomena such as guerrilla warfare, Spain, partisan warfare, Russia and people's warfare, Prussia, which the previous period had not known, or only to a limited extent. The system of states established at the Congress of Vienna in 1815 was based on the legal concepts of order of the period before 1789. It restored the traditional legitimacy of the pre-revolutionary period against the national movements invoking the sovereignty of the people and installed a system of political balance in which the use of military force was permissible. Realist diplomacy was based on the principle of European agreement, i.e., on joint decision-making power, if not collective decision-making. The binding force of the law established at the Congress of Vienna was no longer derived mainly from natural law, as in the 18th century, but increasingly from the consensus of the states, i.e., the will of the state. In other words, the partly restored, partly newly established order of states was the result of political will. While the contemporary national revolutionary critics of this order relied on the organic power of the people and had nothing but contempt for the artificial political machine, the French sociologist and political scientist Raymond Arend saw the multipolar equilibrium system as it functioned towards the end of the 19th century in retrospect as a historical compromise between the state of nature and the rule of law. The state of nature, because the strongest remains the enemy as long as he is the strongest, and because every actor is ultimately the sole judge of his own behavior and reserves the right to choose between peace and war. But this state of nature is no longer the unregulated and unrestrained struggle of all against all. The states recognize each other's right to exist, they want to maintain a balance, indeed a certain solidarity with the outside world, and they know that they want this. End quote. As the socialist economic and social historian Karl Polanyi pointed out in his book The Great Transformation, published in 1944, 6 years before Carl Schmitt's Nomos der Erde, 1950, the 19th century saw a phenomenon hitherto unprecedented in the annals of Western civilization, namely a 100-year peace that lasted from 1815 to 1914. Apart from the Crimean War, a more or less colonial episode, England, France, Prussia, Austria, Italy and Russia were only involved in wars with each other for a total of 18 months. But even the most intense armed conflict of the 19th century, the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71, ended after less than a year. End of quote. Starting from fundamentally different political and categorical premises, but quite similar in substance to Schmitt, Polanyi pointed out with regard to the multilateral balance of power policy after the Congress of Vienna that this led to peace rather than war, since intra- and extra-European conflicts could be localized and managed by the great powers either through joint action or balanced by compromise. While Schmitt, who unlike Polanyi referred not only to the 19th century, but to the era of classical European international law since 1648 as a whole, treated the past active peace policy exclusively on the basis of the development of legal thought and identified the reasons for its decline in its misguided developments, Polanyi included economic circumstances in his analysis. For him, the relative stability of the 19th century was based on 4 institutions. In addition to the system of the balance of power, which for a century prevented the outbreak of long-lasting and devastating wars between the great powers, Polanyi mentions the liberal state, the international gold standard and the self-regulating market. The latter 2 factors in particular were decisive in establishing an international monetary system against the backdrop of existing economies, which required general peace and, unlike in the 20th century, made it necessary to refrain from attacking the enemy's economic system in the event of war. The objection that the equilibrium system of the 19th century was a Eurocentric order is justified insofar as both Polanyi and Schmitt do not dispute the fact that the concept of general peace referred exclusively to Europe. The pacified European internal order was based on a homogeneity handed down from the medieval Respublica Christiana, which in the Age of Restoration was defined as the family of civilized nations. The principle of the constitutional lawyer George Jelinek that the community of states had to be civilized, neighboring and linked by tasks to be solved together, as well as being in permanent, close contact, led to the inclusion of Japan, Siam, Thailand, Persia, Ethiopia and Liberia in the circle of sovereign states in the period before 1914. Excluded were such communities that could not or only with difficulty be described as states, i.e. where the prerequisites of the unit state, territory, state people and state government were not met. The minimum level of internal, predictable organization and external resistance required by this concept of state was the essential condition for waging war, as only independent states could decide to wage war or remain neutral. War in the sense of state war was thus the relationship of order to order and not of order to disorder, with the latter defining civil war, colonial war or armed insurrection. These terms and legal concepts not only determined the thinking of conservative statesmen and great power ideologues, but also that of the European peace movement, which had been dedicated to the prevention and regulation of war since the 1870s. The laws and customs of land warfare adopted at the Hague Conferences of 1899 and 1907, which can be regarded as a major success of that movement and whose resolutions were passed with the direct influence and participation of members of the peace movement, ultimately defined lawful or legal war exclusively as a war between states, but entirely in the spirit of the Jus Publicum Europaeum. The serious hope placed in the binding effect of the resolutions signed by the European powers on the law in war, jus in bello, can only be understood against the background of the restriction to state-organized warfare. The international legal order, the basic principles of which had been valid in Europe for 2.5 centuries, collapsed with the First World War. This began, also and especially in the view of the powers involved in the war, as a classic war of states that would be concluded quickly, but ended in a 4-year war characterized by protracted battles for material and mass attrition of soldiers. The subsequent League of Nations, 1920, was founded expressly in opposition to the traditional idea of a balance of power, which the American President Woodrow Wilson, 1913 to 1921, considered to be the main reason for the start of the World War. The League of Nations was intended to limit the ability of sovereign states to decide on war and peace. Against the secret diplomacy that had been practiced up to that point, Wilson demanded that interstate treaties be made public, thus responding to the demands of Lenin, who had already done this to the detriment of his opponents in the course of the October Revolution. In view of the caesura caused by the changed perception of war as a means of politics, it seems reasonable to speak of post-classical international law since 1914-18. While no state was prohibited from waging war before 1914, the end of the First World War marked the beginning of a process of outlawing war, in which the pejorative term war of aggression played a central role. The concept of war as a relationship from state to state, and not as one of individuals or groups, implied that wars were not waged by private individuals, not even by the head of state personally, but by the state as such. Article 227, Criminal Indictment of Kaiser Wilhelm II, and Article 231, Sole War Guilt of the German Reich and its allies of the Treaty of Versailles, whose positive treaty provisions date back exclusively to the period from 1914 to 1918, already broke with this principle. In this respect, it is significant that both intentions could not be implemented. The Dutch government refused to extradite Wilhelm II as impermissible under international law, while the Reich government consisting of the SPD, the Centre Party and the left-liberal DDP refused to extradite the 854 alleged German war criminals to an international court. They were to be tried in Reich courts. Just as it is true that the idea of equating just war with defensive war, unjust war with aggressive war prevailed in the period after the First World War, it is striking that no clear, binding and sanctioned ban on aggressive war was introduced either outside or inside the League of Nations, which the USA did not join. The Constitution of the League of Nations only obliged its members to observe certain procedural rules. The Geneva Protocol for the Peaceful Settlement of International Disputes of 1924 never came into force. The Bryant-Kellogg Pact of 1928, which only permitted defensive war or sanctioned war decided by the community of states, condemned aggressive war but did not explicitly declare it punishable, which is why no legal procedural and sanction provisions were mentioned in the event of a breach of the law. In addition to the lack of penalization of aggressive war, the Bryant-Kellogg Pact failed due to the inability to clearly define the central terms attack and defense, due to the resulting necessity for each sovereign state to decide independently on its right of self-defense. The U.S. diplomat Henry L. Stimson spoke of the Bryant-Kellogg Pact being sanctioned solely by public opinion in the absence of other means of punishment. To this day, the fundamental problem with attempts to define aggressive war as a crime lies in the fact that they are intended to normatively clarify processes that have a certain normative ambiguity depending on the situation. Attack and defense as basic forms of combat are often due to the external conditions and the actions of the opponent, whereby at the same time, tactical attack and tactical defense take place within the framework of strategic attack as well as strategic defense. Accordingly, defensive war is by its nature no less warlike, but according to Clausewitz even the stronger form of war in order to defeat the enemy all the more surely. So-called preventive wars such as Israel's Six-Day War of 1967, which are waged defensively against an enemy classified as threatening in order to preempt it, can therefore be considered just without any logical contradiction. In this sense, Raymond Arend spoke of the impossibility of resorting to the criterion of initiative alone to determine responsibility, in view of a possible occupation of Germany by French troops immediately before the German invasion of the demilitarized Rhineland, March 1936. Furthermore, this was precisely the reason for the legalization of war in classical international law. The shift away from the principle of sovereignty resulted not only from the unclear interplay of central conceptual provisions, but also from the blurring of the boundaries of subject status within international law, so that its scope was now extended to individuals, population groups, multinational business enterprises, non-governmental international organizations and regional, supranational or quasi-state entities. Whereas, according to the classical doctrine, only states were subjects of international law, today not only the European Union and all kinds of NGOs, but also the so-called Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, take part in international meetings, with the latter being granted membership of the UN General Assembly and the right to speak at the UN. The standards of international law thus lost their former purely intergovernmental, coordinating character and were overlaid by the abolition of the separation of state and society, which also became established in the international arena, and the associated expansion of private international law. In this way, international law became a diffuse area of law for regulating international relations between different legal entities and their activities, which, moreover, is no longer clearly distinguishable from other categories of norms at its margins. It is as obvious as it is trivial that international law, as the common bin se reads, lacks the monopoly on the use of force for enforcement, which is why its binding effect is limited in comparison to domestic law. Resolutions or projections under international law, such as an international right to development and a healthy environment or a right to peace, as proposed by Cuba to the Human Rights Council in 2008, undoubtedly suggest that international law should be denied any legal character. However, the one-sided emphasis on the empirical condition that law, in order to be law, must be enforced or sanctioned by force, generally fails to recognize not only the difference between the application of law and the enforcement of law, but also that law can be meaningfully spoken of even if it is not based on state laws. In principle, the term right I use denotes a claim. Only in this way can it be reasonably distinguished from law as a right of the state, which nevertheless means an obligation for the individual citizen. Customary law and contract law as sources of international law, but also divine and natural law, are no less law simply because they elude a legalistic view that positivistically suspends any dialectic of law and justice, and can understand compliance with a law solely as a consequence of the threat of force and coercive execution. In fact, state sanctioning alone is not a sufficient criterion for the character of law, as measures, orders, and commands may be sanctioned and complied with, but they cannot be considered either law or justice due to their content. Unlike perhaps 15 years ago, very few people today seriously believe that judgments of the International Criminal Court, ICC, can be enforced against members of the government or military of the vast majority of sovereign states. As the rather muted reactions to the recent arrest warrants requested by the ICC against members of the Russian and Israeli governments, apparently based on newspaper readings and NGO reports, show, it is difficult to speak of a general trust in a world sovereign. The reference to the ICC, and to international criminal law in general, mainly serves to generate public media approval in order to build up political pressure to enforce one's own position. One would most likely refrain from arresting legitimate members of the government if one did not want to go to war with the state in question. The delusion that is currently manifesting itself also consists, but not centrally, in the idea that international law is primarily a catalogue of criminal norms. It consists above all in the general assumption that a values-based policy, based on universal moral standards, automatically gives rise to an interstate rules-based order, thereby ensuring peace. The underlying left-liberal ethic of conviction insists on the correctness of its own standpoint and rejects any reflection on the consequences. This is probably where the doggedness and defiant pomposity that left-liberal and above all Green EU politicians regularly display comes from, with their dealings with unpopular states such as Hungary in particular being characterized by press-effective gestures and quick-witted slogans. The principle that politically dissenters should no longer be spoken to and that all contact should be suspended is based on faith in gestures and mere words. This introduction of habits that were previously reserved for private friends, where those involved can actually choose who they want to socialize with, affects both international and national politics, the relationship with Viktor Orban and the relationship with AfD MPs. The refusal to communicate in the political sphere is based on moralizing and knows no pragmatic intermediate state. This does not mean that an open dialogue should be conducted with every government at all times, nor that the internal constitution of a foreign state should not play a role. It is merely saying that a yardstick should be maintained, on the basis of which not every state whose constitution deviates from our own left-liberal democratic ideal, which is constantly being undermined in the West itself, can automatically be declared to be an unstate, where the only option would be a ban on contact and whose claims of any kind would have to be disregarded for ethical reasons alone. By taking National Socialism as a starting point, generalizing it as a foil and drawing the convenient conclusion that there is nothing to discuss with fascists, the historical and ideological specifics of National Socialism are watered down, relativized and misinterpreted with interest as an exaggerated expression of the state's exercise of power. This is why terms such as war of extermination and genocide, whose use outside the historical context of National Socialist war and extermination policy would always have to be proven and justified on the basis of the subject matter, have become omnipresent in public media discourse. In a direct reversal of the real historical course of events, National Socialism thus does not appear as a radical break with the traditional principles of international law and international law of the 18th and 19th centuries, which would hardly have been conceivable without the shattering of the international order after 1914-18, but rather as the immediate consequence of these principles. Such a reinterpretation of history means that the fact that the Nazis abhorred the idea of state sovereignty does not come to light. Hitler and his followers countered the dog-like worship of so-called state authority, including its formal mechanism, with the organic dynamics of the people, i.e., movement and mass mobilization. At the same time, it can be disregarded that according to this National Socialist view, there is no difference between morality and law. Similarly, today's critics of the state, often with reference to international law, no longer regard state sovereignty as an inescapable condition, but on the contrary as the main obstacle to peace. This is consequent insofar as the sovereignty of states is actually the real obstacle to the penalization of war in a true criminal law sense. The moralization or juridification of political thought is an expression of the incessant denial of real violence. It thus also rejects the realization that international law, like constitutional law, is political law, which is why the alternative of law and politics cannot be consequent. Since non-political wars are inconceivable, the concept of war in particular, as a political concept par excellence, is contrary to the concept of law. This may well be the reason why the term war does not even appear in the United Nations Charter of 1945. Instead, it refers to armed force. Political action based on the seamlessly legalized view must always fail anew in reality, which eludes such legalization, but cannot be upset by this. As a permanent petty war against what is perceived as authoritarian and traditional, it is in the nature of the postmodern revolt to remain negatively attached to what it is fighting against in a kind of eternal compulsion to repeat itself. Despite the condemnation by Western civil society and the efforts of left-wing pacifist politicians to finally shed the traditional baggage, the terms and the things they describe continue to exist today, often in a far worse form. Progress in the normative, regression in factual behavior. This judgment, which the international law expert and diplomat Wilhelm Grue made with regard to the period from 1919 to 1945, can also be applied to the following decades. In the period from 1945 to 1992 alone, at least 184 wars took place, including irregular and civil wars. Moreover, in the 20th and 21st centuries, just as in the centuries before, major political powers such as the USA and China are only bound by treaties to the extent that this does not significantly restrict their sovereign freedom of action in foreign policy, which includes waging war. A sober look at the UN makes it clear that with the establishment of the Security Council, despite all the universalist rhetoric, a body has been installed that creates a great power oligarchy, for the first time also legally enshrined, and is based on principles that are demonized not only by Olaf Scholz, but by almost all members of the left liberal center. With regard to the UN Security Council, the German-British international law expert George Schwarzenberg concluded in 1955, if the permanent members of the Council are in agreement, the common goals of the United Nations take precedence over the principle of sovereignty. Otherwise, the natural limits of all confederations of states also apply to the United Nations. In this respect, nothing significant has changed compared to the era of the European Council. As long as the international oligarchy of the great powers maintains its unity, its supremacy is assured. End quote. The external enemy in terms of power politics, who opposes the ban, which is not supported by anything, and wages war, necessarily appears as the evil and absurd par excellence, which does not contradict the ideological framing in terms of the current political trend. Quote, what reared up like an undead monster in 2022 is petromodernism as a whole, old geostrategic mischief and false historical policies instead of a new eco-geohistorical and cooperative consciousness. End quote. No wonder then, that a few years earlier George W. Bush was seen in the same way as Vladimir Putin is currently seen, as a mad revenant of Adolf Hitler, arbitrarily taking over the world on the basis of a crazy ideology or out of pure malice. While this is absurd with regard to the then US president, it is also doubtful whether such a view of Russia is appropriate with regard to Putin. Calls such as clause legacies for a regime change from outside, which should be followed by the major transformation of the Russian economy required from an environmental and political perspective, may meet with approval in progressive circles. However, their moralistic gestures ignore the fact that Russia, no matter how much one may regret it, has historically never corresponded to Western political, social and cultural standards, which applies to the Tsarist era just as much as to the Soviet era. The fact that this is clearly still the case today was clear to the clear-sighted observer long before the war in Ukraine began. The current Western European and especially German view of Russia cannot be understood without taking into account that until immediately before the attack on Ukraine, Putin was perceived in Europe, apart from Eastern European states, as a partner whose power political ambitions could be safely ignored. Although political power has not been even approximately proportional to economic wealth since the Second World War, foreign policy was reduced to trade and economic networking, particularly in Germany, in order to avoid geo-political rivalries. Hence the shock that gripped the political media class when Russia attacked Ukraine. The US Democrats are different. For some time now, a clearly anti-Russian stance has dominated the Democratic Party's foreign policy and, to some extent, domestic policy agenda. The rise of China, Iranian imperialism, and the global spread of political Islam seem to be of secondary importance in the eyes of the Democrats compared to the main enemy, Russia, which has been the focus of attention in recent years. The tendency, still prevalent today, to see Putin as the ridiculous head of a weak and outdated regional power on the one hand and the all-powerful global puppet master on the other, also resulted in accusations against the Trump administration that it had collaborated with Russia as a puppet of Putin. Although, as the so-called Mueller report was to show, there was no truth to the partly simply delusional, partly tactically and politically motivated accusations, this did, however, change the unanimous rejection of Trump's foreign policy by left-liberal Europeans and Americans. The Trump doctrine broke with the auto-suggestion that foreign or world interior policy, Jürgen Habermas, was a kind of automatic process plus human rights rhetoric by reactivating political action in the true sense of the word. The emphasis on bilateral deal-making and the priority given to intimate, personal discussions between heads of state, for example in a one-on-one meeting with Putin in 2018, were not based on repression, but on the contrary on the constant realization of the possibility of war. The friendly approach, which was often misunderstood as sympathy for tyrants, next to them he smiles, hands out compliments and talks about cooperation, did not exclude the simultaneous military support of the Allies, also and especially against Russia. On the contrary, it presupposed it. Trump's foreign policy approach, who describes himself as the candidate of those who want to defend Western civilization, particularly when it comes to Israel, is thus entirely in line with Theodore Roosevelt's dictum from 1901, speak softly and carry a big stick, while the opposite is true of values-driven foreign policy. Empty talk here usually goes hand in hand with a lack of reflection on military strength and political enforceability. The question of whether diplomatic talks should be held with Putin was not a moral one for the Trump administration due to its anti-Islamist and pro-Israeli basic orientation, but a pragmatic one. Russia's presence in Syria and its role in the fight against the Sunni murder gangs alone meant that both the American and Israeli governments felt compelled to come to an agreement with Putin. Those who today declare the isolation of Russia to be the strategic guideline of Western foreign policy, according to which every decision must be made, until recently saw the USA, and Trump's presidency in particular, as the greatest threat to world peace, just as they now accuse not only Putin's Russia but also Israel's right-wing government of anachronistic power politics. It is not surprising that people who are at home in the anti-colonialist mindset prefer irregularity and insurrection to the classic war between states, which they see as a throwback to dark and lawless centuries. This is precisely why the Palestinians' cause stands for awakening and liberation, while Russia, as an old and decaying military superpower, is to be consigned to the dung heap of history. The fact that the pro-Palestinian rebellion has been able to develop such a force within Western societies is not least due to the almost exclusively moral criteria and standards that underlie the prevailing discourse and are generally also used by those who sincerely place themselves on Israel's side. The offsetting of those killed, especially children, the mutual exaggeration of victim status and the recourse to gruesome images are primarily aimed at emotional outrage, which in turn serves the moral ticket. The view that it is possible to overthrow the nuclear-armed legitimate government of Russia, a major power that is undoubtedly hostile to the West, but not the far more hostile partisan group Hamas, which operates in the name of global jihad, points to the confusion of the terms currently being used. On the other hand, it should be noted that, depending on the military situation and political interests, a peace agreement with Russia must at some point become a possibility in view of the alternative of endless war, whereas, as it currently appears, this will remain out of the question with Hamas for good reason. We should therefore focus on peace with Russia and the destruction of Hamas, and not the other way round. The International Criminal Court is currently the latest cry of the now globally networked do-gooders, from Amnesty International and the PLO to the United Nations, the European Union and the Federal Foreign Office in Berlin. The human rights that are to be proclaimed to the world this time merely sound more negative, more hopeless and more frightening than the Droitsdal home of the then still revolutionary Parisian bourgeoisie, which Karl Marx already called the civil rights of egoistic man, man separated from man and from the community, the right of the limited individual confined to himself in a world of atomistic, hostile individuals. In bourgeois society, man is known to be man's wolf, and it takes a socially domesticated man-eater, the state leviathan, to transform the wolfish in modern man into the human of the social wolf, into the regular competition of all against all, which allows individuals to be lawfully destroyed, without jeopardizing the reproductive capacity of the community of competitors as a whole. The Leviathan devours people and eliminates laws and the means of their enforcement. The reading of state legal texts and/or the intervention of the police and judiciary informs the bourgeois subjects of competition about the current nomenclature of undesirable, i.e., sanctionable, actions. They then have to accomplish the feat of positively practicing the negatively formulated by nevertheless striving for competitive advantages while avoiding the forbidden foremost. However, this means nothing more than the dogged struggle to maintain the possibility of being able to make themselves productively useful in the future, and thus prove themselves worthy of a modern constitutional state as righteous citizens. By striving to carry out their small or large everyday bestialities legally, they achieve at least an extra's role in the state staging of those great ballads in the world literature of the family of nations, which, depending on the nature and mentality of the collective authors, can sometimes be poetically called the pursuit of happiness, sometimes prosaically equal opportunities, and sometimes completely detached and committed only to immediate reality, to each his own, inscription on the entrance to the Buchenwald concentration camp. Admittedly, even in the most foul-mouthed moments of their political transfiguration, citizens remain human beings of flesh and blood, i.e., their material need for things that they lack or that are not sufficiently available to them, but are certainly present, or their need for things and circumstances that can only be satisfied on a certain material basis, makes them justiciable criminals, insofar as they take their need more seriously than the applicable laws allow them to do. And so what appeared to the early bourgeois state philosophers of the Hobbesian era as the empiricism of homo homini lupus due to the permanence of war and civil war became a negative ontology for the late bourgeois subjects. Evil is always and everywhere, man is bad and requires constant state supervision. The fact that, according to this point of view, the state's work to suppress the evil of bad people cannot exactly be good is deliberately relegated to the outermost fringes of legal philosophical musings. By cataloging the evil of bad people in the criminal code in the form of prohibitions, by threatening a series of retaliatory measures in addition to this list of socially undesirable actions, it is considered banished. Anyone who nevertheless violates criminal laws is, according to civil law, acting willfully, deliberately violating the ban that restrains evil and thus falling victim to state retribution. The legal torment that is then inflicted on the lawbreaker is considered socially useful because it restores the legal peace damaged by the delinquent. It would appear that the hostilities between people and the means and forms of dealing with them have developed in such a way that it has become necessary to recognize criminal acts in a category that was still unknown in the early days of civil society and its law, i.e., above all not yet legally defined, war crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity. But unlike murder, fraud, blackmail, or child abuse and defamation of the state, these offenses are not committed out of selfish motives of the competing subjects, although such motives may occasionally play a role, albeit a subordinate one. But genocide is usually committed with the best of intentions, out of love for the people and the nation, if not for all of humanity. Hitler was not only a vegetarian, but a thoroughly honest man who was just as sincerely convinced of the correctness of his delusions as the majority of his German subjects. Pol Pot believed with all the fervor of a left-wing militant that the mass murderous establishment of an autonomous agrarian socialism would advance the progress of the Cambodian nation and thus tend to advance humanity. Incidentally, his sympathizers in the West German left at the time, quite a few of whom are now among the staunch supporters of an international criminal court, believed this just as seriously. When the USA killed tens of thousands of Vietnamese civilians during the Vietnam War through widespread bombing and massacres on the ground, it did so in the sincere conviction that it was not only advancing the cause of Western democracy, but also doing a service to the world as a whole. West German politicians, whose political heirs include most of today's supporters of international criminal justice, were publicly convinced at the time that American warfare was defending political values that were highly prized at the time, such as the freedom of Berlin. Whether the German war trio Schroeder-Fischer-Scharping were really convinced in 1999 that the invasion of Yugoslavia would prevent a second Auschwitz is rather unlikely, but the successful and largely unchallenged use of Auschwitz as a rhetorical figure within political demagogy shows that altruistic motives are needed to commit and support crimes of a dimension that deserve the label war crimes or against humanity. The following should be noted for those who are wise and clever. There is no comparison, equation, or relativization of incomparable things here, only an insistence on the banality that whoever wants to save the world will not and cannot be stopped by such trifles as human lives. But saving the world was the concern of the bourgeois state from the very beginning. In its revolutionary heroic epoch, the bourgeoisie defined itself as a universal class, as the vanguard of humanity par excellence, a humanity that is described in the documents of the bourgeois revolutions as an assembly of free and equal individuals created by God or nature. The bourgeois subjects are free in the exchange of goods and equal before state authority. The one is not possible without the other. Exchange can only be free insofar as the state uses its immediate power to establish the exchangers as equals, i.e., to force them to recognize each other as owners. This forced recognition is the basis of the ideology of human dignity. By enforcing, through its monopoly of force, that the exchangers recognize social wealth as a conglomerate of values with property rights, and by determining the forms of production, exchange, and exploitation through its legal regulations, the state becomes the sovereign of a common good, and thus also of a model of imagined social harmony that can claim worldwide validity for its adherents. However, the sovereignty of a state finds its limits in the sovereignty of other states with their own common good, their own model of harmonizing world happiness. States therefore use their military potential to force each other into mutual recognition, unless they are able to use this potential more sensibly to challenge the sovereignty of others for their own purposes. International law then arises from such a situation. In the international context, something like a legal peace that prevails in the national context can therefore only ever succeed partially and temporarily through the dominance of great powers, which is primarily based on military considerations. Just as the national community of competitors ultimately finds its basis in nothing other than the state power that can take immediate effect at any time, a superpower would have to emerge to create an internationally valid law that would succeed in permanently establishing a truly global empire. But this is absolutely impossible, because as the processes of decline of great powers and blocks of states have shown over the last decade and a half, it is precisely such formations based on limited or restrained competition that necessarily harbor the seeds of decay. And even for international treaties, an expression of the mutual recognition of states, the banal commonplace wisdom applies that they exist until they can be broken. For the authority that guarantees pacta sunt servanda at national level would be nonsensical here, because such treaties are ultimately concluded by partners who are themselves sovereigns and therefore enter into treaties with a qualitatively different set of interests than subject to national state sovereignty could ever develop. The idea of a world community of states that organizes itself as such in a quasi-parliamentary manner and sets guidelines that are recognized by and binding for all participants can therefore be nothing more than an ideological illusion. In a world of competing nation-states and blocks of states, the desire to set up international organizations of force peacekeeping forces etc., in order to enforce the decisions of such a community and punish violations is nothing other than an expression of the desire to reshape the international scene according to the requirements of one's own interests. In this respect, the development of international criminal law is the state's desire to sit in judgment as the victor over other states or over the unruly personnel of other states. International criminal law is therefore the law of war. The Allied courts that judged German crimes after the Second World War were also institutions of such a right to fight. The fact that they nevertheless did the right thing in that historical situation is above all an expression of the complicity of the majority of Germans in the deeds of National Socialism, a majority that was as incapable as it was unwilling to condemn its leadership, since it should have been in the dock itself. The establishment of these courts was, apart from the conclusion drawn from the impression of real horror that must have overcome even hardened imperialist strategists in the face of German atrocities, above all a compensation for what has gone down in history under the term appeasement. After all, the later victorious powers initially had to be massively coerced by Nazi Germany to fight against it, i.e., they had to be hunted down like the proverbial dog. As long as Germany did not immediately challenge their sovereignty, Nazi rule was not the most unsympathetic to Western democrats or Soviet bureaucrats. And the work of the courts also came to an end when the interests of the victorious powers changed, when the cards in the international game were redistributed after the start of the Cold War, and both the USA and the USSR took their own Germans into service for their own purposes. The Allied war crimes tribunals were institutions set up after the fact and improvised for individual cases, which, in addition to the reasons mentioned above, also expressed the fact that the historical dimension of extermination was not yet understood at the time and could therefore be regarded as an exception to the rule. The International Criminal Court, which has been in office since July 1, 2002, corrects this picture to the effect that, as a permanent institution, it presupposes the permanent occurrence of such crimes, which it is its purpose to condemn. At the same time, it must, like any core of a nation-state that has to judge criminal citizens, deny the legality of the crimes that fall under its jurisdiction, deny their necessity. It must insist on the intentionality of the breach of the law and insist that the acts to be condemned are exceptions to the rule of presumed international righteousness. The very first sentence of the statute adopted by a United Nations conference in Rome on July 17, 1998, which defines the work and jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, therefore invokes the common bonds that unite all people, a literally delicate mosaic of shared cultural heritage, which, however, is a cause for concern. It is no coincidence that this prose is reminiscent of the kitschy phrase of solidarity, as the tenderness of the peoples formulated by anti-imperialist leftists in the 1980s. Since no representative of the states involved contested such a justification, the purpose of the court proves to be an ideological one: to find guilty parties. As a result, the International Criminal Court necessarily becomes an instrument of international power politics. It satisfies and encourages the need for punishment of the states and state-building projects that have fallen short and mobilizes their self-appointed lawyers and protective powers. Jews and Americans sit in the dock. What is the reason for this renaissance of the tenderness of the peoples after the end of anti-imperialism as one of the left? Obviously, in the commonality of their oppression that unites the peoples, in their history of suffering. And who are their enemies, the culprits who must be punished? No judge has yet been elected. The post of chief prosecutor is far from being filled. But the case with which the court, which is based in The Hague, will begin its work as planned in spring 2003 is already clear, at least if Nasser al-Qidwa, the Palestinian ambassador to the United Nations, has his way, with the Israeli airstrike on a house in Gaza on Monday, July 22, 2002. The Israeli government thus had good reason not to ratify the statute of the International Criminal Court, which had already been signed by more than 70 states by then. According to the Palestinian definition, the Israeli armed forces committed a war crime on that Monday. It was the first war crime since the International Criminal Court began its work, asserted Nasser al-Qidwa. The Israeli counterterrorism commando had attacked their target, Hamas leader Sheikh Salah Shaida, from an F-16 fighter plane with an apparently oversized missile, reported to be a targeted 1-ton bomb, as Shaida stood on the balcony of his apartment. In addition to him, the attack killed 14 uninvolved residents of neighboring apartments, including 9 children. The prosecution could invoke Article 8(2)(b)(4) of the court statute, which defines intentionally carrying out an attack, knowing that such attack will incidentally cause loss of life or injury to civilians as a war crime. Ariel Sharon would not have an easy time before the judges if he had to convince them of what he told the public. The attack was a mistake and would not have been carried out or would have been carried out differently if its consequences had been properly assessed. Military actions by the American armed forces would have fallen under the same offense more often if there had been an international criminal court during the Vietnam War, the war against Iraq, the bombing of Yugoslavia, or the campaign against the Taliban and al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. The American government has not ratified the statute either. The same applies to the Russian government, which would have been indicted for the war in Chechnya. In this case, however, the judges would have become entangled in a contradiction of international law that they could not resolve, as expressed in the statute itself. The court is supposed to intervene when a crime that falls under its jurisdiction is not prosecuted by the state on whose territory the crime took place or to which the perpetrator belongs. It is determined to put an end to the impunity of such perpetrators. However, this contradicts the principle of non-interference, the mutual recognition of state sovereignty, which has already been mentioned above. In order to dispel the obvious suspicion that the desired international criminal jurisdiction favors the termination and breaking of the often fragile interstate agreements, the statute of the International Criminal Court states, nothing in this statute should be construed as conferring on any state party the right to interfere in an armed conflict or in the internal affairs of any state. End quote. In the case of an American attack against Iraq, on the other hand, the case would be clearer. The attack itself could be charged as a crime, namely the crime of aggression. This is listed in the statute as the fourth category of crimes for which the International Criminal Court claims jurisdiction, but unlike the other crimes listed, it is not defined in detail. Reference is merely made to more detailed provisions on which the states' parties would still have to agree. Under current international law, however, only the United Nations Security Council is authorized to make such a definition, i.e., it decides on a case-by-case basis whether to classify a military attack against a state as aggression or as an act of self-defense, which in turn would be covered by international law. There is no doubt that the judges of the criminal court would condemn an American attack on Baghdad, which would result in civilian casualties, as a war crime under Article 8. It is all the more likely that this will happen as Saddam Hussein has already announced that, in the event of an American attack, he will concentrate potential targets, such as all mobile weapon systems, in the capital and other densely populated areas of the country in order to increase civilian casualties. The statute of the International Criminal Court does not define a criminal offense for such hostage-taking of the civilian population, nor for suicide attacks such as those that preceded the Israeli attack on July 22. The term terror does not appear in the statute at all, and so the crimes of the Islamists, currently the most active and brutal movement in this area, are beyond the interests of the court. Although at the conference in Rome at which the statute was adopted, some states expressed a clear interest in including terrorism in the list of crimes, the majority decided against it, arguing that there were already enough treaties to do so and that at a possible review conference, which according to the statute could take place in summer 2009 at the earliest, terrorism could be transferred to the jurisdiction of the court in the future if the states' parties pushed through this. However, this is not a very convincing argument, as all other crimes for which the International Criminal Court is to have jurisdiction have long been defined elsewhere in international law. The statute itself regularly refers to them. The real reason for not dealing with terrorism is probably to be found above all in the fact that its inclusion in the list of crimes would have further and considerably exacerbated the internal contradictions of the statute. The accusation of the crime of aggression would become obsolete in many cases, especially in those most likely in the near future, because the Israeli military measures against the Palestinian terrorist organizations, and even the worldwide American campaign against Islamic terrorism, would appear to be acts of self-defense in view of the mass terror that has already occurred. However, the International Criminal Court does not fit into the current world order at all well. It is an obstacle to American foreign policy, and is intended as such. In the court, only the dock is reserved for Americans, while the roles of victims and accusers are reserved for their opponents on the battlefield before the judges. Which side is the court on when it justifies its lack of jurisdiction over terrorist crimes with the fact that the United Nations has already initiated the projection of a comprehensive convention against terrorism in the aftermath of September 11, 2001? Has the fight for international justice, as Amnesty International says, taken a major step forward? Will the International Criminal Court therefore make a contribution in the struggle for more justice in future? And is it therefore an extraordinarily significant step forward in the effort to consolidate the rule of law in international relations, as the Federal Foreign Office in Berlin claims? In bourgeois societies, the desire for justice has always meant that everyone should be entitled to an equal share of social scarcity, that the poor should not be better off but the rich worse off, and that everyone should work together for the good of the national sovereign. The rule of law has always been, at the international level more than ever at the national level, the law of immediate rule, the arbitrariness of states. More than any other international institution, the International Criminal Court is an expression of its own nullity. Its ideological purpose is its only truth. No other state is therefore more interested in it than Germany. Germany, which had already campaigned for the tribunal against Milosevic at the beginning of the war in Yugoslavia, was finally elected to the steering and drafting committee of the Conference of States in Rome on the establishment of the International Criminal Court in 1998. Germany is the most important financier and the most committed advocate of the court. It is not without pride that it belongs to the group of like-minded states whose foundation goes back to its initiative and which pursues a court-friendly approach, in contrast to the court-restrictive states, primarily concerned with their sovereignty, between which the consultations had increasingly developed into a struggle against each other. In this struggle, the USA, which led the court-restrictive group, lost. The German side is particularly proud of the fact that it formulated the individual elements of war crimes in accordance with Article 8 of the statute and largely followed the so-called Bonn Working Paper on War Crimes of 1997. Germany succeeded in persuading all member states of the European Union to ratify the court statute and even persuaded all Central and Eastern European countries associated with the EU, the associated countries Cyprus and Malta and the EFTA countries, which are members of the European Economic Area, to make a joint declaration of support, most recently on June 25, 2002. However, these alliances did not last very long. Under pressure from the USA, which threatened to withdraw its soldiers from Bosnia, and amid strong protests from Germany, the United Nations Security Council provisionally guaranteed the soldiers of the American peacekeeping troops a 12-month immunity. A short time later, the Continental Alliance, which had been particularly cherished by Germany, also crumbled. On August 1, Romania became the first European country and the second after Israel to conclude a bilateral treaty with the USA, in which it undertook never to extradite an American citizen to the International Criminal Court. Germany, or rather the German-dominated Europe of the EU, is trying to compensate for these setbacks by expanding its national jurisdictions for international purposes. Last year, the Belgian judiciary opened a criminal trial for war crimes against the Israeli Prime Minister on the initiative of the Palestinians. The legal basis was a law passed in 1993, which defines genocide. War crimes and crimes against humanity are punishable even if they were not committed in Belgium. Berliner Zeitung, June 27, 2002. A Brussels Court of Appeal finally overturned this indictment on the grounds that the Belgian judiciary may only take action against persons who are on Belgian territory, thus providing the blueprint for two draft laws presented by the Belgian government coalition at the end of July, according to which a suspect does not have to be in Belgium in order to be charged before a Belgian court. Berliner Zeitung, June 27, 2002. In Germany itself, the so-called International Criminal Code came into force on July 1 of this year. It stipulates that in future German courts will be able to try the most serious crimes even if they have no connection to Germany, reports the TASS in its issue of July 27 and 28 and rejoices American soldiers are not immune. It is conceivable, for example, that after a U.S. attack on Iraq, criminal charges could be brought against President Bush or the U.S. Army leadership before the German judiciary. This could not reprimand the attack as such, but for example the acceptance of a disproportionate number of civilian victims through bomb and missile attacks. Not, of course, the hostage-taking of the Iraqi population by the Hussein government. Things seem to be progressing quite well. According to the Taz newspaper, the Basic Law and the Judicial Constitution Act have now been amended specifically so that Federal Prosecutor General Kaynem is also responsible for proceedings under the International Criminal Code. End quote. Germany as the hunter of the international terror network USA. He can be sure of the tenderness of the peoples. Quote, why did we start the hunger strike? Because we wanted to improve the situation, because we wanted to demand respect for Islam, the Quran, prayer, and human rights. We are forbidden to work on Fridays. It is an offense to have your beard and head shaved. That's what they did, or if someone had committed an offense, they took away all their clothes and left them in a cage. What was important to us was respect for human rights, good behavior, and respect for religion. End quote. This is what Abdul Salam Saif, the former Taliban ambassador to Pakistan, said in an interview in which he talks about his detention in Guantanamo. It seems almost cynical for a Taliban official to invoke human rights, but the Universal Declaration of Human Rights does not stipulate that a Taliban cannot invoke them. In the sense of the idea of the universality of human rights, he has a right to claim them for himself. So why is the situation for prisoners in Guantanamo so precarious? Why are they detained without being given a reason, tortured and humiliated for years without ever being charged? In the following, I refer to the years up to 2006, during which the prisoners were completely deprived of their rights, which was overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court in a ruling in 2006. Although the prison conditions are still miserable, their situation and their prospects for action have changed fundamentally. A famous speech given by George W. Bush on the occasion of the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, in which he proclaimed the war on terror, can serve as a starting point. He made it clear that those to be fought were not Muslims in general, but Islamists who were traitors to their own faith, and who are basically holding Islam itself hostage. Quote, America's enemy is not our many Muslim friends, and it is not our many Arab friends. Our enemy is a radical network of terrorists and any country that supports those terrorists. End quote. In the speech, he specifies that the war on terror must be directed primarily against Al-Qaeda and the Taliban regime. This war was also launched with broad international support in the form of Operation Enduring Freedom, legitimized under international law by the United Nations. However, as the USA was faced with a new internationally active and above all non-institutionalized threat, it also created new methods of dealing with it. Toppling the Taliban did not solve the problem of international terrorism. Al-Qaeda is geographically unbounded, and successfully combating it could in turn give rise to new terrorist formations. If one considers that the war on terror is not only directed against Al-Qaeda, but against thousands of these terrorists, in more than 60 countries, who have the instruction to kill Christians and Jews, kill all Americans and make no distinction between military and civilians, including women and children, it becomes clear that the conventional legal means and warlike tactics are not sufficient to win this war, whatever that may mean, since it is also directed against an ideology that can wage its war independently of territorial ties and the monopoly of force directed towards it. Nevertheless, the attacks of September 11 required a reaction. Well aware that the problem could not be confined to Afghanistan, the USA, with the support of numerous partners, became active in many more countries. Numerous people were arrested by the respective national authorities and handed over to the USA, which took them to the Guantanamo Bay base in Cuba. The procedure is much more systematic than it appears at first glance, and national law and international agreements have been taken into account at every step. The question of whether what is happening in Guantanamo is morally correct is another matter and should not be discussed here. At this point, it is rather a question of the thesis that what is happening there can be considered neither illegal nor legal. To begin with, they are indeed beyond the law. In this respect, Guantanamo is not the scandal of a democracy that feels free to determine for itself who has no claim to its fundamental rights, but the scandal of the fact that human rights are not even able to enforce the minimum of freedom that can be guaranteed by domestic law. If one assumes the universal validity of human rights and claims that it is only their implementation that is failing, the realization that people in Guantanamo are spending their detention in a legal vacuum should make one question one's own premise. Because either human rights are universally valid, in which case there are no law-free spaces, or they are only valid where they are guaranteed. In order to take a closer look at the seemingly arbitrary actions of the USA, a very prominent example should be mentioned as a brief digression: Mohamedou Ould Slahi. He was arrested in 2002 and is still in Guantanamo. Through his lawyer and supporters, he has now managed to publish his notes on his arrest and the conditions of his detention. However, they also clearly show why he in particular was targeted in the fight against terrorism. As a fundamentalist Muslim who fought for the Taliban in Afghanistan in the 1990s, studied in Germany, went to Canada and had contact with leading heads of Al-Qaeda throughout his life, he was in a position in which he would have been predestined to plan, support, and carry out attacks. It does not necessarily follow from all this evidence that he was planning to commit a terrorist act against the USA, but it clearly shows that people were arrested who were in just such positions. This also shines through in Slahi's relativization of the jihad experience of his fellow prisoners. I had heard so many stories about brothers who were sent back and forth like a soccer ball just because they had been to Afghanistan, Bosnia, or Chechnya once in their lives. End quote. In 1903, the USA leased Guantanamo Bay, but in 1960 the Cuban government declared the contract illegal and has since sent back the $4,085 it was entitled to annually under the contract. In the course of a dispute over the situation of Haitian refugees who landed on the base, the U.S. Supreme Court decided in 1993, in agreement with the government's position, that U.S. asylum and migration law did not apply to this extraterritorial territory. This decision made Guantanamo Bay to a certain extent a non-place of law, i.e. a place that is excluded from the law by a sovereign, but by the law itself. Legal decisions stipulate that no legal system can be applied there. U.S. law cannot, since the sovereign does not consider the place to be within its jurisdiction. Cuban law cannot, since it has been removed from its influence, and international law cannot, since the function of coercion is not organized and is not assigned to a special apparatus above the parties. The principle of reciprocity, which serves as the basis of international law, remains completely non-binding without coercion. This leads to the situation that there is no state as sovereign in Guantanamo that enforces its law, but that in this no man's land a special form of racket or clique rule can arise, which knows nothing of the separation of powers and therefore combines the functions of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. The mediating function of the law is nullified and rule is exercised directly. Without question, the strongest racket in Guantanamo, which consequently also rules, is the U.S. military, whereby it is a special feature of the situation that it is itself organized and deployed from a constitutional state, which is also reflected in its internal structure. What is special about this form of racket rule, which has turned Guantanamo into a non-place of law, is that it is not a state that has become a non-state in Franz Neumann's sense of the word due to its disintegration into a multitude of competing rackets. There was no collapsed state in Guantanamo, the U.S. sovereigns simply withdrew. There was also no competition, because the military, which was already ready to take the place of the sovereign, did not have to constantly fight for supremacy with other groups. In addition, there was no overriding ideological principle that otherwise held the UNSTAT together as a state, despite the internal divisions, i.e. the rivalry between the rackets for supremacy. In contrast to prisoners of war, the detainees at Guantanamo are referred to as illegal or enemy combatants. Illegal combatants differ from legal combatants not only in that they belong to the opposing party to the conflict, but above all in that they are accused of unlawful warfare, which is why they can also be charged and sentenced by military tribunals and are not subject to the Geneva Convention due to their violations. By designating them as illegal combatants, the USA is attempting on the one hand to take account of the fact that jihadism is not, necessarily, organized into armies or represented by states. On the other hand, the designation underpins the disenfranchisement of the prisoners and legitimizes the military's reign of terror in Guantanamo. This means that the prisoners are in a legal vacuum. The Geneva Convention cannot be applied to them, U.S. law does not apply to them due to the lack of jurisdiction of U.S. law at Guantanamo, and the law of the states to which they belong cannot apply either, as they are outside the sphere of influence of the respective sovereigns. Neither civil nor martial law protects them or takes them into account, and human rights in their proclaimed universal validity do not apply either, as they, like all international law, are dependent on states that guarantee them. They are de facto no longer legal subjects. This also renders Article 6 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is supposed to stipulate that an individual is recognized everywhere as a legal person, irrelevant. For by what right should they become legal persons, or who should recognize them as such? It is therefore not so much an active process of denial of status, but a systemic impossibility. Likewise, Articles 7 and 8 cannot be applied, as there is no law guaranteed by a state sovereign before which they could be treated equally, and the law of their own countries is not valid there either. Thus, one can work one's way through a few paragraphs and must repeatedly conclude that no rights can apply in Guantanamo, as they always require that a person entitled to human rights be recognized by a lawmaking authority, i.e. a state that declares itself responsible for the territory. The objection of the universal validity of human rights could still be raised, as the preamble to the Declaration of Human Rights states that it is an objective to be pursued by all peoples and nations to ensure universal and effective recognition and observance, both among the peoples of member states and among the peoples of territories under the jurisdiction of member states. End quote. But this is where the 1993 decision of the United States Supreme Court becomes relevant. According to this decision, Guantanamo was not a territory under the sovereignty of the USA, otherwise the USA could actively enforce the law in this place as a sovereign. The ruling created a power vacuum in Guantanamo, which was filled by the military. In doing so, the Supreme Court has not restricted international or human rights law, which can only ever proclaim universal validity, but has demonstrated that this de facto does not and cannot exist if a state declares itself incompetent. All of this shows the precarious state of human rights, not in their enforcement, but in their core as a legal system. Their starting point in natural law, their superpositive character, requires the state as guardian of the common good and upholder of the legal order. It should itself respect human rights, and defend against their violation by third parties. The simple insight is therefore that human rights, if they are to be more than a moral idealistic project, require a sovereign to enforce them. Since there is no overarching sovereign that could guarantee the worldwide observance of human rights, and indeed cannot, this task falls to the individual states, which incorporate and enforce human rights into their civil rights at their discretion, and usually without sanctions, sometimes more, sometimes less effectively. As a consequence, Hannah Arendt also correctly explained that there is only one relevant right for a person, namely that of having citizenship and not being able to lose it. For anyone who was excluded from one of these closed political communities suddenly found himself excluded from the entire family of nations, which is identical with being expelled from humanity altogether. Such a right to citizenship can also be found in Article 15 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And as with all other articles, compliance with this right cannot be guaranteed by an authority above the states. However, Guantanamo has shown that even citizenship is not enough. Because it is bound to positive law, it is ineffective, despite the supposedly overpositive nature of human rights, if you are in a place where there is no law and no state. The spatial aspect refers specifically to the territory from which the sovereign has withdrawn. If one assumes that law must be guaranteed by a sovereign, all law has disappeared as a result of the sovereign's withdrawal from this place. Guantanamo is clearly different from war zones, where there is also no sovereign. There, as a rule, at least one person claims to establish their rights and attempts to do so by means of military force, or an international alliance temporarily assumes the role of sovereign and thereby establishes rights. In the case of non-locality, there is simply no state to do so. Through this absence of law, people lose their status as legal subjects, which not only protects them, but also integrates them into the capitalist social structure through the associated contractual capacity. Instead, this non-rule of the state establishes the rule of the racket, which may impose rules on itself or theoretically be subject to law, for example military law, but this law no longer has a mediating function on the ground. It is merely a vague reflection of civil law. It is therefore no contradiction that the military in Guantanamo has elevated itself to the status of the ruling racket, which can exercise arbitrary and unmediated rule without much regard for the law to which it is subject through its connection to the state itself. Rather, the term racket refers to such seemingly archaic structures in the midst of the most modern society, both within and outside the state. After the U.S. Supreme Court declared the military tribunals illegal in 2006, as they abolished the separation of powers, and also granted the detainees the right to sue against their detention in U.S. civil courts in 2008, the detainees have stepped out of their status as non-legal subjects and Guantanamo is therefore no longer a non-place of law. The earlier decisions were revised by the court and thus the territorial influence of U.S. law on Guantanamo was extended. The fact that people are still being held there is partly due to the fact that the legal proceedings against the detention are only making slow progress, and partly because the military will not give up its supremacy without further ado and civil and military law are now partly in competition. For example, the U.S. judiciary is trying to integrate Guantanamo into its sphere of influence through the relevant rulings, while the legislature is trying to hinder this integration with newly enacted laws. Nor has the everyday life of the prisoners automatically improved as a result of their regained status as legal subjects. After Camp X-Ray was closed in 2002 due to lack of space, the opening of the Camp Delta complex, which consists of 6 camps, exacerbated the prisoners' situation. While everyone suffered equally from the poor conditions at Camp X-Ray, a system was now installed in which prisoners could be played off against each other with privileges, which of course also tends to correspond to the practice in many prisons within constitutional states. Seen in this light, the history of Guantanamo shows that the boundaries between the place and non-place of law, the rule of law and the rule of the racket, are thoroughly fluid. In the debate about Guantanamo, which has been going on for more than 10 years now, the USA is accused of all kinds of human rights violations. The accusations stem on the one hand from the actual horror of the actions in Guantanamo, and on the other hand from the USA's own powerlessness and the ideological effectiveness of human rights and their promise of a good life for all, which cannot be fulfilled on the basis of existing conditions, which in turn feeds the lack of understanding that human rights need a sovereign ruling over the states for their universal validity, which cannot exist. The monopoly on the use of force on which sovereignty is based is only possible through the potentially hostile relationship between states. Its impossibility is demonstrated by the very United Nations that is imagined to be this sovereign. It is also remarkable that although the USA has been and continues to be criticized from all sides, the role of other states is rarely mentioned, even though Pakistan, for example, was instrumental in filling the prison camp by arresting and extraditing its own citizens. What also remains unexamined is the exploitation of the non-place for their own purposes, as European secret services also interrogated prisoners in Guantanamo. This also reveals that many were and are possibly less concerned with human rights than with discrediting the USA. Protestantism is the immediate religious expression of the fact that there can be no world sovereign in the face of the sovereignty of capital. But only in its Western form did it become the basis of a political revolution that was ultimately able to bring this realization to the whole world. With the founding of the United States of America, the Christians who emigrated from Europe approached Judaism insofar as they turned its ideology of the chosen people, which made it possible to withstand persecution without emigrating, into the ideology of the chosen land, the country of immigration. The more this country ultimately promoted the capitalization of the world, the more it renounced world domination. Having emerged from colonization itself, it broke with the principle of colonization and carried out the ultimate separation of sovereign and capital in the unity of sovereign and capital. In other words, the USA was the precondition for this, the condition for the possibility of thinking of the capital relation as always being the same, detached from the respective form of state, and at the same time holding on to the fact that the state is only the other side of the capital relation. The revolution in France was apparently more radical. In its extreme consequences, every transcendence is broken with in favor of humanity and nation. Catholicism turns into atheism, which, however, retains Catholic traits. It aims at the whole in the sense of politics, the establishment of a nation as God's representative on earth, as the representative of humanity. This pope is Napoleon, who only summons the real pope in order to crown himself emperor, l'empereur, of the French before the pope's eyes and thus make it clear that he did not intend to deal with the other monarchs as equals. The prerequisite for this was the coup d'état and the direct appeal to the people, who were to be crowned sovereign along with l'empereur. Plebiscites confirmed the new constitution, Napoleon's appointment as consul for life and the hereditary nature of his imperial dignity. The new sovereign thus realized what is already inherent in the constant change of constitutions, the tendency to abolish mediation. Hannah Arendt elaborated on this in her book on revolution. She sees in both the American and French revolutions the need for an absolute that gives validity to man-made law. In America, however, a clear and unambiguous distinction was made between the origin of power, which lay at the bottom in the people, and the source of the law, which was placed, as it were, above, in a region, however transcendent, while the deification of the people in the French Revolution was the inevitable consequence of every attempt to derive power and law from the same origin. Quote, historically, the French Revolution differs in nothing more principled from the American Revolution than in its unanimous assertion that the law is the expression of the general will, as stated in the Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen of 1789. Nothing of the kind will be found in any of the great documents of the American Revolution. End quote. The transcendence attributed to the law in the American conception of the state, based on certain forms of Protestant religiosity, effectively prevents the substantialization of the people or the nation as a community of faith or dissent. What is understood as the unity of the population can only ever be seen as a multitude of people grouped together in organizations and institutions, accustomed to exercising their power according to certain rules and within the framework of laws. The founding fathers of this revolution thus understood the people as a multiplicity, imagining it to be the infinite diversities and differences of a multitude which was awe-inspiring precisely in its plurality. End quote. They were only equal before the law. In contrast, Hannah Arendt sees the French concept of the people of the state more as an expression of compassion for the poor. The revolutionaries who conquered the state hallucinated the plebeian masses as immediate sovereigns. They were not conceived as a mass of people grouped together in organizations and institutions that differed from one another, but as a substance of the nation that was identical down to its smallest parts. As equals, they were themselves the law. What Arend is hinting at here was reflected in Article 21 of the Constitution of 1793. For example, according to which society owes it to the unfortunate citizens to nourish them, whether by providing work or by securing the existence of those who are unable to work. But this shows the newfound humanity in the fact that the Constitution sought to forever override the biblical "he who does not work shall not eat," which was to make a career for itself again under socialism, but in exchange it swapped collectivism for the right to work, which ultimately promoted that career. The American Constitution, on the other hand, which is valid once and for all, so to speak, states that the new sovereign is concerned with securing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, in which alone the natural and inalienable rights of the individual exist and in which all men are to be regarded as equal. In principle, the question of the world sovereign has already been decided here. The right to work, which appeared to the Jacobins as justification to work tirelessly with the guillotine, disappeared again in the French Constitution of 1795, which also shows a certain approximation to the pre-stabilized separation of powers, the checks and balances of the United States, in the division of the convention as the legislature into two different chambers. But ultimately Napoleon Bonaparte emerged as the true heir to the right to work, insofar as he was the first to strive for real full employment on the battlefield, and the Code Civil not only ushered in emancipation, but also a petty and narrow-minded regulatory mania that could triumph in the authoritarian nation-state. Even during the economic crisis that began in 1810, Napoleon's authority remained unchallenged, especially among the lower classes of the population, farmers, craftsmen and workers, while the main beneficiaries of his regime, the industrial bourgeoisie and the new aristocracy, began to turn their backs on him. With the declaration that the French people were the friend of all peoples, a hitherto unseen national campaign was launched across European borders, combining liberation and conquest. Sovereignty was enforced as a principle against everything that was still reminiscent of the claim to universal rule by the emperor and the pope, as if the new power from France was a final confirmation of Machiavelli, Bodin and Hobbes, but only to dissolve it again in its own universal rule. Napoleon was able to impose capitalization and the Code Civil in one go, at the same time as he set his sights on something like political world domination. Before taking up arms against Russia, he proclaimed, 3 more years and I will be master of the universe. Paris was to become the capital of the world. Nothing is more characteristic of these ambitions to become master of the universe than the fact that Napoleon wanted to put them into practice through the continental blockade against England, and failed precisely because of this. For if the system of the continental blockade was to hit England effectively and ultimately bring her to her knees, Napoleon would have to attempt to close all the continent's coasts to British trade, a task of Herculean proportions that would constantly provoke new conflicts and ultimately lead to the imperial overstretching of French rule. "The emperor is mad, completely mad. He is ruining himself and us all," complained the minister of the Navy Decrès in private in 1808. The madness of the world's sovereign always arises in the fight against free trade, which the British Empire stood for at the time. This is followed by a forced retreat into one's own nationalism, which is constantly recharged with the resentment of every defeat. The nation appears here like the Son of God, who descends to the unhappy citizens to sacrifice himself for them. But just as Napoleon also spread the civil code in Europe through his military campaigns, in which the right to work was contested by property and thus prevented the collectivization already inherent in that law, so long as he did not practice violence for its own sake, he was bound to fail. This failure reveals the reason in Napoleon's policy. As he himself says, he felt driven towards a goal that I do not know. When I have reached it, 1 atom will suffice to prostrate me. End quote. Caught up in his ideas, Napoleon ultimately understood the goal of becoming ruler of the universe as a means of creating the humanity promised by bourgeois society. Exiled to St. Helena, he wrote that although Waterloo had wiped out all his military successes, what could not be wiped out by anything, what would remain forever, was his Code Civil. So it was in his spirit, but of abysmal irony, that in 1814 he could be declared deposed by the 2 recent chambers that still remembered the older constitution, the Senate and the Corps Legislative, and finally found asylum with the British. In contrast, U.S. policy takes on the characteristics of a messiah who is not prepared to sacrifice himself. It is not based on the right to work, but on the right to competition, the pursuit of happiness. In the longer term, this allows the USA to become active in world politics in a different way. Thomas Jefferson already called for open seas and free trade. At the latest since its entry into the First World War, the USA replaced Great Britain in this respect and was able to assume the role of hegemon, a leading power, in the name of free trade far more decisively than the colonial empire from which it originated. Without actually wanting to and without necessarily knowing it, they are thus destined to be the opponent of everything that is stirring as a delusion of world sovereignty. "We must prevent the domination of the world," said Franklin D. Roosevelt about Hitler in a conference with the Senate Military Affairs Committee at the beginning of 1939. This hegemonic power, which has been prepared in many respects by British policy and is then accompanied by it, only ever sees itself as destined for one thing: to create and maintain the conditions for the accumulation of capital as extensively as possible, but without itself taking over rule anywhere other than in the USA. This also involves the contradiction of advocating free trade geopolitically and repeatedly violating it nationally and economically. The spread of legal security and the movement of goods by this hegemon is no longer dependent on feudal absolutist forms of sovereignty, which were still involved in the Commonwealth. The sovereign, who had shaken off these forms in the American Revolution, thus proves to be significantly more flexible and independent of the respective circumstances of the foreign country in the longer term, in which he seeks to gain and maintain influence after military intervention, not through dynastic diplomacy and population policy measures, but through the exchange of goods, and later assisted by the Secret Service. U.S. policy has always understood war only as the preparation and restoration of such influence. Marx necessarily referred to this power when he criticized Hegel. He saw in the North American Free States, or at least in a part of them, the completed political emancipation, hence the infinite fragmentation of religion in North America. It already outwardly takes the form of a purely individual affair. This political emancipation is, however, a great step forward. It is not the last form of human emancipation at all, but it is the last form of human emancipation within the world order that has existed up to now. It goes without saying that we are talking here about real, practical emancipation. End quote. A few years later, Marx could therefore not help but welcome the coming American interference in Europe, even if the most powerful representative of the West could by no means replace the necessity of revolution for him. The break with Hegel, with German philosophy par excellence, is expressed most immediately here. While Hegel hopes that bourgeois society will finally be pushed back into itself by the state in the United States of America, Marx sees in its expansion the course of Western civilization, which, although it cannot overcome Eastern barbarism, will nevertheless push back the deification of the sovereign practice therein, the people's state in people's minds. In this sense, Marx criticized the pedagogical ambitions of German social democracy. Education of the people by the state is quite reprehensible. To determine by a general law the means of the elementary schools, the qualifications of the teaching staff, the branches of instruction, etc., and, as is done in the United States, to supervise the fulfillment of these legal regulations by state inspectors, is something quite different from appointing the state as the educator of the people. Rather, the government and the church should be equally excluded from any influence on the school. End quote. However, insofar as he places all his hopes in the strengthening of the working class, it is no coincidence that Marx adopts Hegel's prognosis with a different sign. The state had been abolished in a bourgeois manner in North America because the class antagonisms there are only incompletely developed. The class collisions are each time covered up by the withdrawal of the proletarian overpopulation to the West. The intervention of state power, reduced to a minimum in the East, does not exist at all in the West. End quote. From this it could be concluded ex negativo, with the end of the possibilities for expansion in the West, class struggles intensified everywhere, and so here too the strengthened working class would have to provoke a strengthening of state power on a European level and in French or Prussian German form. The fact that things turned out differently, that with the opposite economic expansion to the East on the European continent, something of the original American relationship to the sovereign was preserved, even if the latter really did become stronger, and that this society still had no need for an organic state in the consequent bourgeois sense, only allows us to fully appreciate the progress of the completed political emancipation that the young Marx had noted. If Marx understands the world market as the encroachment of bourgeois society over the state, then the USA is the state whose sovereignty has taken immediate shape in this encroachment. Its foreign policy fluctuates between intervention and isolation. It constantly intervenes where it appears necessary for the defense and development of the world market, and withdraws again, voluntarily or by force, in order not to harm the world market as well. It is precisely in this that he makes it unmistakably clear that the true world sovereign can only ever be the capital relationship. But at the same time there is always the misunderstanding that he himself is the world sovereign, as long as the capital relation is not understood. This misunderstanding naturally takes different forms in the USA than outside. The friends of the United States cherish the expectation that this hegemon, as the world's policeman, could finally ensure eternal peace. Since such hopes cannot be fulfilled because it is only a hegemon, i.e. a state which, in the face of the world market, which it has in mind like no other state, must always make policy in its own interests and therefore at a certain point conflicts with the projected general interest of the community of nations, the friends often join the enemies who assume that the hegemon rules the world. Because it cannot rule it, they begin to hate it, projecting onto the USA the negative world sovereign and making it politically responsible for everything that seems reprehensible to them about capital relations. This is how the Great Satan is created. The fact that the USA does not rule the world like a colonial state is only an indication to its enemies that the Jews are behind it, and the less the USA can be equated with the world's prevailing capital relations, the more the anti-Semites' fantasies flourish. The anti-American projection is based on the anti-Semitic concept of the world conspiracy. The latter is the concept that the anti-Semite has of the world market. It was Abraham Lincoln who described the USA as a nation for the world. The USA's entry into world politics took place after the final formation of sovereignty in the Civil War, because the sovereign is only fully formed when serfdom and slavery have been abolished. This is why Montesquieu wrote, "The law that permits slavery violates the fundamental principle of every society." Global political engagement was always justified by the fact that only through political and military intervention could the nation's own trade interests be protected, and as the economic potential of this nation developed so dynamically, these interests soon really did affect the whole world. "The world must be made safe for democracy," said Woodrow Wilson. The reasoning immediately began to shimmer as soon as the necessary form of political force was not emphasized. In this, Wilson differed from his Republican predecessor Theodore Roosevelt, who had no illusions about the question of sovereignty and stated at all times that a powerless rule of law not backed by power was just as damnable, or even more damnable, than power without it, as in a letter to Hugo Munsterberg in October 1914. "A milk and water righteousness unbacked by force is to the full as wicked as and even more mischievous than force divorced from righteousness," Theodore Roosevelt. Whether righteousness or democracy, what was meant were conditions based on treaties. The only question was who could guarantee treaties in international relations. Theodore Roosevelt, at any rate, rejected the alleged effectiveness of international law. In 1908, he accepted the occupation of Korea by Japan because Korea was incapable of defending itself and no other state or association of states was prepared to take over its defense. To be sure, by treaty it was solemnly covenant that Korea should remain independent. But Korea was itself helpless to enforce the treaty, and it was out of the question to suppose that any other nation would attempt to do for the Koreans what they were utterly unable to do for themselves. End quote. The Republican Roosevelt was no longer president when the First World War began. He spoke out in favor of the immediate entry of the United States into the war alongside Great Britain and France, because he recognized the danger that the USA's sphere of influence was threatened by Germany's expansionist ambitions. The Democrat Woodrow Wilson, on the other hand, followed other principles, and the illusions associated with them made him hesitate for a long time to lead the USA into the war. It was no coincidence that he came from a party that originally had its home in the southern states and still mourned slavery for a long time. Once the step was taken, however, Wilson developed his concept as an immediate reaction to the catastrophic policies that had emerged in Europe, which showed ambitions to encompass the world. He had based his decision on German lawbreaking and the threat to American trade and security. At the same time, he gave a moral justification by declaring the war a crusade for democracy and a war to end all wars. "We are glad to fight thus for the ultimate peace of the world." End quote. In fact, however, the USA entered this war in order to prove then and in the future that it would not simply end all wars, but every world war, regardless of which catastrophic policy it was unleashed by. According to Hannah Arendt, the American concept of a just war is not necessarily what the US president is talking about, a war to end all wars. It is just to intervene against the breach of treaty beforehand, whereby it always requires a clear danger and threat in order to pacify the world. At the end of such a war, however, there is the establishment of an international organization that is intended as an adequate response to the politics of catastrophe, and always tends to ideologize peace. The victorious powers simulate a world sovereign that has emerged from the World War. Instead of balance of power, there must now be a community of power, not organized rivalries, but an organized common peace, said Wilson in 1917. And the more the power of the victors wanes, the more the successes and failures of these organizations reveal that such a supranational state to end all wars does not really exist, but only a balance of terror, which is, however, capable of taking on a permanent, organizational form and can function as a regulative principle for a limited period of time. Franklin D. Roosevelt then argued even more contradictorily than Wilson. He did not necessarily speak of the war to end all wars, but described the Second World War primarily as the world's greatest war against human slavery. However, he sometimes glorified the forthcoming founding of the United Nations as the creation of a globally valid legal order, a cooperative peace that makes spheres of interest obsolete, promised economic security, social set moral security, in a family of nations, and yet could only justify the organization itself on the basis of the well-understood self-interest of the great powers. And he very correctly understood it as a war alliance to be developed, thus deriving it from the USA's victorious fight against National Socialism. He thus merely held out the prospect of an organization, which the peace of the world will be preserved and the forces of aggression permanently outlawed, and left little doubt that it would have to be supported by the victorious powers of the war that had just ended, the three most powerful nations, who were to jointly deploy their military forces in the form of an executive committee as the policemen of peace. Roosevelt could have read in Hegel that the enemy against whom they were to be deployed was the condition for their unity, so even if a number of states make themselves into a family, this association as an individuality must create a contrast and create an enemy.
End of quote.
But fortunately there was the Soviet Union, and so Roosevelt's successors did not waste much time creating the necessary opposition and founded NATO. The contradictions of U.S. foreign policy reproduce something of the impetus of the New Deal that preceded it. Franklin D. Roosevelt is known to have gained sympathy by misunderstanding promises of happiness made by bourgeois society, which cannot be realized within it, as the rights of the individual, as expressed in the slogan "Nothing to Fear." It was no coincidence that he proclaimed his Second Bill of Rights in the same annual message to Congress of 1944, in which he apostrophized the World Organization to be founded as a family of nations. As in a reference to the French Constitution of 1793, it speaks of the right to useful and remunerative work, except that the wording is somewhat more pragmatic and prosaic. The right to a useful and remunerative job in the industries or stores or farms or mines of the nation.
End quote.
In reality, this supposed right served merely as a temporarily applied instrument to preserve the foundations of a constitution that denies it and knows only of a right to competition, which, in case of doubt, Roosevelt himself also placed above all else as respect for the right of man to govern himself, respect for the right of self-government. The contradictions of U.S. policy could only be resolved in post-Nazi Germany and, as such, were given constitutional status. There is no real wavering of a sovereign as in the USA, where Woodrow Wilson succeeded Theodore Roosevelt and Obama succeeded Bush Jr., the contradictions of German ideology and politics only ever express a single tendency, which now also determines European politics. It amounts to the undermining of Western sovereigns. In contrast to the Weimar Constitution, the preamble of the Basic Law refers to God, conscious of its responsibility before God and mankind, inspired by the will to preserve its national and state unity and to serve the peace of the world as an equally entitled member of a united Europe. The German people has now adopted its constitution, Federal Law Gazette, May 23, 1949. Instead of tribes, as was the case in Weimar, the individual federal states are referred to. A certain reference to the constitutional understanding of the Western Allies is unmistakable. Unlike the first article of the old constitution, in which state authority emanates from the people, the first article is now intended to ensure what this authority may not violate. Quote, "Human dignity is inviolable. It is the duty of all state authority to respect and protect it."
End of quote.
However, the Basic Law spreads the veil of German culture over what this dignity consists of. The allusion to Kant is mendacious, since according to Kant's understanding, which reflects modern contractual relationships, dignity refers to the autonomy of the individual, who can decide for the morally good or bad. According to Kant, however, it is precisely this dignity, which comes from the intelligible, that cannot be violated by political power. The word contains an older pre-critical layer of meaning that gives rise to all the associations of German ideology, the dignity of the feudal ruler, which can be conferred through personal relationships of dependence. A dignity that is only the reverse of honor has always been opposed in German ideology to the relationship of contract and capital that went beyond it, while the Weimar Constitution already stated, the freedom of the person is inviolable. On the other hand, the articles on community life in the Weimar Constitution blatantly contradict Kant's metaphysics of morals, as married life is not primarily viewed as a contractual relationship, but as an institution for the propagation of the nation. Marriage, as the basis of family life and the preservation and propagation of the nation, is under the special protection of the Constitution. This direct purpose was abandoned in the Basic Law, see Article 6. The Basic Law alludes precisely to this in order to disguise the true meaning of civil society, which is mentioned by name in the American Constitution. The pursuit of happiness, translated into political economy, competition as the fundamental right of the individual in civil society, which in turn created the individual as a subject in the first place. This right is abolished in the dignity of man, in which the right to work resonates, as the dignity for which the state must provide. In this respect, Article 12 on the freedom to choose an occupation has been and is often interpreted in a way that a capitalist-oriented commentary on the Basic Law must prevent. However, the interpretation in terms of the right to work is indirectly supported by Article 14 of the Basic Rights, which can also be found as Article 153 in very similar wording in the Weimar Constitution. Property obliges. Its use shall at the same time serve the common good.
End of quote.
It is precisely this restriction of competition by the common good, in which it is left open whether this common good should serve competition or competition should serve the common good, that has its counterpart in the restriction of sovereignty at the international level, which also clearly distinguishes the Basic Law from the American Constitution. The Weimar Constitution already took the ideology that accompanied the founding of the League of Nations into account in a diffuse way in Article 4. The generally recognized rules of international law shall be regarded as binding components of German imperial law.
End quote.
The Basic Law not only strives for clarity, but also aims to integrate Germany into a European Union. The Federation may transfer sovereign rights to intergovernmental institutions by law, and in order to preserve peace, the Federation may join a system of mutual collective security. In doing so, it shall consent to restrictions on its sovereign rights which bring about and secure a peaceful and lasting order in Europe. Article 24. This is an almost literal return to Hans Kelsen's legal positivist delusion. The primacy of international law is formulated as Article 25. Quote, "The general rules of international law are an integral part of federal law. They take precedence over the laws and create immediate rights and obligations for the inhabitants of the federal territory."
End of quote.
The subject addressed in the Basic Law is not only recognizable as the people of the Nuremberg Laws and the Wannsee Conference by the fact that it is inspired by the will to preserve its national and state unity in order to keep silent, with international approval, about the extermination of the Jews and to build the new state on it. The will with which it was animated when it was still victorious returns in that higher purpose which it believes it must place alongside national and state unity in order to commend itself to the international community as purified, to serve the peace of the world as an equal member in a united Europe.
End quote.
The conjunction between state unity and service for peace is the lie, which exploits the weakness of the West just as much as it presupposes that the liar himself believes in it. The subject does not respond to the old unstate of National Socialism with a concept of Western sovereignty, but by once again assuring itself of the reserves for the creation of general chaos and by envisioning the possibility of a new unstate. The Basic Law is the perfect synthesis of Hans Kelsen and Carl Schmitt. The originality of Habermas' inexhaustible text production lies solely in the fact that it seeks to conceal the absurdity and the delusional, as it still emerged openly and provocatively in Hans Kelsen's legal positivist view of international law, through the pretentious academic tone and laboriously formulated neologisms. In this, he perhaps believes himself to be closest to Kant, to whom he so emphatically refers, and from whose critiques his theory is in truth as far removed as Agamben's is from Hobbes' Leviathan. Kant still used the French Revolution to demonstrate what sovereignty means. Habermas is now only the ideologue of the European Union, who turns his eyes away in horror from the neoconservative, enlightened politics of the USA and shamefacedly from Israel, which has always been resolute. Kant, however, knew that states are internally in a lawful, but externally, in relation to each other in a lawless state, and in this awareness he said, "There shall be no war, neither between me and you in the state of nature, nor between us as states, for that is not the way in which everyone should seek his right."
End quote.
In other words, he was aware at all times that in the lawless state it can only be a matter of mere ought. We must act as if perpetual peace were a thing of possibility, and work towards the establishment of it, and that constitution which seems to us the most suitable for it, perhaps the republicanism of all states, one and all, in order to bring it about, and to put an end to the unholy warfare, towards which, as the chief end, all states, without exception, have hitherto directed their internal arrangements. And if the latter, as far as the accomplishment of this purpose is concerned, should always remain a pious wish, we certainly do not deceive ourselves by adopting the maxim of working incessantly towards it, for this is a duty, but to suppose the moral law in ourselves fraudulent, would produce the revolting desire rather to dispense with all reason, and to regard ourselves, according to its principles, as thrown into the same mechanism of nature with the other classes of animals.
End of quote.
It is a desperate objection to the no less desperate insight of Hobbes, who described the state as an artificial animal, and anticipation of Hegel's formulation of the spiritual animal kingdom, which was aimed at bourgeois society insofar as it subjugates the state. Kant notes that it is precisely here in the relationship between states that the intelligible character freedom threatens to emerge as a pious wish, that it therefore remains a mere ought, as Hegel later expressed it. In this relationship, the law can only be a regulative principle of action, no more, but also no less, because the states are not individuals, and their relationship to each other can only be derived indirectly from that of the individuals. This is where the political uncertainty arises that also characterizes the famous treatise on perpetual peace and has confused many. In it, Kant quite unexpectedly relativizes the hope for the world republic, which would realize international law and could eliminate the lawless state of affairs between states, by now retreating to the concept of a mere League of Nations after all. Quote, according to reason, there can be no other way for states to get out of the lawless state than by giving up their wild, lawless freedom, making themselves comfortable with compulsory public laws and thus forming a state of nations which would ultimately concern all the peoples of the earth. But since, according to their idea of international law, they absolutely do not want this, the positive idea of a world republic can only be replaced by the negative surrogate of a war-repelling federation to stem the tide of hostile tendencies.
End quote.
States and peoples are ascribed inclinations and a certain will as if they were individuals. The confusing thing is, Kant is obviously only able to express his doubts that they really act like individuals, i.e. like citizens who are just as subject to a sovereign as they are able to see the law covered by him, by describing the behavior of states like that of individuals. Thus he also considers the right of peoples against one another, as if it were that of individuals, who should not merge into one another, so far as they constitute so many different states, and should not melt together into one state, for many peoples as a state people would constitute but one people.
End quote.
The negative surrogate of the League of Nations, however, appears questionable again from the point of view of the definitive article on hospitality, which Kant adds, according to which originally no one has more right to be in one place on earth than another, and therefore a foreigner may only be rejected if it can be done without his destruction.
End of quote.
If this definitive article were implemented in practice and the destruction of the foreigner were the criterion, it would mean nothing other than the abolition of the state, as long as states in a lawless state and those in a lawful state existed side by side. Max Horkheimer's late texts on Marx Today and The Planet as Our Home show that this is an ambivalence that cannot simply be resolved, even by Marx's critique. With Schopenhauer, Horkheimer sharpens this critique even further and says that humanity at the highest level has no need of a state, while at the same time imploring its citizens and politicians that democracy requires the will to bring its own state to serve the establishment of right order to the best of its ability, both internally and externally, at home and in the world, only to conclude that home should be the planet par excellence. Horkheimer finally abolishes the separation of the state order into internal and external, so that solidarity arises which is in accordance with the human situation, that all from whatever part of the earth they may come, are finite beings united by one goal, to fight suffering, to live in freedom, to recognize the truth and to realize it to the best of their ability.
End of quote.
The difference to Kant, however, is that his own concept of enlightenment is only really taken at its word by Horkheimer and thus presupposes at all times and under all circumstances that only the individual can make use of his own intellect and be in solidarity, that only single individuals can know themselves to be united by the common goal of combating suffering, living in freedom and realizing the truth. The whole problem of Kant's writing, however, lies in the analogy between peoples and individuals, states and citizens. Kant constantly tends to transfer the hope that he places solely on individuals, when he speaks of the exit from immaturity and takes the self-thinking of each individual as the starting point, to the states and imagines the perpetually free association as one of states or peoples, because he also knows that a legal state outside the states must not, like that from which a state arises, be founded on coercive laws and cannot. Even where he shies away from the consequences of his own hope, this problem becomes apparent. And the fear of the possibility of a world sovereign has hardly ever been expressed more succinctly than in this famous essay on perpetual peace, only this passage is often overlooked. Quote, the idea of international law presupposes the separation of many neighboring states independent of each other, and although such a state is in itself a state of war, unless a federal union of them prevents the outbreak of hostilities, yet even this is, according to the idea of reason, better than the fusion of them by one power overgrowing another and turning into a universal monarchy, because the laws lose more and more of their force with the increased extent of the government, and a soulless despotism, after it has extirpated the germs of good, finally falls into anarchy. This, however, is the desire of every state or of its head, to place itself in this way in a permanent state of peace, so that it may rule the whole world wherever possible.
End quote.
Kant apparently seeks refuge from this threatening possibility of the amalgamation of states, in which the laws lose more and more of their force, in the nature of peoples, which he sees preserved by religion and language, but nature wants it differently. It makes use of two means to keep peoples from mixing and to separate them, the diversity of languages and religions, which, although it leads to mutual hatred and a pretext for war, nevertheless, with increasing culture and the gradual convergence of people towards greater unity in principles, leads to agreement in a peace that is not brought about and secured, like that despotism, in the churchyard of freedom, by weakening all forces, but by their balance in the most lively competition
between them. End quote.
Once again, Kant projects the possibilities initially assigned to men onto peoples, and religion and language serve him to imagine these peoples as individuals. Basically, however, when Kant speaks of people, he is talking about the owners of commodities. This becomes clear when we read the following passage. It is the spirit of commerce which cannot exist together with war, and which sooner or later takes possession of every people. Because of all the powers means subordinate to the power of the state, the power of money would probably be the most reliable, so states see themselves compelled, admittedly not exactly by driving forces of morality, to promote noble peace and, wherever war threatens to break out in the world, to ward it off through mediation, as if they were therefore in constant alliance.
End of quote.
By speaking of people and not of commodity owners, by making the status of people in bourgeois society disappear, Kant loses the ability to see them as individuals at all times and not to confuse them with peoples. The spirit of trade, however, takes possession of the people sooner or later, but in any case as a compulsion of the individual, who feels compelled to produce and sell goods, or even to carry his own labor power to market. So reliable is the power of money, which no one escapes. In other words, the spirit of trade only takes possession of the states through the individual owners of goods, who must see to it that their goods and chattels and their wages are safe. Ultimately, then, it is war again that produces the commercial spirit of the states, and the commercial spirit of the states themselves consists in nothing other than those mediations of which Kant speaks, in the contracts between them. All other commercial spirit is again only the spirit of individual owners of commodities. Kant makes this difference between state and citizen disappear by speaking of the people. What moves the individual citizen suddenly becomes the motive of a people with which he identifies. This gives rise to the absurd but widespread idea that the promotion of trade ensures peace. It corresponds to the optimism of the Enlightenment, and yet, by speaking of the people and no longer of the individual, it also betrays the Enlightenment, whose optimism Gotthold Ephraim Lessing knew how to justify differently, namely in terms of the individual and not the fatherland, as if nature had intended more the bliss of a detached concept, such as state, fatherland and the like, than the bliss of every real individual being.
End quote. End of quote.
U.S. policy in the immediate aftermath of the First World War was often seen as an attempt to put the writings on perpetual peace into practice. Karl Kautsky, Eduard Sprenger and Karl Vorlander, for example, thought they recognized Kant's conception in Wilson's speeches. However, the fact that she also realized their ambivalence was often interpreted by German ideologues as half-heartedness. President Woodrow Wilson initiated the League of Nations and formulated it as a positive idea in Kant's sense when he proclaimed, "What we seek is the reign of law, based on the consent of the governed, and sustained by the organized opinion of mankind."
End quote.
In this way, Wilson wanted the ominous right of self-determination of peoples, to which Lenin also referred, to be realized. His Secretary of State Robert Lansing, on the other hand, spoke of world sovereignty and thus seems to stand in a certain contrast to the president himself in that he made the question of force a topic and also favored the amalgamation and soulless despotism that Kant had rejected with disgust. There must be a certain body of individuals possessing a physical might sufficient to compel obedience by every member of the human race throughout the world. Such superior physical might constitutes sovereignty, and since its only limit is the earth, it may properly be termed world sovereignty.
End quote.
But the United States of America did not join the League of Nations, which it had initiated itself. Doubts obviously prevailed. There was too little confidence that the rule of law could ever be established without the backing of a sovereign, based only on the consensus of the governed. And so this sovereign withdrew from the self-created peace project, in the only slightly conscious urge to preserve its own ability to act, which meant that the United States had to withdraw from the League of Nations. This, however, gave rise to the idea that became virulent after the Second World War. Namely the idea that the USA was the sovereign power that, standing outside the law and governing other nations, was able to guarantee this law, international law. The delusional aspect of Hans Kelsen's conception, which sought to correspond to the founding of the League of Nations in legal theory, consists in the fact that it seeks to completely eliminate the ambivalences of Kant's argumentation. It is thus at the same time the most consequent expression of a general tendency to suppress the question of sovereignty, which has prevailed in the entire theory of the state since the end of the 19th century and is already evident in Hugo Preuss. Decades before Kelsen, he called for the concept of sovereignty to be eliminated from the dogmatics of constitutional law, and Hugo Crabbe, 1906. Hermann Heller always recognized this in his detailed critique. Never has the depersonalization of the legal worldview been more radically carried out. Never has the fundamental problem of every normative science, the problem of norm and individuality, been more radically denied.
End of quote.
But only the pure theory of law as Kelsen represents it, then creates the perfect suggestion that the theory of the state has finally awoken from the long sleep of the 19th century, startled by the nightmare of the First World War, rubs its eyes and admits with astonishment, Immanuel Kant's pious wish has long since become reality, or always has been, the states just don't know it yet. One sometimes gets the impression that Kelsen has not really read either Hobbes or Hegel in the original. In any case, the subject of his criticism are the theories from the later 19th century, those of George Jelinek, Heinrich Treipel, George Lawson and others, some of which, however, refer to Hegel's philosophy of law. The fact that he is not familiar with Hobbes becomes clear from a polemical remark to Lawson, in whose theory the state becomes a truly grotesque mythical creature, half legal order, half natural thing. From the theory of force, Lawson could then draw the conclusion that the state that prevails between states is a completely lawless one. He explicitly describes this state as a state of nature.
End quote.
In view of the drastic way in which Hobbes and Hegel diagnosed the irrevocable relations of violence between states, this unmasking of an epigone like Lawson seems somewhat out of place, especially since Kelsen is not afraid to put an exclamation mark behind the monstrosity, which Hobbes still took for granted, that a political relationship could be a state of nature. But this positivist, unlike others, has understood Kant insofar as he also raises the question that now really leads beyond Hobbes and Hegel, namely the question of how such an irrational state of violence can be rationally understood at all. But since the relationship between the states conceived as facts of violence wants to be understood, since this relationship is given up as a problem to any knowledge, an order between the states finally arises again. Only that this order is a natural one, i.e., the causal legal order of nature, which establishes a connection between the facts called state, as it does between all facts of existence. It is therefore more than a mere image, more than an accidental comparison, when Lawson is urged to assume that the problem of establishing an order between two states is to a certain extent a problem of mechanics, and even claims, two states face each other like two physical forces.
End of quote.
Kelsen himself, however, rejects the idea that the relationship between the states understood as facts of force could not only be incomprehensible, but that the same question arises here in the negative that Kant brought to consciousness in the positive in the moral imperative. And so, while we do not grasp the practical unconditional necessity of the moral imperative, we do grasp its incomprehensibility, which is all that can be reasonably demanded of a philosophy that strives to the limit of human reason in principles.
End quote.
It is therefore quite logical that Kelsen later called his theory a pure doctrine of law, for it really falls short of the critique of pure reason and actually pretenses to adopt a pre-critical standpoint. Carl Schmitt's polemic then made clear how urgently the critique of the pure theory of law is needed, and he misses the point with even greater intent. The concept of sovereignty must be radically suppressed. It says in 1920 in Kelsen's book On the Problem of Sovereignty and the Theory of International Law, and it sounds like the greeting of an anarchist lawyers' association to the First League of Nations Assembly. According to Kelsen, international law and state law have the same source in the form of legal principles. The way in which they came about and how they are reproduced naturally remains outside the legal perspective. Since they spring from the same source, both international law and state law are equally objective, genuine law. It follows, however, that there can be no difference between their subjects in this respect either. Equated in legal sociology as human behavior, states and individuals have become completely identical in Kelsen's theory. International law and state law merge into one another, and the subject of the one can also be that of the other. Kelsen also asserts the invalidity of the thesis that only states, but not people, are subjects of international law. Just as the citizen as a point of attribution has no body, so the state has no territory. Kelsen denies that the concept of the state can be determined by territorial sovereignty. It may sound like a bad joke what he has to say against the conventional truism of state theory that only one state can be the holder of power on one and the same territory, but this is precisely where his intention becomes immediately apparent. Kelsen argues that two states very often develop their power on one and the same territory. Think of a battlefield, for example.
End quote. End quote.
It is out of the question that a territory must first be conquered so that the sovereign can rule over it and guarantee that the rule of law applies. But space and time reappear as soon as it is a question of the world state, which Kelsen projects into international law, needing a territory in order to rule its subjects, the states that do not have one of their own. If one assumes that there are several states side by side whose territorial validity is demarcated from one another, then an order is necessary that carries out this mutual demarcation and must therefore be imagined above the national orders, international law. Then, however, it is no longer only the community designated as state that rules or exists on the territory of the state, but at least, also the community constituted by international law.
End of quote.
Kelsen puts rule under quotation marks. This geometry of the total legal phenomenon, which Kelsen set himself as an ideal early on, this entire construction of his theory, from the logical principle of the legal proposition to the concept of human behavior, is thus there to disregard the relations of force between states. For Kelsen, the legal nature of international law does not actually result from the absence or non-absence of the coercive element in these norms, but in principle already from whether international law and state law can be understood from one and the same, namely from a legal point of view.
End quote.
This ultimately means that the coercive element for the relations within the state also disappears. The sovereign, who alone is able to guarantee the legal order between the owners of goods, is really completely displaced. The pure theory of law, which dissolves the concept of a state distinct from law, is a theory of the state without a state, and the concept of sovereignty, insofar as it does not denote the exclusivity of the validity of the positive legal order and is therefore identical with the positivity of law, is only a truly tragic mask, behind which claims to power of the most diverse kinds are concealed.
End quote.
The analogy between citizens and states, individuals and peoples has always underpinned all conceptions of international law or international law. Ideology criticism, however, has to show where mere analogy is declared to be identity. While Kant, for example, still hesitated to regard states simply as citizens, which made him himself vacillate about the prospects of eternal peace, the neo-Kantian Kelsen completes the identification and erases everything that still reminds us of a difference, a non-identity, between the lives of physical human beings and the existence of their coercive political apparatuses. He speaks of human behavior, which is the case both in the politics of states and in the actions of individuals. The attempt to differentiate between state law and international law according to the difference in the object of regulation must fail for logical reasons. One must never lose sight of the fact that ultimately it is always only human behavior that forms the object of legal standardization. Even the duties and rights of the state have no other content than human behavior, just as the actions of the state are only human actions, related to the unity of the legal order, attributed to the state, the personification of this legal order.
End quote.
It is therefore impossible to see why the state's legal order should not be able to define human conduct as intended, which can be interpreted as the content of a duty of the state towards another state or, which is the same thing, legally constructed, like the content of any norm of international law.
End quote.
The concept of human behavior serves to completely abstract from the human individual, and yet to feel thoroughly humanistic, viewing everything only from a human point of view. It is the idealistic expression for human material or the permanent bad sociological conscience of the pure theory of law. Assuming this, it makes no difference whether an individual acts or a mass of individuals, whether the individual reflects on himself or the state on its momentum. Whatever comes into the view of the pure doctrine of law can on the one hand be legally related to the point of attribution, on the other hand sociologically written off as human behavior. However, it is the principle of the legal approach to refrain from the individual in favor of the legal person, i.e. the point of attribution, and in this respect the pure doctrine of law has truly brought it to this point by making the state and the individual identical. But Kelsen's argumentation concentrates at the same time with aplomb on considering the state as a person, indeed on bringing it into play as the actual legal person, since absolutely every duty or entitlement statuated by the legal system can be construed as such of the state. Every fulfillment of a duty or assertion of an entitlement can ultimately be attributed to the state. There is also nothing to prevent the state from being recognized as the legal person katexikon. There may be nothing legally to prevent it from being seen as a legal entity, but what is the reason for recognizing it as a legal entity? Kelsen is not only concerned with the fact that international law and state law should be understood from one and the same purely legal point of view, but the legal point of view turns out to be a means of asserting the primacy of international law. It is the world sovereign, which should not be called by name, and is based on the assumption of an authority that stands equally above all states, delimiting their spheres against each other, subordinating all states equally and thus placing them on an equal footing.
End quote.
The authority that is assumed has no monopoly on the use of force, but is merely a point of reference, and this is placed before the astonished students by the university professor. Such a world ruler owes his incognito to a synthesis invoking Kant, which allows the transcendental subject to return as a jurist who must be able to accompany my every thought, and replaces the metaphysics of morals with the statutes of an imaginary international peace conference. The point of reference is set so that the state order, above which the international legal order stands, can no longer be described as supreme, no longer as sovereign, even in relation to its own subjects.
End quote.
The world sovereign, as Kelsen construes it in international law, can only exist if there is no sovereignty. The argument is therefore aimed at them. The assertion that only one state can exist within one and the same territory presupposes sovereignty as an essential characteristic of the state.
End quote.
But if an order standing above the state order is presupposed as valid, then, where the state in question exists, to use the spatial view, this higher order also rules. Indeed, strictly speaking, only this higher order as the highest, for the state order derives its validity from this order which is superior to it and therefore delegates it. It is precisely what is strictly speaking wishful thinking. As Kelsen asserts at the end of his 1920 book on the problem of sovereignty and the theory of international law, it is not merely a matter of a legal construction, although the correct insight in terms of legal theory can also remove many an obstacle to the development of law, but of revolutionizing cultural consciousness. He now also openly states that the world state is the goal of all his considerations and places his work in the tradition of Kant's writing on perpetual peace. The idea of the sovereignty of one's own state has hitherto stood in the way, whether rightly or wrongly, of everything that aims at shaping the international legal order into an organization based on the division of labor, what aims at the establishment of special organs for the further development, application, and enforcement of international law, what aims at the further development of the international legal community from its state of primitiveness into a civitas maxima, also in the politico-material sense of this word. As an infinite task, however, such a world state must be set as a world organization for all political striving.
End of quote.
With this conception, Kelsen also clearly opposes the Western concept of sovereignty and law, which is often overlooked. Indeed, the meaning of his arguments is only fully revealed in this difference, as it is held here against the unity of sovereignty and law brought forth in both the American and French revolutions, a unity that does not exist in international law according to its own self-understanding. This sovereignty as the unity and uniqueness of the legal order means the exclusion of other sovereign legal orders, and it follows from the primacy of the state legal order over the international legal order that one transfers the unity function to one's own state legal order, which only international law is entitled to, by making one's own state the middle and high point of the entire legal system, in order to ultimately create the desired unity, in the expansion of one's own state
legal order.
Although the unity of the legal order is also established by the primacy of national sovereignty, there can be no doubt that the idea of a society of equal communities is incompatible with this consequent construction of a primacy of the national legal order based on the theory of recognition and self-commitment. If the attempt is made to maintain the appearance of a coexistence of several states through the idea of mutual recognition, this appearance can easily be destroyed by the realization that this mutual recognition means nothing other than the constant change of the legal point of view, the unity of which, however, is precisely the essence of legal and all knowledge.
End of quote.
The policy that Kelsen has in mind should lead beyond this coexistence and realize the unity of the juridical point of view in international law. Kelsen must have seen the fact that the USA did not become a member of the League of Nations as a setback. Above all, however, he explicitly identifies himself as the legal founder of pacifism. In the primacy of international law, the concept of law is accomplished both formally and materially. Law becomes the organization of humanity and thus one with the highest moral idea.
End quote.
It is precisely one of the main functions of the idea of a legal order that stands equally over all states, made possible only by the hypothesis of the primacy of international law, that the territorial areas of application of the individual communities must be regarded as legally demarcated from one another, and indeed demarcated in an objective manner, so that violent interventions and encroachments, so that the expansion that forms the essence of imperialism, appears to be unlawful. The legal unity of mankind, which is only provisionally and by no means definitively divided into more or less arbitrarily formed states, the civitas maxima as the organization of the world. This is the political core of the legal hypothesis of the primacy of international law, but it is also the basic idea of pacifism, which is the antithesis of imperialism in the field of international politics. Just as for an objectivist view of life the moral concept of man is humanity, so for an objectivist theory of law the concept of law is identical with that of international law and for this very reason is at the same time an ethical concept.
End quote.
At the end of his 1920 essay on the problem of sovereignty, it becomes clear that Kelsen also wants to go beyond the liberal conception of the individual. He falls under the spell of collectivist ideas, but he still expresses this in the spirit of liberal progressive thinking. Social consciousness has in its development from the individual to ever wider circles not yet burst the barriers of the nation and the national or otherwise limited state, not yet expanded into a consciousness of humanity. But there is no doubt that strong forces are already working in this direction.
End of quote.
The imperfection of the transitional state in which Kelsen sees humanity is reflected in the contradictions of the theory of international law, which in an almost tragic conflict, strives on the one hand towards the height of a world legal community established above the individual states, but on the other hand remains trapped in the sphere of power of the sovereign individual state.
End quote.
However, just as the subjectivism of the natural law theory of the state contract was overcome with the idea of the sovereignty of man, and thus the objective validity of the national legal order was put beyond doubt, in the words of Hobbes and Hegel, the state of nature within the state could be eliminated, the subjectivism between states would also cease and, with the overcoming of the dogma of the sovereignty of the individual state, the existence of an objective order of international, or more correctly world law, a civitas maxima, independent of all recognition and standing above the individual states, would prevail. It is as if Kelsen, with the great pathos that he lends to the talk of the moral idea and cultural consciousness, is trying to drown out what is actually inhuman in a doctrine that formally amounts to crossing out the individual human being. For it liquidates the potential for enlightenment that all theories of the state have possessed since Hobbes, insofar as they did not start from communities of faith and peoples, but from the individual and only wanted the function of the state and the law to be determined in relation to this individual, i.e., the owner of goods. The community of equal states, on the other hand, as Kelsen sees it constituted by international law, subordinates the individual directly to the community within the state, because the latter, as the subject of law, is not only placed on an equal footing with the individual and identified as a people, but also becomes the actual legal entity. Equality and diversity of peoples thus take precedence over equality and diversity of individuals. Anticipating the ideology of multicultural coexistence, the legal theorist sees in this priority of the community over the individual one of the few truly valuable and undisputed components of modern cultural consciousness. For the equality of states is only possible as an order which mutually delimits the spheres of application of the individual states by preventing encroachments of one into the sphere of the other, or at least by linking them to certain conditions that are the same for all, a legal order that regulates the mutual conduct of these communities by means of norms that are the same for all, in principle excluding any legal surplus value of one state over the other when shaping the special legal relationships between the individual states.
End of quote.
Legal surplus value. This is how Kelsen describes the progress that the Western form of state represents compared to the recent or newly created authoritarian forms, and thus imagines the West as capitalists and the peoples facing it as the proletariat. This West wants to appropriate surplus value, but the people's socialism that Kelsen wants to establish will know how to prevent this. Hans Kelsen thus worked consequentially against himself. Within the state he advocated, not least in his work as a constitutional lawyer, the rights of the individual and the separation of powers, but the generalization that he undertook to justify them and in the name of the positivity of the rule of law on the outside, in international law, in turn deprived these rights of all foundations. The NSDAP had only just been founded, and a legal scholar had already projected the justification of the appeasement policy in international law, which could be applied as soon as that party conquered the German state. When the time came, the primacy of international law in Kelsen's theory was also overturned. In 1938, while fleeing from the Nazis, the revision took place. With the collapse of the League of Nations, according to Kelsen, the possibility of a choice between the interpretation according to the primacy of international law and that according to the primacy of state law shifted to the disadvantage of the former. The primacy of international law presupposes the existence of a certain minimum content and a certain minimum effectiveness of the norms of international law, which, however, are no longer given. Kelsen considers it possible that even international law disappears altogether and resorts to a strange half-measure. He admits a weakness of the pure theory of law, which emphasized the logical and epistemological side of the problem too one-sidedly. This does not turn into a critique of the pure theory of law. Kelsen was still too happy in the role of the one who had completed the formalization of Kant's philosophy. The concept of sovereignty must be radically suppressed, so that the state can appear as the catechized legal entity. After the First World War, Kelsen saw this as the field in which the decisive debate of the present would take place, and it was here that his logical opponent awaited him, Carl Schmitt. Kelsen once proudly remarked that the federal constitution of the Austrian Republic, to which he had contributed significantly, had eliminated any possibility of imposing a state of emergency with Article 149, paragraph 2. This precaution was about as essential for the further fate of the Republic as Kelsen's personal engagement in the free exchange of opinions was when he campaigned for Schmitt to be given a professorship in Cologne, where he himself taught. Not only was his colleague soon to do nothing for him when he lost his position in 1933 as a result of the law for the restoration of the professional civil service, but Schmitt also launched an anti-Semitic campaign in which Kelsen, now identified as a Jew, became the main enemy of German legal doctrine. This opponent seems logical, however, because he had once started from almost the same premises. In his 1914 essay on the value of the state and the significance of the individual, Schmitt explicitly invokes Kant, not only to counter the materialist objection that the precondition of all goods, all activity, all fulfillment of duty is only individual human beings. The concrete physical human being must be there before anything else can be mentioned.
End of quote.
The objection fails to recognize the contrast and incompatibility of the abstract with the concrete and also commits the logical error of allowing empirical preconditions to decide on value, thus the error of the grossest materialism, for which the brain is more important than thinking, because without the brain there is no thinking, which can then be continued ad infinitum to other preconditions, such as good digestion and its preconditions, such as the supply of a certain quantity of nutrients and their preconditions. A value can never be obtained.
End of quote.
Law and state are ultimately brought to identity, as with Kelsen. However, Schmidt formulates a concept of power beyond law, a negative concept of power that bears the traits of immediate personal forms of rule and is tinged with anarchism. If there is to be a right, then it must not be derived from power, for the difference between right and power cannot be bridged per se. No one will call the opinion of a single person a norm. It is part of the nature of the norm that it applies independently of the individual, in the philosophical sense. For the norm, there is no individual who could constitute it by perceiving it. But if the opinion of the individual cannot constitute a norm, neither can 10 or 100,000 individuals, because the sum is not able to rise above the nature of the summed up by its own power.
End quote.
It can be seen that power functions here as a synonym for the individual, whereby Schmidt devalues the meaning of the individual in line with Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. Only that, unlike Hegel, he does not want to acknowledge any self-movement of the spirit that could lead from mere opinion to concept, and to norm and judgment. For him, the only thing that results from what is mine is the sum of opinions in democracy, which he obviously rejects. A force beyond the individual is needed, and this force is the state. It is the subject of law in the most eminent sense of the word, and it mediates the power of the individual with the law, but in such a way that the individual must disappear into it. Schmidt sees the significance of law in this and can thus justify the primacy of law and proclaim that supreme power can only be that which emanates from law. The law is not in the state, but the state in the law.
End quote.
In 1914, Carl Schmitt apparently did not yet know a state of emergency. To be more precise, the state of exception is treated as a problem of judicial practice. It is not yet a political state. The judge, as Schmidt understood him before 1914, could perhaps already be understood as the germinal form of the dictator. This is how Schmidt himself saw his early writings in retrospect, but his decision is still made without exception within the boundaries of legal practice set by the Wilhelmine state. Like the sovereign, whom Schmidt later enthroned as the hero of the state of exception, the judge does not decide according to subjective criteria, but according to the whole. But this whole is still determined differently. The exception is not yet delimited. Another judge, according to Schmidt, would have to decide in the same way. His decision would have to be predictable and calculable. The judicial decision is correct if another judge would have decided in the same way.
End quote.
Of course, there can no longer be any talk of such comparability, which includes generality, in the case of the dictator or sovereign, especially since Schmidt is still not prepared to consider the states in their relationship to one another, but only ever defines the state itself or the individual state in isolation from the others. Here, too, Schmidt is not far removed from Kelsen, against the prevailing theory of legal interpretation, according to which the activity of the judge consisted in subsuming cases under the positive law and the positive legal correctness of his decision was founded in the law itself. Kelsen objected that there was per se no method characterizable as positive legal, according to which, of several linguistic meanings of a norm, only one could be distinguished as correct, just as one cannot obtain correct laws from the Constitution through interpretation, one cannot obtain correct judgments from the law through interpretation. The necessity of an interpretation arises precisely from the fact that the applicable norm or the system of norms leaves several possibilities open. For this reason, obtaining the respective norm for a particular case in the procedure of law enforcement is a function of the will. The application of the law is not knowledge, but an act of the will. Like Kelsen, Schmidt also speaks of the individual as a point of attribution, but while Kelsen uses this formulation in the legal tradition, Schmidt's tone and expression already show a peculiar fixation. He no longer loses sight of the body of the individual. The concept of the point of attribution is used like a weapon to fatally injure the physique of the individual. In this way, the entire scale of expression of law and the rule of law is projected in the early writing, just as in some war actions of the German and Austrian military after 1914, a development is already anticipated that leads from Wilhelmine Germany to National Socialist Germany. Schmidt formulates abbreviations of terror. Torture and the destruction of the body are already contained in the imperious lust with which the nullity of people's bodily existence is presented and painted. From the correct realization that no individual has autonomy in the state, the order is derived almost compulsively to not represent the superfluousness of one's body in the social conditions where it originates, but to execute it on the body itself. The bodily concrete individual is, if contemplation does not rise above material corporeality, a wholly accidental entity, a heap of atoms blown together, whose shape, individuality, and singularity are none other than those of dust joined into a
column by the whirlwind. End of quote.
Schmidt's observation, however, only rises above material corporeality in order to make the concrete individual appear exactly like this, as something that can be turned to dust at any time. For this, it requires law and the mediator of law, the state. The aestheticizing formulation that Schmidt has to resort to exposes the fact that the state and the constitutional state are only a means to an end for him. The end is to reduce the significance of the individual to such an extent that he can be destroyed at any time. Hans Kelsen uses the abstraction of the point of attribution to identify citizens and states. In a certain sense, he thus soberly ratifies what Schmidt boasted in exuberant terms before the World War when he wrote, "The state seizes the individual and incorporates him into its rhythm." It is therefore always a question of a remelting of the individual, of a reshaping in an area, not of an abstraction of mere details of the individual, nor of a constriction of the natural person or freedom within the framework of laws, which would be imposed as forms of imprinting on a naturally given content.
End of quote.
However, Kelsen speaks of human behavior, in which citizens and states become interchangeable, while Schmidt seems to fix this abstraction, which spirits away the individual, in the state itself. But this is only the last snapshot of Wilhelmine legal philosophy. In truth, Schmidt is concerned with divine behavior that is reflected in the rhythm of the state, and understood in this way, the rhythm can hurl individuals into nothingness even without the state. If the religious consciousness is strong enough, there are times of mediocrity and immediacy. In these, the devotion of the individual to the idea is something natural to man. It does not require the tightly organized state to help the right to recognition.
End quote.
Although the young Schmidt appears as an advocate of mediocrity, and sees himself in harmony with Hegel's philosophy of the state, he nevertheless presupposes an idea of law with the absolute idea, which, unlike Hegel, he wants to see located solely in the religious horizon, detached from the state, which the state itself does not create, but only preserves, marring. What is revealed in Kelsen as the idea of the world state remains completely obscure in Schmidt, but the aestheticizing language, which relies on immediacy, does not bode well. The manifest and yet indeterminate religious reference gives this kind of state theory a freedom that basically leaves all options open. When Schmidt then responds to Kelsen's problem of sovereignty with his political theology, he is by no means turning against the origin of Kelsen's argument, which is based on the relationship between the state and international law, but rather against its result, the denial of the sovereign. He actually puts aside the entire problem of international law, reserves it for later, so to speak, and enters the stage of the constitutional law debates of the 1920s with a gesture of a resurrected Hobbes, with the sentence, "The sovereign is whoever decides on the state of emergency." However, the state of emergency refers to nothing other than the state of nature that breaks into the state itself, as is indispensable between states according to Hegel. In other words, the relations of force unleashed within the state, which know no restraint on the outside. The original formulation of the state of emergency in state theory was also called a state of siege. In Schmidt's previous work on dictatorship, the connection is even clearer. War against the external enemy and suppression of an uprising are used identically here, and the concluding chapter deals explicitly with the state of siege. For the time being, however, Schmidt only wants to talk about civil war, which must be quelled with the help of the sovereign. Authority proves that it does not need to be right in order to create law. The idea of law cannot be realized by itself. For the decisive situation is not about concepts, but about concrete application. About who decides in the event of conflict what the public or state interest, public safety and order, lusalit public, etc. consists of.
End quote.
Thus a sovereign is needed, whether this is a monarchical or dictatorial ruler or a democratically elected representative. The only important thing about such authority from this all-important point of view is that it is able to stand outside the normally applicable legal order. It is responsible for the decision to suspend the Constitution in toto, and this decision is required by the state of emergency, a state that cannot be synthesized according to the applicable legal principles. In contrast to the early writings, the state is no longer simply within the law, because the sovereign stands both outside and within the legal order.
End quote.
In certain respects, Schmidt thus also seems to have a different concept of law. The Wilhelmine constitutional state could break down. Supreme power can now not be only that which emanates from the right. In the dictatorship, Schmidt still describes this exceptional state as a normal state. Law is a means to an end, to the existence of society. If law is unable to save society, then force intervenes and does what is required, which is then the saving act of state power and the point at which law leads to politics and history. More precisely, however, it would be the point at which law reveals its true nature and the attenuations of its purely utilitarian character, which are perhaps themselves approved for reasons of expediency, cease. war against the external enemy and the suppression of internal rebellion would not be exceptional states, but the ideal normal case in which law and the state unfold their inner purposefulness with immediate force.
End quote.
Schmidt merely repeats in a more agitated tone and without elaborating what Jelinek and Lawson, whom Kelsen believed to be refuted by his writing, had long since explained. Thus Jelinek saw the decisive criterion of the state in the right to issue binding norms from its own right, and understood own right to mean legally uncontrollable right. Whoever is entitled to it is legally irresponsible in its exercise. His theory of the state states, the essential characteristic of the state is the existence of state authority. State power, however, is not further derivable ruler power. Where a community is able to exercise rule over its members and its territory by original power and with original means of coercion in accordance with an order peculiar to it, there is a state.
End of quote.
But what Schmidt cuts away when he says, sovereignty is supreme, not derived ruler power, is Jelinek's actual definition, state power which knows no higher power above itself. For it implies that this power, knowing no higher one above itself, knows a greater or lesser, equally independent one beside itself. The attempts to divide sovereignty according to its direction must be regarded as unsuccessful. Every state that is entitled to supreme power under constitutional law is consequently independent under international law.
End quote.
It was above all the American Civil War that made Jelinek aware of this concept of sovereignty, which he sought to fix in legal terms. The sovereignty of a state, insofar as this concept has legal value, is not a measurable fact that depends on a greater or lesser degree, but a legal consequence of its existence, and thus depends only on the fact that it rules over a territory and the people in it and is recognized by the other powers as a member of the family of states with the right to rule
itself. End of quote.
As unclear as this juxtaposition of rule over the people and recognition by the family of states remains, and as clear as the attempt to portray the relations of force between states as familial disputes and to presuppose goodwill to be faithful to the treaty, Jelinek still knows that a concept of state power can only be formed if the relationship between the states is not disregarded, even if this determination is the limit of comprehensibility, because in the final instance it is a matter of relationships that elude reason. Jelinek attempted to somehow control this irrevocable irrationality and subject it to reason, which drove Hobbes to lengthy biblical exegeses and Hegel to a gigantic philosophical construction, with a simple doctrine of self-obligation. Exclusive obligation through one's own will is the legal characteristic of the sovereign state. Sovereignty is therefore the characteristic of a state by virtue of which it can only be legally bound by its own will.
End of quote.
Jelinek, for his part, suppresses the fact that it can also release itself at any time by assuming, so to speak, a good will, or rather, like Kelsen, but without realizing it, assumes the primacy of the contract. The state is therefore competent, i.e. free, by concluding the contract, but it is incompetent, i.e. bound by the contract concluded.
End quote. End of quote.
Jelinek thus opposes the denial of international law, which for him consists in the self-commitment of the state by treaty. Basically, the will of the state which commits itself is Jelinek's back door for the world sovereign, just as it was left by the world spirit in Hegel. And it is not surprising that he thus also misses the concept of the sovereign's domestic power and directly anticipates Kelsen's theory. Quote, a difference between the actions of the state and those of the organ can arise, however, if the organ of the state does not observe or exceeds the legal limits set for its activity. But then it is no longer an organ of the state in the disputed sense. If a prince commits an unconstitutional act, only he himself is acting, but not the state, whose will cannot be expressed here at all.
End of quote.
In Hegel's case, it is indeed the state that still acts, but this state is not real, because it does not correspond to its concept set by the spirit. Quote, a bad state is one that merely exists. A sick body also exists, but it has no true reality. A hand that has been cut off still looks like a hand and exists, but without being real. True reality is necessity. What is real is necessary in itself.
End quote.
But under the concept of mere existence, Hegel also justifies the bad state. Every state, one may declare it bad according to the principles one has, one may recognize this or that deficiency in it, always has, if it belongs in particular to the developed ones of our time, the essential moment of its existence in itself. But because it is easier to find defects than to grasp the affirmative, one easily falls into the error of forgetting the inner organism of the state itself through individual aspects. But the ugliest man, the criminal, a sick and crippled man is still a living man. The affirmative, the life, exists in spite of the deficiency, and it is this affirmative that is at issue here.
End quote.
This is precisely where Carl Schmitt comes in. When the state transgresses those boundaries and commits such an act, the sovereign proves itself in it. Political theology makes the connection between the power over the citizens and the relationship between the states disappear. It suppresses the fact that the decision of the sovereign is not created out of nothing, but is possible out of this relationship, i.e., under its conditions alone, and it does so that this power appears all the more radiant, and the concept of sovereignty gains the religious meaning that Schmidt, in contrast to Jelinek, is after all aiming for. Only in this way can he construct a false continuity as the object of his criticism, the last representative of which he names in Kelsen, a line that begins with Locke and was directed against the Leviathan from the beginning. Quote, to Locke's doctrine of the rule of law and the rationalist 18th century, the state of exception was something incommensurable. The lively awareness of the importance of the exceptional case that prevailed in the natural law of the 17th century was soon lost again in the 18th century, when a relatively permanent order was established. For Kant, the law of necessity is no longer a law at all. It goes without saying that a neo-Kantian like Kelsen knows nothing systematically about the state of emergency.
End of quote.
Only in this way can Schmidt make the reduction of the state to the moment of decision that is decisive for everything else, to a pure, non-rationalizing and non-justifying absolute decision, i.e. created out of nothing.
End quote.
Political theology thus also appears as a reduction of Hegel's philosophy of right to its paragraphs 278 and 279, where it says, in a state of necessity, however, whether internal or external, it is sovereignty, in whose simple concept the organism existing there in its particularities merges, and to which the salvation of the state is entrusted with the sacrifice of that which is otherwise justified, where then that idealism comes to its peculiar reality.
End of quote.
In sovereignty, however, Hegel only sees the truly absolute final end of the state, in which the abstract, insofar groundless self-determination of the will, in which the ultimate decision lies, insofar as here too, even when he speaks of the state in the singular, he does not disregard the state of nature between the states, except that he does not derive sovereignty from the state of nature, but conversely the state of nature from sovereignty, but because their relation has their sovereignty for its principle, they are in this respect in a state of nature against each other.
End quote.
But it was not only necessary to abstract from the relationship between states in order to find the existentialist standpoint in politics. Hegel's philosophy of law still sought to establish the balance between sovereignty and the legal mediations in which that otherwise justified consists. Its interest was to stabilize the state after the revolution in such a way that these mediations could not become indifferent. Here Schmidt turns Joseph de Maistre theory of sovereignty against Hegel, for this theory of counter-revolution consists of nothing other than indifference to any kind of mediation. In this it is directed against the French Revolution just as much as it merely continues one of its tendencies. In this way, it plays Rousseau's concept of equality against itself and in this respect has little in common with its Catholic origins. On the contrary, de Maistre's enthusiasm for Islam indicates what has survived here of the power of mediation that once emanated from the Catholic Church. Through it, a people becomes in an instant a marvelous giant who roams the universe with a sword in one hand and the Quran in the other, crushing empires in his triumphant advance, so that 20 prostrate nations bow their heads under the peaceful scepter of Harun al-Rashid. It is completely irrelevant what unites or divides people in view of the fact that there is this marvelous giant and miracle worker who alone makes the decision. In de Maistre's work, they simply grow together as a society. Since they do not enter into a contract, Leviathan appears as an immortal god from whom everything originates. Let us get used to seeing in society exclusively the expression of divine will. Society, then, is by no means the work of man, but the immediate result of the Creator's will, whose intention was that man should become what he has always and everywhere been.
End quote.
By suspending all mediations that once characterized the Christian faith vis-a-vis Islam, de Maistre is left only with the tautology of the divine will, which can then also be understood as nothingness. Political theology, as Schmidt understands it, reads Kant and Hegel through the eyes of de Maistre, admittedly under the pressure of the experiences of the First World War and the unrest that followed. This is how the reduction of the state to an absolute decision created out of nothing comes about. There is not much left of the conceptual bluster that is often registered in political theory under the buzzword of decisionism, if only a single thought is given to the fact that such a decision created out of nothing, which need not relate to the other states at all, structurally presupposes these states, just as the money that is spent on a commodity that requires a decision to buy it, which likewise comes out of nothing, presupposes capital. Assuming, however, that this capital is an understandable context, the decision can also be derived from it. Assuming that the relations between states are accessible to reason, state power can also be derived from it. So when Schmidt says that the sovereign creates and guarantees the situation as a whole in its totality, because he has the monopoly of the final decision, then the existentialist turn in the theory of the state becomes very clear. In history and class consciousness, George Lukács demystified Hegel's concept of totality to the extent that he recognized in it the commodity form that had become total. The next step would have been a critique of the state, which Lukács rejected when he followed Lenin's party, that understands the sovereign as the authority that creates and guarantees the capital relation as a whole in its totality. But this sovereign only exists in the plural, or rather, as a relationship between states. And only as such a relationship, and that means with Hegel, natural relationship, i.e. relationship of force, does the sovereign embody the utilization of value. For Schmitt, however, the situation takes the place of capital and totality becomes its variable. In this way, the sovereign can be isolated, detached from the context of other states. There is nothing on earth but the sovereign and the decision. The people are merely the material in which this decision is reflected. However, insofar as they identify can and may identify with the sovereign, they themselves move into the position of the sovereign. But this requires of them that they understand their own bodies as mere material and are willing to sacrifice them for the sovereign. In German, however, this willingness is called das Volk or the Volksgemeinschaft. And indeed, political theology ultimately allows the relationship between states to disappear in the concept of the people, to the same extent that this people is granted the status of a sovereign, for the people is defined as those who may identify themselves with the people without contradiction.
End quote.
What is referred to as the people is the embodiment of identification without contradiction, identity without non-identity, the embodiment of nothingness, from which the absolute political decision is to be created. Thus the mortal God disappears into the immortal, the state into the people. And in the state itself, Schmitt is ultimately only interested in a certain power to which the sovereign has always claimed a monopoly, his ability to demand readiness to die and readiness to kill from members of his own people.
End of quote.
The fact that Schmitt speaks of his own people already shows that he thinks of the state as identical with the people, and that he sees its only task as enforcing the absence of contradiction, the pure identity, the nothingness, the pure concept of the people purified of everything. It is not the state that is primary for Schmitt, as a superficial reading of political theology might reveal, which would like to place this teacher of constitutional law in the tradition of Hobbes. Rather, his concept of the state presupposes, as Schmitt then clarified in 1932, the concept of the political. However, the relations of violence between states are only articulated in appearance by the specifically political distinction. The distinction between friend and foe, friend-enemy distinction, like law itself, is only a means that serves to place the concept of the people before that of the state and to prepare the fundamental distinction that is then made in the new edition of the concept of the political in 1933, that between Germany and the Jews. The decision to be made here out of nothing is about whether the otherness of the foreigner means the negation of one's own kind of existence and must therefore be warded off or fought against in order to save one's own kind of existence.
End quote.
In this, Schmitt is entirely in line with the interpretation that Heidegger had given to the concept of the political in his Hegel seminar of 1933-34. Quoting Schmitt, he emphasized that the self-assertion of the historical being of a people constituted what was actually political, from which the friend-enemy relationship was also derived. However, Heidegger and Schmitt also agree that this self-assertion always presupposes the persecution and destruction of the internal enemy. The enemy is the one and everyone from whom an essential threat to the existence of the people emanates. The enemy need not be the external one, and the external one is not even the more dangerous one. In any case, it is important to maintain and increase constant readiness towards this enemy and to launch the attack over the long term with the aim of complete destruction.
End of quote.
With Hobbes' Leviathan, the opposite is true. It has nothing to do with the political status of a people organized in territorial unity, as Schmitt now defines the state. For Hobbes, it is not the people but the individual that is the starting point for all political thought and action. And in his view, what makes the individual identifiable and equates him with others is not his membership of a people, but the ability to kill given to each individual as a single person, combined with the equally ubiquitous urge to accumulate power. This alone forces individuals to enter into contracts with each other, which then gives rise to the monster, the Leviathan. For Schmitt, on the other hand, the political becomes one with the people. It is not the state, but the political entity that is primary, whatever this entity may be. Once it was the religious idea, now it is the people. As Heidegger says, a state is only by becoming the historical being of that which exists, which is called the people.
End quote.
This unity is supinated to the sovereign, and thus a counter-sovereign Manfred Dahlmann is actually projected. The sovereign, as the one who decides on the state of exception, becomes the state of exception that decides on the sovereign. In Schmitt's work soon after 1933, this state is no longer called the state, but the Reich or Grossraumordnung or Nomos. The seemingly emphatic reference to Hobbes was only an ephemeral figure of argumentation, a means to an end, just as for Schmitt the state is only a means to the end of destroying the individual. The political theologian declared himself the advocate of the sovereign in order to abolish the sovereign. He takes the side of Leviathan in order to enforce Behemoth. In his 1938 essay on Hobbes' Leviathan, he finally made the renunciation of Hobbes official and prepared for war against England and the USA. Hermann Heller had presented perhaps the most comprehensive critique of the pure theory of law during the Weimar Republic. However, the fact that he was unable to gain any real distance from Schmitt's political theology was to its detriment. At first it seems as if Heller was merely secularizing elements of this theology, just as a social democrat or socialist must do in order to arm himself against the bourgeoisification threatened by Kelson's liberalism as well as against the enemies of democracy threatening from the right. First of all, it is remarkable that he uses the concept of sovereignty where Schmitt prefers to suppress it, in questions of international law. Heller defines sovereignty as that decision-making unit which is not subordinate to any other effective universal decision-making unit.
End quote.
In this respect, it is a historical category. The Middle Ages are not familiar with a monistic territorial sovereignty association similar to the modern state, which incorporates and subordinates all decision-making authorities in its territory to a central decision-making unit.
End quote.
Consequently, we can only speak of international law as long as there are at least two universal and effective territorial decision-making units. In this sense, Heller also considers the League of Nations and its institutions such as international jurisdiction and arbitration. One may imagine today's nation-state or a future civitas maxima, but in any case it is certain that the state of society achieved requires a positive legal order whose positivity and legal certainty is inconceivable without the absolute unity of the territorial decision.
End quote.
It follows from this that the act of submission of the state to any norm of international law is to be legally construed as a free decision of will, and this also means that no state is compelled under international law to establish diplomatic relations or conclude any treaties. It is not the League of Nations that is the universal decision-making unit but the state, not international law delegates sovereignty, but the state delegates certain powers to the League of Nations through its acts of will.
End quote.
On this basis, Heller saw through the ideology that was spreading in connection with the League of Nations and which Kelsen put in a nutshell like no other, a kind of power resentment, almost led to underestimating the systematic significance of the lack of coercion in international law again, but in no case should it be ignored that unlike in domestic law, it is decisive whether a sovereign state or several sovereign states use their power to positivize the rule of international law. The Hague Court thus remains a particular decision-making authority, whose lawmaking is only positive because it derives its authority from the sovereignty of the states and whose substantive jurisdiction is also based only on the treaty agreement of universal decision-making units. It was the competent international court itself that spoke of this principle in an opinion concerning the Russian-Finnish dispute over Karelia. Only war can ultimately decide what is right and what is wrong. War is therefore the actual sovereign between the states, and as such it can, if necessary, decide on the existence of its citizens, i.e. the states. Heller recognizes a kind of legal untruthfulness in the literature of international law and speaks of a special jargon, a cant, which for more or less laudable purposes and by means of all kinds of terminological or logical tricks wants to make invisible that hole in international law at whose abyss the warning sign should stand. International law offers every subject of international law the possibility of getting rid of all its legal obligations towards another subject of international law by completely annihilating the latter.
End of quote.
Like Carl Schmitt, Hermann Heller takes Hegel's definition of the sovereignty of the final decision as his starting point, but he seeks to avoid the consequence that it has in Schmitt as a pure, non-rationalizing, and non-justifying absolute decision, i.e. one created out of nothing, by speaking of decision-making unity or territorial decision-making unity, so as not to give the impression that the decision could really be created out of nothing. With Max Weber's definition, the state is the human community that successfully claims the monopoly of legitimate physical force within a certain territory. The territory, is part of the characteristic dash. He hopes to have a counterweight to Schmitt's theology. But nothingness catches up with him, just as it caught up with Weber himself, because the question of territory is inextricably linked with that of the people in order to be able to establish any connection between the reproduction of individuals and the state. Law is not understood as the form of the capital relation, but as the will and purpose of the social order of being, and this order of being can only appear concretely in the concept of the people. Everything that cannot be grasped with juridical categories, the non-identical, is thus substantialized in the people. This is why Heller, from the outset, prefers to take Jean Bodin as his point of departure rather than Thomas Hobbes, since the latter does not focus so much on the individual, and Heller can therefore speak of an individuality of the state that already introduces the concept of the people. What could in truth have justified the formal decision-making unit, the critique of political economy, is deliberately omitted, because Heller rightly sees here the fundamental hostility to the state that he does not want to accept in Marx. For Marx and Engels, the state was always only the reality of an immoral idea, namely, the necessary evil of the class state, which was destined to disappear with the end of class rule, just as national separations and antagonisms, in their genuinely Manchesterian view, were destined gradually to cease with the development of the bourgeoisie, with freedom of trade, the world market, the uniformity of industrial production.
End quote.
Thus Heller regards Marx and Engels with their Manchester views as the forerunners of a cosmopolitan bourgeoisie, which he would like to fight on the basis of a people whose national feeling has been most seriously wounded, a people that he still sees at the beginning of the 1930s at the head of the European International of Nations, all of which will otherwise descend to white slave colonies of the Americans in the shortest possible time.
End of quote.
Like Otto Bauer, he sees Germany's world historical task in realizing the idea of a true socialist Volksgemeinschaft between the Bolshevik East and the capitalist West. The most real German power politics at present is social policy. Let us muster the strength to make the socialist idea exemplary to the world, and we will rule in the spirit of Fichte as a people of humanity like no other.
End of quote.
For Heller, the nation is not a transit point to a cultureless mishmash of humanity, but the fate-bound form of life in which we alone can and want to cooperate in the supranational purposes of humanity.
End of quote.
Heller has to summon up the utmost nationalism because he can only imagine these supranational purposes of humanity, the civitas maxima, in the form of a state, as a unitary state and world sovereign, as a planetary universal and effective decision-making unit, which would then transform all international law into state law and be sovereign in the most eminent sense. The fate-bound form of life of a nation is then the only means of preventing the cultureless mush of humanity. However, the fact that for Heller the question of where coercion, which distinguishes constitutional law from international law, should come from, has no meaning as soon as only this form of life remains, points to the fact that despite all consideration of questions of international law, he did not explain sovereignty from the connection between states, but ultimately from within itself, in the sense of Schmitt as a pure, non-rationalizing, and non-justifying, i.e. absolute decision, created out of nothing. While according to Kelsen, who assumed that every state is a constitutional state, the Hitler state should also be described as a constitutional state, Heller, who like Kelsen was expelled from Germany, should actually have regarded the new order as a pure absolute decision of that fate-bound form of life of the people. Only those who understood that the power of judgment in politics and the determination of the state is rationally possible only from the individual and not from the people, that the unreasonableness and incomprehensibility of the sovereign should also be expressed, and that any positivity of law for the individual is void if no sovereign state can guarantee it. Only they were now able to understand what National Socialism was and what its relationship to the Western form of government was. What intellectuals such as Walter Benjamin, Franz Neumann and Otto Kirchheimer or Leo Strauss and Erich Voegelin were once able to discover in Carl Schmitt's writings before 1933 was therefore only a certain trace, which he laid down almost against his will and was no longer able to completely blur. Not all of them followed this trail back to the political philosophy of Hobbes, but in any case it meant reopening the question of sovereignty. Benjamin not only owed his understanding of the political dimension of the German Baroque tragedy to this trace, it also helped him to see through the pioneers of the Wehrmacht for the next war, who had gathered in the volume Krieg und die Krieger, War and Warriors, published by Ernst Junger in 1930. In the individual contributions, which also include Junger's comments on total mobilization, Benjamin recognizes an unrestrained transfer of the theses of l'art pour l'art to war. The mysticism of the death of the world celebrated therein cannot be traced back to Hobbes' concept of sovereignty, but rather exposes a deceptive maneuver. Those forces that Junger represents, according to Benjamin, prolong the very failure of state power that they themselves lament and ultimately drive it to immeasurable proportions. Quote, the formations which at the end of the war were caught between order-like comradeships and regular representations of state power, soon consolidated themselves as independent, stateless piles of landskenets, and the financial captains of inflation, for whom the state as guarantor of their property began to become questionable, appreciated the offer of such piles, which could roll in at any time like rice or rutabagas through the mediation of private agencies or the Reichswehr. The present document still resembles the ideologically phrased advertising brochure of a new type of mercenary, or rather condottiere.
End quote.
The image of such mobs that Benjamin truthfully projects here of Weimar conditions, insofar as they already carried the Third Reich within them, does not in fact correspond to the Leviathan, which has to prove itself as the guarantor of property, but rather to the behemoth, the permanent gang and civil war, which no longer guarantees the life of the owner along with the property. However, according to Leo Strauss in his discussion of Carl Schmitt's concept of the political, the right to secure one's bare life is an inalienable human right in Hobbes, i.e., a claim of the individual that precedes the state and determines its purpose and limits. Hobbes differs from educated liberalism only in that he knows and sees what the liberal civilizing ideal has to fight against, not merely against corrupt institutions, against the evil will of a ruling class, but against the natural wickedness of man.
End quote.
Unlike Benjamin, Strauss is far from questioning this anthropologizing view. He is not interested in the fact that certain social conditions created by the original accumulation of capital are fantasized as an eternal human substance. But the precision with which he contrasts Hobbes' argument with Schmidt's at least brings to light that the war of all against all, the state in which man is a wolf to man, cannot be a matter of wolves in a pack. The definition of the state of nature as given by Hobbes makes it possible to recognize precisely where Schmidt deviates from Leviathan without revealing it himself. The polemic against liberalism that Schmidt develops is determined by and through the representation of the state of nature in the concept of the political, whereas Hobbes proves to be the founder of liberalism precisely in his representation of the state of nature. For Hobbes it is the state of war of individuals, for Schmidt it is the state of war of groups, especially of peoples. And for Schmidt, it is part of the nature of the political association that it can demand readiness for death from members of its own people. The reference to this central point in the concept of the political conversely enables Strauss to understand Hobbes' political philosophy, which essentially demands a conditional obedience, namely an obedience that is not in contradiction with the salvation and preservation of the life of this individual, for the safeguarding of life is the ultimate reason for the state.
End of quote.
In a letter to Schmidt from 1932, he insists on distinguishing between authoritarianism and nationalism. It sounds as if Strauss wanted to quickly win over his academic patron to a new right-wing movement directed against National Socialism. Erich Voegelin received Schmidt's writings in a similar way at this time, 1936, albeit not with a Zionist orientation, but rather with a Christian, statist ideology, when he turned away from his teacher Hans Kelsen to favor the authoritarian state. Voegelin's later political philosophy, which, like Strauss's, exerted considerable influence on the U.S. neocons, demonstrates the same ability to learn from the West and to reflect on the possibilities of U.S.-American conditions. However, when Voegelin gave his lectures on Hitler and the Germans in Munich in 1964, the situation of 1933 returned when he said, under certain circumstances, one cannot object much to an authoritarian organization. If, for example, a politically underdeveloped people, let us take the Pakistani case, is not ripe to function democratically, it will be better if an energetic gentleman rules authoritatively. Therefore, from the point of view of justice, for example, there could be no immediate objection, apart from legal and tactical arguments, if there were also something like an authoritarian leadership in Germany under certain circumstances. The prerequisite, however, would be that the authoritarian leadership does not consist of National Socialists and Communists and other ideologues, but of people who live in a classical Christian conception of what justice is. Then, under certain circumstances, an authoritarian form of organization may even be better than a democratic one in which the majority consists of a bloc majority of communists and National Socialists.
End of quote.
Thus Strauss, who had just received a grant from the Rockefeller Foundation for his project on Hobbes, encouraged by Carl Schmitt's expert opinion, wrote to Karl Lowith from Paris on May 19, 1933, "From the fact that Germany, which has become right-wing, does not tolerate us, nothing at all follows against the right-wing principles. On the contrary, only from the right-wing principles, from the fascist, authoritarian, imperial principles, can we protest with decency, without the ridiculous and pathetic appeal to the droits imprescriptibles del homme, against the Messine evil."
End quote.
With the phrase Mesquine evil, Strauss is aiming at the extremism of the center and the anti-authoritarian elements of the National Socialist movement. In this context, we are reminded of Sigmund Freud, who in the same year sent Mussolini his correspondence with Einstein, published as a book under the title Warum Krieg? With a personal dedication, from an old man who recognizes the cultural hero in the dictator. In this correspondence, Freud objected to Einstein's view of power and law, which simply offers the sheer illusion of the world sovereign, according to which states should simply create a supranational organization, a legislative and judicial authority to settle all conflicts arising between them, and assume the obligation to submit to the authority of this authority. It is a mistake in the calculation, replied Sigmund Freud, if one does not take into account that law was originally brute force and still today cannot do without the support of force.
End quote.
Both Strauss and Freud already know where the new barbarism has found its real home, and they recognize how ridiculous the appeal to a supranational authority and the inalienable human rights is once the persecution of the Jews begins here. In contrast, Strauss relies on right-wing principles, which he understands as fascist in a very specific sense. In his view, They alone make it possible to keep liberalism in check so that it does not give rise to the Messine evil that triumphs in Germany. There is no reason to grovel, not even to the cross of liberalism, as long as a spark of Roman thought still glows somewhere in the world. And even then, better the ghetto than any cross.
End of quote.
He had already been able to glean something of that triumph from Schmidt's concept of the political. He agreed with him in the anthropologization of social conditions. The ultimate foundation of the right was the proposition of the natural wickedness of man, and Strauss wanted to commit himself to this right. It was his view that man is evil by nature, therefore he needs domination. But domination can only be established, i.e., people can only be united in a unity against other people. The tendency towards isolation, and thus the friend-foe grouping of humanity, is a given in human nature. In this sense, it is destiny. Strauss vaguely perceives that Schmidt wants to elevate this condition of state rule to its purpose and insists on a clear hierarchy in the sense of Hobbes. Quote, "But the political, understood in this way, is not the constitutive principle of the state of order, but only the condition of the state. However, this hierarchical relationship between the political and the state does not, I believe, emerge sufficiently in your writing."
End of quote.
And here in the end there can no longer be any common ground. Strauss must take note of the fact that the deviation from Hobbes' theory, which Schmidt does not point out, amounts to the extreme opposite, because it makes the willingness to die and kill the highest meaning of the state, whereby this meaning only unfolds through a distinction between friend and foe, as Schmidt understands it in contrast to Hobbes, namely as a relationship between groups and peoples, not between individuals
and states.
The suspicion was already aroused by the fact that Schmidt speaks of malice, which is not to be understood morally, with an unmistakable sympathy. However, this sympathy is nothing other than the admiration of animal power. It noticeably repels Strauss, because what is admired here must by no means be regarded as an advantage, but as a deficiency, a neediness, namely as a need for domination. Quote, "Man's dangerousness, discovered as a need for domination, can only be appropriately understood as moral wickedness. As such it must be recognized, but it cannot be affirmed. But then what sense does the affirmation of the political have?"
End of quote.
The affirmation of the political in Schmidt is, as Strauss now recognizes, the affirmation of the state of nature. Schmidt opposes the affirmation of the state of nature to Hobbes' negation. The state of nature is the status belli par excellence.
End of quote.
The affirmation of the political as such is the affirmation of the struggle as such, regardless of what is being fought for. In this indifference and neutrality, Strauss sees a liberalism with reversed signs.
End quote.
Schmidt gains no horizon beyond liberalism, from which alone liberalism itself could be saved. The concept of politics, as Schmidt defines it, only reverses the signs of liberalism. But what it really means to reverse the signs of liberalism was only made clear by Germany's development after 1933. Leo Strauss, who found refuge in the USA, understood this thanks to his orientation towards the Western principles of politics and his unbroken affirmation of Zionism. Looking back, he understood the Weimar Republic as a democracy without the sword. In addition to his clear-sighted commentaries on Hobbes, Spinoza and Machiavelli, he largely withdrew from questions of Jewish and Greek philosophy. His esoteric work was sufficient to inspire neoconservative concepts that are still evident today in the political debates surrounding the course of the USA. Compared to the imminent criticism that Strauss made of Schmidt, the diagnoses of critical theory on the development of the authoritarian or totalitarian state seem almost unspecific. On the one hand, they adopt the self-portrayal in Nazi propaganda, and on the other, follow the Marxist theory of monopoly capitalism and imperialism. Herbert Marcuse, for example, wrote in 1934 about the struggle against liberalism in the totalitarian conception of the state, that it was liberalism itself that produces the total authoritarian state from within itself, as its own perfection at an advanced stage of development. The total authoritarian state brings the organization and theory of society corresponding to the monopolistic stage of capitalism.
End of quote.
What Marcuse does not perceive in Schmidt's theories and the ideology of National Socialism is the affirmation of the state of nature within the state, the war of groups that identify themselves by ethnicity. He does not regard Schmidt's friend-foe relationship as a declaration of war in a civil war of the Aryans against the non-Aryans, but as the usual reactionary enthusiasm for war, as a contemporary existential formulation of the fact that war is the father of all things.
End quote.
At the same time, Marcuse knows what is new about National Socialist politics. Quote, "The separation of state and society, which the liberalist 19th century had attempted to implement, is abolished. The state takes over the political integration of society. And the state, by way of the existentialization and totalization of the political, also becomes the bearer of the actual possibilities of existence itself. The state does not have to answer to man, but man has to answer to the state. He is completely at its mercy.
End of quote.
But what does existentialization and totalization of the political mean other than that the state can only take over the integration of society through its own disintegration, that the separation of state and society is abolished by the competition of capital groups and the supply of goods turning into the competition of willingness to die and kill? This has to do with the fact that Marcuse is still trying to save Heidegger's being and time in a materialistic way here. Only then did the setback occur and Heidegger brought into play the fatefulness of the people, instead of taking a closer look at the historical situation of the subject, addressed by being and time in terms of its material factuality.
End quote.
Marcuse can only construct a contrast between National Socialism and German existentialism because he wants the early Heidegger to be understood as a mere continuator of Kant. He obviously cannot recognize that even the subject in being and time is not the individual but the fate in which he is to perish. The event of fateful existence is conceived from the outset as an event of the community,
of the people.
So it is perhaps more than a mere intrigue in the competition for Horkheimer's favor when Adorno calls Marcuse a fascist prevented by Judaism in a letter in 1935. Strauss' precise philosophical criticism of Schmitt's theory was only to be confirmed by Franz Neumann's analysis of the Nazi state, right down to the last sociological fact collected here. The affirmation of the political, which this liberalism put into practice with reverse signs, not only implies that it is no longer possible to speak of law and order in the Third Reich, although thousands of calculable technical rules are available.
End quote.
Neumann doubted that a formally or functionally unified sovereign political authority still existed in Germany at all. He understood National Socialism as a process in which precisely this authority was dissolving. He spoke of the extreme formlessness to which this state was drifting, which as a result could no longer be described as a state at all, but rather as gangs whose leaders were constantly forced to make up after disputes. According to Neumann, National Socialism no longer had a unified apparatus of coercion. It broke down into several political powers, which struck all the more brutally because their relationships were not institutionalized, but were merely carried out personally. This personal unification, which is to be established ad hoc, can no longer be understood as a unity in the sense of a state, whether democracy or dictatorship. National Socialism was a non-state, an anarchy and a chaos. There is no need for a state standing above all groups. The state may even be a hindrance to the compromises and to domination over the ruled classes. But if the National Socialist structure is not a state, what is it? I venture to suggest that we are confronted with a form of society in which the ruling groups control the rest of the population directly, without the mediation of that rational though coercive apparatus hitherto known as the state. This new social form is not yet fully realized, but the trend exists which defines the very essence of the regime.
End quote.
As much as it propagated itself as totally unified, in truth, National Socialism was pluralistic in the most fatal way. In the words of Adorno, who appreciated Neumann's insights, the formation of political will was produced by the haphazard competition of the most powerful social cliques. Society, incapable of reproducing itself in free movement any longer, breaks apart into a diffuse barbaric multiplicity, the opposite of that reconciled diversity which alone would be a humane state.
End of quote.
In the sense of Neumann's analysis, the term counter-sovereign, coined by Manfred Dahlmann, makes it precisely visible that this political power is not simply another form of sovereignty, but in the last instance always negates sovereignty, in the insane desire to immediately take the place of capital itself. This includes, on the one hand, the dissolution of the monopoly on the use of force through the lawless rule of the rackets and on the other, the creation of projections of the world sovereign in various forms. While sovereignty cannot be embodied by a single state, be it itself hegemonic like the USA after the Second World War, but always by the states in their relationship to each other, because only in this way is it able to guarantee the utilization of capital, the counter-sovereign absurdly claims precisely this singularity, in the name of which it dissolves the unity of individual monopolies of force, in the Near and Middle East through the belief in the worldwide Ummah of the faithful, which in Jihad puts an end to the states of the infidels, in core Europe through the hardly less religious notion of a power based in international law and international community, which is on the immediate verge of installing itself as eternal peace. One's own delusion is concealed by accusing the USA and Judaism of illegitimately possessing what one rightfully claims, world power. Although Manfred Dahlmann believes that Germany is interested in taking over the current role of the USA, and even describes the USA itself as a world sovereign, he nevertheless gets to the heart of the matter when he says, the relationship between sovereignty and counter-sovereignty is like that between production and destruction. This diffuse barbaric multiplicity finds the appropriate concept of the state less in apodictic formulas, as the jurist Schmitt was able to set them, than in the rhetorical questions that Heidegger shook off the cuff in the tried and tested manner at the Hegel seminar. We now want to speak of the state from the other side, from us, off the cuff. So where is the state today? The state, the expression is ambiguous from the outset. Is it our state, that which is now becoming? Or do we mean the state at all? Every state, insofar as the state is historical? Are we talking about the various states and forms of state?
The state?
What does that mean in general? As we can see, the question of the state itself is unclear and confused. If we ask about our state, where is it? Today nobody knows who the state is. A state becomes, i.e., we believe that it will become, the state of this people, so that everyone really knows in his own way what the state is. But what does being, the state is, mean here? We completely lack the concepts, everything is confused.
End of quote.
The diffuse barbaric multiplicity possessed a single unifying principle, to conceal it and yet suggest it is the whole point of Heidegger's art of questioning the mass murder of the Jews. And the weakness of Newman's study of National Socialism lies in the fact that it has little more than an inkling of this. But Newman knew enough to side with Leviathan. If society breaks apart as it did in the Third Reich, only the sovereign in its Hobbesian sense can help to contain the barbaric multiplicity, end the unity of annihilation and civilize society again. Like Leo Strauss, Newman managed to flee to the USA, where he eventually joined the Secret Service. However, in his book Behemoth, which he had completed shortly before, he explicitly mentions the version of the Jewish legend according to which Behemoth and Leviathan kill each other. Then the day of justice has come. But Franz Newman did as little to explain what this legend means for the analysis of international relations as he did to explain what significance should be attached to his own engagement with the U.S. sovereign. Neither Newman nor Strauss traced the problem of sovereignty back to the point at which Hans Kelsen solved it in a fatal way, namely by dissolving it in international law, so that Carl Schmitt could appear as the savior in need who would bring democracy the sword. Newman had developed a critical concept of sovereignty like no one else in the first years of emigration and in the debate with Schmitt, and without this concept he would not have been able to grasp the breakup of bourgeois society into that barbaric multiplicity, i.e. the unstate of National Socialism. He saw through the fact that Carl Schmitt had deliberately assumed a false continuity of bourgeois state theory in order to be able to oppose Hobbes to liberalism as an anti-bourgeois thinker. He corrected it in the light of the antinomy that Schmitt's political theology had apparently made clear to him, the antinomy of sovereignty and law. In doing so, he implicitly directed himself against Kelsen's repression of sovereignty, just as the state, in which laws but not men are to rule, is based on two elements, on force and law, on sovereignty and freedom. So there is also no bourgeois theory of law and state in which force and law are not affirmed, even if the emphasis placed on both elements varies according to the historical situation. Even where it is maintained that sovereignty must develop exclusively out of competition, even there, in truth, lawless force is demanded independently of competition.
End quote.
Although Newman understands that Kelsen's Rein Rechtslehr has placed itself outside this tradition because it completely resolves the antinomy of sovereignty and law from the side of the law, he does not make the point of view the object of criticism under which alone this break was possible, namely the point of view that international law and state law are equally objective genuine law, that there can be no difference between their subjects, that states and individuals must actually be regarded as identical. Thus, in Behemoth, Newman also failed to define what was to be done against National Socialism on an international level, the terms for what he himself did when he joined the U.S. Secret Service. On the one hand, he recognized that Nazi international law policy, by denying that states possess sovereignty, destroys the last element of rationality in international relations. On the other hand, he judged rationality in these relations in the same way as the rationality that is possible between the citizens of a state. If every state is sovereign, all states are equal. As a legal category, equality is of course imperfect and unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, it prevents the abuse of international law for imperialist expansion.
End of quote.
However, he did not ask himself before which authority the states can all be equal, but apparently presupposed a world sovereign that can consist of nothing but this claimed rationality. Newman criticized the fact that British and American international lawyers raised the question of just war in the face of National Socialism. In particular, he quoted the then Attorney General Robert H. Jackson, who in his speech to the International Bar Association on March 27, 1941, had said that this century had long since swept away the basis for the claim that all wars are equal and that all belligerents have a right to equal treatment, and added with strange irony, this new theory should actually be quite acceptable to German legal philosophy. Newman is surprised that it is not, but that it is now being criticized by a National Socialist like Carl Schmitt, with the oldest and most pronounced rationalist arguments there are. But Newman is not puzzled by the fact that Schmitt would never have used these arguments in the case of civil rights within the state. And suddenly, in view of the beginning of the war, the Marxist argues almost like Hans Kelsen, hardly any other element in our civilization is so exposed to contempt as international law. Every generation has seen how it has failed as an instrument for organizing peace.
End quote.
A theory that rejects the universalist claims of international law has the obvious advantage of appearing realistic. But this is a fallacy. To abandon universalism because of its failures is like rejecting civil rights because they help legitimize and veil class exploration, or democracy because it conceals boss control, or Christianity because churches have corrupted Christian morals. Faced with a corrupt administration or justice, the reasonable person does not demand a return to the war of each against all, but fight for an honest system. Likewise, when we have shown that international law has been misused for imperialistic aims, our task has begun, not ended. We must fight against imperialism.
End of quote.
The German translation reinforces this tendency. Instead of is like, it reads Dasselby, whereby the analogy between civil rights and international law already appears as an identity, and instead of honest system, in which an echo of Hobbes can still be heard, Rechtschaffen system. To abandon universalism because of its defects would be the same as wanting to discard civil rights because they legitimize and help disguise class exploitation, democracy because it covers up the rule of the bosses, or Christianity because the churches have undermined Christian morality. In the face of a corrupt administration of justice, those who are sensible do not call for a return to the war of all against all, but fight for a righteous system. If we have shown that international law has been abused for imperialist ends, our task is not finished either, but has only just begun. We must fight against imperialism.
End quote.
The invocation of universalism becomes a phrase when it is no longer understood that its shortcomings are to be determined quite differently, depending on whether it is to be asserted for civil rights within the state or for the relationship between states, that it is not the same to assert it within the state or in relations between states, for example in the name of a just war. Because between states there can only ever be a universalism of Leviathan, that is, reason and equality in the midst of unreason and inequality, a righteous system between monsters. Newman obviously shies away from conceptualizing the war to be waged against Hitler's Germany because he continues to cling to the old one of imperialism. He changed little in this respect even after 1945. Hannah Arendt takes a different view. Turning against Schmitt, she gets to the heart of what constitutes U.S. policy, regardless of the phrases that may accompany this policy. Add Schmitt's polemic against the just war. The American conception of the just war is essentially determined, not a war to end wars or a war to make the world safe for democracy, by the criminalization of aggressive war as an attack, as a breach of peace and treaty, whereby, according to the Anglo-Saxon view, the breach of treaty weighs more heavily than the breach of peace. If one blurs this issue, as Schmitt consistently does, then one has turned treaty and peace into a Kausar Iesta, which they are not. Only when peace is ideologized, i.e. detached from reality, so that a clear danger and threat is no longer needed to pacify the world, does it become a Kausar.
End quote.
Everything depends on understanding the clear danger and threat posed by a country like Nazi Germany in good time. Arend is not afraid to generalize this knowledge as far as future dangers and threats are concerned. The prospect of future military strikes in the name of freedom is not taboo for her. There can be no just war, but there can and must be wars for freedom. Only freedom has anything to do with violence. There can be no talk of justice in a war, because this presupposes that people can weigh up whether the suffering of the war is commensurable with its content. But this is impossible.
Quote end.
And so, in this short passage from her 1952 diary, Arendt makes a complete break with the ideology of international law. Justice can only exist within the law. But every war takes place outside the law, even a defensive war, in which I am forced to transgress the framework, the fence of the law.
End of quote.
Hannah Arendt formulated these insights in her discussion of Carl Schmitt's book On the Nomos of the Earth, which was published in 1950. In it, he only continued his polemic against the doctrine of just war, which he had begun during the Second World War, and he continued to regard U.S. policy as its protagonist. The writing can even be read as a synthesis of his lifelong struggle against the West. Deprived of the Führer and thus of the guardian of the Nuremberg laws, he finally returns to the old European international law, as he wants it to be understood. By now justifying this law once again, it becomes quite clear that his old insights into the connection between sovereignty and law, which he seemed to convey in his writings on dictatorship and political theology, were none at all, because they had no concept of law. In any case, Schmitt now openly contradicts the deniers of international law. Quote, from Hobbes and Leibniz to Kant, all the famous authors claim that states, as moral persons under international law, live among themselves in a state of nature, that is, that the bearers of the ius belli, without an institutional common higher authority, face each other as sovereign persons with equal rights and equal justice. This may be regarded as an archaic state, but by no means as one without rights.
End of quote.
But Hobbes, Hegel, and Kant understood it precisely as such a state without real law, except that they regarded law and justice as the same thing. Schmitt, on the other hand, invokes a different law, an anti-universalist one, which he ultimately understands as a nomos, as the immediate form in which the political and social order of a people becomes spatially visible. It is thus inevitable that several different international laws, differentiated according to Grossraum, emerge instead of a spaceless, universal international law. In this bottomless international law, Schmitt sees the expression of an infiltration by the free movement of capital and labor, incessantly spinning the anti-capitalist delusional system further, above, below, and next to the state political borders of a seemingly purely interstate international law, the space of a free, i.e. non-state economy, which was a world economy, spread, penetrating everything.
End quote.
But he does not give up hope that this non-state economy and the political universalism embodied in the USA will fail, and that the Earth will not be transformed into a combination of raw material storehouse and aircraft carrier, that it will rather be possible to find the Earth's realm of meaning, and that it will be the peaceful who possess the Earth. Such ideas go back to Fichte's closed commercial state, which was once directed against Napoleon's belligerent spread of the Code Civil. Only with Rudolf Gehlen and Karl Haushofer do they take on geopolitical dimensions, but it is part of their peculiar dynamic from the outset that those peace lovers who only ever want the disentanglement of world trade and the self-sufficiency of their smaller or larger geopolitical area, so that there are no more reasons to wage wars, are at the same time those who, in the manifest crisis, are aiming for total war against the total enemy, a war which, because this enemy is everywhere, encompasses the whole Earth, which is supposed to be divided up, that, to use Schmitt's words, a pre-existing, unalterable, genuine and total enmity leads to the divine judgment of a total war.
End of quote.
In National Socialism, the nation was already defined first and foremost by the fact that it resisted the globally dominant Jewry. Hitler wrote, "Within this great herd of denationalized colonial territories, a single independent state could still bring down the whole work in the last hour. If even one state remains in its national strength and greatness, the Jewish world satrap empire, like every tyranny in this world, will and must succumb to the power of the national idea."
End quote.
This is the starting position in Mein Kampf, which then concludes with the words that Germany must become the master of the earth by cultivating its best racial elements. The greater space order followed on from this. Like the entire racial ideology, it too was only the pretext for imagining the world conspiracy of Jewry, which was what mattered. Hitler promised very early on that the Nazi movement would very soon transcend the boundaries of today's narrow nationalism, and efforts were underway in the SS during the war to eliminate the word nation from the National Socialist vocabulary altogether. All projections of a new economic order, whether on a national or Grossraum basis, were merely embellishments for the destruction of what had always been the total enemy. The dishonorable rule of money, which Alfred Rosenberg identified with the counter-race and the enemy of the peoples, must inevitably strive for world domination through world debt. A racial organic demarcation on the globe, however, just as inevitably means the end of the international gold currency, thus the end of Jewish messianism, as it has almost been realized in the rule of the world banks and is to be completed in the creation of a Jewish center in Jerusalem, Rosenberg 1942. National Socialism set its world sovereign and its idea of world pacification against the ruthless state idea of the 19th century and the global economic hollowing out by finance, as an organic organization of peoples, which was to ensure political rule over the globe. By contrast, Islam's large-scale spatial order, which has now inherited the legacy of Carl Schmitt, consists of the House of War and the House of Peace, a division to which the racial organic division, for example the discrimination against blacks, which is certainly adopted, is also subordinated. Against the faithless state idea of the 19th century, i.e. the separation of church and state, Islam sets world pacification through the political rule of the Ummah over the globe, and the jihadist tenor in New York and Mumbai demonstratively points to the global economic hollowing out by finance. But Rosenberg and Hitler are only being revived and quoted approvingly in the Arab countries. Giorgio Agamben and Enzo Traverso prefer to stick to Heidegger and Carl Schmitt, and Tariq Ramadan speaks of a culture of difference. The only important thing is to mobilize against universalist law and Western capital in order to eradicate the individual in the collective. Again, it was Hans Kelsen who removed all legal theoretical obstacles from the path of the peace lovers who have total or holy war in mind, even if he certainly did not want to admit it. In his commentary on the UN Charter, which he published in 1950, He criticizes precisely those internal structures of the organization that still retain the character of a wartime alliance created by sovereign states, and Franklin D. Roosevelt once saw the UN to be founded as a further development of the alliance against Hitler's Germany. Kelsen takes consequent aim at the Security Council. He objects to the fact that coercive acts can be applied here at free discretion, and urges that these coercive acts, which are purely political in nature, be transformed into fully legally regulated coercive acts. Only then would the concept of sovereignty be radically displaced and the world sovereign could finally be established. However, the European Union is moving in first, and with it Jürgen Habermas, who, in the personal union of Kant and Kelsen, brings together the pious wish and the wish to repress and, as the German ideologist of the world sovereign, also moves into the empty chancellery of the world spirit, on whose balcony he announces the following to the assembled nations. The Security Council must bind itself to justiciable rules that generally determine when the UN is entitled and obliged to intervene.
End quote.
The speaker himself demonstrated how this works when he decided to vote in favor of the war in Yugoslavia and against the war in Iraq. The World Organization would already be a community of peoples and nations in one if it were finally regarded as a community of states and citizens. States cannot be completely dispensed with, but only because, regardless of what happens to their citizens internally, they can promote the peace order externally. The reference to state actors does justice to the strong position that these, as the driving subjects of development, will retain in a global legal and peace order. In Heidegger's work, this was still called the state is the driving force in the events of peoples, insofar as state is nothing other than the spirit of the people. While, Habermas continues, the reference to individuals refers to the actual holders of world citizen status.
End quote.
In particular, the adulteresses and homosexuals, who await stoning and the gallows because of the strong position of the state actors, can feel like holders of this world citizen status, even if Tariq Ramadan advocates a moratorium on executions. This proclaimed constitutionalization of international law points, according to the High Speaker on the balcony looking into the distance, rather than in the direction of a world republic monopolizing violence, in the direction of a peace and human rights regime sanctioned at supranational level, which, with a progressive pacification and liberalization of world society, should create the conditions for a world interior policy functioning at transnational level without world government.
End of quote.
Or to quote Karl Kraus, in the direction of the creation of general chaos. 10 years after NATO's war of aggression against Yugoslavia and the resulting dynamic of a new European foreign policy, it is still clear to see what anyone could have seen back then if only they had wanted to. European appeasement policy is based on ideological cronyism with Islamic fascism. Even people who can be considered halfway sensible in ordinary political business, because solidarity with Israel is not just the kind of pale lip service that comes easily and cheaply off the tongue of many, who are always blathering on about Israel's right to exist, which they generously concede to the Jewish state, have to be told how necessary the so-called Kosovo War was. The myth of the planned genocide of the Croats, Muslims, Albanians and other minorities who were imprisoned in the so-called prison of nations still persists. Thanks to NATO's humanitarian intervention, initially under German direction, a humanitarian catastrophe was prevented. However, this was reflected back in the face of the then Peace Minister Rudolf Scharping, as a grimace of his own history. Although from the age of 30, everyone is responsible for their own face, Joachim Brun, anyone who has known how to cleverly fend off responsibility for their actions for over 60 years hardly looks better than the character mask of our former minister, who now acts as the president of some cycling association, in which the evil must appear and find its adequate expression. To get an impression of this, people stared at the television and saw only themselves. Everything depended on the right expression at the right time. If you have something to say, you go to the toilet or go on TV, because the Kosovo War was a media war for one side and a murderous one for the other. We are the people. With the implosion of the Eastern Bloc at the beginning of the 1990s, as well as in the wake of the Federal Republic of Germany regaining full sovereignty through the 2+4 Treaty, the FRG immediately continued its imperialist endeavors, which followed the special path of its uninspired spirit, eastward expansion. Fritz Fischer's analysis of German great power interests has shown that after the foundation of the Reich, German policy embarked on an expansionist course in order to force a breakthrough to world power status by means of economic imperialism, armaments, increased influence in southeastern Europe and colonial policy, at the cost of a world war. Fischer convincingly demonstrated that the realization of a world economic area of Central Europe, under German leadership, was an essential motive of German warfare.
End quote.
Although the 2+4 Treaty finally defined the borders of the new Federal Republic, which the reunified state had to recognize vis-a-vis its neighbors, the dynamics of European unification, in which the FRG quickly set a decisive tone, caused the boundaries of the EU's sphere of influence and scope, and above all of core Europe, to soften more and more, both internally and externally. Europe quickly became a bloc that drove its internal contradictions out of itself and wanted to make the lack of a mediating concept of reason disappear through the pure propagation of the European idea. The European motto, united in diversity, is the culturalist expression for the folkish sorting of Europe, and later the whole world through European international law. Since the concept of the people can only be filled by blood and soil or language and culture, the concrete and thus emphatic individual, as well as the sovereignty of a nation-state, must necessarily disappear in the blood urge, marks of family, tribe and people. The preamble to the treaty establishing a constitution for Europe no longer wants to know anything about individuals, but is all the more certain in the certainty that the peoples of Europe are determined to be ever more closely united in shaping their common destiny. They have already demonstrated what they are determined to do and what they see as their destiny. The systemic victory over the ailing state capitalist opponent in the East caused the Western world to plunge from its initial elation into bitterness, because its own facade had crumbled along with its opponent. The enemy had been defeated, the one they had been able to build on for so long, and the wasteland had returned. No sooner had the brothers and sisters from West and East warmly embraced each other than they were already tired of their hunchbacked relatives from the zone. They now felt all the more superfluous, as the jointly postulated "we are the people" did not really want to assert itself as sentimental metaphysics. They were then quick to follow up their determination with action. Only then could the people assert their rights, by setting fire to foreigners' homes. What was to move Germany internally was also the maxim of a new foreign policy. It was not revisionists or conservatives who set a new course in domestic and foreign policy, but ultimately social democracy and its green complementary, which found their way back to themselves through countless mutations. The little men wore Prada or Gucci and anything else, and certainly still do, pompous, aggressive parvenus whose need for staging met the very social character that called or chose him. Germany entered the world stage with the new chic for which the world seemed ripe, the appearance of the alpha animal that Jane Kramer of the New Yorker reported after a meeting. "I found Schroeder such a nightmare when I met him. This man has no culture at all. Absolutely none."
End of quote.
It was the time of the footsore half-wits Clinton, Blair, Yeltsin and Schroeder, who finally got their chance. Socialism is dead, long live social democracy. And with its demise, the ballast of the past fell, only to rise again in new splendor. It almost seemed as if the new strength of the FRG had threatened its European neighbors. On the contrary, the new self-confidence was a wake-up call. A paralyzing bracket around the whole of Europe had disappeared. The parenthesis that had been put in place after European unification through the extermination of the European Jews by the Nazis and their auxiliary peoples was abruptly ended by the Allies, in particular the Americans and the Red Army. This unification was not the purpose. It was only the prelude to a worldwide war of extermination against the so-called opposite race. The negative unity of the liberated peoples of Europe was to be established by means of the extermination of the Jews. It was far too easy for the Nazis to find willing helpers throughout Europe, with the exception of fascist countries such as Italy, Bulgaria and Spain, who actively participated in the final solution. The Kingdom of Yugoslavia was crushed by the Nazis and the Italian fascists as early as 1941. While Serbia remained under murderous German occupation, Slovenia was divided up between Germany, Italy and Hungary, Montenegro was annexed to Albania and thus fell under Italian rule. Croatia, including Bosnia and Herzegovina, became a large Croatian vassal state, the independent state of Croatia. The leader of this clerical fascist Greater Croatia was Ante Pavelic. Following the example of the SS, the Ustasha militia was formed and the Bosniaks were incorporated into the Ustasha as Croats of Muslim denomination. Through the engagement of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Muhammad Amin el-Husseini, and with the consent of the Germans, the Bosniak 13th Waffen Mountain Division of the SS Handschar was set up. The racial laws of the Ustasha state were on a par with the German model. They excluded Jews, Roma and Serbs from humanity as enemies of the Croatian people, and the Ustasha persecuted and exterminated them with bestial cruelty that occasionally turned the stomachs of sensitive SS henchmen. Jasenovac became known as the Croatian Auschwitz, where, according to the Simon Wiesenthal Center, 85,000 Jews, Roma, Serbs and anti-fascists were murdered, and the total number of people murdered by the Ustasha can be put at 600,000. This barbarism was brought to an end by the Croatian marshal of the communist partisans, Josip Broz, known as Tito. The fact that Tito's partisans did not fight the Nazis and their henchmen with chains of lights, but instead took denazification seriously militarily, is something that the expelled Nazi fury, as exemplified by Erika Steinbach, repeatedly laments. The cruelty of the partisans is still beyond our comprehension today. Not only killing, but also torture and horrific mutilation were the order of the day from 1941 onwards. The reactions of the Italian and German Wehrmacht were drastic and yet helpless. According to Keitel's orders, 50 to 100 hostages were to be shot for every soldier shot by partisans. The partisans were not impressed.
End of quote.
What did not impress the partisans, because they knew who they were dealing with, led to a severe narcissistic insult among the Nazis through bewilderment, because there were obviously people who did not want to put up with their master race, the consequences of which the Serbs were to feel murderously almost 55 years later. The victimization of the Germans, which drew its energy from precisely this narcissistic insult of having been so abruptly interrupted during the factory extermination of all the Jews they could get hold of and the enslavement of the Slavic subhumans, and not exactly receiving general approval for their actions, was actually left to the staged events of the Expelli associations and the right-wing revisionists until 1989 and only became collective talk after reunification. They had been victims of a historicity to which the Germans could only submit, but not without the beckoning prize of having learned the lessons of history, of being the chosen people, not by God of course, but by history, that must now make the whole world happy with its message of salvation. Germany is a force for peace in a strong European alliance, and the object of its mission consciousness are those oppressed peoples who are striving to do the same as the Germans, to finally become a people of their own. We are the people. This is all that these dull and hackneyed history events à la Guido Knopp, the soap monzette such as Die Flucht and Kinder des Sturms and, last but not least, the Gromas, the biggest memorial of all time in Berlin, are about. But since these peoples do not exist by nature, they first have to be created. What could be better suited to the German/European fetishism of international law than the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, SFRY, which the Germans have always seen as a prison for nations? To legitimize the Second War of Aggression by the Nazis, Yugoslavia was regarded as a non-viable, multinational and artificial product of the Paris Suburb Treaties of 1919. In the same breath, it was emphasized that Croatia and Slovenia traditionally belonged to the German-influenced cultural area of Central Europe, and thus not to the Balkans. After the death of President Tito in 1980, tensions between the individual republics and the government in Belgrade grew ever stronger in the SFRY. Separatist aspirations became ever louder. Finally, due to the newly acquired sovereignty and the power vacuum of the drifting apart states and regions of the former Soviet Union and the implosion of the entire Eastern Bloc that emerged from the 1990s onwards, German foreign policy saw its historic opportunity to intervene massively but covertly in the tensions of Yugoslav domestic politics. Slovenia's secession from Yugoslavia in 1991 and the subsequent 10-day war were the prelude to the civil war that followed. Croatia did the same to the Slovenes and unleashed a war with Serbian forces and the Yugoslav Federal Army, JNA, which lasted until 1995. Following a referendum, the Republic of Croatia declared its sovereignty in June 1991 and was the first to be recognized by Germany through Foreign Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher. Franjo Tudjman, an outspoken fascist and anti-Semite, member of the Croatian Democratic Union, HDZ, became Croatia's first president. Germany pushed for other states to recognize Slovenia and Croatia. Germany was not entirely uninvolved in the warlike dynamics. The Slovenian Republic, like the Croatian Republic, was sure of Germany's support from the outset. This support included political and propaganda advice, financial aid, and the provision of weapons from former NVA stocks. This external influence by Germany in the affairs of a sovereign state was the initial spark for a civil war that spread to become a conflagration in Yugoslavia, which the regular JNA and police forces were unable to control. Bosnia-Herzegovina and Kosovo were next. The constellation of the new warring parties in the disintegrating Yugoslavia increasingly resembled that of the Second World War. The Croats under the fascist leadership of Franjo Tudjman, for whom the Ustasha was a role model, the Bosniaks, under their spiritual leader Alija Izetbegovic, supported by their Islamo-fascist brothers, the guerrilla-experienced Mujahideen from Afghanistan, and finally the Albanian Mafia, which successfully expanded its paramilitary arm, the Kosovo Liberation Army, UK, with German help, among others. Alija Izetbegovic, who had belonged to the Islamic/anti-communist organization Young Muslims during the Second World War, had to serve a 3-year prison sentence when Tito denazified him. When Izetbegovic published the manifesto The Islamic Declaration in 1970, in which he proposed a Sharia state for Bosnia, he went to prison again for it in 1983. In 1996, the Islamist was named Personality of the Year by a Spanish newspaper. 5 years later he was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize, and in 2003 he was named Muslim Personality of the Year. The career of an Islamo-fascist on the international stage. The brutal violence that ensued was blamed solely on the Serbs under their president Slobodan Milosevic and was to their detriment. Now a cheerful slashing and stabbing could begin in the Balkans. The staging was perfect and cried out for the intervention of humanism. But humanism had to be patient. A Kalashnikov smuggled from Albania cost 20 marks back then. More than 500,000 such rifles, as well as grenades, anti-tank mines and other murder tools, including the associated ammunition, amounting to tens of thousands of tons, are said to have been sold there within a very short time, enough to supply every provincial Albanian with a weapon. In the meantime, a mafia-like umbrella organization of competing gangs had managed to become a subject of international law as the UK and had set out to use the power of the gun barrels to annex all areas populated by Albanians in the disintegrating Yugoslavia to the mother country of Albania. Slovenes, Croats and Bosniaks had already shown them that this method was promising. The more terroristically and brutally the UK waged their civil war, the more certain they could be that, as a threatened people, world public opinion would stand by them. The reaction of the state government in Belgrade to put a stop to the terrorist activities of the UK was almost exclusively declared to be Greater Serbian chauvinism. In its perception of these conflicts, German journalism took on the shy view of anti-Slavic resentment. The FAZ, under its former editor Johann Georg Reismuller, who acted out his anti-Serbian hatred in Sturmergerman, and the Smell correspondent Erich Rathfelder for the Taz, who could not find any mass graves of innocently murdered Albanians anywhere, but claimed to have smelled them all the more, and justified his colportages with this sentiment. However, the German government was still reticent. This will only change with the Red-Green coalition. Human right breaks constitutional law. The crisis of the welfare state makes Germany the most aggressive proponent of a people get up even without welfare on the Balkan substitute object. Uli Krug and Klaus Wehmeyer explain why any ends means rationality that is supposed to be based on an economic interest is, to put it mildly, a poor rationalization not for the empirical events in the Balkans alone, but also for Germany's own pathological perception, the anti-imperialism reflex, of the political economic contexts. As in the theories about Nazi barbarism, to which all sorts of rational purposes are attributed, from Georgy Dimitrov to the Guggen Standpunkt group, so that there is no need to talk about extermination as an end in itself, seemingly vile interests are dragged into the light here in order to imply that those involved were not really concerned with human rights at all. But the coalition against Milosevic will be serious about human rights. Just as serious as Adolf Hitler once was about invading Czechoslovakia under European appeasement, ostensibly to help the Sudeten Germans. His justification can already be found in Mein Kampf: human right breaks constitutional law. Human law, under the condition of the general superfluousness of concrete human beings for capital exploitation, bends back into a kind of natural law that makes this society, which is blindly carried out and compulsively reproduced by individuals, appear as an immediate natural relationship in which the mediation of the general and the particular is negated in favor of mediationless violence.
In being, in death.
Society disintegrates into a secondary barbarism, in which it crosses itself out as a horde and wanders around in the godforsaken wasteland into which it has transformed the world in its own image, as the peoples once did at the time of the migration of nations. The talk of securing the location is merely the dynamization of this driven unrest through flexibilization in the internal area. The Schengen Agreement is by no means the Roman limes. Because they see the world as prey, they organize themselves into gangs. Now the world is as empty and useless to them as they make themselves out to be. In their superfluousness, all people are equal to them, equally killable. Only by reflecting on this nihilism can we explain why the civil war in Yugoslavia in the 1990s was promoted under German direction. The visible signs of disintegration and the final collapse of the Second World Market, Uli Krug, made the capitalist countries aware of their own agony in permanent crisis. While the socialist model died, the capitalist model remained undead. After having lived through anti-communism, nuclear death, forest dieback and other apocalyptic fantasies, Germany was, in the truest sense of the word, left with nothing, as there was no longer any hope for the blossoming landscapes in the east. Instead, the zonies helped themselves in self-defense and transformed their clods into nationally liberated zones, the defense of which is still their highest concern today, which they occupy themselves with in their dead time, since they are finally superfluous for the labor market. It is no different in the Balkans, whose new hordes of peoples have liberated their clods with more efficient weapons. For them, being a people means freedom from the multi-ethnic Republic of Yugoslavia, freedom as the right of the strongest, against the restrictions of the bourgeois republican constitution. The principle of the lean people state, which dynamically manages itself in its misery via a mafia-like gang system and still makes a few sinecures for its leaders, a non-state that has not completely abolished the legal distinction between the private and the political, in which every male member of the people with his Kalashnikov is a crisis manager in the whole and for the whole, is regarded by German ideology as a post-fascist model country in southeastern Europe, for which it must ultimately take sides with all its fervor in order to create a nation from the distorted image of its own past. The Kosovo Albanians took the place of the so-called Palestinians, so to speak, as a substitute object, to whom one did not yet dare to cozy up quite so brazenly, as tenderness between the peoples. If a referendum was held in Kosovo through volleys of gunfire and terrorist attacks, in Germany the Red-Green coalition was elected in the usual democratic way. The German collective soul flushed its ferment to the surface. Gerhard Schroeder, Joschka Fischer and Rudolf Scharping presented a new leadership team for Deutschland AG. While Helmut Kohl was still a bourgeois with at least an exquisitely bad character and power, the new gentlemen were those who shone through their absolute lack of character. In line with their own permanent desecuritization, repressive desublimation, they then carried out the dissolution of state/institutional regulation in favor of the direct democratic state of the active citizen. This is where Schroeder's longing for the state of emergency, and his view of the photo of his Nazi father, showing him in full Wehrmacht splendor in the Deep East, which adorned his official desk next to the picture of his young, but nevertheless prematurely aged wife Doris Schroederkopf, found their common vanishing point. In the many difficult and certainly lonely hours that Schroeder may have spent in his office, in which he made the moral preparations for himself not to wage war, but to enforce a peaceful solution in Kosovo by military means, his eyes probably wandered back and forth between the two pictures full of pathos. There the past, here the present. He could hardly have been thinking much of anything worthwhile. Quote, "Dear fellow citizens, tonight NATO has begun air strikes against military targets in Yugoslavia. In doing so, the alliance wants to prevent further serious and systematic violations of human rights and avoid a humanitarian catastrophe. We are not at war, but we are called upon to enforce a peaceful solution in Kosovo by military means." Gerhard Schroeder's televised speech on NATO's war of aggression against Yugoslavia on March 14, 1999. But a lack of ideas has never stopped a German social democrat from taking action. For precisely where concepts are lacking, a word comes at the right time. And that word was Auschwitz. This term made possible what the conservatives were not allowed to do, to lead Germany into its first war after 1945. The comparison between Hitler and Milosevic had already been doing the rounds for a long time, as had the media mills about a concentration camp in Pristina, the ethnic cleansing of Kosovo by the Serbs, the infamous Horseshoe Plan, mass graves such as the one in Orahovac with 430 allegedly buried children, and finally the alleged Rakic massacre, which was to serve as an emotional trigger
for the war.
Although there was never a concentration camp run by Serbian forces in the Pristina Stadium, nor one in Trnopolj, 1992, nor a horseshoe plan for the planned expulsion of Kosovo Albanians, nor any officially confirmed massacres of innocent civilians in Srebrenica, Orahovac, or Rakic, the image of the barbaric Serbs had long been reactivated in the minds of Germans and Europeans and was regarded as the official view of the conflicts in Kosovo, while the massacres of Serbian civilians by the UK were downright concealed. It should not be denied that there were also attacks by the Serbian civil war parties. However, the alleged massacre of Srebrenica is still a lie and therefore not proven. The claim that 8,000 people were executed by Serb units in Srebrenica was an invention of the Islamo-fascist government in Sarajevo. What was not mentioned was that Srebrenica, now a protection zone, was used under the eyes of UN troops to set up a military base for 10,000 Muslim soldiers. From this base, the Islamic units were able to attack Serbian settlements unchallenged. In April 1993, the Serbs drew a siege ring around Srebrenica. The government under Izet Begovic ordered its troops in the encircled town to hold it at all costs. The population became hostage to the Islamists, as their commander Nazar Oric prevented the evacuation of the civilian population on the grounds that you can't hold a town without the population. In July 1995, the Serbian armed forces stormed the town. The Dutch Blue Helmets stationed in Srebrenica later testified that they had not observed any atrocities committed by the Serbs. Cf. Alexander Doran, "In Our Skies the Foreign God Crosses." The strategy of entrenching themselves behind their own population as a protective shield is interesting. A method also used by Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon against the IDF, whose basis is the abolition of the distinction between military and civilian in the proclamation of the popular uprising. Rudolf Scharping then had no choice but to stand in front of the journalists in noble indignation, and finally present his splatter photos and videos as final proof of the brutality of the Serbs to them, who themselves had become bloodthirsty. The final line that Martin Walser had called for 6 months earlier in his Peace Prize speech in Frankfurt's Paulskirche for the German past was now to be drawn by Schroeder's team in Yugoslavia. On April 7, 1999, Foreign Minister Joschka, "I am a child of displaced persons." Fischer appealed in particular to his party, the Greens. "I have not only learned, never again war. I have also learned, never again Auschwitz."
End of quote.
Germany was now fully attuned to its anti-fascist mission and was able to contribute a few tornadoes to the NATO mission against Belgrade from March 24 to June 10, 1999, rushing to the aid of its old ally to strike against its archenemy, to eradicate Auschwitz. Yugoslavia was regularly bombed out of history. In February 2008, the Kosovo Albanians were finally given their own state, in which the UK was able to transform its mafia/paramilitary structure into a democratic/political one in order to give its territory the legal form that one of the largest transshipment points for drugs and weapons needs in the long term. Jürgen Roth reported on December 19, 2005 in the online magazine Sicherheitshout. Albania has developed into Europe's criminal aircraft carrier in recent years. Kosovo, on the other hand, despite UN administration and NATO military, is a single criminal biotope. A key element of this explosive development is the profitable drugs business. A large proportion of the constantly growing opium harvest in Afghanistan ends up on the Western European and American markets in the form of heroin. This has created an organic ethnological museum in Kosovo, in line with German aspirations, an area of gang rule. The state flag of Kosovo, probably projected in a hurry by interns from an advertising and marketing agency, is no longer even makeup, but an expression of emphatic indifference. The Palestinians of the Amselfeld, the Bosnians and Albanians of Kosovo learned from the so-called Palestinians, who had already learned it from the Nazis, that an ethnic group can play the persecuting innocent with aggressive larmoyance, constantly and unashamedly portray itself as a victim to the whole world, Pallywood, and successfully sell its murderous/nihilistic destructive rage as resistance. The Arabs, who like to call themselves Palestinians, are only partially successful, but the Kosovo Albanians got away with it in front of everyone. What the German ideology saw in Yugoslavia was the prison of nations that had to be smashed. The SFRY was seen by the Friends of the Peoples as a hybrid and artificial state in which ethnic cultures were suppressed. In Europe, culture has now generally become the antithesis of civilization, and Arte is the propaganda channel that goes with it. The constant, overpressurized agitation against Israel in the European media, the seething indignation against the IDF's military actions in southern Lebanon in 2006 and in the Gaza Strip in 2008 bear witness to the European longing for an international state of emergency. The fate of the Serbs is not that of the Jews. Yugoslavia was not Israel, and yet the resentment against Yugoslavia was able to break out, which wants to introduce the immediate rule of rackets with the delusion of the juridification of international relations between states. Subjects of international law of European provenance are gangs that turn jihad into an expression of cultural resistance. The intentions of Hamas or Hezbollah are obvious: the destruction of Israel. Yugoslavia stood alone in 1999 when the Tornadoes and B-52 bombers buried Belgrade under a carpet of bombs. Israel at least has considerable military power and still has the USA as an ally. If the latter, under the Obama-Biden line, comes ever closer to the Europeans, as competitors for world sovereignty, and the umbrella organization of cultivated anti-Zionism, the UN, Israel would be the next country for a humanitarian intervention by the European enemies of peace. If one really wanted to imagine such a scenario, it would probably be led by Germany in alliance with Iran, whose former president, a self-confessed realist, gave an impressively precise sociological analysis of the local state of mind in an interview with the news magazine Spiegel. Quote, "Do you believe that the German people are on the side of the Zionist regime? Do you believe that a referendum could be held in Germany? If you allow such a referendum, you will find that the German people hate the Zionist regime."
End of quote.
Jürgen Roth reported on December 19, 2005 in the online magazine Sicherheitshout. Albania has developed into Europe's criminal aircraft carrier in recent years. Kosovo, on the other hand, despite UN administration and NATO military, is a single criminal biotope. A key element of this explosive development is the profitable drugs business. A large part of the constantly growing opium harvest in Afghanistan ends up on the Western European and American markets in the form of heroin.
End of quote.
Whether Ahmadinejad has closely followed the popular studies on anti-Semitism in Germany, or whether he derives his knowledge from personal conversations with German leaders cannot be determined here. Schroeder at least has already been to Iran for a casual chat, others should follow him. What the Germans will never forgive Israel for is its non-dialogical, non-peaceful and, above all, non-metaphysical defense against the threat to the lives of its citizens, which is conditioned by the existence of this state, which consists of nothing other than the defense against the anti-Semites threatening it, whose representatives it has to fight as Palestinians on its borders in such a way that they do not succeed in laying a hand on even one Jew by force. Israel is a military state and can be nothing else. Because it is the refuge of all Jews from the anti-Semites, maintained by self-armament, it exists only in the political military confrontation with them and against them. Every innocent fool who criticizes, attacks, or publicly speaks out against Israel's military policy is an enemy of this state and an anti-Semite, regardless of whether he wants to be called one or not. The clean Germans cannot forgive Israel so much for defending the lives of its citizens. No, that it is nothing other than this very defense, that they erase this term from their language. In this way, Israel becomes a state among states, just as the Jews in Nazi Germany were people among people. The fact that this among can be read in such a demeaning way is the reason why it has to be there. The Jews in Nazi Germany were the individual, concrete, threatened and weak people among the ethnic Germans, i.e. the people of German Nazi human rights, in which only those who made themselves concretely Nazi Germans were allowed to be abstract citizens. In Nazi Germany, the Germans who had become a people showed the Jews that it is the state that decides who is a human being, i.e. who is granted inalienable human rights. They showed them this by enacting the Nuremberg race laws, which were the concrete formulation of the unwritten and uncertified right of individual Jews to exist, which the Germans temporarily granted them as long as they had not murdered them in the gas chambers of Auschwitz. Those who talk today about the right to exist, which they are prepared to grant Israel as long as it has not allowed itself to be wiped off the map, are those who believe they have power over the Jewish state and thus over its citizens and want to keep it. They are anti-Semites because they would never dream of Italy, Ghana or Latvia having the right to exist. The advocates of Israel's right to exist are the counter-sovereigns of the international law in which it is negotiated. Thus the existence of Israel and its citizens, i.e. all Jews around the world, becomes the subject of the UN General Assembly. Israel's right to exist is a lie because there is not and cannot be international recognition of Israel's borders as long as anti-Semitism is the general solution to the crisis and as long as the Palestinian people and the Islamic Ummah, who are bent on murdering Jews, have not been crushed. Like any right, Israel's right to exist only has the validity of the force that stands up for its observance in a state of emergency. Because Israel is the prevented catastrophe, because it has to act with a state of emergency in permanence, this force is the armament and defense capability of its citizens, the Israeli army, which is at the same time a civil defense against the access of other states to the individual. Israel's right to exist is therefore a lie, since those who always speak of it and its non-negotiability would not use force to enforce it, and the Israel Defense Forces that enforce it are acting against the reasoning of the Parliament of Nations called the UN and thus against the anti-Zionist will of the peoples. The Israeli army, as not only Norman Page and Angela Merkel know, violates international law. It does so in principle and rightly so, because anyone with half a brain can see from the slaughter in Rwanda or the rule of Hamas in the Gaza Strip how much this law is able to protect the physical integrity of the individual from the terror of the people, or the Palestinians. Israel is a thorn in the side of the Germans because its entire form reveals the mystification of state and capital into something primordial as a lie. Israel is inauthentic. Israel is unphilosophical. Israel acts neither for reasons nor for a higher purpose, because the only purpose of its actions is the life of those who live in it. Therefore, any criticism of Israel and its policies must be denounced and fought as an anti-Semitic attack. Israel is not committed to a myth called international law, nor to any other higher cause, such as labor, peace, or Jewish culture. Israel's existence is only politically negative in relation to the states that surround and threaten Israel. It shows that not only the commodity but also the state is the generalized exclusion of empirical human beings by the citizens of the state. It is the prevention of the access of the anti-Semitic international to the individual Jew by Jewish citizens. Defined in this way, Israel is the answer to an institution of the world that has become untenable, existing only in this institution and only against it. Israel is not positive and not metaphysical, not actual and identical with itself, only against the identity of the conditions that surround it. It is the state-turned struggle of the oppressed creature against the oppressor surrounding it, and thus the involuntarily seemingly positive existence of a negation that has come too late since Auschwitz and has failed to materialize to this day. The Germans and the international community of enemies of critical thinking, the global community of peace-loving idiots, are neither willing nor able to reflect on this, and are not even willing to be able to do so. Annette Groth, the Left Party spokesperson on human rights, her parliamentary group colleague Inge Hoger and Norman Page have no direct decision-making power as far as the German reason of state is concerned. Something like this can tempt a professor of public law, but even more so two very insignificant MPs from a populist party whose desire for direct democracy seems to them to have been thwarted, to get back at those who are only forced to get involved in the bad business of politics, the citizens of Israel. Their military action shows European and especially left-wing politicians the misery, ugliness and distastefulness of their actions. In the face of those who want to continue to make a state after Auschwitz, Jews decide to arm themselves and found Israel, which is the name of their self-defense against their annihilation in the course of German human rights policy. If, as a German politician, one cannot participate in the realization of the rule of the people to the extent required by need, one still has the practical option of turning against the Jews, i.e., the Israeli warfare against the anti-Semites. Such an attack can simply be carried out with the means of propaganda, by writing an article critical of Israel in the Taz, the FAZ, the Süddeutsche Zeitung, or even in Neues Deutschland. These texts have always called for action, which is translated by the German government into barely restrained criticism of Israel, cooperation with Iran, and appeasement towards Islam. But although German policy stems from and corresponds to anti-Semitism and German criticism of Israel, it is not identical to them. This bothers the advocates of direct democracy. Like their comrade Gregor Gysi, it is not enough for them to declare their support for the German raison d'etat and Israel's right to exist in order to reproduce the German raison d'etat, i.e., criticism of Israel, on an extended level. Some of the left-wing party's full victims cannot give in to the urge to attack Israel in direct confrontation. These pacifists, these German fighters for peace, want war against Israel so much that they occasionally turn themselves into combatants, which they already were when, like Page in January 2009, they publicly spoke out in favor of the Palestinians' right to resist the Israeli occupation. Like Page, who is concerned about the unity of the left, they know that terror is the means of the powerless and feel as Palestinians. The proclamation of their innocence, the lie of their peacefulness, twists the act of terror into a non-violent propaganda act for the good cause that is above all else, which is in fact the purpose of the do-gooders. In reality, both terror and propaganda are very closely connected. Propaganda does violence to the truth by preparing and thinking terror. The violence of terror in turn arranges reality in such a way that it becomes untrue, i.e., incomprehensible, and terror becomes its defining moment. The 6 ships that were stopped by the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, off the coast of the Gaza Strip on the night of May 31st were carrying some European politicians and those who would like to be left-wing Israeli activists and a Jewish Holocaust survivor. However, the majority of those on board were Turkish Islamists. The food that had been loaded onto the ships was only intended to alleviate hunger if it was of some use to the war against Israel. Greta Berlin, an organizer of the flotilla, put it in a nutshell on May 27 in an interview with AFP. This mission is not about delivering humanitarian goods, it's about breaking Israel's blockade.
End quote.
And so it was. The army's offer to transport the food to the Gaza Strip using Israeli trucks was rejected. The Solidarity Flotilla attacked the naval blockade despite repeated warnings. When the Israeli army then boarded the ships from the air in order to divert them to the port of Ashdod, the soldiers on the largest ship in the flotilla, the Mavi Marmara, were met by a mob of 60 to 100 Islamists in a lynching mood, who had apparently been preparing for such a confrontation for some time. The soldiers abseiled down from a helicopter and had to defend themselves against the blows with iron bars and knife attacks as they entered the ship's deck. There was no doubt that the Islamists, who had previously prepared themselves for the murder of the Jews with battle chants, wanted to kill them. The captain of the boarding party was stabbed in the stomach by one of the holy warriors and, thanks to his good physical condition, was able to save himself on a lower deck and from there into the water, from where he was rescued. Surprised by such violence, the soldiers finally fired shots at the lynch mob, killing 9 Islamists and injuring around 50. At least 3 of those killed boarded the Mavi Marmara with the intention of dying there as martyrs. The Israeli soldiers did them the hideous favor. Because, according to Clausewitz, in every military conflict the enemy gives me the law, I will have to kill him where he opens a fight to the death. No one denies that the Islamists want such a fight, even if everyone keeps quiet about it while they spread the rumor about the Jews. Hamas, or rather its leader Heinlein, announced even before the action that it would be an anti-Semitic propaganda act. His hope, which cannot be separated from the delusion, was that if the Solidarity Flotilla is repelled, public opinion will turn against Israel. If the ships reach Gaza, it's a victory for Gaza. If they are intercepted and terrorized by the Zionists, it will be a victory for Gaza too, and they will move again in new ships to break the siege of Gaza.
End of quote.
It was a victory for Gaza. And Heinlein can do less for this victory than public opinion, which, according to the press, is about to become politics. Heinlein's anti-Semitic and essentially anti-life face is the only thing that can be studied. Like the activists before him, he refused to allow the Israeli army to deliver the shipload to the Gaza Strip. The Palestinian leadership made the supply of the Palestinians imprisoned in Gaza dependent on negotiations with Israel for the release of Islamic terrorists. These, just like the peace activists, are only able to produce newspaper articles, television interviews, and the associated rocket fire on Israeli cities outside of captivity and are only useful to the Palestinian cause in this way. The leaders of Hamas, as well as the activists of the international flotilla, are as indifferent to the suffering of the Palestinians, which should be alleviated materially, as the Palestinians themselves. The complaints about the dead are staged for the institutions to produce ideology. They are the anti-Semitic jargon of the culture industry, in the production of which the rest of the compassion is used up, and without regular publication they would disappear completely from reality, not just from what is reported. The same applies to the journey of the International Jihadist Flotilla, whose organizers, together with the left-wing activists, were willing to accept being attacked by the Israeli army so that they could complain about it afterwards in the tone of innocent do-gooders. The peace activists' act of terror against Israel was intended to be both a blow against the Israeli state, to be followed by others, and the worldwide production of newspaper articles, television programs, radio reports and demonstrations against Israel, which should not stop there. This is why, less than 2 days after the attack on the naval blockade, the world was able to report on upcoming similar actions. The only ones who did not want the attack to end in bloodshed were the Israeli soldiers. Nothing can be held against them, except that they could have known that the majority of the ship's crew wanted violence, were intent on murdering Jews from the outset and would therefore not react with passive resistance.
This ship's crew wanted dead martyrs.
Mechanically, an Islamist went on record with an indignation that was clear from the outset. The ship turned into a lake of blood, the Turkish mother told reporters in Istanbul. She admitted without being asked that she had deliberately taken her baby on the ship because she was aware of the possible danger in joining the trip. She justified the fact that her baby could have died in the planned clashes by saying, "But there are thousands of babies in Gaza. If we had reached Gaza we would have played with them and taken them food."
End of quote.
Raising thousands of babies to become future suicide bombers in Gaza makes them feel free of concern for their own. Annette Groth, Inga Hoger and Norman Page were among the first to be released and made themselves available to reporters. There was no shortage of coverage. All the articles, whether from the FAZ, the Junge Welt, the Süddeutsche Zeitung, the Welt, etc., have in common that they print Israel as the aggressor, even though they know that the Martyr Flotilla attacked the blockade despite warnings and wanted to attack. In the New York Times, the activists' attack against the Israeli soldiers is called "Deadly Raid on a Flotilla of Aid Ships." In an article whose author is unable to comprehend that a clear majority in Israel considers it right and necessary that the army tried to stop the flotilla, the FAZ prints Israeli military action and bloody storming of the Solidarity Flotilla to make Israel the attacker. Die Welt creates an Israeli storming of the Mavi Marmara in the same article, in which it has the Israeli ambassador expose the mendacity of Gregor Gysis, whose solidarity with Israel goes so far as to speak of the murder and mutilation of Palestinians by Hamas, who are guilty of un-Islamic behavior, but provides the FAZ with a demand for pressure, according to which the German reason of state must include the German government advocating an end to the illegal closure of the Gaza Strip. The same Welt headlines a picture showing the activists beating a soldier lying on the ground with iron bars with "Passengers on the ship and soldiers attack each other with heavy iron bars." Nevertheless, it must be credited to Die Welt that its editors refrained from criticizing Israel in their writing, made it the subject matter itself, and even in the first reports, in which the 3 Palestine activists from the left party had to be given the floor, did not let them make unchallenged claims such as, "The soldiers were at most slightly injured and were able to walk back up on their own 2 feet, or tell fairy tales such as, "I saw 2.5 wooden sticks." The Taz did, however, and unintentionally brought to light that it is better not to trust the words of Norman Page quoted above, because he knows very well what he is talking about and which part of reality he is better off leaving out. It is interesting that the Israelis cannot present any weapons at all. What they are showing is what they found on the Mavi Marmara, batons, iron. That's all. Apparently there were no weapons on the ship, only batons and unprocessed iron. That's why Page finds it disgusting that these weapons are always shown in our press. The soldiers he had seen strolling cheerfully from deck to deck a day ago were no longer there when Page was standing on the middle deck by the stairs, because he saw that first the Israelis, probably because they had asked for it, and later the injured were carried down. With such openness, the question you said in one of your first interviews that the boarding was a war crime. Do you stand by that? Because of course Page stands by it, because he knows that the defense against Islamist terrorists is not, as his comrades have said, like in war, but that it is a war in which an apparently civilian freighter was to be used to attack a war fleet whose crew wanted in the least to humiliate the Israeli army. As for Inga Hoger's claim that she and her comrades felt like they were at war, she must really have felt that way. She was born in 1950, and it was the first war she decided to take part in. Dirk Muller welcomed her with a heartfelt good morning on Deutschlandfunk and interviewed her. Of course, Muller can easily overlook her revealing information that she was locked below deck with all the other women, as befits such an Islamic ship. After all, the interview was about Israel, not about such conditions. Not much needs to be said about the Süddeutsche Zeitung, Frankfurter Rundschau, and FAZ. An editorial office that, like that of the SZ, praises the prominent occupation member Heinlein for performing a Palestinian incendiary speech against Israeli soldiers in the Berlin Volksbahn and prints his delusions of Israelis shooting activists in their sleep without comment, and doesn't even know the difference between a report and a partisan speech, can be trusted to be able to serve any resentment. Editorials such as those of the Frankfurter Rundschau and SZ, which print a quote from Menkel that reads, "What will happen next year when we return with hundreds of boats? Will they then detonate a nuclear bomb?" make themselves the spokespeople of the Anti-Semitic International, which could not exist without the public rumor about the Jews, which is the communication of what one is prepared to do to them. Theoretically, these scribblers, who constantly generate new anti-Semitism, have long been finished and can only be denounced. The same goes for the editors of the FAZ, who print an eyewitness report that sheds no light on anything and does nothing but lie to the anti-Semites about the actions of the Israeli soldiers with the words "those who do not give way will be cleared out of the way" as a call for a pogrom. They have clearly communicated whose side they are on. It must have been a happy time when some printed matter was left to the gnawing criticism of mice marks, when Karl Kraus had not yet had to realize that the world was inflamed with paper. Because international fleets are sent against Israel to print newspaper articles against Israel, newspaper articles are printed that will be followed by international fleets. The constant repetition of the same old thing needs catastrophes, but the catastrophes are nothing more than the constant renewal of the same old thing. The pressure that weighs on Israel is printed, and the editorial offices make it more oppressive by printing it. However, where words are no longer worth the paper they are printed on, publishing houses, which even if it only concerns spelling, represent an instance of censorship, become an anachronism, an annoying condition of text production whose producers want to publish opinion and resentment and consider it good form to write the way they think. A blogger called Classless Color writes as a broad-sided bombardment against authorship and authorship on the internet, which has long since become a reality on blogs, social networks, indie and alt media. Quote, "Withdraw from your own text to the point of unidentifiability. Poetry should be made by all, not by one. Where do your words, your grammar, your context come from?"
End quote.
He gives the floor to Helene Hegeman, whom he does not attack, but admires, because she does not claim to have written, i.e. thought, anything in her book Axolotl Roadkill herself, and even openly admits that where I could be, it prevails. I am only a lodger in my own head. Where authors have withdrawn from their own texts to the point of unidentifiability, where poetry destroys them because the language was made by everyone and no one, where, as in Hegeman's book, narratives are not from a damaged, but a broken life that wants to free itself from all conventions, but does not want to reflect on itself, but wants to narrate, where the individual capitulates to reality, i.e. does what the Germans did as a mass in 1933, that is where social networks, forums, blogspheres, etc. are formed, in which it is allowed to say everything that everyone thinks anyway, in which the communicators moderate themselves. It is no coincidence that after June 31st, the Welt editorial team had to report anti-Semitic hate slogans, songs of praise for Hitler and calls for murder, against Jews on the internet, the spread of which cannot be controlled because, for example, on Twitter, like-minded people can forward hate comments with a single mouse click through a so-called retweet, so that popular entries are spread very quickly. Karl Kraus in the 21st century, paper has inflamed the world. It has sparked boundless and ruthless communication, in which even a function no longer needs to be named according to what it serves. It is given a product name by the company that provides it. The anti-Semites on Twitter retweet their resentments instead of passing them on. Where everything becomes communication, you end up with the same zombies on the international stage as in the parties, whose members say what the newspapers, which only write what Facebook and Twitter users want to read, print. The spread of resentment is its generalization, the completion of fetishism through language, and its end or destruction at the same time. After the attack on Israel by the flotilla of Jew haters and Islamist tyrants was reprinted as an attack by Israel on an international or solidarity flotilla, the whole world behaves as if Israel had attacked a solidarity flotilla. French Foreign Minister Kouchner proposes EU control of sea freight to the Gaza Strip. His Spanish and Italian colleagues do the same. The Greek government cancels a joint air force maneuver with Israel. Egypt eases the blockade of the Gaza Strip. Erdogan refuses a planned maneuver with Israeli participation and withdraws his ambassador. He accuses Israel of something that does not exist, namely state terrorism, and salivates while the anti-Semitic demonstrating mob, not only on the streets of Istanbul, makes its demand that Israel must be punished. Turkish President Abdullah Gül knows that this threat means jihad and therefore also that Turkey will never forgive Israel for this attack. Obama, the New York Times knows, does not want to alienate Turkey, which is playing an increasingly vocal role on the world stage. The American president expresses his deepest sympathy to Erdogan, in unbreakable friendship with Israel, of course, for the dead, whose aim of inflicting a defeat on the Israeli Navy under the Turkish flag is shared by the Turkish Prime Minister. Torn between allies, Obama agrees with Palestinian President Abbas that Israel must rethink its blockade policy because he has promised him $400 million for the purchase of new goods which are then to be delivered to Gaza through the blockade. Guido Westerwelle is deeply concerned, but not in view of the alliance of German citizens/parliamentarians with Islamists who want to murder Jews. The German foreign minister offers consular assistance to these German combatants against Israel and expresses his relief at their release. He leaves no doubt that these announcements are not a mere formality. Because, like the activists, his political goal is to ultimately enable the unhindered flow of humanitarian goods, i.e., the enforcement of international law by the Palestinians against the Israeli army. Of course, he is lying. It is not about humanitarian goods. Their exclusive delivery is only possible through the control of the transportation of goods by the Israeli army. Only the army can ensure that only goods that are conducive to the breeding of anti-Semitic holy warriors, but not their armament, reach the Gaza Strip. As a Palestinian, Westerwelle feels that for him, as for Erdogan, there can be no normal transition to the agenda, which could consist of breaking off diplomatic relations with Turkey in the face of Erdogan's blatant threats against Israel. Further, because the obvious must not be true, a German foreign minister must be critical of Israel and strongly insist that there must be a comprehensive, transparent, neutral investigation, in which, of course, not only Israel's guilt for the attack on its flotilla is established, but also the question of whether, as Israel claims, weapons were on board the Mavi Marmara. This is the German solidarity with Israel, suspicious of every article in the Jewish press, inspired by deep concern, and always urged to show brotherhood so emphatically that Avigdor Lieberman's blood freezes in his veins. The Federal Foreign Office continues the war of the Anti-Semitic International, whose political party in Germany is the Left Party, by political means. Westerwelle's demands against Israel are taken from Gregor Gysi's press release of May 31, in which he demands from the federal president, the president of the Bundestag, the federal chancellor and the federal foreign minister, that they advocate the formation of an international commission of inquiry to clarify the events and for an end to the illegal closure of the Gaza Strip.
End quote.
The lawyer Gysi may have no idea what the law is, but he is certainly suitable as a spokesman for German foreign policy critical of Israel, i.e., as a furious propagandist for the preparation of war against Israel, which is identical to the ending of Israeli blockades. Because Gregor Gysi is in solidarity with Israel with the same aim as Norman Page is critical of Israel, i.e., because he wants to put into action a reason of international law critical of Israel, whose sovereign in Iran is tinkering with the atomic bomb, this German leftist offers, even before he can know anything except that members of his parliamentary group took part in a breakthrough of an Israeli blockade in which some of the attackers were killed, he offers the press the rumor against the Jews free of charge, according to which the Israeli soldiers unilaterally opened fire and killed or injured peaceful people. The Left Party's solidarity with Israel speaks the language of Der Stürmer. On May 28, 2024, former Foreign Minister Sigmar Gabriel gave the following answer when asked whether he agreed with Robert Habeck's statement that Israel's military action was not compatible with international law. Yes, and so does the Court of Human Rights. I believe that the Israelis are fighting a battle that I understand from the point of view of the Hamas attack. On the other hand, Israel is a democracy, a constitutional state. Just a few weeks ago, millions of people in Israel were still demonstrating against Netanyahu for the preservation of the rule of law. And that means that such a constitutional state must abide by rules that Hamas does not have to abide by. There is no international law for Hamas, there is no international law of war for them. They have every freedom, so to speak, to torture and kill people. For us in democracies, and Israel is a democratic country, we always have to weigh things up. For us, the end must not justify the means. And that, I believe, is what the international community, including the United States, including us, reproaches the Israeli government for, that it pursues a policy in which the end justifies the means in case of doubt, and we cannot and should not accept that.
End quote.
Even if Gabriel, who presents himself as an elder statesman, says a lot of wrong things here, he is not only reflecting the international perception of the war between Israel and Hamas, but is also, presumably unconsciously, presenting an accurate analysis. Israel must indeed, due to its democratic and constitutional constitution, expose itself to particular criticism of its conduct of the war in the Gaza Strip, while the autocratic and totalitarian enemy of the Jewish state, Hamas, despite all violations of international law and the laws of war, whether against the Israeli or the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip, recedes into the background as an actor in the war, and its crimes are attributed to Israel. as Gabriel did a few minutes later when he declared that it was the Israeli government that bears responsibility for the fact that this hostage-taking was ultimately possible. October 7, the massacre of over 1,000 Jews, the hostage-taking of Israeli citizens, the thousands of rocket attacks on Israel's heartland, the military use of civilian facilities, the militarily enforced prevention of the inhabitants of the Gaza Strip from fleeing, and the forcibly appropriated aid deliveries from the international community are blamed on the Israeli state. As a democratic country, in constructed causal cascades, while Hamas seems to have long since disappeared from the field of vision of Western states and their media as the responsible party. Not only the terrorist organizations also involved in the war, such as Hezbollah and the Houthis or the terrorist state of Iran, are nesting in this blind spot, but also the Arab states bordering the Gaza Strip, such as Egypt and Jordan, which to this day refuse to accept refugees from the Gaza Strip even temporarily. Democratic Israel is also blamed for the resulting consequences, such as the fact that Hamas, as in the case of Rafah, must also be fought within the refugee camps from which it operates. The double standards that invoke the constitutional and democratic constitution of the Jewish state are not being demonstrated for the first time in view of the current war unleashed by Hamas. Even in historical retrospect, the actions of Arab and non-Arab actors disappear from the assessment of conflicts, while the Jewish state has been held responsible for all disasters in the Middle East since its foundation in 1948, not only from the Arab or Islamic side, but also in the West. The common classification of the Middle East conflict includes references to the expulsion of the Palestinians, the sealing off of Palestinian territories and their progressive occupation by Jewish settlers, and the Israeli state's apartheid and segregation policy that allegedly goes hand in hand with this. Those who are particularly aware of history also mention Israel's involvement in the massacres in the Beirut districts of Sabra and Shatila. On the other hand, the brutal PLO massacres in Dammar, Lebanon in 1976, the 19-year occupation of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank by Egypt and Jordan, or the regular bombing of Palestinian neighborhoods around Damascus since the beginning of the Syrian civil war play just as little a role in the classification of Palestinian history in the Western, but also in the Arab Islamic reception as the rabid anti-Semitism of Israel's enemies, which made the special security and military policy of the Jewish state necessary in the first place. The complex and conflict-ridden relations between the Palestinians and the Arab states are also neglected in retrospect. What remains is the narrative that Israel has denied the Palestinians any autonomy since its foundation and that they are now resorting to desperate methods. The fact that the history of the modern state of Israel, viewed from the perspective of the West, is not placed in the particular social, religious, ethnic, military, and political conditions of the Middle East, only makes it possible to evaluate and condemn Israel solely against the historical background of Western democratic constitutional states of European provenance. Israel's ties with the West are obvious in many respects, politically, culturally, economically, and historically, in terms of ideas. Israel is a democratic republic organized under the rule of law, in which the role of religion is sometimes politically contested, but whose institutions are unquestionably secular. Zionism, which the irreligious Theodor Herzl had formulated as a Jewish national movement, had matured in post-revolutionary Europe. The founding of the State of Israel was ultimately a political consequence of the extermination of the Jews on European soil. However, the fact that the European West simply regards Israel as a part of itself not only conceals the historical rupture that the extermination and expulsion of the European Jews represents, but also serves to set higher standards for the small state on the eastern edge of the Mediterranean than for any of its Arab neighbors, and thus to denounce Israel, which can never fulfill the European norm, as the most morally depraved part of the West. The fact that Israel has not become a military dictatorship despite the threat situation in which it permanently finds itself, but is still committed to its own constitutional principles, is neither celebrated as an improbable miracle nor understood as a logical consequence of the Zionist liberation project, but is all the more taken as an opportunity to declare each of its defense measures a crime that violates Western standards. However, a look at recent history shows that the political order of the West, especially Western Europe since the Second World War, does not provide a yardstick for understanding the Middle Eastern conditions in which the Jewish state has found itself since its foundation. After 1945, no democratic state in Western Europe has been the target of a war of conquest and annihilation by one of its neighbors. Similarly, no state in this region has used religious or ethnic minorities in one of its neighboring countries as a pretext for an invasion or shifting of borders, and no state has collapsed as a result of civil war in the last 80 years. State sovereignty in Europe, especially since the Schengen Agreement, hardly ever appears in the form of armed and uniformed border troops. At the same time, religious and ethnic affiliations play an increasingly minor role in Western European citizenship law, if they do not even disappear as categories. And in the rare case of foreign policy conflict, Western constitutional states can weigh up and adhere to international law, not because they are constitutional states, but because there is no reason to have to defend one's own state against a neighboring constitutional state. It is not only the preconditions for the founding of Israel, which are rooted in European history, but above all the fact that Israel is supposed to stand up to comparison with local constitutional and democratic conditions, that obscures the view of the assimilation process that this state had to undergo in the Arab Islamic region in order to survive to this day. A first step towards understanding this process is to recognize the special significance of religious and ethnic, and by extension tribal and familial affiliations in the Middle East, if not in the entire Islamic world. In the West, this significance is almost impossible to convey. Here, religion is an option, and this fact is accepted by the state, society, and even the church. The positive and negative freedom of religion enables individuals to adhere to their own family's denomination regardless of which one they belong to abandon it in favor of another denomination, or to avoid a religious confession altogether. In addition, denominational affiliation no longer plays a role in the political decision-making process, and parties are not formed along religious lines. The situation is similar with the significance of ethnicity, which has practically disappeared as a political category in Western Europe. Even if this process varies gradually from country to country, since 1945 Western states and societies have succeeded in integrating all indigenous and often also immigrant population groups living on their territory into the national population and mixing them in an ambiguous sense. Even if this was not without conflict, this process has mostly been completed and largely forgotten for decades. There can hardly be any talk of ethnic differences between the English and Scots, Basques and Catalans, or Flemish and Walloons today, despite the sometimes all the more passionate identity kitsch. The relativization or dissolution of ethnic and religious affiliations has been further advanced by the creation of supranational institutions such as the European Union. Here, conflicts of interest are fought out by states and parties, not by religious or ethnic groups. The fact that these categories of social affiliation only play a role in political decision-making processes in a sublimated or abstract form is an achievement of Western modernity, which at the same time blinds us to the fact that there are conditions under which even a Western state like Israel is forced to act politically along religious and ethnic lines. Western European experience knows of no such special case in which a Western state applies both an egalitarian concept of citizenship and takes into account the different religious and ethnic affiliations of its citizens and those of its mostly hostile neighboring states, whether in times of peace or war. What the West believes it knows, however, is its own current, albeit historically highly presuppositional, constitution, which it presents to Israel as a moralizing role model, although it has been necessarily alien to the Jewish state since its foundation. Instead, from the very beginning, Israel has been dependent on the preservation of its Jewish majority, both religiously and ethnically determined, in order to maintain its Jewish sovereignty and thus its guarantee of protection for all those persecuted as Jews worldwide. For the same reason, Israel naturally privileges Jewish immigrants when it comes to naturalization and rejects a right of return, extended to all subsequent generations, for Palestinians who fled or resettled in 1948. Likewise, Palestinians residing in the West Bank remain excluded from Israeli citizenship, just as they have been allowed to form their own political and police bodies. The significant Arab minority within Israeli territory, on the other hand, was granted full citizenship rights and enjoys special rights such as exemption from compulsory military service or a monopoly on marriage and divorce according to their own Muslim, Druze, Christian, etc. religion. This policy of Jewish sovereignty, which involves both equalization with and exclusion of other religious and ethnic groups, is a necessity in view of the manifest threat to Israeli Jews, who never again want to be a defenseless minority, and can at the same time be understood as a gradual assimilation to the political conditions in the Middle East, which alone enables Israel's survival in a hostile environment. In order to understand this assimilation process, it is worth taking a look at the political history of the neighboring Arab countries to become aware of the differences to the European West, especially with regard to the significance of ethnic and religious affiliation. The course and historical preconditions of the Lebanese Civil War, 1975 to 1990, are exemplary in this respect. Even if other events in the region are also suitable for contextualizing the special situation of the Israeli state, this conflict has characteristics that can be paralleled with Israel's situation and show the dangers to which the Jewish state was and is exposed in the Arab region. Firstly, Lebanon was also founded as a state that would enable a particular denomination to maintain a majority. In this case, it was Christians of the Uniate Syrian Maronite Church, which suffered systematic discrimination and recurring famines under the Ottoman Empire, particularly in the 19th century. The Ottoman Autonomous Region of Mutasarrafia Mount Lebanon, 1861 to 1918, in which the majority were Maronites with a strong Druze minority, was merged with other areas north and south of Mount Lebanon during the French Mandate, 1917 to 1943, for agrarian policy reasons to form the state of Greater Lebanon, which also included regions in which the majority were Muslim. The independence of this area from a Syrian state that was developing in parallel was cemented by the proclamation of the Lebanese Republic in 1926. However, both during the French Mandate and after its independence in 1943, the Lebanese state was threatened from within and without by pan-Arab and Greater Syrian ideologies. An independent Lebanese state was not recognized, particularly by Syria, the Muslim minority and parts of the Greek Orthodox Christians, especially as Syria's natural claim to this territory was asserted. In the run-up to the Lebanese Civil War, this situation culminated in a military intervention by the USA in 1958, after Sunni and Druze groups supported Lebanon's accession to the United Arab Republic of Egypt and Syria under the leadership of the pan-Arabist Gamal Abd al-Nasser, and thus the dissolution of the Lebanese state, contrary to the position of the then Maronite president Camille Chamoun. In the face of this threat, the Maronite Christians developed the idea of differentiating themselves ethnically from an Arab or Syrian identity by locating themselves and the Lebanese population not in an Arab but in a Phoenician genealogy. Although this further ethnic and cultural sealing off from the Arab identity was only popular among Maronite Christians, and is rather ridiculed in Lebanon today, it provided an ethnically based argument to protect themselves from pan-Arab, Greater Syrian and later Palestinian influences. Secondly, despite religious proportional representation, frequent gerrymandering, politically dominant clan families and questionable constitutional amendments, the Lebanese Republic comes closest to a Western democracy compared to other Arab forms of government. Free elections are held, governing coalitions can be voted out of office and freedom of expression prevails. In particular, the military does not have the same role in power politics as in other Arab states. At the same time, despite the Maronites' claim to hegemony, the democratic constitution of the Lebanese Republic shows how fragile an Arab state is when it tries to democratically meet the political demands of religious and ethnic minorities that are set apart from one another, especially if they are not prepared to do so, to integrate themselves into a national Lebanese community, or even, as the Shiite Hezbollah has done since 1982, to install a state within a state based on a shadow economy. And religious terror, which has the capacity to plunge the country into war, as Hamas did with Israel and the Gaza Strip on October 7. Thirdly, Lebanon has also had its relevant experiences with the Palestinians, whose role in destabilizing the Lebanese Republic is often suppressed. The flight of an estimated 100,000 Palestinians to Lebanon after the Israeli War of Independence shifted the composition of the population in favor of the Sunni minority, even though this had no effect on the electorate, and the Palestinians, with few exceptions, never received Lebanese citizenship. However, the danger for the Maronite-dominated state grew when the Palestinian Liberation Organization (PLO) was founded in Cairo in 1964, which, supported by the then Egyptian President al-Nasser, was ideologically aligned with pan-Arabism. The situation came to a head when, in 1969, the Lebanese military leadership and the PLO agreed that the Lebanese army should withdraw from the Palestinian refugee camps, which led to de facto autonomy for the Palestinians. This was compounded a year later by the relocation of the PLO leadership to Beirut after it had, with the support of the Syrian army, involved the Kingdom of Jordan in a civil war, was expelled from there and moved its base to Lebanon to fight against Israel. Fourthly, religious affiliation cannot be discarded individually in Lebanon. In contrast to the modern Western nation-state, where the question of religious affiliation is an individual and optional one, the history of Lebanese society shows that this category is collective and obligatory and has developed into an important criterion for orientation, especially in political and military conflicts. The majority of the militias involved at the beginning of the Lebanese Civil War had a secular self-image and fought either for a free, independent, economically liberal Lebanon or for an egalitarian, socialist, Arab and pro-Palestinian state. Different denominations and ethnicities also fought on both sides. Nevertheless, one religious or ethnic group dominated within each camp and party. While the vast majority of Sunni Muslims, Druze and Palestinians fought on the side of the Lebanese national movement, Sunnis, the Progressive Socialist Party, Druze, and the PLO, Palestinians, the Christian Maronites were mostly on the side of the Khattab. Shiites, most of whom had merged into the Amal movement and later into Hezbollah, did not play a major role as a group, at least at the beginning of the war. To this day, political parties in Lebanon not only have the function of representing political positions in parliament, or militantly in the case of Hezbollah, but also of representing the dominant denomination or ethnic group to the outside world and asserting their particular interests against other groups within the framework of political participation. The introduction of parties into the Lebanese political system and their structural organization obviously did not free Lebanese society from the clientelistic structures established during the Ottoman period. Rather, the modern party system was absorbed by this very clan system. It thus remained the consensus of society as a whole that political participation, even within the framework of the democratic form of government, was only possible along ethnic and religious lines. Even as an individual in the Lebanese Civil War, it was impossible to escape this form of identification. If you had a name or a place of birth from which denomination and ethnicity could be clearly derived, you were automatically assigned to one of the parties to the conflict, regardless of whether you had nothing to do with them or even distanced yourself from your identity. Minorities, insofar as they were politically located in the opposing camp, were neutralized in villages and districts where a different denomination dominated through the targeted killing of politically important actors, expulsions, or as a last resort massacres. A distinction between civilians and combatants was often not made, but could not always be maintained. On the one hand, because combatants were not always uniformed, and on the other because food, logistics, etc. were provided by civilians, and quite a few of them saw themselves as part of the front. At the same time, people who belonged to their own denomination but were politically on the other side were expelled. This policy of ethnic and political homogenization was evident, for example, in the division of Beirut into a Muslim West and a Christian East, or in the massacres of Karantina and Damer, where a Christian or Muslim majority brutally unified formerly ethnically and religiously and thus politically ambiguous areas through mass killings and expulsions. From the perspective of Lebanon's modern history, the historical developments in Israel can be better understood than against the background of Western European experience after 1945. No state here is exposed to an existential military threat or even just ideological undermining, while Israel has had to face permanent attacks since the day it declared its independence. Although Israel's threat is also unprecedented in the Middle East, a look at Lebanon shows that the endurance of Arab statehood, albeit for different reasons, is by no means self-evident. Undermined from the outside first by the pan-Arab ideology of the Greater Middle East and now by the imperial Iranian Shiite influence, and disintegrated internally by ethnic and religious rivalries, even the formal democratic order in Lebanon cannot guarantee stability. The example of other Arab states also shows that they disintegrate into failed states even before a nation-building process has been completed, unless a brutal military or an autocratic royal family retains the upper hand. Lebanon's particular precariousness stems not least from the fact that the country was never dominated by Islam, but the Christians have lost their majority over the decades, which has only encouraged the advance of Islamist forces. Today, majority Christian areas such as the southern Lebanese Jezin region have been transformed into Hezbollah's areas of operation and retreat, which acts like an occupying army against the demilitarized Christians. Faced with the alternative of either maintaining its Jewish majority or risking pogroms and civil war within its territory, Israel has no choice but to accept the political and social consequences of the region's prevailing categories of affiliation. This means that the distinction between Jews and Arabs, or other national minorities, cannot be abolished, even if Israel, as a democratic, politically and culturally Western constitutional state, guarantees the equality of its citizens, whose Arab part, however, partially refuses to integrate into the Israeli nation. A movement such as Hamas must also be prevented at all costs from gaining a foothold in Israel's core territory, or in the West Bank. The measures necessary for this, which also include the restrictions against the West Bank Palestinians, are precisely not the expression of white settler colonialism, as post-colonial critics of Israel would like to see, especially as the majority of Israeli Jews are of Middle Eastern origin and in some cases still know firsthand how Jewish minorities were treated in the Arab Islamic region. In terms of foreign and military policy, recognizing the reality in the Middle East means that Israel must always expect that it will be systematically impossible to differentiate between combatants and non-combatants, as is currently the case in the war against Hamas, in which Israeli warfare is also at the expense of civilians, because Yahya Sinwar, his henchmen and certainly parts of the population of the Gaza Strip itself regard civilians as fellow combatants against the Jews because of their identity as Palestinians. This places limits on Israel's claim to adhere to international conventions in war situations. This was recognized by Leon de Winter, who wrote, "Whoever faces the Muslim fighters in the desert will perish if he wants to comply with the laws of war."
End quote.
Because the Arab side knows that Israel is trying to limit collateral damage, but must pursue its war aims for the sake of the survival of its citizens, the perfidious strategy of luring the Israeli army into civilian areas in order to pillory them internationally can work at all. In this way, even a successful IDF hostage rescue operation could be presented to the world public as a massacre of Palestinians. And only in this way could Israel be forced into the dilemma of either accepting the terrible rules of the Middle East and drawing the hatred of the international community in return, or going under, which is their secret wish.
The Vulgate translation of the Hebrew book reads, Non est potestas super terram qua comparitur.
In the Bible, the sea monster Leviathan serves to show Job the power of God. However, when Hobbes names the state after this Leviathan, he wants to show his readers the powerlessness of God on earth, so that they entrust themselves to the monster state and it takes care of them. Leviathan thus becomes a mortal god. Hobbes was not the first theorist of sovereignty. Before him, Machiavelli and Bodin had already tackled the problem of the modern state energetically and turned equally against the emperor and the pope, i.e., against their claims to universal rule. The fact that these claims were only there to legitimize the feudal forms of exploitation, and thus the fragmentation of rule, is emphasized in different ways by each of the early state theorists. But Hobbes was the one who coined the most Western concept of the state with his monster that oscillates between God and man, animal and machine. He did so in a country that 2 centuries later would become Karl Marx's favorite subject of critique of political economy, and at a time that this critique refers to as the so-called primitive accumulation of capital. 17th century England was probably the best place to formulate the most Western concept of the state, just as it proved to be the most suitable to study the emergence of industrial capital and wage labor. Part of this concept is that Hobbes for the first time distinguished between the relations within and outside the state from the perspective of the individual, extra civitatem nulla securitas. In their relation to each other, the states are always in a state of nature, there is no sovereign above the states, therefore no legal war and no legal peace between them, but only the pre-legal and extra-legal state of nature, the relations of force bridged by fragile treaties. This cannot be changed since no one rules over them except God, who however obviously does not fulfill the task of being a world sovereign and transforming the states into subjects of a single power, that is, into potential subjects of law. Thus the states are in any case monsters, because although they stand in the same relationship to each other as people in the state of nature, they are at the same time formed from masses of people who can emancipate themselves from the state of nature precisely because of this. For rationality prevails within the state, insofar as the sovereign really protects the citizens, gives rules to their coexistence by means of punishments and enables predictability in everything. Thus it is a machine. On the whole, viewed from the outside and inside, an artificial animal. It is this machine that imposes inequality on people in the first place, in order to pacify them. This is how they become man and woman, master and servant, leader and led. What Hobbes sets out, of course, is not the historical process. His theory of the state projects the state more geometrico, so that what really emerges here is the squaring of the circle with which Hobbes was shipwrecked in mathematics. Reason and unreason merge into one another. But Hobbes is at any rate most precise where he is furthest removed from the model of geometry. This applies not only to the metaphors of the 2 monsters Leviathan and Behemoth, which he found for the 2 variants of modern rule, but also to the imagination that is kindled by the idea of the state of nature. Even if he does not yet have any concepts for it, his exact imagination grasps the fundamentally new in the enforcement and securing of rule, which now no longer simply coincides with exploitation, its violence, which ultimately guarantees the mute compulsion of the capital relation within the state and can thus strike out at any time, does not itself result immediately from the capital relation. Otherwise it would not be a relation of real abstraction, as Marx analyzed it. State power refers to something else, something that eludes its own concepts, to a form of exploitation that requires violence but cannot generate it itself. This is precisely the nucleus of the concept of sovereignty as found by Bodin and, before Bodin, outlined by Machiavelli. What Hobbes initially describes as a state of nature between people, a state that can only be eliminated by the power of a sovereign, corresponds exactly to the relationships between states as he understands them, violent relationships that no superior power is able to stop. Hobbes assumes that individuals in the state of nature will behave in much the same way states do in their relations. Curly. The only international law he recognizes is similar to natural law, which governs between people living together without a state. Treaties without the sword are but words, and have no power at all to secure a man.
End quote.
The sword must be in the hands of a single sovereign. As soon as 2 armed men face each other on a state territory, treaties are again only words. The people, however, can escape that miserable state of war which is the necessary consequence of their natural emotions, but the states themselves cannot, because there is no visible power above them to keep them in terror and to bind them to the fulfillment of their treaties through fear of punishment. They themselves are, after all, the terror that can at best create a balance on the outside. The sovereign is indeed subject to God, but that only means that for him there is also the natural law as a general rule of reason that everyone should strive for peace as far as he has hope of attaining it, but if he cannot attain it, he may seek all the aids and advantages of war and make use of them, just like people in the state of nature. Quote, The first part of this rule contains the first and fundamental law of nature, namely to seek and keep peace. The second contains the sum of natural law, namely to defend ourselves by all possible means.
End quote.
So what Hobbes calls lex, natural law, is the opposite of what is understood as natural law in mathematics and the natural sciences. It is only a guideline for action, an ought, but not a necessity that asserts itself. Rather, this ought is constantly thwarted, and then natural law comes into force. This is exactly how Hegel codified it almost 200 years later as a paragraph in the Philosophy of Right. Because the relationship of states to each other has their sovereignty as its principle, they are in this respect in a state of nature against each other, and their rights have their reality not in a general will constituted to power over them, but in their particular will. That general determination therefore remains in the ought.
End quote.
Hobbes and Hegel therefore do not simply deny the law of nations, as they have been continuously accused of doing. Rather, they say that the law of nations is not nothing, but it is also not law in the sense of a law covered by a superior sovereign and therefore only an ought, which can be contravened at any time without necessarily resulting in punishment. The only difference between men and states is that this natural law can lead men in the state of nature to give up their natural law and form a state, whereas states have only God above them, and he alone can assert the natural law against them, which turns out to be merely a guideline. But Hobbes also reflects his projection of the natural state of mankind as a war of all against all when he says, "It may be peradventure thought, there was never such a time nor condition of war as this, and I believe it was never generally so, over all the world. But though there had never been any time wherein particular men were in a condition of war one against another, yet in all times kings and persons of sovereign authority, because of their independency, are in continual jealousies and in the state and posture of gladiators, having their weapons pointing and their eyes fixed in one another."
End of quote.
What is new, also compared to Machiavelli and Bodin, is the complete negativity in this argument. Hobbes defines the political through the ability to kill. Therein lies the equality of men, as he bases his concept of society. And from this he derives the necessity of the state. If violent death is the greatest evil par excellence, then everything on earth depends on securing life, on defense against other men. As Leo Strauss emphasized in his exegesis of Hobbes, the consideration of defense is the most radical consideration truly adequate to the situation of man. It is the source of the distinction between morally good and morally bad. The fear of death as the fear of being killed is the source of all right, of natural right's first foundation. The striving for validity and the striving for power do not stand up to the most radical consideration. Both the former and the latter strive for inequality, domination over others, or rather, standing out from others. Finally, however, it is evident that all men are equal to each other, for all can do the greatest things to each other, each to each. The structure of the human body is so frail that even the weakest can easily kill the strongest. Therefore there is no reason for one trusting in his powers to believe that he is naturally superior to others. This belief is based on an empty craving for glory and a false estimate of strength. The will to allow others the same as one allows oneself, the recognition of equality, is appropriate to man's situation, reasonable, based on a correct estimate of one's powers.
End quote.
Leviathan, who emerges from this equality as absolutely unequal, is presented as a real monster, as sublime as he is lowly. Hobbes has certain scruples about saying this openly. He knows how blasphemous and subversive his theory must be perceived, even against the will of the theorist. Not least out of fear of the state and the church. After all, the bishops demanded that he be burned at the stake. He may have wavered in his designation of that great Leviathan, and added the expression mortal God, to whom, under the immortal God, we owe our peace and security. Ancient philosophy, on the other hand, defined the state and the political in positive economic terms, which also meant building on the substantial inequality of individuals. And on the basis of its society, it did so with a certain degree of justification, while modern economists, who simply followed on from it, began to lie, knowingly or unknowingly, in the face of a society that blew up all economics based on positive use values. Plato and Aristotle transferred the logic of domestic economy to the state, which was only a city-state. It consisted of providing for the reproduction of life in the home, procuring the necessary goods and preserving money for this purpose. Interest was widely outlawed, as if one already knew what danger lurked in it. The ability to kill does not occur to them as the starting point of the political, just as little as the idea that there is equality between people and that this lies in the fact that one person can kill another. For Plato or Socrates, a city and thus a state is founded out of need, and the first and greatest of all needs is the procurement of food for the sake of existence and life.
End quote.
If it does not exceed its measure, the city lives entirely for itself. This measure is inherent in it, and the citizens have to pay attention to it. They will attend one another very pleasurably, without producing children beyond their capacity for fear of poverty and war. The first of the main rules that the rulers must observe above all is how far they should extend the city and how much land they should add to it according to its size, and then they should not worry about anything else. This means, as long as it wants to remain a growing city, enlarge it, but no further.
End of quote.
What is strange, however, about this ideal state, which Plato opposes to the declining real polis, is that the philosophers are conceived as rulers, and yet in the Phaedo it says about them that they, without the others realizing it, strive for nothing else, but only to die and be dead.
End quote.
But they are not allowed to empty themselves because they themselves are only part of the herd, and the gods their guardians. For Aristotle, self-sufficiency is expressly the goal and the best thing for the state, its actual purpose. The perfect community consisting of several villages is the state. It has, so to speak, reached the limit of perfect self-sufficiency, first created for the sake of mere life, but then existing for the sake of perfect life. From this point of view of self-sufficiency, the state itself is an essence of nature. That is why every state exists by nature, as the first communities already do. It is the goal of those, and the goal is precisely the state of nature. For the state which each individual reaches when its development has come to an end is what we call the nature of each individual, such as man, the horse, the house.
End of quote.
However, it is precisely the individual that disappears in the superordinate unity of self-sufficiency. Thus the state becomes completely independent of the individuals. It is ontologized as the original, to which the citizens are only members. Once the state is conceived as a natural being, in analogy to horse and man, it can also be turned against the individual. The spasmodic argumentation reveals that political theory itself is already indebted to a situation in which the political had become questionable, in which the polis no longer understood itself. This is how the question of the value of the state can arise in the first place. The state is also by nature more original than the house or each of us individually. For the whole must be more original than the part. For if you take away the whole, there is no foot or hand except in name, like a hand made of stone. Only in this sense will a dead hand still be a hand. It is therefore clear that the state is by nature and more original than the individual. For unless the individual is able to live self-sufficiently for himself, he will behave like any other part of a whole. But he who cannot live in community or does not need it in his self-sufficiency is not a part of the state, but a wild animal or a god.
End of quote.
Hobbes breaks with this whole concept. His theme is not the desire for self-sufficiency, but the fear of violence. This changes all ideas and concepts of man's relationship to nature and the state. Humans are all equally wild animals to begin with and, as such, each of them is self-sufficient in the ability to kill the other, which is their fundamental equality of ability to kill one another. This ability becomes the decisive motif of political theory only because Hobbes actually conceives of individuals in the state of nature as citizens on the market. This becomes particularly clear in the distinction between the human community and the division of labor among animals. People are constantly in competition, and consequently envy and hatred and ultimately war arise among people on this basis. Unlike animals, the welfare of the individual is different from the common welfare. His pleasure consists in comparing himself with others. Conformity with others is only possible by contract, that is, artificially. In assuming the equality of men, Hobbes thus realizes the new state of affairs, in which great masses of men are suddenly and violently torn from their means of subsistence and hurled into the labor market as outlaw proletarians. Everyone can therefore be hurled onto the labor market, even the capitalist who goes bankrupt, and everyone is equal on this market insofar as everyone can sell their labor power on it by contract. Against this background, Hobbes' state of nature, the anthropological substance of man, appears to be a very strange image. A market without a state. Taken literally, it is a utopia of the criminal. For Hobbes, of course, does not derive equality from the conditions of the labor market, as Marx did, but ultimately from the ability of people to kill one another, as if it were possible, as it were, for a worker or a capitalist to eliminate a competitor for a job or profit opportunity simply by killing him. No state intervenes. No law forbids this murder. This characterizes the state of nature described by Hobbes. Everyone should therefore regard others as his equals by nature, if only because he must expect to be killed by them. In any case, it is equality that turns all men into wolves. They have the power to murder one another, but they live with a powerlessness that their own reproduction forces them to. They can only secure the means to a comfortable existence by acquiring ever-growing means. This is nothing other than the market through which capital accumulates. Quote, so that in the first place, I put for a general inclination of all mankind, a perpetual and restless desire of power after power, that saith only in death. And the cause of this is not always that a man hopes for a more intense delight than he has already attained to, or that he cannot be content with a moderate power, but because he cannot assure the power and means to live well, which he has present, without the acquisition of more.
End quote.
Hobbes is therefore far from idealizing the state of nature, as happened later in the Enlightenment, most markedly with Rousseau. Human life in this state is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. No wonder, since Hobbes describes the state of nature as one in which individuals competing with each other can behave like states waging war against each other. It is therefore only indirectly the negative utopia of a market without a sovereign. What Hobbes describes as the relationship of people to each other corresponds exactly to the relationship of modern states to each other, which cannot be placed under any sovereign. The power and the right to kill, which constitute the state, are projected onto each individual and stand here for the increasingly universal ability of the citizen to sell his labor power or to buy that of others. The equality of commodity owners, which only affects all people through this ability, destroys what Plato, Aristotle, and Cicero, Augustine, and Thomas Aquinas still took for granted: personal rule, slavery and serfdom, feudalism and vassalage, the immediate connection between rule and servitude. It is no wonder that Hobbes, who recognized this, was blamed for this dilemma. If he had seen the need for a monster, he was made the monster of Malmesbury, the Black Beast. John Bramhall, Bishop of Derry, accused him literally and in great detail of destroying heaven and hell, the existence of God and all relationships between man and man, prince and subject, parent and child, husband and wife, master and servant. Bramhall, 1844. And indeed, as Hermann Klenner writes in his introduction to Leviathan, there is no trace of any organic hierarchical structure of relationships between feudal lord, vassal and serf, between master craftsman and journeyman, between cleric and layman. Equality is the basic category of the Hobbesian model of society. And in this it resembles the capital relationship itself, which sets out to eliminate the inequality of personal rule with the help of the sovereign. This is why Montesquieu wrote, as if he were a disciple of Hobbes, that the law permitting slavery was contrary to the fundamental principle of every society. The only difference is that Montesquieu assumed that equality also implied the rationality of the individual. No civil contract should contradict natural law, according to which people are by their very nature free and reasonable. He who views people in this way does not conceal the fact that he also takes the position of capital. Moreover, no price can be set for man.
End quote.
In the spirit of Hobbes and in the interests of capital, which can be identified with the preservation of the human race, Montesquieu polemicizes against the state of nature perpetuated by slavery, against usurping the right of life and death of another. In other words, only the sovereign is entitled to this right. If rule is not to be abolished altogether, or if society is simply to disintegrate, violence must be monopolized and centralized. Whoever then still bears arms and is allowed to use force, for example, no longer has this right from his immediate master, who is either master of his means of production or must be able to appropriate them at any time with superior armed force, but directly from the sovereign. And this is only fully formed when serfdom and slavery have been abolished. But where does the power come from if it is no longer demonstrated by the master to the servant, by the king to the vassal, by the vassal to the serf personally and on his own body, but is to be exercised in general by the judiciary and the police against all citizens? Where does it come from if it is no longer identical with the immediate disposal of the means of production, because there is no longer such an immediate disposal if all disposal is mediated through contracts and capital relations? What makes the members of a community recognize it beyond the sheer superiority of arms, whereby the mere recognition has the same sources as this pure armed power that accumulates in the hands of the nascent state personnel? This is basically the question that moves Hobbes' thinking and which he seeks to answer with his treaty construction. Equality in the ability to kill forces individuals to enter into mutual contracts, from which the monster, the Leviathan, emerges. This artificial beast is now the absolutely unequal. It emerges from the contracts that the equals conclude among themselves, but it is not itself under contract, does not conclude one with its subjects. Since he whom men make sovereign obtains the right to embody all their persons only by a contract which they make with each other, and not he with any of them, there can be no breach of contract on the part of the sovereign, and consequently none of his subjects can be released from his subjection under any pretext of forfeiture.
End quote.
In this respect, Hobbes really sets the coercive power of the state over its citizens as absolute. It is the power that rules and must rule in every state, whether democratically or absolutistically organized. The subject can appeal to no authority outside the sovereign. There is none, no other mortal god and no representative of God who would stand and rule above the sovereign. Sovereign means a power that knows only subjects and other sovereigns beside it, but none above it. The subjects can only overthrow the sovereign and put someone else in his place. This is the negative answer that Hobbes gives with his positive treaty construction. Between or above the states, there is by definition no other sovereign to whom the citizens could appeal. They are entirely at the mercy of one sovereign and they owe it to themselves, as long as they do not overthrow him, Cromwell adds. In fact, rebellion is already inherent in Hobbes. On the one hand, it is the purpose of the contract construction to make it impossible. An aggregate multitude only becomes a body politic capable of political and legal action, a body politic, when every individual belonging to that multitude, by contractual agreement with every other that he too will do the same, transfers his rights to a third party not included in the contract, but favored by it. Any attempt to deprive this third party of the sovereign rights once transferred to it is thus tantamount to the dissolution of the body politic, i.e., it is not possible as a legal act, Moncler. And yet it is possible, for the imaginary contract, which Hobbes modeled on the real one of exchange, contains at the same time none that the coercive power would only last and no longer, the power lasteth by which he is able to protect them. Furthermore, it must not extend to the interior of the individual, to his consciousness, just as opinions are not formed by command, but by instruction with reasons, and it is presupposed that the power is standardized by law insofar as it has been made known to everyone. No law, made after a fact done, can make it a crime. If, then, the citizen comes to the conclusion within himself that the sovereign is no longer able to protect him, if he disputes what is within himself, stamps him a criminal for an act for which there was no law when it was committed, then God have mercy on the sovereign, who will fare like Charles I. For he is mortal and lives as a sovereign only by virtue of the other mortal sovereigns, who, however, are also waiting to dispute his territory. Thus, the construction of this contract to create a monster conceals the resolution of the riddle of what still binds the subject to the power of the state when all other ties can fall victim to equality. Hobbes can only resolve it in this way as long as he speaks of the state essentially in the singular. People fall over each other as if they were states. To prevent this, they make treaties, and unlike between states, a sovereign emerges from these treaties. Hobbes projects the relationship between states onto that between citizens, so that it is reversed there, so that what does not happen between states happens, and must not happen, so that it is at least possible between individuals. Hobbes' theory is ultimately due to the awareness that all power can only emanate from the sovereign because this sovereign is confronted by other sovereigns, for whose actions he must be equipped, because he is subject to no one, only God, who is not a sovereign and cannot become one as long as Christ does not return. He can only aim at the internal enemy because he asserts his power against the external one. Hobbes has explained this above all as a polemic against the ecclesiastical power that still claims to be sovereign over the states. By this claim, the Pope enforces on the subjects of all Christian sovereigns that they believe disobedience to him is disobedience to Christ, and that they fall away from their legal sovereigns, which is practically a universal monarchy over all Christendom. End quote. In Leviathan, on the other hand, it is laid down according to the English model that every state has its own church. Quote, a Christian polity and a church are the same thing. From this it also follows that there is no universal church on earth, to which all Christians are bound to obey, for there is no power on earth to which all other commonwealths are subject. There are Christians in the dominions of different princes and states, but each of them is subject to that commonwealth to which he himself belongs, and consequently cannot be subject to the commands of any other person. End quote. There can only be such a thing as a sovereign who rules over the whole earth at the return of our blessed Savior, but that would then be, as Hobbes reads it from the Holy Scriptures, the end of the earth, and thenceforth he, under his Father, shall reign over it forever. Hobbes interprets the possibility of a world sovereign on the model of the Messiah, and Messiah himself almost in the Jewish tradition. That is, people can do next to nothing to bring about his appearance. They must wait for him and, for the time being, make do with the mortal God, who is a monster, because until then, Christ's kingdom is not of this world. Quote, although the bodies of believers after the resurrection are to be not only spiritual but also eternal, in this life they are coarse and subject to decay. Therefore, in this life there is no rule over either the state or religion other than the worldly. End quote. This secular rule presupposes that the individual has the freedom to submit, that is, the freedom to sign the imaginary contract that Hobbes' theory presupposes. And it is in accordance with this freedom that Hobbes wants religion to be viewed. There should be no power over the conscience of men but the word itself, which worketh faith in every individual, and it is unreasonable to demand of a man endowed with his own reason that he should follow the reason of any other, or most of the voices of many others, which is little better than to hazard his salvation on head and writing. End quote. But if a sovereign power, a super-sovereign, were to emerge between the states on their own initiative, solely from their treaties, the citizens would have to fall back into the state of nature. This is the conclusion that emerges from Hobbes' theory, and this is why his continuous polemics against the Pope's ambitions to rule the world and his constant warnings against civil war form an indissoluble unity. The states would actually no longer have any power over the citizens, because they derive this power from the state of nature in which they find themselves as states in relation to each other. And if they could rid themselves of this state through treaties in such a way that a power superior to them emerged from it, they would really behave like citizens towards each other, but their own citizens would behave like barbarians. For then the only sovereign that would be decisive for them would be the world sovereign, which, however, cannot be in a state of nature, since it is per se a single sovereign. Thus he would not be able to exercise any political power. Where would he get it from? Hobbes himself says so at the beginning of chapter 17. It is no coincidence that he uses the first-person plural when he makes it clear that the transfer of power to a sovereign is not a mathematical quantity, but a question of weighing things up, anticipating the imponderable and, above all, the fear of individuals. Quote, "The amount that is sufficient to entrust our security to it is not determined by a fixed number, but by comparison with the enemy, which we fear, and it is sufficient when the superiority of the enemy is not of so visible and conspicuous a magnitude as to determine the outcome of the war, and induce him to attempt it."
End quote.
This is spoken from the perspective of the individual who submits to the sovereign. The danger, however, that the individuals will no longer submit, Hobbes notes from the perspective of the sovereign, who has to establish the synthesis, the plural becomes the plural majestatis. This danger consists in the fact that there is no common enemy. This is at the same time the explicit refutation that there could be a world sovereign. If there is no common enemy, they are at war with each other for their personal interests. For if we could imagine a great multitude agreeing in the observance of justice and other laws of nature without a public power to keep them all in terror, we might as well imagine all mankind doing the same, and then there would be and need no state government or commonwealth at all, because peace would then reign without subjection.
End of quote.
Whatever could correspond to a concept of communism in Hobbes would have to be sought here, expressed ex negativo, as an element in the argument that there can be no world sovereign. Either there are states, in which case there can be no state above them, or there are no states, in which case there is no world sovereign, and people live in peace without subjugation.
Tertium non datur.
The flourishing fantasy in trivial literature and mass media, which has constantly produced new extraterrestrial beings and worlds, especially since the catastrophic wars of the 20th century, from War of the Worlds to Independence Day, owes itself, as Hobbes can easily be seen, to the longing for the world sovereign. A common enemy of the earth is dreamed of so that the earth's citizens no longer wage war against each other. The worse this enemy, the better for their peace. The longing for the world sovereign is at the same time a defense against communism, the stateless and classless society. All science fiction genres agree on this. The War of the Worlds is always staged as a legitimation of state power. Indeed, it is the absolute, pure sovereignty, cleansed of everything else, of nature and exploitation, that forms the fascination. The counterpart of these political fantasies of the culture industry appears to be the environmental movement. They replace an external enemy with the internal catastrophes caused by industrialization. War is projected onto nature. Climate catastrophe and ecological overexploitation are its enemy images. The universality claimed by environmentalists as a matter of course, when all people are dependent on the climate and want to breathe good air, is more opaque than the enemy images of real wars ever were, since only a misanthrope can seriously deny that nature, the prerequisite for the reproduction of society, must be preserved. But it is no coincidence that the forces that want to put an end to the hegemony of the USA today and promote global civil war like to invoke not only international law, but also climate protection. One fantasizes the eternal nature of peoples from the state, the other nature as the already existing state territory of the world sovereign. On the one hand, the principle of the Western state, according to which law and not origin determines political unity, is to be undermined. On the other hand, its most powerful representative, the hegemony of the USA, is to be broken. And surely the anti-American ideology is best able to conquer America itself as a fight against climate change. Instead of Carl Schmitt, Konrad Lorenz provides the necessary complement to Hans Kelsen. Environmental protection proves to be a movement to displace the sovereign or to promote the conception of international law that seeks to conceal the relations of force between states. For the phantasmagoria of the world sovereign is given its territory. Nature becomes an endangered idol that must be protected by all its good subjects, the states. Anyone who is not prepared to make sacrifices for this holy empire of the German nation is expelled from the international community. State power always means physical superiority plus mental recognition, superiority that is given by capacities of weapons and personnel, recognition that comes from potentially equal individuals. Both are mutually dependent in modernity to a degree unknown in antiquity and earlier forms of society. Just as both have a common condition, they are not constituted merely in the face of some external enemy, but this enemy must also be a state, real or potential, conceivable as such. There is therefore no more absurd construction than that of a single isolated state with modern relations of production. It would immediately disintegrate, for it could not have such a monopoly of force. The unity of the ancient empires, which could exist in isolation and sometimes had no enemies or enemies of a completely different size and quality, isolated tribes in particular, still resulted from the violence that was itself effective in the archaic relations of production, in relations of personal dependence. The moment it left them through contractual relationships and wage labor, the sovereign stepped in, who must possess it through the relationship to the other states through sovereignty. One could also put it the other way around. If some states had not developed sovereignty at the same time, to specify it historically, the commonwealths in northern Italy and Western Europe, violence would not have given way to the immediate relations of production at all and would have been abstracted in favor of legal mediation and police power. This is the reason why civilization only became possible in regions where those great empires existed in relative isolation, when they were confronted with modern states from outside. This knowledge is peculiarly formalized in John Locke's work, which is where his adaptation to the prevailing ideology lies and ensured his continued positive reception, while Hobbes' Leviathan was despised and suppressed and could only be published again in England in 1881. As Franz Neumann noted, in Locke's work, men are good in the state of nature, and the natural state is a paradise that should not disappear even after the foundation of the state, but should be preserved to a large extent. Although only laws prevail, standing laws he calls them, the essential content of which is removed even from the disposal of democratic powers, the affirmation of lawless power is by no means absent. He does not call it sovereignty. The word has had a bad ring in England since the open-heartedness of Hobbes and absolutism, but rather prerogative. By this he means the power to act at one's own discretion without, or even against, the law.
End quote.
It should be noted that Locke also speaks of sovereignty, only in a different place in the first treatise, but here too it is about foreign policy power, about the decision on war and peace. The prerogative, according to Locke, is nothing else but a power in the hands of the prince to provide for the public good, in such cases as depend on unforeseen and uncertain events, and therefore cannot be safely regulated by certain and independent laws.
End quote.
However, Locke has already clarified in the preceding paragraphs where such cases are the rule and not the exception, in the relationship between the state and other states. Only there, because he is not so precise with the terms, he speaks of the federative power, which is to be situated alongside legislation and executive power. It was so often inexplicable to Locke's exegetes because it seems to contradict everything else he says about the powers. It is the power over war and peace, over alliances and all agreements with all persons and communities outside the state, and one can, if one wishes, speak of a federal power. If one understands only the right thing by it, I am quite indifferent to the name.
End quote.
And it is precisely on the question of laws that Locke differentiates between it and the executive, which are almost always united. And although it is of great importance to the state whether this federal power is well or badly managed, it is far more difficult to guide it by previously formulated, standing, positive laws than the executive. It must therefore necessarily be left to the prudence and wisdom of those in whose hands it lies to use it for the public good. For the laws which concern the mutual relations of subjects, and are to direct their actions, may be a good guide to them, but how to behave towards strangers depends in great part on their conduct, and on the diversity of their intentions and interests. Therefore, it is also largely left to the prudence of those to whom this power has been delegated to use it to the best of their ability for the good of the state.
End quote.
But since the state of nature between men appears to Locke as a paradise, he can no longer conceive of the purpose of the state as the protection of the individual from the war of all against all. As Hobbes did, this protection is no longer absolutely necessary if people get along well anyway. On the other hand, unlike Hobbes, he is unable to grasp the irrationality of relations with strangers. And what is meant here are the other states, their way of acting, and the diversity of their interests, and nothing else. This irrationality, which Hobbes mentions from the very first page, is only added by Locke in the 13th and 14th chapters of the second treatise. Thus he also misses the connection that is at least indirectly illuminated in Leviathan, that the actions of the subjects can only be directed and thus the executive is easier to handle than foreign political power because these strangers exist. Their actions and the diversity of their intentions create the necessary pressure that drives the subjects to comply with the laws of their own state, and the unity of federal and executive power actually consists in the mediation of this pressure from the outside to the inside. Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws, which contradicts Hobbes more clearly than Locke's treatises of government on the question of the separation of powers, can be regarded as a continuation of Leviathan, in contrast to most other works of Enlightenment state theory, because it does not foster any illusions about the preconditions for such a division. In a certain sense, His conception merely extrapolates the separation of individual conscience and general subject duty that Hobbes accomplished by demanding instances in the form of various so-called powers that relate to each other within sovereignty like conscience and duty. It is noticeable, however, that in the extensive writing on the spirit of the laws there is little mention of the relationship of the states to each other. Implicitly, however, this is the greatest confirmation of what Hobbes wrote, for it means that this relationship does not essentially belong to the spirit of the laws. The relationships of the states to each other have no part in it. However, the point where it does come up with aplomb can be regarded as the actual center of Montesquieu's thought, from which the separation of powers is also projected. As if in indirect reference to Hobbes, it not only stipulates the strict distinction between the relationship of citizens within the state and that between states, but also sees through the idea of a world sovereign as a delusion and explicitly rejects it. Quote, "Freedom consists mainly in the fact that one cannot be forced to do anything that the law does not prescribe, and one is in this position only because one is governed by civil laws. We are therefore free because we live under civil laws. It follows that princes who do not live together under civil laws are not free, they are ruled by force, they can constantly exercise force or suffer force. If we who live under civil laws are compelled to enter into any contract not required by law, we can, by means of the law, resist this compulsion. But a prince who is always in this position of being able to compel or be compelled cannot complain of a contract imposed on him by force. That would mean that he would want to complain about his natural position and act as a prince himself towards the other princes, while the others would only be allowed to play the role of citizens towards him. That would be contrary to the nature of things." End quote. Thus Montesquieu also equates the relationship between individuals and states only at the level of the state of nature. When he succinctly writes, "The life of states resembles that of men," he means nothing other than this state. In the case of natural defense, individuals have the right to kill, just as states have the right to wage war for their own preservation. The state, however, abolishes the necessity of natural defense internally. Between the citizens of the state, the right of natural defense does not have the necessity of attack in its wake. Instead of attacking each other, they need only turn to the courts. They must therefore exercise the right to this defense only in sudden cases, in which one would be lost if one waited for the help of the laws. Montesquieu only really carries out the equation at the level of the self-defense situation, which appears to him as a kind of residuum of the state of nature in the midst of the civil order. According to him, states are in a permanent, irrevocable state of self-defense. Between them, the right to natural defense sometimes entails the necessity of attack. Thus, when one nation foresees that a prolonged peace would enable another to destroy it, and when attack remains at that moment the only means of preventing this destruction, the right to wage war thus stems from necessity and just inevitability. If the men of spiritual influence and the ruler's advisors do not keep within this framework, all is lost. As soon as one relies on the arbitrary principles of fame, high reputation, and benefit, rivers of blood will water the earth. There is the necessity of war for the purpose of self-preservation, but there is no law above the states that could limit it to this, and so everything is dependent on the goodwill and ability of men with spiritual influence, and that means, on the advisors of the rulers. So it remains with a certain law of nations, uncertain droit de gens, which distinguishes the Christian princes from those of the Oriental despotism, with a mere ought, as Hegel will then express it, after further centuries of rivers of blood have soaked the earth. In view of the Napoleonic Wars and their consequences for the European world of states, an idealization or even a trivialization of the state of nature, as we have been able to discover time and again since Locke, once again seems as impossible as it was at the time of the 30 Years' War and the civil wars in France and England. The corresponding paragraphs of Hegel's philosophy of law therefore seem like a translation of Hobbes into the 19th century, and yet the content of the terms is already different. This applies not only to the differentiation of bourgeois society and the state, which Hegel's system reflects. The contrast between bourgeois and citoyen is just as prominent in it as its abolition in the military state. What remained ambivalent in Hobbes, such as the answer to the question of the extent to which the individual is obliged to serve the state and sacrifice his own life for it, is now resolved as a matter of specialization and division of labor. For Hegel, the soldier is specialized in sacrificing himself. The military class is the class of the general public to which the defense of the state belongs and which has the duty to bring ideality into existence in itself, that is, to sacrifice itself. End of quote. In the standing military, the sword which the Hobbesian sovereign had to resort to on a case-by-case basis is now developed into a separate profession, or in the case of general conscription, a separate lifetime of citizens. Nowhere is the conditio sine qua non of state unity, i.e. the relationship of force between states, more immediate. The barracks are the negative truth of the state. The military embodies the fact that there must be a common enemy if the citizens, who constantly exploit and humiliate each other and themselves, are not merely to get along, but to recognize each other as equals before the law. The state of nature is still conceived in the Hobbesian sense, but Hegel adds that the rights of states in this state of nature, in which they find themselves in relation to one another, have their reality not in a general will constituted for power over them, but in their particular will.
End quote.
Sovereignty is thus understood as will, but the general will does not exist as sovereignty, but only as absolute mind. Just as Hobbes is able to understand the relationship between states because he holds on to the belief in God, but denies God's power in the world and thus escapes the ideology of the world sovereign, which can transcend the omnipotence it supposes in the double meaning of the word transcend, Hegel has created the secularized concept of God in the absolute spirit, which enables
him to tie in with Hobbes.
If Hobbes distinguishes between mortal and immortal God, Hegel distinguishes between objective and absolute spirit, so that he too can say that one must worship the state as an earthly divine. The difference lies in the fact that Hegel sees the state as a totality, whereas Hobbes still distinguished between Leviathan and Behemoth, always considering the state within the state against the background of the relationship between the states and the state of nature before the state came into being. Hegel says that the state is divine will, spirit unfolding into the real world. Complete realization of the spirit in existence, the spirit that stands in the world and realizes itself. In it with consciousness, the course of God in the world, the power of reason realizing itself as will.
End quote.
The state becomes an end in itself, it is truly deified, whereas in Hobbes the state as a mortal God itself still has a purpose that distinguishes it from the immortal God, namely the purpose of protecting the life of the individual from the war of all against all, which the immortal God does not prevent. Thus, with this eternally recurring evocative idealization of the state, Hegel simultaneously rejects what Hobbes was still able to call to mind with a metaphor of the monster, that the state is based on violence, that its power lies in the terror it spreads. Hegel, however, says, although the state can come into being through violence, it is not based on it. In bringing it into being, violence has only brought into existence what is in and of itself justified, the laws, the constitution. In the state, the spirit of the people, custom and law are the ruling force. There man is recognized and treated as a rational being, as free as a person, and the individual for his part makes himself worthy of this recognition by the fact that overcoming the naturalness of his self-consciousness, he obeys a general, the will that is in and for itself, the law, thus behaves towards others in a universally valid way, recognizes them as that for which he himself wants to be considered, as free as a person.
End of quote.
It is clear that Hegel here also integrates Kant's categorical imperative into his idea of the state, in which, together with the importance of law and constitution, the weight of law for the concept of the state, which has clearly grown in comparison with Hobbes, emerges. But this weight is virtually cancelled out by the fact that Hegel names the spirit of the people before that of the law, that he proceeds from the state, which recognizes the person, to the individual, who is to recognize others. The latter distinguishes it from Kant's imperative, which is formulated from the individual, the former from Hobbes' Leviathan, in which the spirit of the people has no place, because here the situation of the individual is at the center. The oldest system fragment of German idealism, however, had a different approach to Kant and Hobbes, one without an absolute spirit, but with a subversive intensification of the concept of freedom, the unity of mankind conceived without totality, and therefore there is no need to fantasize about the spirit of the people. I want to show that there is no idea of the state, because the state is something mechanical, just as little as there is an idea of a machine. Only what is the object of freedom is called an idea.
End of quote.
Hegel's entire later development could be seen in showing that there is an idea of the state after all, that it is the realization of freedom, by banishing the mechanical as something empirical from the realm of ideas. But what is or was the historical origin of the state in general, or rather of every particular state of its rights and provisions, whether it first emerged from patriarchal relations, from fear or trust, from the corporation, etc., and how that which is the object of freedom
emerged from the state?
And how that on which such rights are founded, has been conceived and established in consciousness as divine, positive law or contract, custom, etc., does not concern the idea of the state itself.
End of quote.
The apodictic formulation is treacherous. Hegel seems to suspect that he must pay tribute to these things in the idea itself. What else is meant by the spirit of the people? Why does he speak of this spirit at all, and not just of the laws when he defines the state? Hobbes was still able to grasp as the purpose of the state everything that Hegel excludes, apart from this one single paragraph 333, in order to then substantialize it in the spirit of the people, albeit in the constructed explanation of the contract of all with all. Conversely, Hegel needs the spirit of the people in order to ultimately justify the state of nature between states. Otherwise there would have to be a world state after all, always assuming that the state is not based on force, The people as a state is the spirit in its substantial reasonableness and immediate reality, therefore the absolute power on earth. One state is consequently against the other in sovereign independence. To be fair to others as such, i.e., to be recognized by them, is its first absolute justification.
End quote.
Of all German idealism, nothing has survived in Max Weber's sociology but this spirit. The rest are definitions such as the following: the state is the human community which within a certain territory the territory, belongs to the characteristic claims, successfully, the monopoly of legitimate physical violence for itself. For what is specific to the present is that all other associations or individuals are ascribed the right to physical violence only to the extent that the state permits it from its side. It is regarded as the sole source of the right to violence.
End quote.
The liberation of the state from any purpose, which in Hegel's case is still suspended in the world spirit, obviously makes it possible to do sociology with it and to think of the state as an entity for its own sake. Initially, this also enables a remarkably sober view of things, especially with regard to the question of violence, which is again reminiscent of Hobbes. But in contrast to Leviathan, Weber already starts from a unity and not from the question of how it is formed from the individuals. For him, the community is always already presupposed, and therein lies the blindness of the historically arguing sociologist who, however far back he looks, comes across communities, so-called primordial tribal associations, while the contract theorists of past centuries fantasized a state of nature onto which they could project the isolated individual of bourgeois society. However, this projection was philosophically more fruitful and more accessible to criticism than the sobriety of the modern scientist who trusts only the sources and archaeology and thinks in a value-free manner. Whereas with Hobbes the state always remains transparent to the single, equal individuals who join together to form it, with Weber the union appears hypostatized as an identical being. For Hobbes, the commonality of this community of people is the fear that drives them to sign the imaginary contract by which they become subjects. Weber, however, and this is the case with all the defining characteristics he uses, actually speaks of community in order to avoid having to talk about the purpose of the state. This corresponds exactly to his commitment to freedom of values, with which he obviously seeks to dispense himself from the German ideology, for which he was not afraid to appear elsewhere as a propagandist and reformer. Quote, "From a sociological point of view, however, a political association, and in particular a state, cannot be defined by the content of what it does. There is almost no task that a political association has not taken in hand here and there. On the other hand, there is also none of which one could say that it was at all times, or even completely, that it was always exclusively the property of those associations that are called political today, states, or which were historically the ancestors of the modern state. Rather, the modern state can ultimately only be defined sociologically in terms of a specific means that it, like every political association, possesses, that of physical violence. Every state is founded on violence, said Trotsky at the time in Brest-Litovsk. That is indeed correct."
End of quote.
The parallel formulation in the sociological theory of categories, at the beginning of Economy and Society, reads somewhat differently: it is not possible to define a political association, not even the state, by stating the purpose of its associational action. From the provision of food to the protection of art, there has been no purpose that political associations have not occasionally pursued. From the guarantee of personal security to the administration of justice, none that all political associations have pursued. The political character of an association can therefore only be defined by the means, possibly increased to an end in itself, which is not peculiar to it alone, but is specific and indispensable to its nature, violence.
End of quote.
An insertion has now crept into the definition. Weber has become a little wavering in seeing violence as a means like any other, as something that can in turn be grasped as a means, and adds that the means that defines the state can under certain circumstances be increased to an end in itself. Weber does not ask himself whether the state has acquired an end after all if the means that defines it is increased to an end in itself, just as he does not ask how and by whom this means can be increased to an end in itself. But elsewhere in his famous lecture Politics as a Profession from 1918-19, he at least makes it clear that this is not a matter of sanctity, so that there can be no salvation in politics. Whoever pursues politics and whoever wants to pursue politics as a profession must be aware of those ethical paradoxes and his responsibility for what he himself can become under their pressure. He gets involved with the diabolical powers that lurk in every form of violence. He who seeks the salvation of his soul and the salvation of other souls does not seek this through politics, which has quite different tasks, those that can only be solved by force.
End quote.
For politics, the decisive means is violence, but Weber wants to suggest that violence itself already contains the demonic, the tendency to take on a life of its own. The years in which Weber worked on his treatise on economy and society were, however, conducive to a real wavering on this very question. The course and results of the First World War led Sigmund Freud to speak almost abruptly but all the more emphatically of a death drive in his own scientific conception. For through this war, the means seemed to have become completely independent of any purpose, which at its beginning still sounded so high-sounding when the talk was of saving culture, and violence was unleashed as an end in itself as never before in history. Friedrich Engels once described the state as humanity's fear of itself. But what if this fear, which has become the state, brings about everything that humanity is afraid of? Anyone who still approves of the state must then approve of fear itself, of fear as such, as the true being and the actual beauty. And artists were immediately found to praise this independence of violence as the highest art, philosophers to praise it as the highest wisdom that had become practical. However, these inherently barbaric tendencies in art and thought only became effective when they once again took possession of the state and gave it a purpose. And Weber himself played his part in this. The meticulous freedom of values, to which he devoted himself as a sociologist of the state, proved to be the complement of zealous partisanship, which he expressed unmistakably as a German in the war. The abstraction from the purpose of the state thus created the space to identify with his people all the more unscrupulously. For in the final instance, Weber does not think of the state as a unity per se, as would be adequate to the critique of political economy, but as a unity of the people, as corresponds to German ideology and war economy. Whether a nation exists in the form of many small states or in the form of a large empire is therefore what determines the meaning of the state, and from this the value-free professor gains the necessary will to persevere after 2 years of war. Quote, "If we had not wanted to risk this war, well, then we could have refrained from founding the empire and continued to exist as a nation of small states. We would have had the war even then. Some would have been allowed to fight for French interests as states of the Confederation of the Rhine or, as in the past, to surrender the theater of war. But we would not have known the consecration of a German war. It was our fate that we were not a nation of 7 million, but of 70 million. That was the reason for our inescapable responsibility before history, which we could not escape even if we wanted to. We must always remember this when the question of the meaning of this endless war is raised today. The force of this fate which we must endure led the nation upwards, past abysses and the danger of destruction, on the steep path of honor and glory, on which there was no turning back, into the clear hard air of world history, which it had to and was allowed to look into its grim but mighty face, late descendants to imperishable memory."
End of quote.
One of the not-so-late descendants then wrote in imperishable memory, that the state is not an end, but a means. It is certainly the precondition for the formation of a higher human culture, but not the cause of it. Rather, this lies exclusively in the existence of a race capable of culture. Hitler, 1942. Thus Hitler was only able to imagine a state as the living organism of a folkdom that not only ensures the preservation of this folkdom, but also leads it to the highest freedom through the further development of its spiritual and idealistic abilities.
End of quote.
Behind the sheer numbers that Weber invokes as fate lies the very essence, the core of German ideology, the identity of people and state, which turns the concept of the state into a tool of destruction. His vote for universal suffrage and democracy in Germany, which appeared in 1917 in the series Der Deutsche Volksstaat, the German People's State, then also speaks consequent of the Herrenvolk of the Germans. Quote, "One has only the choice, to leave the mass of citizens without rights and unfree in a bureaucratic authoritarian state, with a sham parliamentary system, or to integrate them into the state as its masters. But a Herrenvolk, and only such a one can and may conduct world politics at all, has no choice in this respect. Democratization can very well be thwarted for now. For strong interests, prejudices and cowardice are allied against it. But it would soon become apparent that this would be at the price of Germany's entire future. All the forces of the masses are then engaged against a state in which they are only objects and in which they are not participants. Individual circles may be interested in the inevitable political consequences, but certainly not the fatherland."
End quote.
As clearly as Weber takes pains in his definition to avoid any aestheticizing form of expression, as much as he tries to derive the partisanship for the war from the sheer size of the population, he cannot avoid evoking the state in terms of a tragedy of fate when he invokes the we, which is the nation that gives the state its actual meaning. There is talk of the force of this fate that we must endure, of abysses and the danger of downfall, and the steep path of honor and glory. The clear, hard air of the reign of world history is invoked, which the nation had to and was allowed to look into its grim but mighty face, late descendants to imperishable memory. This one sentence already follows the dramaturgy of a tragedy, but its hero is not a single person, not an individual, as in the real tragedies of ancient or modern poets, but the nation with which Weber identifies, the we that he strives to create in his enthusiasm for war and in his will to persevere. thus the exposition of an insoluble conflict. The peripeteia as a decision-making situation and the tragic end become a whole that is intended to give meaning to the suffering of the
individual.
You do not die in vain, but for the great nation that takes the place of the kingdom of heaven, in which religion still seeded the sacrifices. Aesthetics is used to give this meaning to senseless suffering. Max Weber, who, as his definition of the state shows best, was so concerned about rationality in the exercise of his discipline and therefore raised the postulate of freedom of value, eliminated the foundations of rationality with this very postulate and prepared the ground for the aestheticization of the state. This dialectic becomes virulent when it comes to the core of the political, the question of the monopoly on the use of force, and the transformation of logical rationality into national delusion is decided, because the individual has already disappeared in the collective of the state in the preconditions of the definitions. Weber's theory of categories, which in this way creates space for the meaning of suffering and aestheticization, is now directed precisely at this point against Hobbes, who still placed the purpose of the state at the center of his theory, but did not start from the people but from the individual. But the famous 17th-century state theorist is not even mentioned in Economy and Society. He fared even worse than Marx, but it seems as if Weber's entire life's work, right down to the construction of his definitions, was designed to push both of them out of the memory of science. Friedrich Nietzsche had already done this for philosophy, just as the Übermensch proclaimed by his Zarathustra is an individualized prefiguration of the Herrenvolk that Max Weber would go on to favor during the World War. His invocation is an attempt to overcome the state as the coldest of all cold monsters. Nietzsche rejects everything in the political present that already points to a people's state, but in doing so he wants to meet the state itself, as Hobbes defined it. Zarathustra's Übermensch is an anti-Leviathan. Quote, "The state is called the coldest of all cold monsters. It also lies coldly, and this lie crawls out of its mouth, I, the state, am the people. It is a lie. It was creators who created the peoples and hung a faith and a love over them, so they served life. They are destroyers who set traps for many and call them a state. They hang a sword and 100 desires over them. Where there are still people, they do not understand the state and hate it as an evil eye and a sin against morals and rights. Far too many are born. The state was invented for the superfluous. See how it lures them to itself, the many too many. How it gobbles them up and chews and ruminates. On earth there is nothing greater than I am the organizing finger of God, so the beast roars."
End of quote.
But Nietzsche is as ambivalent in philosophy as Weber is in sociology. This should conceal the high-sounding manner of speech in the latter, and the objectivity of the definition in the latter. On the state Zarathustra perhoraces that there was invented a dying for many, which praises itself as life, truly a service of the heart to all preachers of death. He himself speaks of the many too many, and yet can only rejoice when the state decimates them. But Nietzsche has not yet reached the point where he would approve of the fact that the many too many can only be eliminated by sacrificing themselves and following the preachers of death. He rejects sacrifice, only exceptionally is it affirmed, but as a means to an end, as a legitimization to kill others, and basically shows himself incapable of really establishing the people, the community. Quote, "Suppose we had the sense of sacrifice for ourselves, what would forbid us to sacrifice our neighbor as well? As the state and the prince used to do, sacrificing one citizen to another, for the sake of the general interest, as it was said. But we, too, have general and perhaps more general interests. Why should not some individuals of the present generation be sacrificed to the future generations? So that their grief, their unrest, their despair, their blunders and fearful steps would be deemed necessary, because a new plowshare should break the ground and make it fertile for all? Finally, at the same time we communicate to our neighbor the attitude in which he can feel like a victim, we persuade him to do the task for which we use him. Are we without compassion? But if we also want to achieve victory against ourselves through our compassion, is this not a higher and freer attitude and mood than the one in which we feel safe when we have worked out whether an action will do our neighbor good or harm? We, on the other hand, would strengthen and raise the general feeling of human power through the sacrifice, in which we and our neighbors are included, even if we did not achieve more. But this alone would be a positive increase in happiness. Finally, if this were even, but not another word here. One look is enough, you have understood me."
End of quote.
In this he resembles Max Weber, who speaks of the Herrenvolk of the Germans, but cannot place this Herrenvolk above the state, insofar as he adheres to the definition that the state is a human community, which within a certain territory claims, successfully, the monopoly of legitimate physical violence for itself. For all his demonstrative ignorance of Hobbes, Nietzsche, like Weber, can still recognize something of the legacy of Leviathan in such ambivalence, a remnant of the concept of Western sovereignty that has not been absorbed into German ideology. It took the existential philosophy of Heidegger and the political theology of Carl Schmitt to eliminate this residue. In his 1865 lecture on Value, Price and Profit, Karl Marx used the term laboring power throughout for the first time. In the previous manuscripts, the term working capacity or ability to work still dominated. This is one of the key problems of the critique of political economy, which Marx had actually already solved in the Grundrisse from the 1850s, when he wrote that the worker sacrifices his creative power for the value of his capacity to work as an existing quantity. Instead of ability to work, the term work was originally used in the quoted passage, which was first replaced by capacity to work, and then by ability to work. When the lecture was written down, however, Marx finally switched to the term labor power, which has been the defining term in his analysis of capital relations ever since. There is a good reason why Marx spent so long searching for the right word and repeatedly correcting himself. He already knew that the critique of political economy is only feasible if it becomes unmistakably clear that the worker does not, as he originally thought, sell his labor, but the power with which he works. Only when labor power becomes a commodity and not labor itself can the surplus value it produces be invisible in the contract that worker and entrepreneur conclude. Only then can it be explained at all why capital accumulates, although according to the contract, like is always exchanged for like, how exploitation is possible at all under the law of exchange. The terms ability to work and capacity to work have the disadvantage over labor power that they are less precise and if they are not defined more precisely, may make the labor contract look like a loan agreement, option on the work to be performed later. But it is this object of the contract, which already exists when the contract is signed, that is consumed in production and not what it, as a capacity or ability, has to perform in the first place. For force or power denotes the unity of capacity together with its corporeal precondition, the actually indissoluble identity of property with its owner, which the labor contract, however, proves to be dissolvable. Force or power holds that it requires the physique of a single individual in order to be able to speak of capacity and property at all. Thus, in Capital, when Marx speaks of labor power, he adds the explanatory term labor power in order to emphasize precisely this bodily moment, the epitome of the physical and mental faculties which exist in the corporeality, the living personality of a man, and which he sets in motion, thus producing use values of some kind.
End quote.
At the same time, however, this also emphasizes that it is already the contract that treats labor power as something separable from the individual, i.e., when those faculties have not yet been set in motion, while property or ability could rather suggest that production first carries out this separation, as if the worker first experiences his labor power as something separate from himself. In other words, it becomes clear that it is a legal relationship that is established and that can only be established if there is a third instance, beyond the contractual partners, through which compliance with the contract can be guaranteed. Only this relationship makes it possible, as Marx does, to distinguish between the human being and the epitome of his physical and mental faculties, so that the latter can be endowed with a consciousness and the will to set them in motion, in contrast to the slave, who is not recognized as having such a capacity for reflection, because he is not capable of entering into a contract. It is thus the prerequisite for all individuals in society to become political subjects. The ability or capacity to sell one's labor power and the compulsion to do so in order to survive together constitute the ability of a society to become body politic in Hobbes' sense. It is only through this concentration on labor power that Marx himself is able to start from the individual and leave behind the misleading metaphor of base and superstructure, which allows society to be thought independently of the connection between the individual and the whole, and which he even used again in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy of 1859, MEW 13, page 9. In Capital, the false spatial conception of social existence dissolves into precisely those time relations in which exploitation can be realized under the conditions of the labor contract. Socially necessary labor time is the abstraction that is carried out in the exchange of commodities when labor power has become the object of the contract. This reverses the relationships and everything gets mixed up, and yet remains the same in one respect. The superstructure suddenly appears as a precondition of the basis, since it is only the legal relations covered by the sovereign, which Marx actually counted as part of the superstructure, that make the contract possible, but these very conditions themselves in turn have violence as a precondition, which in this way reveals itself not as the basis, but as the connection of the whole through all mediations. It is no wonder that Marx apparently learned to appreciate the concept of labor power through Hobbes. In his lecture on Value, Price and Profit, he quotes from Leviathan, "The value or worth of a man is, as in all other things, his price, that is, so much as would be given for the use of his power." Marx explicitly emphasizes price and use of power and also explains why one of the oldest economists and most original philosophers of England, Thomas Hobbes, has already in his Leviathan instinctively hit upon this point, overlooked by all his successors.
End quote.
All the famous economists and philosophers have overlooked, or rather suppressed, what Hobbes still knew. And he had brought up the use of labor power when this use, in the course of what Marx called the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, began to revolutionize everything social. But this is also why, in Hobbes, labor power and political power, the sovereign and capital, are immediately one and the same. Therein lies a truth that has yet to be unfolded. This has become the task of the critique of political economy. For Hobbes, power means the immediate unity of labor and political power. The state, which he constructs by means of a social contract, is nothing other than a political reinterpretation of the labor contract, an extrapolation of the capital relation. The individuals who are to be regarded as equals conclude a contract with each other, from which the Leviathan then emerges, the quintessential unequal, the sovereign, with whom the subject has not concluded a contract and cannot conclude one because there is no superior authority for him that could cover this contract, just as worker and capitalist, legally regarded as equal market participants, conclude a contract with each other, from which then springs the monster of self-valorizing value, the automatic subject, the unequal per se, capital, with which neither the capitalist nor the proletarian can conclude a contract on profit or wages. For no one knows what it will yield when it realizes its value in competition with other capitals. If the sovereign demands subjugation and none of his subjects can free themselves from it and threatens violent death, then capital forces the entrepreneur and the worker not only to submit to its logic of exploitation, but also demands the sacrifice of profit or wages if necessary. It is precisely here, however, that Hobbes limits the contract that cannot be concluded with the state, but of which the state consists. The legitimate coercive power is only valid so long, and no longer, the power lasteth by which he is able to protect them. It must stop short of the interiority of the individual, his consciousness. It cannot be formed by command, but only by instruction, and the condition is that the laws according to which the force intervenes are made recognizable to everyone. No law, made after a fact done, can make it a crime. In a word, and in the terms of the critique of political economy, the state must not simply command labor power and not destroy it, it must not deprive the individual of the ability to sell his labor power, it must protect his body and cannot command his consciousness. Marx had to dissolve the immediate unity of labor power and political power and speak decidedly of laboring power, only to encounter political power again in the commodity of money. For only social action can make a particular commodity into a general equivalent. The social action of all other commodities therefore excludes a particular commodity, in which they represent their value on all sides. Thus the natural form of this commodity becomes a socially valid equivalent form. To be a general equivalent becomes through the social process the specifically social function of the excluded commodity. Thus it becomes money.
End quote.
An instance is required beyond commodities, beyond the bourgeois system, where the natural instinct of their owners, in which of course only the nature of the commodities themselves is at work, can embody itself in order to bring about anything at all in this world of commodities. Here Marx draws on the Bible as if he were Hobbes, namely quite unironically, the 10 future rulers or kings have a common plan, and they give their power and authority to the beast. And no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark or name of the beast or the number of his name.
End quote.
This borrowing from the Apocalypse of John is mythologizing, because commodity owners or the commodities themselves function as political rulers. But the truth in the parable lies not only in the fact that it takes a state for the beast to have strength and power, that signs and names and numbers literally take on a life of their own, but also that there are 10 future rulers and not just one who hands over his strength and power to the beast, but they can do it, not because they have a common plan, on the contrary, because they stand to each other like gladiators, having their weapons pointing and their eyes fixed on one another.
Hobbes.
The problem with Karl Marx's critique of political economy is not that it abstracts from the state in order to leave its analysis to later parts of the great work on capital. The problem is that through this abstraction it creates the impression that it is possible to write about the state in the singular in the same way as about capital. State is not the same as state, but capital is the same as capital. The state is indeed the same everywhere insofar as it fulfills the same functions and is comparable in its realization, but the sameness itself does not exist independently of the comparables, but only together with their differences. Capital, on the other hand, is always the same, only it exists in money independently of the individual capitals. It always realizes value, and value is value, the epitome of identity, the only thing that quite rightly mocks the non-identical. The concept of value is thus virtually created to hold on to this double existence of capital in its identity vis-a-vis the simple but plural existence of the state. Capital thus establishes an identical relationship everywhere and at all times, and the relationships of various concrete capitals to one another can only ever be taken as an example of this relationship, the seemingly independent action of individuals and their random collision is precisely the establishment of their general law.
End quote.
This appears in contrast to the particular capitals only as an abstraction, not an arbitrary abstraction, but an abstraction which grasps the differentia specifica of capital in contrast to all other forms of wealth, or ways in which production, social develops. These are determinations which are common to every capital as such, or which make every particular sum of values capital. But at the same time, capital in general, as distinct from particular real capitals, is itself a real existence. It must always double itself, refer to itself as something other. While the general of capital is therefore on the one hand only an imagined differentia specifica, it is at the same time a particular real form alongside the form of the particular and individual.
End quote.
It is just, and here the animal from the Apocalypse reappears, as if, besides and apart from lions, tigers, hares and all other real animals, the animal also existed, the individual incarnation of the whole animal kingdom.
End quote.
The state, however, without which value cannot become money, does not in itself lead such a double existence. Its generality is to be held as a merely imaginary differentia specifica, a recognized monopoly of power on a certain territory. This generality does not represent a particular real form alongside the form of the particular and the individual. It does not exist, the state par excellence, which exists and must exist alongside other states like money alongside commodities, even though the League of Nations, the UN and the entire ideology of international law strive to create precisely this hallucination. If a real conflict arises, it becomes clear what this state of all states is worth, unless one or more states strike out in its place and in its name. Leviathan is therefore really only a metaphor, not a name for a real existing animal. Hobbes by no means implies that this monster really exists as a single animal alongside all the others, but uses it to denote the necessity that produces various states, and so the metaphor itself still refers to that monstrous animal that in Marx's image, actually lives as the beast among the lions, tigers and hares, the value form, except that Hobbes could not yet have had the concepts to call it by its real name. It is not the state as such, but only the being, or rather the non-being, that makes states necessary, that exists as a real monster, and it can be touched if you reach into your wallet. But whoever takes the identity card in his hand has the mere, albeit generally recognized, sign that he belongs to one of them. Even if this sign is the property of the state, it is not itself a piece of its territory on which the holder of the identity card may reside, whereas the money that one possesses or is currently spending is always already a part of the value that is constantly circulating. Like the economic character masks Marx, the political subjects are only apparently autonomous, but their heteronomy is of a different kind than that of the capitals in competition, which is concealed by the character masks. Since primitive accumulation, their necessity to be enemies or allies no longer exists in the immediate forms of exploitation, slavery, serfdom, feudalism, etc., but in the mediated forms of the capital relation, and this has subordinated all other conditions of enmity and alliance to itself. It historically and logically presupposes the enmity between states, but this enmity only acquires its unconditional necessity, that is to say, a necessity that abolishes and preserves all other conditions, through this relationship. War and peace, the struggle for hegemony and unification into an alliance would therefore by no means simply be equated with a competition between capitals. What mobilizes states against each other or unites them in an agreement is always mediated by the dual existence of capital. On the one hand, each state must stand up for the capitals in its sphere of power, for their owners and for the jobs associated with them, and on the other hand, insofar as it is able to do so on its limited territory, it must secure the real unity of capital as such, i.e. of capital relations in general. To assert this unity therefore determines its everyday financial and monetary policy as well as all forms of crisis management, including war and destruction. Thus every state falls under the spell of the commodity fetish. If it were only the representative of the ruling class or the dominant capital fractions, the actions of the political subjects could easily be seen through. However, the more mediated society is, the further removed the contexts for their actions are from their own field of vision. Like the economic subjects, they are produced behind the backs of the individuals. Nevertheless, the subjects in the political sphere have a different relationship to each other than the labor power containers and consumer monads on the market. Even if they are determined by capital in everything they do behind their backs, they cannot avoid consciously attributing a different political meaning to this determination and acting accordingly. The sovereign is the one who decides on the state of emergency. The apologetic character of the famous definition is anchored in its definitional nature, in the fact that it does not historicize the state. The definition does not ask about the social origin of the state of emergency. The early state, however, existed in a different form than the modern state. There was no sovereign who decided on the state of exception. For one cannot speak of an exception without a rule. And the pre-modern forms of exploitation had no rule common to all. If by rule we mean an abstract principle, an identical form, the exploitation that founded the early state was a diversity without abstract unity, arbitrary in its forms, without rules, whether slavery, serfdom, Asian despotism. Rule consisted in forcing the other to do something. There was no uniform rule, no law, but the most diverse traditions and customs. Ancient society did not recognize the contrast between concrete exploitation and abstract form. Abstraction, insofar as it was already carried out in the beginning through exchange and robbery, remained bound to the person, to the individual. The individual ruler, priest, or the respective aristocratic dynasty was the subject of abstraction, but abstraction, which meant God and empire, was still comprehensible in the concrete, as a quality of paternal authority. This binding of abstraction to the individual is abolished by capitalist valorization. If it is subsequently re-established, as is the case in the fascist, Stalinist or National Socialist leader figure or temporarily in the democratic, liberal statesman, it has passed through the value, through the identification with it. Insofar as power relations develop again on this basis, however, it is known that they merely emerge from the relationship in which the buyer, the representative of the working conditions, confronts the seller, the owner of the working capital.
End of quote.
Leader and led, statesman and voter identify themselves, strange as it may sound, with an abstraction whose object they themselves are like all other individuals and things, and from this identification they gain their status in the state, their subject consciousness. For this modern state, which needs capital as much as capital needs it, the definition of sovereignty formulated by Schmitt at the turn to National Socialism really does apply. For its precondition is a society that systematically produces the state of exception as a crisis, namely by creating the normal state, which is based on an abstract rule, on the law of value, the total form, to which all concrete forms of exploitation are integrated as content. With it, coercion becomes mute to the same extent that it can take overt violence for granted at any moment. Max Weber already had a concept of this, which Schmitt was able to build on. The real structure of power is determined by the answer to the question, what would happen if a constitutionally indispensable compromise, e.g. on the budget, were not reached?
End quote.
The exception forcibly asserts the unity of the whole, the unity that is set in the rule. Thus the crisis must also be present in the normal state, as permanent fear, under penalty of destruction, is the leitmotif of sovereignty and utilization. Only the omnipresence of the threat constitutes the generality of the modern state. The individual is thus nationalized into a subject by developing this fear of the state of exception. Everything that is done, everything that is thought, must refer to this state, just as everything that is used, everything that is procured, must refer to utilization. In the past, there were not only economic loopholes, but also spaces free of the state and a graduated ruling power. Today, the state is equally present in all spaces. The threat is posed by capital. The valorization of value makes individuals superfluous, and in a state of emergency their superfluousness is taken at its word by the state. The political unit must, if necessary, demand the sacrifice of life. Schmitt. In contrast, individuals, as long as they see themselves as individuals, are constantly trying to prove that they are not or not yet superfluous, and only as long as this succeeds on a large scale does one speak of a normal state. The ideological aspect of Carl Schmitt's concept of the state of exception, however, lies in the fact that in it the state of siege is made to disappear, as the context in which the states stand in relation to one another. The sovereign is the one who can decide on the state of emergency because he has chosen to do so by the relations of force between the states. Designated actually means, these relations are embodied in it. Its ability to decide on the state of emergency internally is identical to the power it can exert against the other states externally. It draws all its competences and capacities to rule, and that means, to secure the utilization of value, from the fact that it is surrounded by potential enemies, even if it is cultivating the best friendly relations with them. Seen in this light, every state is always under siege, otherwise it could not exist. So the awareness of belonging to a nation is nothing other than a mental state of siege. The negative that consists in being surrounded by enemies becomes a positive feeling, is substantialized as dissent and belonging to a community. Nation is the form in which the relations of violence between states take on a positive form within them. Only when it is understood that violence comes from the relationship between states can the purpose of the state be understood as the protection of the individual. Conversely, if we really start from the individual, from his endangerment, only then can we recognize the origin of violence in the relationship between states. If the successors of Hobbes, as Marx laments, had forgotten the Leviathan's insight into the connection between price and use of power, then those who believed themselves to be Marx's successors repressed the critique of the state in the critique of political economy, which therefore became mere theory. But this happened in a very specific way. The relations of violence between states were derived from capital, but not capital from the relations of violence between states. With its tendency to dissolve the coherence of the whole in favor of a one-sided relation of derivation, Marxism could not avoid reassembling and definitively preserving the schema of base and superstructure that Marx had broken through in his analysis of the value form. For this was the only way to make state with Marx. This expulsion of the value form analysis is thought through to its consequent conclusion in Rudolf Hilferding's study on finance capital, which logically ends with the general cartel as the world's sovereign, which the Social Democrats would simply have to take control of. The cartelization is an automatic historical process. It takes hold of all capitalist branches of production and completely eliminates the competitive relationship. Given Hilferding's assumptions, it is only logical that the study comes to the conclusion that there is no absolute limit to cartelization. Rather, there is a tendency towards a constant spread of cartelization. The result of the process would then be a general cartel. The whole of capitalist production is consciously regulated by an authority which determines the extent of production in all its spheres. Then the fixing of prices becomes purely nominal and means only the distribution of the total product among the cartel magnates on the one hand, and among the mass of all other members of society on the other. The price is then not the result of a factual relationship that people have entered into, but a merely arithmetical way of allocating things by people to people. Money then plays no role. It can disappear completely, since it is a question of the allocation of things and not of the allocation of values. With the anarchy of production, the factual appearance disappears, the value objectivity of the commodity disappears, thus money disappears. The cartel distributes the product. It is the consciously regulated society in antagonistic form. But this antagonism is the antagonism of distribution. The distribution itself is consciously regulated, and thus the necessity of money is over. The circulation of money has become unnecessary, the restless circulation of money has reached its goal, the regulated society, and the perpetuum mobile of circulation finds its rest.
End of quote.
It is the calm that was to come immediately to the general cartel of the Soviet Union. Once the automatic subject, the self-utilizing value, has been played down as a perpetual motion machine, as if it were a fast polka by Johann Strauss, then the rule of socialist gangs is not far away, which use force and coercion to direct labor power into the individual branches of production in order to distribute the surplus product squeezed out of it according to their discretion, and the good behavior of their subjects. A social democrat like Hilferding, however, had already internalized violence to such an extent that he no longer asked himself why, if there were only one general cartel and the capitalist principle of free competition was replaced by the socialist principle of planned production, those who had to work in such a state would accept that they had to work and the others, who distributed what was produced, would not. How, apart from brute force, could anything be distributed at all? The more the Marxists remained silent about this, the more nationalistic they became. "We great Russian workers," said Lenin in 1914, "who are filled with a feeling of national pride, want at all costs a free and independent, a self-reliant, democratic, republican, proud great Russia, which builds its relations with its neighbors on the human principle of equality."
End quote.
In this sense, the anti-globalization movement is the heir to everything that has been contributed to the repression and defense of violent relations since Hobbes. Just as capital accumulates and globalizes on the one side, so does stupidity on the other. Its representatives want a just exchange, because they assume that workers sell their labor, not their labor power, and if they received enough for it, the other world, which they constantly proclaim to be possible, would be a reality. But those who believe they can determine what is fair and what is not in such an exchange fantasize themselves into the role of the automatic subject, but one that is to be commanded by the state as in real socialism. All that remains of this is the unreal image of the state, which is now freely available to every idiot in the world. It only becomes a political factor through a common enemy, and no one can become one as well as someone who refuses to participate in the repression of the relations of violence from consciousness. Rosa Luxemburg still knew that in politics, it was not cartels but beasts that were to be reckoned with. As early as 1911, she reckoned that the competition between nations could turn into a world war, and when the time came, she wrote in the Junius pamphlet of 1916 that now the ravening beasts that had been let loose by nihilistic Europe on all other parts of the world would break into the middle of Europe in one fell swoop. The economically unavoidable downfall of capitalism, which Hilferding had painted as a general cartel, turned out to be a theoretical fiction, precisely because the accumulation of capital is not merely an economic but a political process. It was finally stated in the anti-criticism to the reviews of their accumulation of capital. And this anti-criticism was a criticism of what the epigones had made of Marx's theory. The fact that the resistance of an internationally solidary proletariat, on which Luxembourg had pinned her hopes, failed to materialize, and did so forever, was the riddle that required a break with Marxism to be solved, and at the same time a prerequisite for returning to the questions posed by Marx himself. Only critical theory was actually capable of doing this, and strangely enough it was only through its studies on authority and family inspired by Freud's psychoanalysis. Adorno later wrote about this primal experience of critical theory that there was a tendency among the masses in highly industrialized countries, instead of pursuing rational interests, above all that of preserving their own lives, to surrender themselves to catastrophic politics. They are promised benefits, but at the same time the idea of their happiness is emphatically replaced by threats and violence, excessive sacrifices are imposed on them, their existence is immediately endangered and latent death wishes are appealed to. Some of this is so obvious to the subjects concerned that it is difficult for those striving for understanding to be content with a decisive factor, the demonstration of the objective conditions of the mass movements, and not to succumb to the suggestion that objective laws no longer apply. The old explanation alone, that the interested parties control all means of public opinion, is not sufficient. For the masses could hardly be captured by crude and winkingly untrue propaganda if there were not something in them to counter the messages of sacrifice and dangerous life. Catastrophic politics requires identification with the ravening beasts, but this can no longer be explained by the theories of Hobbes and Marx. At first it appears that Freud simply reconstructs on a psychological level what Hobbes presents as the rational decision of individuals, and thus provides what Hobbes could not yet perceive in this way, the irrational in the relationship of the subjects to the sovereign. Hobbes knew this is more than consent or concord, it is a real unity of them all in one and the same person, but how such a unity comes about Hobbes could only describe again with the categories of contract, that is, with the means of the only rationality that now exists in bourgeois society. It was for him a unity created by contract of each with each, as if each said to each, I give empowerment to this man or assembly of men, and transfer to him my right to govern me, on condition that you likewise transfer to him your right and give empowerment for all his actions. This is the origin of that great Leviathan, or rather, to speak more reverently, that mortal God to whom, under the immortal God, we owe our peace and security. But what if we owe this God only permanent war and extreme danger and yet seek total unity with him? While Freud initially attempted to deduce the earliest phases of society from the results of psychoanalysis, he later concentrated on the distinction between psychoanalysis and mass psychology in general, as in his essay Mass Psychology and Ego Analysis. It is precisely the difference between identification with the father and identification with the religious or political leader that came to the fore. Freud's interest is now directed towards the possibility that the social instinct may not be an original and indivisible one, even if the beginnings of its formation can be found in a narrower circle, such as that of the family. He continues to assume libidinal bonds, which constitute the essence of every mass that possesses some form of cohesion, and he explains them with a concept that he also used to determine the development of the Oedipus complex in the family, identification, as the earliest expression of an emotional attachment to another person. But as a late manifestation of such an emotional bond, it has itself become something else, different from the identification that applied to the parents and gave rise to the superego in the first place. The masses, says Freud, consist of individuals who have put one and the same object in the place of their ego ideal and have consequently identified with each other in their ego. Psychoanalysis understands the ego ideal, which Freud also calls the superego, as the internalized authority of the father, the result of overcoming the Oedipus complex. The individual develops his individuality in this internalization, and thus also the chance to become aware of it, i.e. to reflect on the superego itself, without losing it or freeing himself from it. Rather, liberation or loss appears when the individual puts that object in its place and thereby identifies with others in the ego. It is as if in this way it is also able to get rid of its individuality again, to undo the process of ego formation, to undo individuation. In truth, however, according to Freud, his behavior is similar to that of the hypnotized person. The individual is no longer conscious of his actions. The concept of madness can only be used in this sense as a concept of ideological criticism. As such, however, it is indispensable for understanding the effectiveness of ideology from the point of view of mass formation and makes it clear how comprehensively ideology takes hold of people. It is therefore no coincidence that Adorno opened his essay on the relationship between sociology and psychology with the insight that among the masses in highly industrialized countries there is a tendency, instead of pursuing rational interests, above all that of preserving one's own life, to surrender oneself to catastrophic politics. Although taken from pathology, the designation of this tendency as a delusion is nevertheless intended to capture something purely social, that an individual who is not mentally ill can completely forfeit the capacity to think rationally, whereby the core of this reason would precisely have to be determined as self-preservation. However, this loss is only possible through the mechanisms of mass psychology, in stark contrast to the pathological case. While the mentally ill person, whether he suffers from persecution mania or schizophrenia or something else, cannot share his delusion with anyone through his illness and within it, existing radically isolated and completely solitary. The political delusion that an individual adopts always presupposes mass formation. Freud himself emphasized the contrast between neurosis and mass psychology and wrote that neurosis makes a social, and lifts the person affected by it out of the habitual mass formations. One can say that neurosis has a similar corrosive effect on the masses as infatuation. The only difference is that neurosis or infatuation need not necessarily involve the complete isolation that the pathological delusion imposes on the individual. Conversely, the person characterized by mass formation in his delusion can also deviate from the mass itself through a neurosis. However, this does not alter the fact that the content of his delusion originates from the mass formation and not from the neurosis. So even if the individual may at some point feel left alone with his fantasy or withdraw from it, it is itself, in all its peculiarity, irrevocably due to the fact that he was once able to acquire it with others and through others, in that they together in the most immediate sense, put one and the same object in the place of their ego ideal and consequently identified with each other in their ego. This is connected with the fact that political delusion, in contrast to pathological delusion, which eludes any moral reasoning, always presupposes a conscious decision, however little of it is still visible once the subject strikes out in his delusion and, as Freud says, is no longer conscious of his actions. To be no longer conscious of one's actions, as in hypnosis, is also the only way for individuals to really feel themselves to be equals, each equal to the other in their ego in view of the object they have in common. And only the identification with the leader creates the equality that does not yet exist in the family itself. When the brothers identify with their father, for example, they do not yet place a common object in the place of their ego ideal, because they cannot yet have such an ideal, it only arises in the identification. On the contrary, by identifying with the father in overcoming the Oedipus complex, the brothers recognize themselves as unequal and develop apart. They shape their differences and can become aware of them, differences that must be felt incomparably greater in the case of sister and brother, insofar as identification is polarized differently here by the Oedipus complex. Identification with the leader, however, presupposes a society that makes such equality possible, which for its part has created the preconditions for it, completely without psychology, so to speak, by undermining the authority of the head of the family in reality. First of all, however, the emergence of the monopoly on violence in the course of the development of capitalist relations means that the authority of the father had to be internalized to a much higher degree. The less power the head of the family was granted by society, the greater the need to preserve his authority within the family. The development of the Christian religion bears witness to this. In the early tribal society and even in the family under Roman law, the father had absolute power over all members of the family. He could not only chastise and cast them out, but also kill them. There was no sovereign in the modern sense, just as there was no equality that would have curtailed his power over the family. In certain respects, the tribes or family associations stood in a relationship to each other like the states in modern times. No sovereign resided above them who claimed the sole right to the lives of all and in this sense decided what was right. Between them, a code of honor regulated the conflicts, which in the relationship in which the families stood to each other formed international law, as it were. Accordingly, if the honor of one association was violated by a member of another, like was to be repaid with like. In patriarchal associations, the honor of the man is defined above all by the existence of the women assigned to him. They form the territory of the family, so to speak, over which the father has a monopoly of power. Whoever violates the integrity of this territory becomes the enemy of the entire association, and someone must be chosen to restore the honor by inflicting the same or similar harm on the enemy association and injuring or killing the external or internal enemy. As long as there is no sovereign, i.e. a superior authority that claims the monopoly on violence whereby, depending on historical development and civilizational standards, it is determined differently what belongs to the monopoly of violence, or what violence fathers or parents may continue to exercise over their children, men over their wives. Honor determines the behavior of families and ensures the uniformity of their associations, their ability to reproduce themselves against each other. In Europe, and especially in Germany, the blood feud experienced a veritable renaissance in the centuries following the fall of the Roman Empire, however much it deviated from church doctrine. It can almost be regarded as a basic principle of medieval society. Historical sources show that every freeborn man was not only entitled but also obliged to take revenge after attacks on life, honor, or family. Only the development of territorial rule on the basis of the state monopoly on the use of force and the development of commodity production and the monetary economy removed the basis for this disenfranchising right, which only recognized the individual as a means of the family association. One sign of this was the perpetual peace of the land passed at the Diet of Worms in 1495. Section 2 of the Peace of the Land Act laid down an absolute ban on feuding, according to which no one was allowed to take their rights into their own hands. The state was granted the sole monopoly. However, the commodity economy had already developed in antiquity, albeit in a limited sphere, and in certain respects undermined the unity of the tribal associations. Greek philosophy, tragedy and comedy, in the questions and conflicts they address, provide vivid information about how much of its power of disposal the clan delegates to the state power, or must surrender, when the associations have not only united, but tribal members have also become market participants. The unity of the tribe shrinks to the oikos, the household, in which the head of the household, like the clan chief before him, holds power over his slaves, his children and his wife. The association has been reduced to a family in an almost modern sense, except that it also included slaves and servants and domestic animals and work objects in equal measure. The fundamental inequality of individuals before the law, the perennial personal relations of dependence, or in other words, the absence of a capital relation, prevented a sovereign from forming inside society, just as on the outside the limited nature of the market, the absence of a state-organized enemy comparable in the accumulation of goods did not require a sovereign, but merely a jointly operated war machine for the procurement of slaves, which was also a democratic association for the promotion of great monuments and regularly held theatrical performances. The lack of sovereignty resulted in the unique self-confidence of the polis citizens, which had to become an unattainable model for the bourgeoisie of the modern age. This status is preserved in Roman law. Criminal law was based on the immediate principle of private revenge of the injured party. The prosecution and punishment of a murderer was left to the house of the person killed. Punishment by the state only existed for crimes that were immediately directed against public institutions. The father of the house, the pater familias, had complete authority over children and wife. This domestic power included the right to chastise, cast out and kill those subject to it. Whoever was under this power was not considered a legal subject. All actions under private law only worked for or against the holder of the power. Whereas under modern law, every person becomes legally competent at birth, under Roman law they only became legally competent at the end of domestic authority, i.e. on the death of the head of the family. There were therefore two classes of free people, depending on whether they were subject to a household authority, alieni juris, alien law, or not, sui juris, own law. The head of the household was the sovereign of the house, but above him there was not only sacred law but also a moral authority supervised by the censor, regimen morum, which primarily concerned senators and placed the interests of the state above their private lives. And according to the royal laws, a householder who had killed his children or his wife for no reason could be declared exempt from punishment, i.e. he was excluded from the community of householders. Anyone who attacked and killed him remained unpunished. However, there was no court that enforced these laws against the citizens. As long as they did not endanger the state with their actions, the authorities did not intervene. The Roman historian Livy describes what can be described as a state of emergency under such conditions. Virginius kills his daughter Virginia, thus preventing Appius, one of the Decemvirs, from seizing her. Appius had succeeded in using a client to pretend that Virginia was not Virginius' daughter, but a slave of the man who was in fact his front man. As judge, he himself pronounces the sentence declaring her a slave. In the end, Virginius can only preserve his property, the unity of his house, by killing his daughter. When Appius wants to have him arrested because, according to the verdict, he did not murder his own daughter but someone else's slave, a popular uprising breaks out against the Decemvir. This implicitly proves Virginius politically right, but it is obviously the only way he will be proved right. He himself sees no other option than to kill the child and is unable to appeal to any other authority that would be above the Decemvir's court decision in this matter. Virginia's virginity embodies the integrity of the father, it is literally his property. Whoever desecrates it takes it from him. From the earliest times, however, Roman law distinguished between two types of property. One included land, free and unfree persons as well as cattle, horses, mules and donkeys. The other included small livestock and all inanimate movable property. While the former could be exchanged on the market without further ado, the latter could only be sold at all if a certain rite called mancipium or mancipatio was observed. It can be assumed that these things were originally not allowed to be sold outside the clan or only with the consent of the clan elder. In England, similar rights existed until the 19th century, allowing owners to sell land, as all land ultimately belonged to the king, whose consent to the exchange was circumvented in this way. Mancipatio is derived from manu carpere, to seize with the hand, because the purchaser seized the object or person to be bought with his hand in front of others and thus asserted his right to it. He was actually pretending that he was the owner of the object he was now acquiring from the very beginning, so to speak. In any case, this right makes it clear that we are dealing with objects that contain an immediate relationship of ownership in themselves, regardless of whether they are objects, animals, or people, a relationship that binds them to the person of an owner and cannot be dissolved by mere buying and selling. The buyer must therefore appear to be the original owner. The possibility of such a bond was historically only completely eliminated by the sovereign, who, because he is the political relation of capital, allows commodity owners and commodities, and thus also things and animals on the one hand, and people on the other, to be definitively separated, and at the same time carries out this separation once again within the commodity owners, the subjects, by covering the contracts for the sale of labor power with his monopoly of force. The paterfamilias, and not the Roman state, forms the seed of sovereignty insofar as it anticipates this final separation as a trick and exception to the rule through the emancipatio that it organizes. With the internal and external expansion of the market in the Roman Empire, the subsumption of things, animals and people under the clan elder or householder had to become an obstacle to development. The right of emancipatio in particular provides evidence of this. According to the old law of the 12 Tables, the father only lost control over his son if either one of them died or the father sold the son 3 times for unfree labor in someone else's house. This provision, which was once intended to protect the son from excessive exploitation and society from the development of wage labor in which, however, the owner of the labor power was the father and the labor power was the son, ultimately served as the only possibility sanctioned by Roman law to relinquish paternal authority and make the son a man with sui juris, who had his own house, with things and people that embodied his labor power, as it were. With the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, the familial sovereignty of the clan elder and the father of the house was lost, and everything that has happened since this violent detachment of the producers from their means of production in order to rule out a return to the status quo ante by means of law has served to emancipate the individuals, i.e. first of all to place them at the disposal of capital, i.e. by contract, as owners of their own commodity, labor power. Hobbes therefore degrades the concept of honor. It too is only a question of power, to which everything can be reduced, nor does it alter the case of honor, whether an action be just or unjust, for honor consisteth only in the opinion of power. And Montesquieu subordinates the virtues to justice. Almost all virtues consist in a special relationship between one person and another. Friendship, love of country, compassion, for example, are special relationships. Law, on the other hand, is a general relationship. All virtues that destroy this general relationship are not virtues. Insofar as women themselves as individuals do not enjoy this emancipation, they embody what remains of the oikos, the reproduction site of labor power. On the other hand, their owners tend to be deprived of power over them. The man is no longer master over the life and death of the woman, because the new master over the life and death of all men and women has established himself above him. This process did not have a noticeable effect until the 17th century, so that France, for example, could boast a particularly egalitarian gender order in the 18th century. But the fear of this is not only noticeable in the early theorist of sovereignty Jean Bodin, who labored over the contractual nature of marriage and thus had problems with his own concept of sovereignty at this point, but above all in the witch hunt that escalated at the same time. It was a mass honor killing. These connections can only be misjudged by feminist research, which deplores the establishment of the sovereign as the enforcement of male domination, which had long been enforced, as well as the ideological upgrading of the father of the house that would go hand in hand with it, and cannot perceive the real revaluation of the father of the house as a commodity subject. In other words, the emancipation that makes it appear to be a matter of time until the mother of the house, children and servants also participate in it. From this moment on, the woman's sexuality became the epitome of the man's honor. Only now did Livy's story take on its paradigmatic significance. Everything that had previously encompassed the entire household was now concentrated in the woman's sexuality. The history of the assertion of the sovereign in the form of the modern state with its legal system is therefore lined with the tragedies and comedies of virginity and honor. Almost every conflict since the Renaissance, whether in the novel, in the theater, or in the opera, has been played out as a question of the man's honor and the woman's virginity. At the end of the story, however, is the marriage contract, as formulated by Kant, i.e. the union of two persons of different sexes for the lifelong mutual possession of their sexual properties. The natural use that one sex makes of the sexual organs of the other is a pleasure to which one part gives itself to the other. In this act, a person makes himself a thing, which contradicts the right of mankind to his own person. In this, the use of sexual organs differs fundamentally from the use of labor power, which offers no immediate pleasure but surplus value, and therefore does not make the human being but his labor power the object, and thus requires its own contractual basis. It is no less clear from this than from the employment contract that it is precisely in reification that the liberating aspect can be seen. And what is often and rightly cited as evidence of the degrading nature of the marriage contract is at the same time its title of fame, for just as the liberating aspect lies in removing the procreation and upbringing of children as the purpose of marriage, the proximity to prostitution that is inherent in the contract proves to be an indicator of the autonomy that is granted to lust. However, by stipulating the reciprocal and lifelong possession of sexual characteristics, it differs from the contract of sale in that each of the two contracting parties only pays for the possession of the other's sexual characteristics by transferring the possession of their own to the other in an immediate manner. In place of the value that comes out of the employment contract, there is enjoyment, which does not allow each party to refrain from the other. It is a paradoxical contract, a contract without the sale of use value, which is actually the essence of the contract. This condition of reciprocity replaces the money that the suitor owes the prostitute for the use of her sexual characteristics with the pleasure that woman and man can find in the mutual use of these characteristics. If there is a breach of contract, both parties can, according to Kant, make equal recourse to the sovereign in order to obtain their rights. If one of the spouses has gone astray or taken possession of another, the other is entitled at any time and inevitably to bring it back into his power, as if it were a thing. This is the kind of progress that consists in reification through the contract, except that the right to bring the other back into his or her power ultimately amounts to the right to file for divorce. In any case, by placing women's lust on an equal footing with men's in principle, their emancipation within the boundaries of bourgeois society is only really complete. They themselves formally have freedom of contract and can therefore determine the possession of their sex by contract. There is no honor under such conditions. Exchange value and lust are no longer mere expressions of man's violence over woman, which culminates in honor killing. Lust is emancipated from this to the extent that the sovereign stands up for the contract at all times. Thus the monopoly of violence enforces the unity of the whole as contractual relations vis-a-vis each individual in order to secure the utilization of value, and through the eye of the needle of these contracts the individual has to ensure the reproduction of labor power autonomously and on his own. What used to be regulated by the family association and oikos has now become the task of the ego, which no longer has to relate the family members, but according to Freud, the opposites of ID and superego, of conscious and unconscious, of male and female parts in its sexual life, to identity. And the family appears only as the place of self-realization of the ego, which reflects the sovereign within. Finally, sexual self-determination is a legal right in sexual criminal law. In Germany, for example, the Fourth Criminal Law Reform of 1973 replaced crimes and offenses against morality with offenses against sexual self-determination. This also enabled the legalization of prostitution. Within a century, the prostitute had emancipated herself from the mouth of the law from being a perpetrator to a victim to an ordinary market participant, just like the equalization of homosexual and heterosexual relationships. Homosexuality is no longer just a privilege of certain social groups, as it was at best. This emancipation is the result of the fact that all individuals have become complete commodity owners. Only in this way can they, without being privileged, be considered as individuals at all. Can they be perceived as individuals? Can they actually meet as equals? Before that, they were inseparable parts of a hierarchically organized family, a clan, a religious community, a guild, etc. In the relationships they established outside the respective association, they embodied the collective to which they owed their reproduction in everything they did. Only when it comes to the point where they can and must sell their labor is it possible, and can they insist, that they are not members of a family or a clan. It is no longer the function of the individual in the reproduction of the family or the association that counts, but the function of the individual in the reproduction of capital. This is why Marx speaks in Capital of the prerequisites of a higher form of the family and of the relationship between the sexes, without neglecting the humiliating process of its creation and reproduction. Terrible and disgusting is the dissolution of the old family system within the capitalist system, and yet the great industry thus assigns to women, young persons and children of both sexes the decisive role in socially organized production processes beyond the sphere of the household, and thus creates the prerequisites for a higher form of the relationship between the sexes. But this emancipation, which affects the daughter of a good family as well as the prostitute, the homosexual as well as the heterosexual woman and the homosexual man, only appears as an automatic and irreversible process from the immediate perspective of capital relations. For the crisis puts all equality at the disposal of rackets, be they recent clan and family structures, political groups or religious faith communities, in which immediate relations of dependency and personal oppression are reproduced. Under the pressure of immigration, which is enforced by capital relations, the sovereign, who embodies the compulsion for national unity and integrates the non-integrated, takes the side of the most regressive family morality when he then regards honor killings as a cultural characteristic of a minority and in this sense accepts mitigating circumstances, and thus suspends himself as a sovereign. Conversely, it creates the legal status of so-called forced prostitutes for prostitutes with an immigration background in order to pursue a restrictive immigration and asylum policy. The alibi for this is provided by NGOs that pretend to stand up for oppressed women and in reality serve as henchmen for repressive police actions. Accordingly, criminal prosecution in Germany is now aimed at clients of forced prostitutes, so that the situation of the women covered by this term is becoming increasingly difficult and the clients can act as voluntary morality commissioners. Organized support for these women cannot and must not mean worsening their situation by permanently stigmatizing them as victims of human trafficking and degrading them by labeling them as forced prostitutes and exposing them to increased repression by the police and recently, as intended, to increased observation by clients. The problematic police cooperation of NGOs must be stopped, not only in this country. The category of the legal subject as well as that of the injured or injured party disappear, with the active support of a left-wing and liberal public invoking humanity and women's emancipation, in the pre-bourgeois and pre-modern image of the victim as a sexual and ethnic identity. The concept of victim, which is also increasingly used in law, is, legally speaking, detached from a concrete action. Being a victim is more of a personal characteristic than an action-oriented description. You are a victim, and as a victim you face the perpetrator and can perhaps find a balance with him. Victims also express themselves in the media, for example. Being a victim is therefore a characteristic linked to a person and no longer merely the description of a sequence of actions. The state thus relates to the forced prostitute like the father to the raped daughter. If the latter spontaneously kills her for the sake of honor, the former gets her out of the country as quickly as possible for the sake of social peace. The Sharia is a synthesis of both. It not only preserves the recent honor killing of tribal society, but also develops an entire state or rather unstate from it. All women and all men who do not behave as it prescribes find themselves branded as forced prostitutes of the West and are eliminated from life. In this way, Islam revisits the history of modern sovereignty. It denies across the board that the capital relationship has already done away with the honor of man, that the formal equality that accrues to the individual as owner of the commodity of labor power, in order to place him as a contractual partner of capital, also affects the relationship between the sexes, that the marriage contract made possible by this, i.e. the contractual union of two persons of different sexes for the life, long mutual possession of their sexual characteristics, has in principle taken away man's power over woman and has already done away with his honor, which expresses this power. Islam as an anti-modern movement does not want to and cannot prevent or reverse the accumulation of capital in the West, but it wants to and can seriously threaten sovereignty, which is only the other side of capital. It does not necessarily undo the employment contract for its own sphere of power, but it does undo the marriage contract. Its complicated set of rules is tailor-made to prevent abstract equation. It is no coincidence, however, that he is most easily able to thwart the actual monopolization of violence, which that marriage contract presupposes, and to instigate forced marriages where the workforce is no longer important anyway, be it in poverty-stricken regions or oil-rich states, in the Gaza Strip or in the banlieues. Freud analyzed nothing other than the psychological situation of the individual who has become a commodity owner among equal commodity owners. If he generalized his results for pre-modern conditions in an anthropological way, this corresponds in part to the real existing tendencies and approaches in those conditions that point to the implementation of the modern exchange society. For the individual, the question arises as to how to cope with the equality that the modern state and the capital relationship both enforce and grant, how to overcome it in the face of the inequality perpetuated in the forms of the nuclear family, whereby there is always an awareness that inequality also contains the moment of diversity that ignites desire and can be developed by it. That inequality does not necessarily mean the oppression that seems to be fixed in the nuclear family. There was once a father who, to save his daughter from disgrace, sank the first of the best steel into her heart and gave her life for the second time. But all such deeds are of old. There are no more such fathers. With these words, Emilia Galati in Lessing's play recalls the story of Virginia and Virginius to ask her own father to murder her too, because, as she says, she can guarantee nothing in terms of her lust and her needs once she is in the house of the libertine Grimaldi, violence.
Violenz. Who cannot defy violence?
What violence means is nothing. Seduction is the true violence. I have blood, my father, so youthful, so warm as one. My senses, too, are senses. I stand for nothing. I am good for nothing. I know the house of the Grimaldi. It is the house of joy. 1 hour there, under my mother's eyes, and many a tumult arose in my soul, which the strictest exercises of religion could scarcely calm in weeks.
Religion. And what religion?
Nothing worse to avoid, thousands jumped into the floods, and are saints.
End quote.
And the father, a virtuous German citizen, really plunges the dagger into his daughter's heart. As if to breathe the air of the old tragedy once more, Lessing places this act at the end of his bourgeois tragedy and risks it appearing as the act of half-mad citizens who can only oppose the supremacy of the nobility with self-destruction. The figure of the political leader is created to generalize this madness. If the subject, perceiving pleasure as a tormenting thorn in the flesh, cannot bear to be equated as unequal, it strives to get rid of the contradiction and joins the mass of those who put one and the same object in the place of their ego ideal, and consequently identify with each other in their ego. And then only the leader offers the mass protection from the contradictions with which the ego cannot cope. Thus in Kleist's play, Hermann the Cheruscan appears on stage after the girl ravished by the Romans has been murdered by her own father and forms the outraged masses. In Buchner's play, Robespierre appears on the scene when the drunken petty bourgeois laments that his daughter has become a prostitute and leads the masses of the outraged into the Grand Terror against aristocratic rule. Freud endeavors to give his reflections on this a generally human and suprahistorical character. The only historical differentiation he wants to make is between the primitive horde and the masses, whereby the masses themselves are understood as a resurgence of the primitive horde. And yet a historical sense does come through in the examples he gives, especially when he tries to bring together seemingly contradictory extremes. In the Church, we can take the Catholic Church as a model with advantage. The same illusion applies as in the army, as different as both may otherwise be, that there is a leader in the Catholic Church, Christ, in the army the commander, who loves all individuals of the mass with the same love. Everything depends on this illusion. If it were to fall, the Church and the army would immediately fall apart, as far as external constraints allowed. These two examples correspond to the later, contradictory determination of the leader, according to which the mass individuals need the illusion that they are loved equally and justly by the leader, but the leader himself does not need to love anyone else. He may be of a master nature, absolutely narcissistic, but self-confident and independent. In their polarity, however, they show that one and the same individual can simultaneously put different objects in the place of his superego and thus belong to different masses, depending on the social and political context in which he finds himself. There is also something like a division of powers in the formation of the masses, or in other words, the formation of the masses takes place differently for the different areas of life, and this is where the contradictions return that the individual would like to get rid of precisely in the identification by the masses. The leaders differ from one another, and the individual finds himself in a situation in which he has to decide which one to follow, Jesus or the commander. In the contrasts that open up here, the individual is still able to become aware of which object it is that it is putting in the place of its superego, and is therefore no longer able to identify completely with the others in its ego, and is thrown back onto its own ego. Freud himself only hints at this situation when, at the end of his investigation, he writes of complications that make those who survey the lives of contemporary individuals shy away from a summarizing account. Every individual is a component of many masses, bound in many ways by identification, and has built up his ego ideal according to the most diverse models. Each individual thus has a share in many mass souls, in that of his race, class, religious community, state, etc., and can also raise himself to a degree of independence and originality. It is an extremely strange irony how Freud not only accommodates his own epistemological presuppositions in this bit of independence and originality, but also everything that seemed to him to remain of the Enlightenment's concept of freedom. Reflection is only possible for the individual if he shares in several mass souls, and bourgeois society is a master at producing one after the other. In the previous considerations, however, Freud completely refrained from this and constructed the case according to which the individual only belongs to one leader. Soon after the publication of his work, the term totalitarian will be used for this. The impression can therefore arise that his analysis already applies to a politics that sought to integrate all mass souls into one as never before. Freud assumes that it is possible to speak of the leader par excellence and thus follows on from the typifying depiction of various political thinkers and psychologists. Only now his physiognomy began to emerge in reality itself. Hitler integrated Christ and commander and promised to dissolve all opposition between the mass souls in the one soul of the Aryan German. With his triumphal march, the concept of the sovereign, which insisted on the indissoluble opposition between the individual and the state, was successfully displaced, and with it the awareness that individuals cannot be completely absorbed into the masses unless they sacrifice themselves or are sacrificed. If Freudian mass psychology abstracts from the fact that there is not a single power, but several that are hostile to each other, and that this relationship recurs within every society, namely in the danger of disintegration, it ultimately abstracts from the possibility of civil war. Carl Schmitt wrote his political theology for this possibility, which was on everyone's mind after the First World War. And the form in which identification in a collective occurs as a defense against another is indeed religious in nature. According to Hobbes, every man should consider who is the sovereign prophet, in other words, who is God's representative on earth and directly under God has the authority to govern Christians. For the author of Leviathan, this consideration, or more precisely, the possibility of making it, is the prerequisite for defeating the forces of evil, which destroy all laws, both divine and human, and throw all order, government and society, back to the first chaos of violence and civil war. Religion creates supernatural leader figures, and through them individuals can escape the contradictions that arise between the earthly. The constraints of having to choose between different real leaders in different life situations, or the difficulties of identifying with contradictory ones at the same time, have always been greatest when population groups came under foreign rule or fled into exile. While the Jews, who were expelled from their land, live in two worlds with two different laws, both of which they recognize in their own way, the Christians divide the whole world, which they want to conquer for their faith, into an outer and an inner world, in Augustine's words, into a world state and the state of God, civitas terrena and civitas Dei. This coexistence implies that the Christian constantly lives in two times. The divine state never wanders in this world by itself, but as from the beginning, both the world state and the divine state in their course bring about the change of times, Augustine. Because the divine community does not coincide with the earthly community as long as Jesus does not return, the existing state must also renounce its status as a theocracy. With Augustine, who still had the Roman Empire in mind, this renunciation of the earthly theocracy is even more pronounced than with the later Christian ideologues of the Middle Ages, some of whom tried to take it back. For in the Holy Roman Empire, the fall of the Roman Empire, and in the politics of the popes, there is always the endeavor to merge civitas Dei and civitas terrena and to realize the divine state as a world sovereign, an endeavor that only became unreal with capitalization and the implementation of the modern, sovereign state and also failed spectacularly in Protestantism. Hobbes was finally able to write that the papacy was nothing more than the specter of the dead Roman Empire sitting crowned on its tomb. Because he assumed the inauthentic coexistence of religious community and state, it was still or already possible for Augustine to soberly understand the relationship between states as a relationship of force, and some of his writing anticipates Hobbes' Leviathan. On earth, namely, the cooperative society of earthly advantage or desire, which by summary expression we call the state of this world, disintegrates. It therefore exists only in the plurality of mutually opposed earthly kingdoms. The earthly state, therefore, which is not eternal, for when it is damned at the final judgment, it will no longer be a state, has its good here and enjoys pleasure as one can enjoy such things. And since it is not such a good that it does not also cause anxiety to its lovers, this state is often at odds with itself, quarrels, wages war, fights and strives for victories that are deadly and certainly doomed to death. But one must not say that what this state desires is nothing good at all, even if it is something even better in its human nature. For in its lower realm it desires earthly peace. It wants to achieve this through warfare, because once it has won and there is no more resistance, there will be peace. If those who had the greater right on their side are victorious, everyone will welcome such a victory, but such achievements must not lead to the neglect of the nobler goods that belong to the upper state. The theocracy relativizes what may always appear to be eternal peace when one state has asserted itself against another on earth. On the one hand, it denotes the Christian communities, on the other hand, it is an expression of the space within the individual that the new religion has created, and therein the anticipation of civic equality. It is the prerequisite for the market and domination, money and spirit, the profane and the sacred to be perceived and accepted as separate. In Christianity, the divine sovereign appears to have come into the world in the form of his Son, but here he is immediately imprisoned in the inwardness of the faithful until the day of judgment. Liberating him has become the content of the third monotheistic religion. For it, there is no distinction between inwardness and outwardness as far as faith is concerned, but it seems to have inherited the compulsion to proselytize from Christianity. Muslims do not have to proselytize in order to believe and to deceive themselves about the unredeemed state of the world, and thus have proof in every defeat that they are already redeemed. They themselves appear as the redeemed, secularize the concept of redemption by making everything in their world the object of the sacred. They allow inwardness as little as a separation of market and state, private and public. Rather, this new rule, which is establishing itself on the margins of Christianity, thrives on their immediate identity. Anyone who converts to the Muslim faith is redeemed from the poll tax. Under the changed conditions, the delusion of converting the world becomes political violence. Jihad, the proselytization of the whole, is to be carried out with the sword. A monopoly on the use of force is ultimately not tolerated. For if there is no longer an inside, then only the outside must be conquered. And that is why there is only one time in which everyone lives, but two houses, that of war and that of Islam. The great enigma of the Orient, the presence of the sacred in all areas of life, merges in modernity into a no less great riddle, the absence of the sovereign. While the power of the Catholic Church had to be pushed back so that the secular monopoly on violence could emerge and the family and tribal associations could be disempowered, the sacralization of violence, which the caliphs and ulama pursued as their own cause, prevented the emergence of the secular monopoly on violence and preserved the existence of the clan and family order. The state was the church, and the church was the state, and God was at the head of both, and the prophet was his representative on earth. While in Christianity the mass psychological identification is broken by the coexistence of God and Emperor, Jesus Christ and political ruler, and thus always requires mediation, in Islam it is established in a new way and any mediation is superfluous. In this society, the distinction between secular and spiritual, in terms of law, jurisdiction and authority, is unknown. Church and state are one and the same, with the caliph as head. According to Muslims, there is no human legislative power, and for the believers there is only one law, the holy law of God proclaimed by revelation. This law could be explained and interpreted through tradition and reason. However, it could not be changed, and theoretically no Islamic ruler could add or subtract a single law. In fact, both happened often enough, but the process was always carefully disguised by the rulers. Thus, as far as the formation of states in the Islamic world is concerned, we can speak of a mere formal secularization of political power, because the purpose of all statehood based on religion was not broken with, and it was possible that the practical development of the state continued, while Sharia law took virtually no notice of this development and successfully defended its claim to universal validity in a largely fixed form. There was and still is a separation of religion and politics in Islam, but since the separation could not be addressed anywhere, neither on the side of faith nor on the side of state consciousness, and could not be carried out as a conflict in a sense that would allow us to speak of freedom at all, politics is inevitably reduced to creating the infrastructure for Quran schools. Islam can therefore be understood as a religion that places all emphasis on preventing the reflection of contradictions, or in other words, does not generate any forms of making conflicts conscious. Symptomatic of this is, on the one hand, the early introduction of numerical writing, which then helped pave the way for Western modernity, and on the other hand, the later rejection of printing, which blocked this path for Islam. Starting from the Arabic language and script as the seat of the sacred, the defense against modernity was organized. It is part of the founding dogma of Islam not to recognize any other book besides the Quran, not to allow any further writing beyond God's word. All sacralization ultimately dissolves in the sacralization of violence. This means that each individual assumes the functions that would otherwise be the responsibility of the secular monopoly on violence, and which Christianity has actually ceded to the state in the sense of give back to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's, MT 12:17. According to the Quran, it is considered the duty of each individual Muslim to command what is good and right and to forbid what is wrong and bad, Surah 3, verse 104. The individual assumes the functions of the state, but the declared purpose of this state is not the individual, but his safety and integrity. The Leviathan can ultimately be read as a polemic against Islam. While Hobbes based the purpose of the state on the individual and only wanted the function of the state and the law to be defined in relation to this individual, i.e., the owner of goods, and the protection of his life and property, in Islam the form of rule only functions as an organ that has to protect the community of believers. Law and Sharia are mutually exclusive because Islam does not recognize the individual person as a legal subject. Behavior is considered to be a harm that entails punishment even if no one suffers or can suffer concrete harm from it, but the collective of Muslims or the honor of the family appears to be harmed. As long as the respective transgression was not manifest, as long as it was not visible or audible to others, the damage was considered not to have occurred, whereas in Christianity, even the thought of a bad deed is considered a sin, but is only prosecuted by the secular state when the thought is demonstrably about to become a deed. Once the damage to the Muslim collective has been done, however, only money or violence can atone for it and restore the sacred integrity of the Ummah. There is no other forgiveness of sins than through the sword or money. It is the individual and his property that are affected. In Islam, however, money itself is only ever regarded as the small change of violence. The individual is not, as in bourgeois society, a reflection of property relations. He is still the prey of the clans and rackets, from the desert nomads to the oil sheiks, together with his wealth. The special care given to private concerns cannot hide the fact that the guarantee of private property was not at its best. A weak, barely developed public sphere suggests that private property was equally weak and at the mercy of arbitrary rule. The wealth accumulated by merchants was not safe from the grasp of state power, especially if it could be mobilized in monetary form. The special care of private affairs, which Dan Diner mentions and which can be traced back to the architecture of Muslim cities, was always the care of family affairs, which did not become private because they were dictated by the same collective that did not allow any publicity. The sacralization of violence means preventing all forms in which contradictions can appear and conflicts can be resolved. Just as Muhammad has no relationship to God that could at least possibly become a conflict, as is at least hinted at in the case of Jesus' relationship with his Father, but only functions as a sword in his hands, identification with the current religious and political power is also only identification with mere violence and is only guaranteed as long as this violence is used. It is the object that the mass of Muslims put in place of their ego ideal, through which they identify with each other in their ego. The power struggles between the individual caliphs therefore do not become conscious as opposites, do not open up an interior space for reflection on the reasons for the opposition, but only considerations on the better use of force. The Byzantine Emperor Manuel II and today's Pope, who quotes him, know from their own experience what they renounced. The emperor certainly knew that Surah 2, 256 says, "No compulsion in matters of faith." It is one of the early surahs from the time, as those in the note tell us, when Muhammad himself was still powerless and under threat. But the emperor was of course also aware of the provisions on holy war laid down in the Quran, which came later. Without going into details such as the different treatment of scripture owners and unbelievers, he addresses his interlocutor in an astonishingly brusque, and to us surprisingly brusque, manner with the central question of the relationship between religion and violence in general. He says, "Show me what Muhammad has brought that is new, and you will only find bad and inhuman things like the fact that he prescribed that the faith he preached should be spread by the sword." The emperor, having thus struck, then explains in detail why spreading the faith by force is absurd. It contradicts the nature of God and the nature of the soul. God has no pleasure in blood, he says, and not to act rationally is contrary to the nature of God. Faith is the fruit of the soul, not of the body. So if you want to lead someone to faith, you need the ability to speak well and think rightly, not violence and threats. To convince a reasonable soul, one does not need his arm, nor instruments of percussion, nor any other of the means by which one can threaten someone with death. End quote. What Benedict XVI deliberately fails to mention in his art of quoting, however, is that Manuel II is not comparing the faith of Muslims with that of Christians, but rather the law of Muhammad with that of Moses. In the translation of the passage by Raymond Sienener, it says, "Show whether anything new has been legislated in comparison with that, the law of Moses." You could not accept something bad and quite inhuman, that the legislator should decree that the faith which he himself proclaimed should go by the sword. Emperor Manuel II. The separation of powers is true. Not that the Jews and Christians reject violence in principle, but for the Jews' missionary work and the conquest of the world make no sense whatsoever, while the Christians in their missionary work leave violence in principle to the secular authorities and only take action themselves as their representatives. Just as they separate inwardness and the outer world, so also violence from the doctrine of salvation. In the New Testament, the belief in the Messiah states, "I have come to bring you the sword," MT 1034, but Christians understand this sword as something that can or even should exist independently of them, as a separate institution in which they can participate, but which is not identical to their church. "Give back to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's," MT 1217. Then God's representative on earth can retreat and, instead of becoming world sovereign, content himself with crowning the emperor, and if this emperor for his part has to refrain from appearing as world sovereign, because the sovereign as the other side of the one and only capital relationship can only develop in the majority, sovereignty can only arise as a relationship between different states. Then the Pope retreats to his Vatican state. Napoleon crowns himself in order to dispel the last hopes of a restoration of the Holy Roman Empire, and its last emperor immediately resigns obediently and invents an Austrian Empire as compensation and compromise. For this very reason, however, Christian criticism of Islam remains obscured by the political character of its violence. If the Ummah already rule somewhere, the unbelievers or non-Muslims are not necessarily forced into the new religion, as is so often the case with Jews and Muslims among Christians, who knew how to make use of secular power. This is where the missionary mania of Islam differs from that of Christianity, resulting in a certain form of tolerance, which it is often credited with, since it knows no separation of politics and religion, state and church, a separation that is reflected within politics and religion itself, and wants to establish the worldwide rule of Muslims as its ultimate goal. It is not at all so important to it whether or not every single ruled person converts to Islam. The penultimate emperor of Byzantium still knew this. Today's Pope, who quotes him, omits it because he wants to refrain from the political in order to avoid having to constantly apologize. According to Manuel II, Muhammad demanded either that all people in the world approach the law or pay tribute or somehow perform slave labor or do neither and be mercilessly cut down by the sword. In this, however, Muhammad's teaching is the most absurd, because God does not know how to rejoice in blood, and it is alien to God not to act with reason.
End quote.
While the Christians wanted to persuade or force every single Jew to convert and threaten them directly or indirectly with death, the individual non-Muslim is as indifferent to the Ummah itself as if he were already dead, so that he is granted the status of dhimmi. He only lives because the tax needs a head. This is why Islam appears more humane than Christianity in this immediate way, because it has no concept of the inwardness of the individual. It does not use violence here either. However, as soon as those of other faiths or unbelievers question the rule in the house of Islam, they are met with all its violence and the destruction knows no bounds. They question the very foundations of this rule simply by claiming their own sovereign wherever they are in the world and invoking him. And every Muslim who abandons his faith is doing exactly that from an Islamic point of view. That is why he is inevitably threatened with death. Apostasy cannot be understood here as an individual act of conscience, but only as a breach of allegiance to the community that claims to be the state. Translated into the terms of sovereignty, it therefore means high treason. It is logical that the theory of the separation of powers was developed in opposition to Islam. And it is also in this logic that the theory of the counter-revolution, insofar as it wanted to revoke this division of powers, feeds on sympathy with Islam. While de Maistre admires the Mohammedan religion for turning the people in an instant into a marvelous giant, who smashes states with a sword in one hand and the Quran in the other, Montesquieu sees in it the perpetuation of despotism and grasps the opposition between the spirit of laws and that of destruction. The Mohammedan religion, which always speaks only of the sword, still affects men with the same spirit of destruction out of which it was founded. But by also making family relationships and the relationship between the sexes the subject of his reflections, Montesquieu discovered in Islam how the individual can become completely identical with violence, the psyche with despotism. It was Marx who took this critique further in the field of political economy. By Oriental despotism he meant a certain social structure, not reducible to the East, but particularly familiar there, which almost systematically inhibits the bourgeoisification of society. He finds Oriental despotisms in the ancient cultures of Mexico and Peru as well as in Indian tribes and the ancient Celts, and he also uses this term to define the political and social decline in modern Spain, which he associates with the worst times of the Turkish Empire. What matters to him, however, is the precise designation of the ways in which a society withdraws from the mediating forms of capitalist accumulation, and he inevitably comes up against the question of sovereignty. For Spain, for example, he describes the only seemingly paradoxical constellation of a despotism that no longer produces sovereignty internally. As despotic as the government was, it did not prevent the individual provinces from operating with different laws and customs, different coins, military flags of different colors and different tax systems. Oriental despotism only opposes municipal self-government when it runs counter to its immediate interests, but is only too inclined to allow these institutions to continue to exist as long as they relieve it of the duty of doing something itself and save it the trouble of orderly administration. Elsewhere, and in connection with the communal conditions of real appropriation through labor, which are of great importance in the form of irrigation systems in Eastern societies, Marx finds a particularly apt formulation for this seemingly paradoxical renunciation of thorough administration by the center of power. He speaks of a despotic government hovering over the small communities. This state of despotism occurs when all individual property functions as immediate state property, when no private ownership of land has developed at all, or when the forms of mediation between private property and political power collapse. In the ancient polis, on the other hand, the property of the individual was separated from that of the community and the state. In the feudal system of estates, the feudal system created mediation between the property of the individual and that of the emperor through various politically and economically differently determined forms of property, and in modern bourgeois society, private property was, as it were, produced once again in the individual citizen by the fact that labor power became a commodity, and only then is the state also present in everything through which the individual reproduces himself. It is precisely this presence that is meant by the concept of the sovereign in the strict sense. Oriental despotism, on the other hand, means that the state does not form a unity as a relationship between free and equal private owners, and the violence with which state property is conquered and defended, and insofar as it exists, the irrigation systems created therein and later oil production facilities are to be kept in operation, is not the other side of that relationship here, but takes its place or thwarts it. There is no need for a sovereign because the original accumulation of capital does not take place. There are no producers who would have to be expelled from land as their means of production because they could never claim it as their property anyway. This state does not intervene in the context of personal relations of dependency between the family and labor. It does not transform this dependency into contractual relations or make it suitable for these relations. It does not involve the necessity of making labor power available to capital. The state is or will be centralized here too, insofar as labor is to be organized collectively and wars are to be waged, but its power is not monopolized. It leaves them to the old communal, tribal, and family structures, insofar as they do not immediately contradict these purposes. Wherever goods are exchanged, the reference to a third party, an authority that secures the exchange by force, is necessary. The actual formation of value, which utilizes itself, i.e., the real abstraction from concrete work, only occurs when this authority is the sovereign who alone enforces and guarantees the equality of the owners of commodities. However, the utilization of value fails to materialize if it is only heads of families or tribes or gang leaders who secure the exchange. The markets do not grow together into a large market where the central authority hovers over them instead of reproducing itself through every act of exchange and every contract. Islam, like other Eastern religions, be it Hinduism or Marxism, not only offers the appropriate myths to endow the Oriental despot with the necessary attributes and to legitimize centralization, it also proves to be the strongest belief to exclude or thwart the actual monopolization of violence. It guarantees that violence remains with those who do not rule and continue to be organized in families, clans, or rackets. Those who have had power over their relatives since time immemorial can invoke Allah and His Prophet at any time in order to keep it forever. They find in it the imaginary substitute sovereign, which, unlike the Jewish and Christian, gives them the feeling of being masters of life and death, even when they no longer have any control over their small production and so very limited exchange. So they kill wives, sisters, and daughters as soon as they question their rule by wanting their own bodies to be regarded as private property and not as the territory of Oriental despotism. The territory is to be marked as the property of the man, and for the woman this means heteronomy of pleasure, in extreme cases mutilation of the female genitalia up to the extinction of pleasure. If circumcision for men indicates their assignment to the collective and does not affect their sense of pleasure, for women it serves to weaken their desire and increase their modesty. The excessive skin is to be cut away in order to get rid of the excessive desire, which challenges the autonomy of the individual vis-a-vis the collective and thus results in that rebellious individualism which, as Carl Schmitt felt, makes the problem of becoming a state infinitely more difficult, so difficult that the ant, thermite and bee state becomes the unattainable ideal of political theology. It is precisely this difficulty of becoming a state, which characterized the Western sovereign, that one does not want to undergo in Islam, and therefore the preconditions are to be eliminated by mutilation and the consequences of this rebellious individualism by honor killing. The circumcision of girls must be understood as the Sunni way of preventing honor killing. So it is by no means the case that mutilation and honor killing are simply a continuation of archaic traditions. For the archaic can be defined by the fact that it is limited by the family and tribal structures themselves, and even the concept of Oriental despotism, which implies the preservation of these structures, does not yet include the claim to world domination. The Muslim faith, however, has set its sights on the dissolution of boundaries in every respect. Ever since the modern sovereign of the West has existed, it has sought to eliminate him from the ground of Oriental despotism. In this respect, the Islamic honor killer is no different from the suicide bomber. Both want to prove that there is no state, because there is a monopoly on violence. And a non-state like Iran is not a state precisely because it is nothing other than the combination of honor killing and suicide bombing on a large scale and on closed territory sanctioned by international law, so that the honor killer here puts on the robe of the sovereign before he proceeds to stoning for adultery, and the suicide bomber appears as the mob that wants the bomb aimed at Israel. The whole world is waiting for the savior. Many just don't know that they are fundamentalists. Those who do know believe in the Messiah, in Christ or Muhammad, and thus differ at least as much from each other as from those who do not know and hope for the unification of Europe as a prelude to the unification of the world, centralized global financial supervision of banks and stock exchanges, as well as eternal peace through the UN. According to the secular catechism, states around the world should finally agree not only on pollutant levels, but also on a common tax rate and uniform wages, so that capital can no longer flow from one country to another, pitting workers and civil servants against each other, and fair trade is finally realized. Where the violence comes from that secures the ownership of the means of production, which should be preserved at all costs, as long as it is creative and not grabbing, or as we say today, greedy capital, is of as little concern to attack as the community of believers wonders why salvation has not yet arrived. Even the loudest critics of the declared fundamentalists turn out to be political theologians, insofar as their understanding of politics, consciously or unconsciously, directly or indirectly, is permeated by the belief in a world state, in an all-encompassing power structure, either already present in germ and already partially in force or only to be created with a jolt. This belief forms the false unity of the political, under whose spell everyone can invoke international law without having to agree on which political power guarantees it. The charisma that Barack Obama acquired in the battle for the presidency of the USA cannot be explained without it. It is no coincidence that it is somewhat reminiscent of Gorbachev, who celebrated success at the end of the 1980s as an actor of the world spirit before he was passed around as a curiosity in various television shows. Obama's international image also arose from a deep-seated desire to exchange the sovereignty of the hated hegemon for a sovereign who would be able to turn things around and reconcile states all over the world. For a moment in the mass media, Obama personifies, as Gorbachev once did, what can be regarded as the common denominator of all those who mean well and want to know nothing. May this president transform from within the violent politics of the state that so unilaterally dominates the other nations into the peaceful power of a just world government. May Obama also be the president of the EU and the World Bank and Secretary General of the UN, so that the interests of the USA are either absorbed
or submerged.
The longing culminates in the demand for a world without nuclear weapons, because the knowledge and materials to build nuclear bombs and other weapons of mass destruction are universally available. It implies that all states would have to surrender their sovereignty and subject their economies as well as their militaries to complete control by a global power. Since none of this is happening, insofar as the relationship of capital presupposes the relationship of force between states, since even Obama can only be the more or less good or bad president of the Western hegemonic power, even if he leaves little untried in principle to become the worst. A power that can neither disintegrate like the Soviet Union nor take over the world government in the sense of the UN and abolish nuclear weapons. Disappointment will follow on its heels, at the latest. With one of the next presidents, and in the longer term will again feed hatred of the USA as long as it remains a sovereign state in a hegemonic position. In other words, as long as they do not forfeit this position due to economic weakness and political appeasement. For regardless of whether it now ruthlessly pursues its own interests or appears to act as a world policeman in the name of international law, the false friends of eternal peace and the true sympathizers of holy war see the USA, insofar as it is still really a hegemon, as a mere henchman of an already existing but invisible, negative world power, which itself can only be named in a single place in the world in the form of a very small state. Israel embodies the world conspiracy of Judaism. Forced therefore to constantly prove its sovereignty, the policy of this state constantly demonstrates anew what international law is: virtual law, law without police and judges, convention that can only be enforced by the law of the strongest, the stronger state or alliance of states, and what it is therefore not, a substitute for its own military force. It demonstrates that there is no world sovereign, indeed that any attempt to realize it is directed against the Jews. It deprives their state of the sovereignty that alone protects them in an emergency. Alfred Rosenberg already said that the world domination of Jewish messianism has almost been realized in the rule of the world banks and is to be completed in the creation of a Jewish center in Jerusalem. All the more hair-raising is the philo-Semitism that puts a positive spin on the world conspiracy of the Jews and expects them to take on the role of world sovereign instead of Obama. Hermann L. Gremliza, for example, has already become somewhat impatient and asks whether Israel's politicians can think of anything to reduce the number of their enemies. The Jews, whom the columnist from Concret refers to as his friends with his characteristic complacency, will have to find a therapy that promises the patients a better life on this side of Allah and his hubris. Disarming Hamas would have been a start, if it were a start. Concret, February 2009. If the anti-Semite says that the Jews themselves are to blame for anti-Semitism, the philo-Semite says that the Jews themselves must come up with something to abolish anti-Semitism. The Jewish state is called upon not only to defend its sovereignty, but also to finally realize what is attributed to it, that is, as a world conspiracy of the Jews that has become a state, to bring about a change for the better and to start treating the patients suffering from the sick guy socialism as quickly as possible. Surveys on the role to be played by the EU in the Middle East conflict show the general level of awareness of these issues. 9% of Israelis consider the EU to be a suitable mediator, 56% the USA, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, April 22, 2009. Only seemingly contradictory in the same context is the result according to which 76% are in favor of their country joining the EU. Apparently hardly anyone in Israel assumes that the EU would ever produce a real sovereign that could jeopardize its own sovereignty. The tried and tested military alliance of NATO, which can still be regarded as the guardian of Western sovereignty, offers itself as a substitute. 54% are in favor of Israel joining this organization. Quote, "I saw how the people of Frankfurt received President Kennedy. Hundreds of thousands of people packed the sidewalks, their eyes moist, their faces ecstatically ecstatic. This was not a reception for a foreign statesman on a pragmatic mission, but for a savior who had been sent from on high to make everything good again, especially for them, the Germans. Had I ever seen anything like this before? Yes, really, decades ago. Everything was exactly the same as it is today. the same ecstasy, the same passion, the same devotion, the same irrational hopes. Only the recipient of these emotions was different back then. He was a my man with hypnotically piercing eyes, a funny mustache and an outstretched right arm.
End of quote.
Hans Morgenthau, an émigré from Hitler's Germany who is considered the founder of the influential school of realism in U.S. foreign policy, wrote these lines in September 1963 after Kennedy's visit to Germany. You wouldn't have to change much about the quote to use it to describe Barack Obama's visit to Germany in the summer of 2008. In the meantime, the euphoria surrounding Obama has subsided noticeably, both in Germany and in the USA itself. Nevertheless, the question remains as to which of his characteristics triggered the hype that actually made Obama the first black president of the USA, an event that his opponent John McCain and his predecessor George W. Bush also described immediately after the election as a historic moment that was a credit to the USA. But in the eyes of his supporters, Obama is not considered a historic event because of the color of his skin, but above all because of what they perceive as his vision and his radically different kind of politics, free of all the impurities, corruptions and amorality that characterize the rest of the political class. So how historic was the moment when Barack Obama was elected president of the USA? Can Jürgen Habermas, who said in 2004 that the USA under George Bush was no longer my America, now feel like an American again? Has America returned to a phase of normality after what is often described as the excesses of the Bush years? Or has a redefinition of the USA begun with Obama, after which the country will no longer be recognizable? Based on Morgenthau's description of Kennedy's visit to Germany, it is possible to identify a number of details that obviously point to certain changes since 1963. While Morgenthau still had to recognize this irrational state of mind of expecting redemption as a worrying characteristic of the Germans, the need to escape the world into the realm of illusion and projection now seems to have spread to the American population. The American journalist Norman Podhoretz has never tired of pointing out precisely this kind of irrationalism as the main driving force behind Obama's success ever since the Obama phenomenon came into the world. As early as March 2008, he pointed out in an interview for the German newspaper Die Welt that the last time there was a similar upswing in empty populism in the USA was in the 1930s. He deliberately placed Obama in the same league as the fascist and anti-Semitic demagogues who also found a surprisingly broad base in the USA at the time, and who Leo Lowenthal, among others, had also examined in his book Prophet's Deceit. On the other hand, Podhoretz takes up Lowenthal's book title to a certain extent and places the change in U.S. politics that he sees embodied in Obama in a context that is intended to describe the apocalyptic mood expressed in the enthusiasm for Obama, warning in September 2009 that he was a false messiah. Here too, Podhoretz's warning is set against a serious background, which itself has apocalyptic connotations. It was Podhoretz who, in his 2007 book World War IV, The Long Struggle Against Islamofascism, described the challenges facing the USA today as being just as serious as in the three previous world wars by his count, World Wars I, II, and the Cold War. If you accept Podhoretz's assessment, you can guess what catastrophic consequences he is referring to if you follow a false messiah in such end times. Another difference can be found between the politicians Kennedy and Obama, precisely at the level of real politics that Podhoretz is referring to with his warning that the USA is currently in a world war. While Kennedy was indeed similarly suited to projection as Obama, he too represented youth, intellect, eloquence, awakening. He proved to be a politician firmly rooted in the tradition of the USA. Kennedy was truly celebrated by some as a savior, although the Kennedy myth did not fully unfold until after his death, and a left-wing intellectual like Richard Hofstadter in 1963 also saw him, analogous to the transition from Bush to Obama, as finally overcoming the anti-intellectualism, the apocalypse for intellectuals in public life, that his Republican predecessor Eisenhower had meant. However, Kennedy himself never fell for this image and was, as Morgenthau hints at in the quote, in order to make the Germans' perception of the world, which can only be explained psychologically, clearer in truth a statesman on a pragmatic mission, a specimen of the Cold War liberals, who were not so rare at the time and who, as Democrats, wanted to promote the formative and intervening role of the USA in the world against a background of strict anti-communism. This makes Kennedy almost a kind of counter-design to Obama. Here are a few examples. After the start of the open legitimacy crisis in Iran in the early summer of 2010, Obama was mainly avowedly concerned with informing the Iranian government that the US did not want to interfere in that country's internal affairs, but wanted to bring Iran to the negotiating table over its nuclear program under the catchphrase of engagement. So it took less than 24 hours in mid-October for the US government to feel called upon to condemn the attack on the Revolutionary Guards, in which 7 of its senior generals were killed, as an abhorrent act with which the USA had or wanted nothing to do. Even the renewed flare-up of protests in Iran and their bloody suppression in December has not fundamentally changed this non-interference policy. Russia accommodated Obama without coercion, and without anything in return, by informing NATO allies Poland and the Czech Republic without further ado that the plans for the missile defense systems to be installed there against the threat of aggression from Iran had been cancelled. The fact that Obama informed the Polish and Czech allies, two main representatives of the new Europe sympathetic to the USA, as Donald Rumsfeld had not so clumsily put it, with a short phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning Central European Time is not insignificant as an indication of the disregard for the USA's previous alliances. This unchallenged retreat by the USA proved to be counterproductive. The announcement that missile defense systems would at some point be deployed at sea far away from Russia has only recently been interpreted again by the Russian government, unchanged, as an aggressive act by the US. At the UN General Assembly in September 2010, Obama gave such a defensive speech, essentially aimed at self-criticism of the West for past actions, that Nicolas Sarkozy decided to give an explicit counter-speech, in which the French president emphasized, primarily using the example of Iran, that diplomacy and non-military options can reach limits that make the transition to military action necessary. So much was Sarkozy worried about Obama's proposals. Sarkozy was so disturbed by Obama's suggestions that the alignments of nations according to the divisions of the long-gone Cold War should finally be ended, as they made no sense in a networked world, and by his intention, presented as a concrete vision to overcome national interests, including the national interest of the USA, in favor of a common interest, which he saw in the international community, especially as he saw this international community represented in the now traditionally and essentially anti-American and anti-Israeli General Assembly of the United Nations. Obama's much-acclaimed speech to the Muslim world, the title alone contains a fatal error, as it ignores all intra-Muslim antagonisms, conflicts and wars, also consisted of a list of examples of regrettable misconduct by the West, supplemented by an implicit criticism of France for its strict approach to the headscarf issue and moral egalitarianism, which placed the expulsion of the Arabs surrounding the founding of the State of Israel in the vicinity of the Holocaust, as equivalent experiences, as is so popular in pseudo-subjective, politically correct historiography today. Obama also does not regard threats of annihilation against Israel as a political problem, but rather with therapeutic intent, albeit with the Israelis as patients, as he told the Muslim world in the style of a teacher who wants to reprimand his pupil, threatening Israel with destruction, or repeating vile stereotypes against Jews, is all wrong and only serves to evoke the most painful of memories in the minds of Israelis.
End quote.
Against this postmodern or post-political global offensive, Kennedy was the representative of a self-confident America that saw itself as a force for good in the world, rather than the source of all the mischief that exists on the planet. The permanent identification of Obama with good, on the other hand, in a media public that only wants to recognize evil in George Bush represents a misjudgment that is made everywhere in the perception and portrayal of Obama. When, for example, the Neue Zürcher Zeitung wrote in October that the Nobel Prize Committee's decision to award the Nobel Peace Prize to Obama, which most people described as strange to say the least, was motivated by the will to do good, which Obama embodies, one does not necessarily have to refer to the committee's choice the previous year. Al Gore received the prize in 2008, or to the 2002 choice, when the prize went to Jimmy Carter, to suspect that the committee's motivation was rather resentment against the USA. A kind of anxious neo-realism is now also flashing up in media that are more inclined towards Obama. In October 2009, Leon Wieseltier warned of fatal illusions in the New Republic. People at home and abroad admire Obama because his America is like theirs. That is, they admire Obama because they admire themselves. The beautiful souls gave him the Nobel Prize for being a beautiful soul. We will soon discover that the popularity of an American president actually has little strategic consequence. Anti-Americanism around the world is deep and abiding and serious. Most of it will not be dispelled because someone has a black face, a Muslim name and a progressive smile. Multiculturalism is not foreign policy. And enmity is the normal fate of states, especially superpowers and democracies.
End quote.
To come to the conclusion that the beautiful souls reflect themselves and that this is rather the opposite of a newly discovered love for America, you don't need to psychoanalyze the Nobel Prize Committee. An examination of Obama's previous policies and the ideas he has expressed so far is quite sufficient. It is easy to see what he stands for in a public critical of America, apart from empty phrases or cheap tricks, as Norman Podhoretz calls them, such as hope, change, or yes we can, which first of all raise questions that have not yet been answered. Hope for what? Change where? What are we supposed to be able to do? To the extent that Obama's foreign policy, which is still very vague, can be interpreted at all, It cannot be read as anything other than a series of numerous retreat maneuvers through which the USA is gradually giving up what it has left of its influence, ability to act in offensive power, starting with a new language that there is no global war on terror, but that the USA is dealing with man-caused disasters in relation to terrorism. This falls even further behind the European position, which, as an alternative to the war on terror declared by the USA under Bush, has always wanted to fight terrorism at the level of police action. With Obama, the USA has apparently now reached the point of wanting to deploy troops against terrorism as a variant of technical assistance or disaster control. This unconditional will to de-dramatize a war which has been declared to the USA by its most bitter enemies and which is a war, even if it can be called asymmetrical in the search for new terminology, and even if it is still in a kind of smoldering state, was also demonstrated by the US government at the end of last year. Both the attack at Fort Hood, in which military psychologist Nidal Malik Hassan shot dead 13 people, and the failed attack on a passenger plane shortly before landing in Detroit by Umar Farouk Abdelmutalab were reflexively assessed by Obama first of all as the acts of isolated lone perpetrators or mentally ill people, even though both men justified their acts with their Islamic faith and also had a long-standing and international connection to Islamist networks, which inspired them to carry out their attacks and also welcomed them. It is precisely this kind of self-abandonment on the part of the USA as a nation that naturally defends itself against attacks that Scandinavian and other social democrats like so much about Obama, finally getting rid of the imposition that was previously embodied in George W. Bush, at least in the first phase of his term of office, when America genuinely and seriously claimed, "Yes, we can," and carried out astonishingly precisely what the USA thought it could and wanted to do, practically countering the fatalistic misconception that world history is nothing more than a great automatism that cannot be meaningfully intervened in, but in which, like forces of nature, cultures and peoples have flourished or vegetated since time immemorial, all of which have their equal rights and inevitably sometimes produce things that are unpleasant for us, such as suicide bombings or forced mutilations. Or another practically implemented postulate of the Bush administration, closely related to the first, to negate through action the other misconception that all the evil in the world comes from interference by the West, which is what gave all these cultures and peoples the idea, thereby also fully legitimized, of defending themselves against the occupiers, colonizers, genocides and cultural imperialists in the form of, for example, an Iraqi resistance. If the Western nations would simply stay out of it and limit themselves to occasionally sitting down with these other peoples, who are difficult for us to understand, in global bodies such as the UN or in the inflationary emerging discussion circles of non-domination communication, which are concerned with climate protection, nature conservation, non-smoker protection, nuclear weapons, world peace and security. The Bush Doctrine was a good example of this. If, for example, the West would just let Muslims be Muslims, then everything in the world would change for the better. The Bush Doctrine was the antithesis to such ideas, which has now been radically deconstructed by Obama. Charles Krauthammer, a columnist for the Washington Post, has succinctly summed up the fundamental issues at stake in this political turnaround in the USA, which initially appears to be nothing more than a turnaround, and one that many still see as understandable, against the Bush administration period, which is increasingly being portrayed as a kind of leaden period in the USA. Voluntarily chosen decline is how Krauthammer summarizes what he can see in the policies of the Obama administration. However, Krauthammer also makes it clear that there are alternatives, which he himself has been trying to promote since the early 1990s, when he called the situation after the collapse of real socialism the unipolar moment. The USA would have to decide between the conscious will to shape the post-war order itself, which had come apart at the seams after 1989, or precisely to renounce it, which would mean a momentous withdrawal of the USA, clearing the way for all kinds of tendencies and nations striving for their own power, which, to put it mildly, would not exactly pull together with the USA. Obama seems to have chosen this second option. Opinions are still divided on how far-reaching and lasting this change will be, even among Obama skeptics. Robert Kagan, who, like Krauthammer, is often ascribed to neoconservatism, sees similar aspirations in the Obama administration as Krauthammer, but continues to show little concern, as he has a kind of double basic trust. On the one hand, in the American institutions, which also force an Obama who may be striving for something completely different to move in the tradition of his predecessors, including Bush, on decisive issues. Kagan also sees worrying tendencies towards self-denial and voluntary decline in the USA, but he sees these in the foreign policy establishment and the intellectual world, to which Obama also belongs in principle, but which he would inevitably have to disappoint as US president, as he would have to take personal responsibility for this defeat if, for example, he gave in to the will of the intellectuals to lose the war in Afghanistan. On the other hand, Kagan, who also became famous here a few years ago when he compared the USA as a realistic power with Mars and Europe as a postmodern entity with the will to powerlessness with Venus, has become a kind of reborn realist and sees the constellations of the 19th century returning in the current world situation, in which old and new great powers such as Russia, China, India, and Japan are fighting over spheres of influence with very traditional power politics. This leads Kagan to the view that the American approach is simply more realistic and that Europeans must gradually abandon their postmodern flight from reality and move closer to the USA. However, if we look at Obama's policies, we are more likely to come to the opposite conclusion. On numerous issues, the USA has acquiesced to European ideas or made them its own. Instead of an Americanization of Europe, at the moment it looks more like a Europeanization of America. Such a retreat from confrontation with declared opponents of the USA, combined with all kinds of self-incrimination of the West for its actions against the so-called Third World, such a despondency in the face of developments in the world, was not part of the concept that Bush followed, nor that of Kennedy, who as a militant liberal verbally declared his solidarity with the West German version of Germany with his Ich bin ein Berliner exclamation at the wall, and also stood up to the Soviet Union during the so-called Cuban Missile Crisis without moral self-doubt. Even then, people like Hans Morgenthau, a realist with a moral drive, doubted that a U.S. president could be taken at his word in this matter. For Morgenthau, however, the confrontation between the capitalist liberal bloc and the real socialist centralist bloc had already entered the Cold Peace phase anyway, as he did not consider the expansionist aspirations of the Soviet Union, which he considered ideologically bankrupt, to be a threat, and also believed that the real socialist group of countries was by no means monolithic, but consisted of fiercely competing variants. This was one of the reasons why he was a staunch opponent and critic of the American engagement in Vietnam from the outset, which entered its escalating phase under Kennedy. It was far from certain that a communist Vietnam would mean an expansion of China's power. On the contrary, it was to be expected that Vietnamese nationalism would tend to oppose the neighboring communist superpower. For Morgenthau, Vietnam was the wrong war in the wrong place at the wrong time. Morgenthau did not necessarily see an opportunity for war, but an opportunity for the right intervention with non-warlike means at the right time in the right place a few years later, when it was not seized by the United States, in Prague in 1968. The Western non-reaction to the invasion of Czechoslovakia by Warsaw Pact troops, according to Morgenthau in 1968, once again confirms the West's recognition of a Soviet sphere of influence and thus the falsity of Western commitment to the freedom of the nations of Eastern Europe. Morgenthau continued, "Our complete passivity declares our commitment to freedom, democracy, and resistance to aggression to be a lie."
End quote.
To emphasize the continuity of this U.S. policy, Morgenthau quotes himself commenting on Western policy on the occasion of the Hungarian uprising in 1956. The United States, far from seeking or creating opportunities to open the door to liberation, has even shown itself unwilling to step through that door when one of the satellite nations itself has already pushed it wide open.
End quote.
Again, Morgenthau's words sound like a topical commentary on the Obama administration's policy, or non-policy, since the regime's crisis in Iran became more open. Instead of at least verbally backing the protesters in Tehran and other cities, not to mention threatening or even applying sanctions, Obama opted first for days of silence, then for repeated public emphasis that the U.S. does not want to interfere in Iran's internal affairs in any way, while at the same time very specifically calling on Israel to stop building settlements. To finally realize with a certain relief that the regime is stabilizing again for the time being, and that he thus had a contact person for his permanent talk therapy, with whom he ostensibly wants to talk about Iran turning away from its nuclear program, but in principle has long since accepted a sphere of legitimate national interest for Iran, which, like every other country without distinction, has a right to nuclear technology. Although it is not yet entirely clear to what extent Obama's way of dealing with his office has its specific characteristics and represents a fundamental departure from the essentials of American foreign policy, the tendencies that are becoming apparent in his presidency do not come out of nowhere, but find their precursors and preparations in recent American history. The Democratic Party, which sent Obama into the presidential race, can present some predecessors that can be seen as a model for Obama's withdrawal strategy, e.g., when the impression arises, rightly or wrongly, that the USA has just gone through a phase of disgrace and failure. "Come home, America," was the slogan with which George McGovern set out to become president of the USA in the early 1970s, in order to initiate an active repentance of the USA, in which the Americans would no longer be concerned with what was happening in the world, but traumatized by Vietnam, primarily with themselves, with therapeutic intent. Although McGovern failed in the presidential election campaign, he fundamentally changed the Democratic Party by pushing representatives of a self-confident liberalism, which they saw as embodied in the USA, to the margins or even out of the party, and instead brought the flotsam and jetsam of the protests of the 1960s into the party, which then, in the form of various minority policies and the demand for group rights, focused on a critique of U.S. society, which they saw as rotten and characterized by all kinds of discrimination, and in view of these transgressions, without any right to appear self-confident towards any other nation. More successful than McGovern was Jimmy Carter, who was elected president of the USA at the end of the 1970s, also in the aftermath of the Vietnam War and the Watergate affair. Carter also placed his presidency under the sign of fundamental misconduct on the part of the USA. An unreasonable fear of communism was shaping U.S. policy to its serious detriment. Carter attested in psychologizing American introspection, and recommended restraint, restriction, and staying out of the way as guidelines for a better policy, whether towards the Soviet Union, Latin America, or the Middle East. However, Carter's presidency was virtually shattered towards the end when the USA stood idly by as the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, Ortega's Sandinistas took power in Nicaragua, and, last but not least, Ayatollah Khomeini asserted himself in Iran and not only overthrew the Shah regime, which was close to the USA, but also had dozens of U.S. embassy staff taken hostage by his supporters over a period of 444 days. This series of horror stories suddenly turned Carter into a realist and hardliner, albeit too late and too implausible, so that Ronald Reagan was able to start his presidency with a completely contrary image of the USA city on the Hill, was his preferred term, and usher in a decade of confident aggressiveness that was not, as Carter had diagnosed, characterized by fear of real socialism. On the contrary, it was characterized by the conviction that the USA offered the superior alternative, which was at least superficially confirmed by the dissolution of the socialist bloc that led to Reagan's presidency. However, this came at the price of an alliance with paramilitary killer groups such as the Contras in Nicaragua or holy warriors such as the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, who seamlessly continued their jihad with anti-Western fury after the withdrawal of the Red Army. Even if Obama, in view of the inflation of attributions that he is charismatic, eloquent, intelligent, and intellectual, appears to be close to Kennedy on the surface, his presidency to date is more comparable to Carter's. Turning his back on the Bush administration, he seems to be pursuing a program to overcome America's unreasonable fear of Islamism. If the analogy proves otherwise tenable, we can expect some extremely unpleasant events for the U.S. U.S. society may then feel as if it has awoken from a bad dream. In any case, perhaps Obama's entire presidency will one day be interpreted as a period of dreaminess, to which Obama's personality would be appropriate. It is not just that his first autobiography from 1995 already speaks of dreams from my father in the title. Rather, when you read this book, Obama himself appears to be an almost somnambulistic figure who is not fully present in any place or situation, but is constantly afraid to make himself common with the world. The book describes the strange permanent search for identity of a young man who, however, forbids himself from assuming any identity from the outset. This may sound sympathetic at first insofar as one might think that Obama refuses to engage in the politics of identities. But Obama is wandering, without finding a way out, with his own lack of identity in this very labyrinth of identities that has plagued not only the American left since the disintegration of the protest movement of the 1960s. Obama seems to be characterized by the same somewhat stupid-looking naivety that Tom Cruise portrays in Eyes Wide Shut, a cinematic adaptation of Arthur Schnitzler's Traumnovelle, directed by Stanley Kubrick, where Cruise too, without ever arriving anywhere, staggers through a world in which people escape into sterile, unrealistic orgies, only to arrive back in his real, everyday world from these dreamlike scenes at the end of the film, but this becomes almost painfully clear without having learned anything from his experiences. He is the same experience-deprived drip that he was at the beginning of the movie. Obama in Dreams from My Father also moves from one situation to the next, encounters all kinds of offers of identification, all of which he rejects, doesn't want to join in anywhere, or more clearly, he can't really join in anywhere, and thus remains strangely faceless. A variation of the same picture can be seen in his second book, Audacity of Hope, which is also biographical but was conceived with a view to his application for high political office in the USA. It is all the more surprising, however, that the resistance to committing to a recognizable stance continues seamlessly in this book. With little exaggeration, it can be said that Obama takes a both/an approach to dealing with all manner of issues, almost exclusively domestic ones. Almost without exception, a problem is first named, then a view is expressed, then an opposing view, and finally Obama comes along and advocates reconciliation by calling on the disputants to work together pragmatically. Leon Wieseltier, who has already discovered this method in Obama's presidency, even sees this as the most striking characteristic of the president's policy. Quote, Obama believes in the common denominator above all else. His diplomacy consists of underestimating differences and overestimating similarities. In his search for similarities between nations, he often cites the catchphrase of a connected world. But a connected world is not a homogeneous or harmonious world. Common problems do not bring common views.
End quote.
Obama's media online presence, a CBS journalist has counted. On July 13, after less than 6 months in office, Barack Obama gave his 200th speech. Doesn't make him more tangible, more recognizable. It's hard to know where you stand with him. His inflationary rhetoric is too often characterized by wanting to please everyone involved. It is not only publicists such as the self-declared black conservative Shelby Steele, who sees Obama as affected by a pronounced inner emptiness, who have a queasy feeling at some of his appearances. Columnist Maureen Dowd, who is close to Obama from the left, also feels chilly at times as she writes, especially when the president, who is praised inflationarily for his empathy and rhetorical skills, once again puts on his Dr. Spock face to tell the public after the failed attack on Flight 253 to Detroit at the end of December that there was a systemic failure and a catastrophic security breach. Even Dowd can only help himself with cynicism at such moments. In his detached way from events, Spock let us know that our beleaguered starship is not taking off on the path to a new safe future and that we must continue to be afraid. Hell of a job, Barry.
End quote.
But it's not just facelessness that he has brought to his office. What is probably more serious for a US president is that Obama also has a pronounced lack of history, which is perhaps also a characteristic of his generation. In Dreams from My Father, or in his second book Audacity of Hope from 2006, one searches in vain for traces of Obama taking serious note of the history of the 20th century, let alone engaging with it. The Cold War serves as a further opportunity for him to practice his one side versus the other method, which he repeats like a prayer wheel in both books. The Second World War is not reflected upon. The Holocaust is also barely mentioned. Not even, as one might expect, colonialism or slavery are worthy of serious mention. Instead, in a kind of extended version of the concept of oral history, every topic is primarily about him and always about him in his eternal and unsuccessful search for himself. This lack of history then seems to be reflected in his conduct in office, the almost inconceivable decision for a president of the USA contrary to popular opinion, one of the nations on earth most obsessed with engaging with history, to turn down the opportunity to participate in the celebrations marking the 20th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall and thus the opportunity to commemorate a success of the USA or the West, can hardly be interpreted in any other way than as a refusal to confront the events of recent history that are still relevant to the USA today. The author of Commentary Magazine's Contentions blog, Abe Greenwald, summed this up on the occasion of Obama's appearance at the UN in what is probably the right way, namely that Obama wants to operate in a world without history in which everything that runs counter to his utopias must be ignored. Obama's speech to the UN General Assembly was much more than some feel-good solidarity event for the multiculti community or along the lines of let's all understand each other. It was an open exposition of a worldview that seeks to redefine international relations along terrifyingly utopian lines.
End quote.
Liberal Leon Wieseltier has similar fears, relentlessly dissecting the Cairo speech of the former candidate of choice. He first quotes Obama with one of the countless sentences in which he wanted to win over the Muslim world for the USA or for himself, through gestures of accommodation and understanding. As long as our relationships are defined by our differences, we will give power to those who sow hatred, not peace, only to then analyze. This idea of the essential belligerence of differences is peculiar for someone who otherwise exalts diversity. It has led Obama to some of the most amateurish formulations in modern American diplomacy: no nation can or should rule over another. No balance of power between nations will last. Hope should come with more intelligence than is to be found here. Obama has succumbed to one of the great fantasies of our time, namely that we millenarians have broken the grip of zero-sum logic in the clash of powers.
End quote.
In keeping with this disregard for reality in favor of grand projections, Obama rarely mentions the events of September 11, 2001, and when he does, it is often in the relativizing manner of the speech in Cairo. The same complex of detachment from reality and history includes the numerous gaffes that Obama has already made and which, in the style of Bushisms, have long since justified the creation of the neologism Obamisms, because every single example would have triggered a smug and condescending worldwide roar and laughter from George Bush, to whom, once again contrary to popular opinion, this did not happen. In which anti-American resentment could have found vent. So Obama proved his ignorance of history when, after learning that a not-so-close relative was somehow involved in the liberation of some concentration camp, he immediately went public, appropriated the story, and claimed that his Uncle Charlie had helped liberate Auschwitz. However, it was not Auschwitz and not Buchenwald, as Obama initially tried to correct, but Ohrdruf, a subcamp of the Buchenwald concentration camp. On closer inspection, his speech in Berlin during the 2008 election campaign also becomes an example of how historical places do not really concern him. After Angela Merkel refused to allow him to give his speech in front of the Brandenburg Gate, an alternative location was sought and found at the Victory Column, which after all must be considered a symbol of German chauvinism. Although Obama was not accused of these missteps, just as the ignorance or even arrogance expressed by the aforementioned late-night calls to the Polish and Czech governments, which also took place on the exact 70th anniversary of the invasion of Poland by the Soviet Union, was hardly noticed by anyone. One only has to imagine how Bush would have been treated on the occasion of such embarrassments to realize that Obama is associated with a certain mass delusion, which in turn gives him a kind
of fool's freedom.
Obama's attempts to escape from history have practical consequences, for example for the U.S. mission in Afghanistan, whose goals, strategy and reason are becoming increasingly unclear to both the American people and the U.S. soldiers, so that failure and a subsequent withdrawal there are getting closer day by day. Obama ran his election campaign against John McCain on the premise that the USA was waging a war of choice in Iraq, which should be ended as quickly as possible, but that the war in Afghanistan was a war of necessity, which the USA could not avoid. If the Afghan government falls into the hands of the Taliban, or Al-Qaeda can operate there unhindered, then that country will once again become a base for terrorists who want to kill as many of our people as possible, Obama said as recently as March, when he outlined his Afghanistan strategy, and this assessment of the situation is indeed quite accurate. After that, however, Obama refused to implement these announcements with an insistence that gradually caused more and more disbelief even among his supporters. For months, he snubbed General Stanley McChrystal, who he had appointed and who is responsible for operations in Afghanistan, with a demonstrative disregard after he had presented Obama with his analysis of the situation and described a substantial increase in troops as urgently necessary, so that the military resorted to the extremely unusual means of going to the media with their demands in order to force the president to act and make a decision.
However, nothing followed.
For months, Obama acted like Hennon Melville's Bartleby on this issue. In other words, not at all, I would prefer not to is the practical answer he gave to the questions coming from all sides as to how he wanted to act on Afghanistan. Even the troop increase that was ultimately announced during a speech at the West Point Academy could by no means dispel this impression of unwillingness, but caused skepticism and perplexity not only among the loudly applauding cadets gathered there. Instead of sounding like a strategy that should lead to victory in this war, a word that Obama is trying to strictly avoid in relation to the U.S. military mission in Afghanistan, the troop increase of 30,000 soldiers, which is exactly the middle value between the options of 20,000, as named by his Vice President Joe Biden as the maximum limit, and 40,000, which McChrystal had called for as the absolute minimum to implement his counterinsurgency strategy, and Obama's decision to combine the announcement of the increase with the naming of a date for the start of the withdrawal of troops, sounded like a politically motivated compromise that should not frighten Obama's critics on the right and left too much. In many ways symptomatic of Obama's time in office is the trip to Copenhagen that Obama took to bring the 2016 Olympics to his hometown of Chicago. Starting with the resulting astonishment as to whether a U.S. president, who has just been responsible for 2 wars and is facing the biggest economic crisis in the USA for decades, really knows nothing better to do than to take care of this undertaking, which is primarily driven by local interests, to the astonishment that he probably completely misjudged the chances of this unconventional trip, which he undertook with his wife, and apparently relied exclusively on the supposedly indomitable charm of the Obamas. Chicago was the very first candidate to drop out of the race. Right down to the complete resistance to criticism that Obama displayed after the campaign, which had become completely questionable at the latest due to his failure, the whole thing turned into a fiasco that added the previously largely ignored characteristics of narrow-mindedness, narcissism and irresponsibility to his image. The significant highlight of the Copenhagen trip, however, was a story that tellingly took place on the sidelines, after Obama had learned that his Afghanistan commander McChrystal, who had been waiting for months for a strategic decision from the president and who had met Obama, believe it or not, once for 20 minutes, was also in Europe. He showed himself to be completely unbureaucratic and pragmatic and, because it was on the way anyway, had a meeting with the general added to his schedule. Duration, 30 minutes. It can be assumed that this episode reveals a lot about the president's priorities. 1 year after Obama's election, one thing is clear: Afghanistan still threatens to become the famous quagmire or mess and to end miserably for the USA in a similar way to the Vietnam War. The announced withdrawal from Iraq has by no means become more realistic than under Bush, except that there is now no strategy for this war either. The prison in Guantanamo is still being run. Iran is continuing to work on its nuclear program. One could argue that all this could have been foreseen because the former Chicago social worker was more inclined towards domestic politics. Dick Cheney, the Obama administration's chosen main enemy, pointed this out as an explanation for Obama's backtracking on foreign and security policy. Why won't he admit that we're at war? It doesn't fit with the worldview he brought with him to the White House. It doesn't fit with what seems to be the goal of his presidency, a social transformation, the restructuring of American society.
End quote.
But things don't look particularly rosy for this project either. Obama can perhaps chalk up the passage of his stimulus bill as his only major success, but for one thing, criticism of it was strong and widespread. For another, given the scale that the financial and economic crisis threatened to take on, Congress would probably have waved through some multi-billion-dollar package under any president to do anything at all. But despite this stimulus program for the U.S. economy, unemployment has continued to rise under Obama to an astronomical 10% for a country like the USA, according to official figures. At the same time, the dollar has continued to lose prestige, and it seems only a matter of time before it officially loses its function as the world currency. Obama's pet project, the healthcare reform, was only passed in the second year of his term of office despite intensive advertising, and has caused so much confusion, tension, and concern in the USA that Obama has lost support drastically on this issue in particular. To the extent that the associated calculation does not work out, i.e., many sick people but only a few healthy people take out Obama policies, their premiums are rising. Insured people in the state of Iowa are facing over 40% higher premiums in 2017. In Texas, it could even be 60% more, reported Die Zeit. It is also often concealed that Obamacare provides for penalties for those unwilling to take out insurance, who can now be forced to pay these high premiums. In view of the manic euphoria in which Barack Obama is being showered with confidence, we can only hope that the Republican institutions in the USA will survive this attack and that citizens like the Republican senator who refused to vote on a 1,100-page legislative package within 2 days, which in calmer times would have taken months of debate to pass, will not die out. Obama's thin-skinnedness, which prompted him to launch a government campaign against the Fox News channel, and the repeated attacks on the managerial class over the months, which he wants to cut the salaries of in the best LaFontaine populism, not as a measure against the crisis, but as punishment for reprehensible misconduct, have probably not helped his popularity ratings in the U.S. population, which has at least not been anti-capitalist to date. In this respect, it is only consequent that Obama's re-election parallels that of Jimmy Carter, disappearing like a shooting star as quickly as he appeared with a seductive glow, albeit without a Reagan-type successor in sight to lead the USA from a phase of decline to renewed dominance in a similar way. Another variant, which surprisingly calmed neoconservative authors such as Robert Kagan or Abe Greenwald, especially after Obama's rather brash, at least atmospherically anti-European Nobel Prize speech, did not want to rule out with 3 years left in Obama's term of office, is as follows. Back to the Bush era, namely because Obama himself might still be facing his neoconservative turn and could simply be mugged by reality, caught off guard by the daily demands and experiences of his job. As the ex-leftists among the neoconservatives once were. The dream is over would then probably have to be the motto for Obama, albeit an optimistic one. He may have been written off on the political stage, but at least in Europe George W. Bush cannot be killed off. Everything he seemed to stand for, unilateralism, the anachronistic friend-foe mentality, the inability to engage in intercultural dialogue, is so much needed as a negative identification foil that his ghost has long since become part of everyday German European culture. The protagonists of the nationwide education strike at the Free University of Berlin, for example, mobilized after Barack Obama's election victory against FU President Dieter Lenzen with a familiar slogan, "Not my president," from anti-Bush campaigns, imagining a notorious Islam sympathizer whose presidency cooperates with Arab patriarchs, following the model of the Texan turbo-capitalist. The ruthlessness with which the projective delusion is still able to shape the last remnants of resistant reality in its own image is shown by the resentment that is now also directed at Obama himself, who was celebrated during his election campaign as the vanguard of a Europeanization of America. Ever since the Copenhagen Climate Summit, which everyone lamented as disappointing, he has been seen as a brakeman by the propagandists of the left globalist dominant culture. Even Obama's indecision on Afghanistan policy is not perceived by the majority in this country as appeasement, but rather as an expression of his inability to pursue a consequent peace policy. Following the announcement that Obama had been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, the newspaper TASS warned that he had by no means professed to be a pacifist, and had even declared the Afghanistan mission to be his war, by announcing a short-term increase in troops, October 9, 2009. Of course, the anti-American enemy image had to be modernized with a change from Bush to Obama, as the cliché of the ruthless white man and imperial colonizer, which is so familiar to European audiences from bad Western films and seems to fit seamlessly with Bush's appearance, does not fit Obama at all. As a result, he has since been portrayed as a disenchanted medicine man whose miraculous charisma proved to be a false appearance after thorough examination. Despite all his eloquent expressions of disappointment, Obama still has one ability that makes him appear to be a beacon of hope in the eyes of many Europeans: his unconditional willingness to engage in dialogue. Obama's notorious desire for dialogue and understanding has repeatedly been described with the image of the outstretched hand, which he wants to counter the political manichaeism of the Bush era. The metaphor of the outstretched hand is not only directed against the principle of unilateralism and Republican isolationism, i.e., against the foreign policy variety of that egoistic elbow mentality that has always been considered an expression of civilizational coldness in Volksgemeinschaft thinking, but above all against any form of abstraction. According to this down-to-earth understanding of communication, a conversation that begins with a warm handshake simply has to be authentic and human, and cannot end in dissent. Among good friends as well as in mafia films, the handshake traditionally functions as a gesture of pithy camaraderie and as a counterimage to the contract, which in turn always implies a performance of abstraction. If the contract concluded by mutual agreement, which at the same time codifies the norms to which the contracting parties wish to adhere and which they can invoke in the event of conflict, represents the legal archetype of mediation, the handshake is the expression of a pact that circumvents or suspends the contract. Contracts are concluded between legal entities, whereas pacts are concluded between whole people who hand themselves over to their counterpart with all their might. The contract belongs to the sphere of bourgeois democracy, bourgeois law and free trade, the pact to the world of cronyism, collusion and gangsterism. However, buddies and hoodlums are not quite wrongly regarded as the better friends by lovers of a warm handshake, while contractual partners who are primarily concerned with asserting their own interests are often not at all interested in friendship. Through the objectivity inherent in the relationship constituted by it, which does not eliminate effects such as friendship or enmity, but neutralizes them within its own sphere of validity, the contract enables the differentiation of a public and a private sphere in the first place, which makes civilized coexistence conceivable without denying the antagonisms between which the contract is supposed to mediate. The pact, on the other hand, whose prototype is not coincidentally the Devil's Pact, affirms universal resentment as an emotional binding force. While the contract wants to protect the individuals from each other in the awareness of their conflicting interests and only relate to each other as separate individuals, the pact wants to chain them together unconditionally by exploiting their powerlessness. For this reason, the possibility of its annulment is always inscribed in every contract, while the dissolution of the pact is only possible at the price of the self-abandonment of the person who terminates it. Contracts constitute bourgeois society and would only become superfluous with their annulment, but pacts weld bonds together and become ever more significant the more rapidly bourgeois society falls apart into cliques and forced cultural communities while at the same time solidifying its heteronomy. It is this kind of collective powerlessness that gives birth to the wish that politics should in all seriousness be determined not by objectivity and reason, but by warmth and friendship. Dialogue expert Barack Obama is the product of this longing. Just as confidence-building measures are regularly invoked when the reasons for no longer trusting anyone have long been obvious, Obama's dialogue phase testifies to nothing other than the violent cooling of every conflict. In Obama's policy of the outstretched hand, dialogue functions consequentially as the opposite of dispute, which has been the moving force of dialogue since the origins of Occidental philosophy. The Socratic dialogue, as an adequate form of reflection on an inherently contradictory reality, was the birth of dialectics. Its aim was not the creation of a consensus, as it is invoked today by apologists for international understanding as the ultimate goal of political conflict resolution, but rather the unconditional resolution of the dispute, which can only find its happy resolution through its own contradictions, but not through pacification, which never means anything other than the denial of those contradictions, if necessary through violence. Emphatically, therefore, the concept of dialogue itself stems from the sphere of contract, public action and mediation, against which it is positioned by the friends of nations who are enthusiastic about dialogue. Confidentiality and consensus are alien to it because it does not want to eradicate conflict as the only appropriate manifestation of individuality in an antagonistic reality, but rather to liberate the forces inherent in it. The better world does not present itself to him as one in which there is nothing left to argue about, but as one in which the contradictions, freed from their narrow-mindedness, could become productive in the first place. Dialogue wants to break open the particular encapsulated opinions in order to give validity to a truth that is unconsciously contained in those opinions and helps them to their right by transcending their limitations. In contrast to the consensus, which is imposed on it as a supposed telos, dialogue does not aim to level out any contradiction in the name of an abstract generality, but rather to give contour to the antagonisms that consensus thinking plays down as differences. However, this requires precisely the coldness and distance that are an abomination to the apostles of dialogue, who cannot imagine politics as anything other than a globalized friendship pact. Not so long ago, however, the image of the outstretched hand, which with Obama has become a metaphor for the consensus-loving decay of dialogue, was itself an integral part of anti-American iconography. The fathers and mothers of today's Heinrich Böll Fellows are probably still very familiar with the principle of shaking hands as an expression of typical American superficiality and lack of depth. The Yank, as this saying, which was widespread in early post-war Germany, suggests and thus aptly sums up the everyday experience of many children of the occupation, is always immediately on first-name terms with everyone and even pats competitors and political opponents on the shoulder in a friendly manner when he meets them off stage. It is precisely because of his social suppleness, which allows him to adapt pragmatically and flexibly to a wide variety of life situations, that German European cultural people find it so difficult to trust the American. Similar to the Jew and the woman, he is a born actor for whom his various roles have long since become natural, without hiding anything substantial behind them. He functions as the externalized grimace of the alienation that the friends of the warm handshake and trusting conversation do not want to see in themselves at any price. For this very reason, however, he is also imagined as the hidden superior, who is secretly envied for his sociability, which is devoid of all depth, and whose carefree sovereignty in dealing with strangers and situations is chalked up to a lack of actuality. Precisely because it seems so easy for him to make friends, he is regarded as a traitor to the noble ideal of genuine friendship, for whom loyalty, inwardness and depth of feeling are not worth a penny, and who even meets his declared enemies eloquently and collegially if he expects any advantages from doing so, capable neither of unconditional love nor of unconditional hatred. He is fundamentally suspect to the man of culture, who admires nothing so much as the destructive power of the
unconditional.
In many of Nietzsche's statements, who, in contrast to today's postmodern culturalists, was acutely aware of the sources of his own idiosyncrasies, this polarity between the man of civilization and the man of culture is traced in a concise and multifaceted manner. Nietzsche sees not only Americans as the prototype of non-European superficiality and inauthenticity, but also women, merchants and feuilletonists, all of whom he believes to have a compulsive tendency towards premature conformity, a desire to please, dissimulation and lack of conscience. He sees the American as the vanguard of a modern agitation, in which our civilization threatens to turn into a new barbarism due to a lack of calm, unless the contemplative element in social life is strengthened again on a large scale. The wage-earning newspaper writers, like the entire modern literary class, appear to him to be the fools of modern culture, half-reasonable, witty, exaggerated, silly, sometimes only there to soften the pathos of the mood with vagaries, with chatter and to drown out the overly solemn sound of the bells of great events with shouting. The active people, especially the type of money-collecting banker, know nothing themselves about the purpose of their restless activity and are constitutionally unreasonable. In truth, according to Nietzsche, they do not act at all, but should as the stone rolls, according to the stupidity of mechanics. For Nietzsche, the democratic ideology of freedom of expression was also a mere tailor-made philosophy, created by mediocre figures who perceive themselves as null and void, until they have clothed themselves in general convictions and public opinions. For the exceptional people, on the other hand, the following applies: only the wearer makes the costume. Here the opinions cease to be public and become something other than masks, finery, and disguise. Finally, he sees women, who differed from the former in Nietzsche's time mostly in that they did not participate in public life and economic intercourse on an equal footing, as equally characterized by the fact that they have no inner being, but are pure masks, who only kept themselves alive through vanity. What connects the social characters that Nietzsche attacks in this way is their affiliation to the sphere of circulation and consumption, which is seemingly detached from productive labor. Just as the American restlessness and the empty restlessness of active people point to the irreversible loss of all ties to the community, family and customs, the chatter and the hollow ideas of the feuilletonists bear witness to the rootlessness of the modern spirit, which arbitrarily and amorally sells itself to the highest bidder. And just as public opinions serve the empty self as masks that take the place of non-existent character, so women, because they are largely excluded from the sphere of production and supposedly completely absorbed in being seen and desired, in the haze of fashion, finery and salon, are pure masks without any inwardness. They all lack the unconditionality that distinguishes the German European man of culture from the American man of civilization. Nietzsche's aphorisms, to which countless others could be added, may read like a collection of examples of anti-civilizational affects, but they are distinguished from them by the analytical acuity with which Nietzsche deciphers the superficiality, smoothness and addiction to pleasure of the man of civilization as the expression of a wound. Nietzsche in particular, the glorifier of appearance and pretense, for whom life seemed justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon and who hated nothing so much as German pathos and German depth, would never have thought of playing off the inwardness and authenticity of character abstractly against the superficial world of masks. Instead, he regarded masquerade and disguise themselves as a necessary condition of humanity. Almost 100 years earlier, he contrasted the role sociological commonplace that we all play theater with a far more apt concept of the role, the profession of almost every person. He wrote in defense of the acting profession against clichés of the actor as hypocrite, begins with hypocrisy, with an imitation from the outside, with a copying of the effective. He who always wears the mask of friendly expressions must ultimately gain power over benevolent moods, without which the expression of friendliness cannot be enforced, and ultimately these again gain power over him. He is benevolent. The violence that Nietzsche is by no means defaming here is nothing other than the violence of civilization, which forces people to live in the mask mode if they want to escape the brute force, the brutality of the immediate. In order to win over the people around them, to make them responsive to their own wishes and interests, the individual is forced to hypocrisy, and to copy the effective. They have to refrain from themselves and respond to others so that they in turn respond to them. They have to make themselves appealing to them so that they are appealing to them. Its hypocrisy is sublimated into politeness. However, politeness, consideration, and friendliness, which do not gag the subject who clings to his counterpart in this way, but rather make him well disposed, cannot be achieved without masquerade and pretense, without distance from himself and others. It is not them that Nietzsche contrasts with the pathos of exceptional people in his criticism of the active and addicted, but rather the misguided mimesis that does not make the individual freer, but rather selfless in a bad sense and allows it to be completely absorbed in the behaviorist reaction to chaotic stimuli. What he finds so intolerable about the American character, as he believes he can read it not least from the then still young type of cultural worker, is the persistent heteronomy of mimetic behavior, the cruelty that the latter must inflict on itself in order to appear to the world not as cruel and relentless, but as a pleasing good guy. Nietzsche does not contrast such false mimesis with down-to-earth character and German depth, but with the appearance that has become autonomous, the hope that people could one day partake in free externalization, in sharing and giving of themselves, in generosity and in the enjoyment of that inner wealth that must remain close to the autochthonous character of German European provenance, which insists on its own substantiality, because it is not an inalienable quality of the self, but a quality of the world to be created by people in the first place. In this respect, Nietzsche was a true American in his idiosyncratic affectation towards the New World. The contradictory relationship between mask and character, internalization and externalization, which is still quite openly named in Nietzsche's polemics as a constitutive condition of Western civilization, has been almost completely forgotten a century later, under the influence of both American role sociology and European discourse ethics a la Habermas. It has been replaced by a way of thinking that, following David Riesman's role theory, only recognizes either other-directed or inner-directed human types and can no longer even grasp the concept of individual autonomy as a desideratum. As the terminology alone makes clear, the externally directed type of person, oriented towards the pragmatic requirements of the day, and the internally directed type of person, following internalized ethical imperatives, no longer differ primarily according to the degree and quality of their autonomy, but rather formally, according to the mode of their social functioning. They both act guided, namely heteronomously, although the externally guided type acts under external control and tends to invoke external constraints, social conventions etc. to justify its actions, while the internally guided type legitimizes its actions by invoking a law inherent in its heart. Ultimately, almost all debates in the sociology of communication in recent decades have been exhausted in a back and forth between these two role types. Thus Habermas' discourse ethics, which is based on the convergence between formalized law and inner conviction, can be understood as a German-European counterdraft to the Anglo-American, externally directed role type, while Niklas Luhmann's systems theory with its primacy of function can be understood as a cybernetically renovated version of Riesman's concept of external direction, and as a polemic against Habermas. However, Nietzsche's critique of the active, as well as his disdain for all ethics of inwardness and conscience, are not able to grasp the split between inside and outside, self and world. Since they cannot conceive of the achievement of synthesis through which the individual expressing himself could first of all acquire what the ideology of character presents to him as an unlosable possession, conflict and opposition no longer appear to them as the innermost law of movement, but as a mere disturbance of the dialogue, whose sole aim now consists in neutralizing every dispute. What then remains of the Occidental philosophy of dialogue is not called communication, discourse or interpenetration for nothing. It belongs to the field of work of information theorists and business economists and has nothing to do with dialectics. Although they complement each other as mirror images, in terms of political action it is by no means irrelevant whether the representatives of externally directed or internally directed communication dominate the stage. The difference between the two in political practice can be exemplified by the juxtaposition of shame and conscience, which proves to be extremely fruitful for contrasting the Anglo-American and German-European concept of culture. When assessing the meaning and benefit of his political actions, the externally directed type tends to orientate himself towards the civilizational norm of shame, while the internally directed type follows the culturalist norm of conscience. While shame can only be felt in relation to the even if only imagined presence of third parties, conscience derives its validity from unconditional loyalty to oneself and one's own principle. Shame is a category of intersubjectivity and thus always already socially mediated. Conscience is a category of inwardness that only comes into its own when it has to assert itself against the rest of the world. This is why conscience, and Nietzsche's moral critique draws its explosive force from this, has a natural tendency to destruction and to run amok, while shame is able to promote the need for mediation, sublimation, and mutual toleration of differences. Those whose actions are guided by the category of shame will recognize the limits of their own freedom in the freedom of others, respect the private space that is withdrawn from public access as an enabler of individuality, and, if necessary, violently call to order those who do not want to accept those limits, be it in the name of personal arbitrariness or in the name of a rigorous ethics of conscience. On the other hand, those who promise to base their political actions solely on their conscience should be treated with caution, because they are capable of enforcing their supposedly innermost law without mediation and brutally against any external resistance. This is why most people today, as Freud and Adorno knew, have not too many, but too few inhibitions. That is why Americans in Germany, where there has never been a problem with political shamelessness, are considered conscienceless, and why conscience is the worst enemy of freedom as soon as it is relegated to the private sphere and becomes political. The moral philosophical guideline of the externally directed type is responsibility, that of the internally directed type is confession. Duty and compulsion are inherent in both, but in different ways. Those who declare themselves responsible for a cause do not have to support it with body and soul, but merely adhere to the inherent requirements and rules of the cause itself. What he thinks about this and whether he can reconcile his actions with his conscience is by no means irrelevant, but remains his private matter. If he violates the rules, appealing to his conscience is of no use to him as an argument against the constraints. He can still calculate the sanctions that await him in such a case relatively rationally and can hope for a second chance if he behaves responsibly in the future. Anyone who commits to a cause, on the other hand, must unconditionally make it his own and even appears suspicious if he only formally adheres to the rules, because merely outward obedience leads the guardians of conscience to assume that he is not wholeheartedly involved. If he does not show himself up to his tasks, he is not regarded as irresponsible or incapable, but as a traitor, and is granted a second chance as a gift at best in order to force himself to devote himself completely from then on. Consequently, the externally directed type is able to enter into a distanced, be it ironic or self-critical relationship with himself much more easily than the internally directed type, who must constantly and bitterly strive to live up to his innermost demands, which he is ultimately not allowed to question. In his lecture on Culture and Culture, which contains one of the most apt juxtapositions of the German-European and Anglo-American concept of culture, Adorno, of all people, who never made a secret of his criticism of American role sociology and its norm of adjustment, stated that the externally directed character usually proves to be more pleasant in everyday social behavior than the internally directed one. The concept of adaptation, Adorno says there, should not be seen merely as a negative, as the eradication of spontaneity, of the autonomy of the individual. Rather, he diagnoses in accordance with Nietzsche's apology of the masquerade, we do not actually become human beings by realizing ourselves as individuals, but by stepping out of ourselves and in this stepping out of ourselves, entering into a relationship with other people and in a certain sense, giving ourselves up to them. In this context, he even defends the principle of keep smiling, which in Europe is usually placed alongside shaking hands as a form of expression of uncultured American superficiality, and which, in contrast to the heartfelt smile of the person of character, can somehow be seen to have been learned in charm school. But this is not a bad thing, according to Adorno, because it is probably the case that a person who is brought to friendliness in this way under external compulsion is more likely to achieve a certain humanity in his relationship with other people than someone who, in order to be identical with himself, makes a malicious, muffled face and tells you from the outset that the other person does not actually exist for him and should not have any say in his inwardness, which then often does not exist at all. Friendliness therefore involves a certain moment of self-discipline, almost dressage, which forces the individual to subject their desires and effects to intersubjective control, especially if they hope that their fellow human beings will fulfill these desires. This incorporation of convention into individual behavior, which does not annul subjective needs but can free them from their encapsulation in the first place, is what Adorno calls tact in another context. The precondition of tact is the broken and yet still present convention. It is emancipated from all that is heteronymous, badly memorized, and tactful behavior would be none other than that which is based solely on the specific nature of any human relationship. A self that blindly insists on its own particularity does not do justice to the specific, the individual, but rather one that is willing to change in order to come into its own and does not reject the poorly elaborate as the limit of its own freedom, but rather adapts to it in order to soften its rigidity. This kind of civilizational compulsion, which the ethics of inwardness wants nothing to do with, is a prerequisite for all tenderness and therefore for reconciliation. The reconciliation that the tact aims for, however, is the opposite of the reconciliation that the propagandists of the dialogue of cultures are constantly talking about. It does not belong to the order of friendship, conscience, and inwardness in which the German European cultural preacher feels so deeply rooted, but rather implies a moment of the ceremonial, the external, even the superficial, which Adorno sees as a past European heritage that has been abolished precisely in American life. The kind of externalization of American life could be described as a universal victory of the Enlightenment in the sense of the pan-European Enlightenment process. Despite all kinds of musty institutions, there is much less blindness in America, which people obey blindly and which then leads to destructive tendencies precisely because of the blindness of obedience, than there is here. In America, for example, there is a freedom of discussion, a possibility to talk about things that not only does not exist here, but which would also be made suspicious here, for example by saying in our German, very questionable jargon of actuality, it is not discussions that matter, but encounters, which in the end can only mean that in a murky zone of togetherness, the moment of thoughts rubbing against each other and of reason in its various forms working against each other is cut off.
Here.
According to Adorno, it is precisely the pragmatist American society, seemingly so distant from European philosophy, that preserves the dialectical heritage in its sober everyday life, in which blind obedience is far less widespread precisely because of the primacy of objective functioning, which in Europe has always been the driving force of thought rather than action. In the supposed superficiality of their discussions, which the cultural man often not even wrongly regards as small talk and a symptom of indifference, what European culture could only think without having it is unconsciously suspended, the realization of the productivity of contradiction, the conflict of thoughts and different forms of reason, which can only be experienced in its unity in this conflict. Only when the possibility of this experience is cut off, can a concept of dialogue assert itself that wants to eliminate the dispute from the world because it appears to it as a skirmish of opinions, as a mere discussion. Then counter that the fans of intercultural dialogue invoke as authentic in contrast to the fruitless dispute is therefore in reality not at the beginning, but at the end of the development. It seals the coldness of the dispute in a conflict-free confrontation of the silenced, who, having run out of words, are left only with their face, which appears to them to be particularly truthful, although it is nothing other than their death mask. If you go in search of the philosophical source of that de-dialectized, ecumenically embellished rhetoric of dialogue and reconciliation, of which Obama's much vaunted willingness to talk is only the latest stage of dwindling, it is no coincidence that you come across an author who is one of the few Jewish writers to have been awarded prestigious prizes in early post-war Germany and whose legacy is guarded by several Christian Jewish associations in Germany, who throughout his life sought encounter rather than dispute with Christians, Muslims and other authentic believers, who already at the beginning of the 20th century culturalized and depoliticized the decidedly constitutional concept of Jewish Zionism with his earthy project of cultural Zionism, and whose jargon and metaphors have now seeped into every Protestant community newspaper, Martin Buber, the inventor of the dialogical principle. Buber's life's work can be seen as a desperate and narrow-minded effort not only to refute the anti-Semitic cliché of the Jew as an air person and rootless cosmopolitan by means of a kind of herderization of Jewish historiography, but also to give it its own folk mythology, which claims that Jewish life and thought can be reconciled in every respect with Christianity and Islam, and even with anti-Semitism itself. In his translation of the Bible, begun in 1926 together with Franz Rosenzweig but not completed by him alone until long after 1945, which Siegfried Kracauer and Walter Benjamin sharply criticized from the outset, Buber had made an effort to expose the alleged root meaning and the tonal bodily form of the Bible's words and their natural intelligibility in both Hebrew and German. The unconscious aim of this search for a Germanization, which was thought to be organically fused with the original Hebrew text, was the fearful longing that the linguistic divide, as it had become evident in the anti-Semitic volte-face of the Luther Bible, might after all only be a linguistic, external one and not affect the substantial cultural commonality. Buber's collection of Hasidic stories and his enthusiasm for the Kabbalah and other mystical currents of Judaism, to which philology owes valuable insights, were also always overarched by the desire to extract a folk mythology from the disparate, conflicting fragments and tendencies of Jewish literature, which could be placed alongside the German as an equal competitor. This mythological need, not Buber's sometimes quite different daily political interventions for the Israeli state or against German anti-communism, for example, made him more popular in Germany than any other Jewish philosopher and allowed his dialogical principle to become the basic ideological model of German Jewish reconciliation. However, this success story was necessarily also a story of betrayal. In any case, Buber's folkish historiography of Judaism could only be truly justified if it were understood as an ideology and as an expression of powerlessness that, in its idealistic longing for reconciliation, sought to resist German reality, albeit unconsciously. Buber's proverbial talk of German Jewish dialogue, which should not be allowed to break off, especially in the face of the worst, must be understood as such a helpless self-defense. Helpless, because Buber's concept of dialogue abandons everything that still resonated in the dialectical, irreconcilable legacy of the term in the Socratic tradition. Buber's concept of dialogue, as he first developed it in 1923 in his essay I and Thou and then transferred it with astonishing naivety to all possible, changing political constellations, knows no antagonistic opinions, but only basic words, which are assigned to different spheres of being in an existentialist manner. The one basic word is the word per I thou. The other basic word is the word per I it, whereby, without changing the basic word, one of the words he and she can also stand in for it. The you then, as the only truly dialogical word, is said a priori and without mediation as a counterpart that subsumes everything special, behind which he and she, which are assigned to the instrumental sphere of the it as particular dialogue partners, should happily disappear. Reconciliation, which in the dialectical tradition of dialogue always appears as a telos and if at all, can only be achieved through the antagonisms, is thus at the very beginning for Buber. It no longer actually has to be realized, but is always already realized and only awaits experience. In the dialogical encounter, however, only the encounter itself is to be experienced, not any specific thing. On the contrary, as soon as the encounter has any kind of reference to an object, it shrinks to the point of being a simple communication. Whoever speaks you has no something as an object. For where there is something, there is another something, every it borders on other its, it is only because it borders on others. But where you are spoken, there is no something.
You do not border.
Whoever speaks you has no something, has nothing. But he stands in the relationship.
End of quote.
Everything concrete and particular, as this rubbish, in which the echo of Heideggerian jargon has not been perceived for nothing, can probably be interpreted, is regarded by the dialogical principle as an ordinary objectification, as a hypostasis of the organic living, which does not tolerate any boundary or separation. Anyone who insists on the incommensurability of standpoints, wants to problematize the principles of dialogue itself or even fights for their own interests is, according to this view, still caught up in that world, the sphere of instrumental trade, and cannot emphatically become a you at all. The unintentionally comical sentence, he who speaks you, has nothing. But he stands in the relationship, adequately sums up the political content of such dialogue. The self-sufficient, objectless relationship replaces the content that is lost in the process, and nothing remains. It was only consequent that Gershom Scholem described the indestructible spiritual commonality of the German essence with the Jewish essence, which Buber still invoked in the 1960s, as a historical fiction for which too high a price had long since been paid, and denounced the ideology of German Jewish dialogue as an impotent attempt by Jewish intellectuals to save themselves, who in reality were only speaking to themselves, as if the echo of their voice would suddenly turn into the voice of others. In dialectics, however, there is no echo, only contradiction, which can be the only answer as long as reconciliation is pending. What can we learn from this history of dialogue about Barack Obama? Not least, perhaps, that it is usually representatives of minorities who, in the eyes of German European apostles of reconciliation, are particularly well suited to turning every dialogue into a disguised soliloquy and giving their political blessing to the neutralization of the dispute, which has long been a done deal. But also that there are always individuals who are all too happy to take on this job and even volunteer by bringing their cultural roots into play as a ticket to facilitating genuine encounters. Admittedly, the jargon of actuality has become a bit stale since Buber's time and only resonates as a bland aftertaste in Obama's willingness to talk. It is also by no means clear whether the practical constraint, which still plays a major role in American foreign policy above and beyond specific individuals, will not even cause Obama's need for dialogue to cool down at some point. In this case, the Europeans who already view him with skepticism will not hesitate to declare that his non-committal handshake has been mistaken for a genuine handshake and that, despite his goodwill, he can probably only act as a typical American in his office.
But hopes are not too high.
After all, goodwill is a political force and once it has prevailed, it can unleash a disaster that no amount of force can stop. If politics is supposed to be the art of manipulating public opinion, Barack Obama could have expected that his policy of the outstretched hand would be seen in Tehran as an offer that could not be refused and could not be accepted. The regime also knows a thing or two about the trade and easily saw through the fact that this hand was not being extended in greeting, but was reaching for its nuclear missiles, of which no one should know what everyone knows. For now, it is not this weapon that gives him power, but the secret that is made about it and shrouds it in a veil of innocence. His power is therefore not his, but a borrowed lent political power of a world public that wears a veil over its face so as not to have to see what can no longer be overlooked, and in this way protects the regime. But Barack Obama, the ideologue of all people, finally wants to reveal the naked truth. Of course, his supporters see it differently, i.e. they don't understand it, and that's how it should be, because this policy is made for them. They take him at his word and believe that his policy is what it should be, peace policy. Who knows whether Barack Obama means it that way? The only certainty is that the regime understands more. In the end, it doesn't matter, because it is a policy that does not follow an opinion, but a logic, namely its own, realpolitik. And these are its real conditions. The regime is building nuclear missiles and only a war can stop it. It probably has its own military power to deter an attack. It can, as everyone knows, block the Strait of Hormuz, for example, long enough to give the world economy a new crisis boost. It can destabilize Afghanistan, Iraq, Lebanon and Yemen, impose a two-front war on Israel and carry out a terrorist attack anywhere in the world. But it cannot deter an attack by the USA with any certainty. The surest protection against an attack by the USA is therefore not its own military power, but a borrowed one, the political power of the international, above all the American public. To ensure its protection, however, the regime must fulfill a minimum condition: it must keep it secret. On the one hand, this public appears as a boundless mass of opinions spread across the continents, divided into a variety of nations, groups, organizations, parties and institutions, and may therefore produce just as many reasons to protect the regime from an attack by the USA, too many in any case to dwell on them. But there is a single condition that holds this unmanageable multiplicity of reasons together as a political force: the secret, the lack of proof that the regime is actually building nuclear missiles. If this proof could be produced, the whole flock of its protectors would scatter like the proverbial flock of chickens in the coop, startled by a visit from the fox. The only difference is that these chickens do not want to recognize the fox as a fox. We will not attempt to explain this strange phenomenon here. It is sufficient to rely on the fact that if not the world public as a whole, then at least a part of it, e.g. the American public, is civilized to such an extent that it must demand compliance with a minimum set of rules in order to be allowed to protect a regime by implying goodwill. Where exactly such a measure sets the threshold remains to be seen, but a gang of Revolutionary Guards armed with nuclear missiles that does not abide by any rules would certainly be too much for the majority of Americans, who are particularly important here. Apart from this assurance, empirical evidence can be provided by observing the negotiations of the past few years since the discovery of the Iranian nuclear missile program, which have been about nothing other than absolving the regime of that suspicion. The protocols of the International Atomic Energy Agency and the EU's written agreements with the regime are evidence of this. During this time, the world's most important think tanks produced countless expert reports on the subject, covering every technical detail, which always came to the same conclusion: you can't be sure. The journalists couldn't have known any better. The Russian government and the Chinese government didn't want to know any better. The regime itself spared no effort to hide what could be hidden. Only Mahmoud Ahmadinejad's cheeky grin, which he could never refrain from wearing when he once again made the promise to the world public that it wanted at regular intervals, revealed the unvarnished truth, but it was not regarded as proof. This poses the following problem for politics: the regime is building nuclear missiles. The USA has the military power to stop it. But it does not have the political power to attack it because the international public, including the American public, is unwilling to face the truth. The political task is therefore simple and clear: the secret must be snatched from the regime. Since the regime, to which the secret gives political power, will do the devil and give it up voluntarily, politics has to work with a trick. It works like this: we say that Islam is a peaceful religion, whether we believe in it or not, because it definitely lightens the mood to talk like that, and the world public, which believes everything, will no longer be able to say that we are coming along with evil intentions. Of course, the regime doesn't believe such nonsense. After all, it knows best how peaceful its religion is. But it doesn't matter what the regime believes, because politics is something for the public. This ploy is without question the silliest part of Barack Obama's politics, his special, personal touch, so it's almost safe to assume here that it represents his inner convictions, which again is not what matters. It is also a political tactic, but with or without inner conviction it is misleading, because it is based on the false premise that the source of anti-Americanism is America's bad behavior, whereas this tactic and Barack Obama as a person prove the opposite, namely that anti-Americanism is the source of good American behavior. Then everyone has to play dumb, forget what happened, because we start all over again and claim, believe it or not, that the regime says it's not building nuclear missiles, so it probably is. But it's just a hypothesis that will be put to the test. We are now making the regime an offer, a peaceful offer that will put an end to all conflicts. However, the offer is formulated in such a way that if it is accepted, it will hinder or even end the construction of nuclear missiles, otherwise the regime has lied. That's clean math, a seamless line of reasoning. If there weren't a problem with the calculability of some variables, you could see that it is politics after all. The exactness in the formulation of the offer, which must not allow any evasion, seems to be decisive for achieving a clear result. How successful this was can only be judged on the basis of a specific case. In general, it should also be noted that the formulation of the offer, its presentation and its consideration by the regime will in any case require a certain amount of time, which is either gained or lost depending on what the respective side uses this time for or how it could otherwise have been used. What is certain is that both sides are rearming during this time, without knowing for sure which will benefit more. For the regime, it is in any case a gain of time, insofar as it can continue building its nuclear missiles in the meantime. In addition to accepting or rejecting the offer, the regime has a third possible reaction, namely a vague acceptance or rejection, of which it is not clear whether it should be this or that. Or, which is the same thing, the regime makes a counteroffer that undermines the unambiguousness of the original offer. In fact, the regime has reacted in this way, thereby revealing another general weakness of this policy, independent of the concrete formulation of the offer, which at first glance seems so simple and logical. In this case, the regime can keep it secret while more time passes. Moreover, the burden of proof has now shifted from it to us, because now we have to explain why we do not want to accept its counteroffer, which is just as peaceful as our original offer. If it acts cleverly, it can get even more out of it, namely by deflecting the suspicion that rests on it, but which we have not been able to substantiate, onto us and claiming that they want to foist these nuclear missiles on it in order to have a pretext to attack it, an insidious act that we have already been caught doing in Iraq. You can see that the only certain outcome of this policy is that it takes time, and we only know to what extent the regime benefits from it. It is therefore not clear whether the consumption of time is an intended function of this policy. Its other function, the unveiling of the regime, is intended, but the result is uncertain, or more precisely, it is always a very uncertain result. What is clear, however, is that this policy cannot have any other function than the two mentioned, according to its premises and logic. Experts claim that politics can have another function. They believe, or at least say they believe, that a suitable mixture of concessions and threats could change the regime's mind. This shows them to be experts not in politics, but in public relations in their business. If you take them at their word, politics should not only be able to force the regime to make a commitment, but to make a specific commitment, namely to deny its true intentions. But it already denies them. In order to assert their expertise, they must therefore themselves deny the regime's true intentions. This circular reasoning can be studied in all its weakness in the experts of the Stop the Bomb campaign in solidarity with Israel, because they assert such a function of politics without further ado against their own commitment to be champions against any kind of appeasement policy and to have no illusions about the true character of the regime, and therefore make the contradiction into which they must enter more clearly apparent than all their colleagues. They say, for example, that the regime is apocalyptic and suicidal, so that it cannot even be deterred with nuclear weapons, that the logic of mutual deterrence through the threat of mutual annihilation, which prevented a nuclear war between the superpowers during the Cold War, cannot therefore be applied to this regime, that the fear of a nuclear counterstrike would not prevent it from attacking Israel with its nuclear missiles, and so on. At the same time, they claim that tougher, if that doesn't help, more effective economic sanctions would prevent it from building the same nuclear missiles. So now the regime is afraid after all, but it fears the pain caused by the sanctions more than its nuclear annihilation. Such sanctions are therefore the last remaining alternative to a war against the regime, which they imagine to be just as apocalyptic as the regime itself. In other words, in order to attribute to politics a power that it cannot have over such a regime, they have to deny the apocalyptic character of the regime, which they initially claim, in order to portray the war against the regime as an apocalypse instead. The result is merely the appeasement they imagine they are fighting against. For all the other diversity of reasons, the reason for these experts to protect the regime from an attack by the USA is easy to determine. It is the desire to do something they are not powerful enough to do, politics. Barack Obama cared about power before he cared about politics. Because when he propagated a different policy 2 years ago, there was no more than one clear thought behind it: it would win him the presidential election. Everyone knew that the American electorate, not unlike the global public, wanted a different policy: dialogue, understanding, reconciliation, peace. But neither he nor anyone else knew at the time exactly what this meant, how such a policy would actually turn out, and what the outcome would be. The voters were so enthusiastic that everything would soon be different that they didn't listen very carefully anyway. After all, hadn't he, just like the other president, promised to prevent Iran's nuclear armament? Or had he, contrary to the other president, ruled out a war against the regime if the different policy did not lead to the desired result? As president, he used the initial period to talk about the peacefulness of the Islamic religion and to extend his hand to the Taliban, a gesture that was not taken seriously by either side and which was later followed by a troop increase as the year drew to a close. The secret services used the time of fine speeches to do the unpleasant things they always do, but which are not intended for the public. This included, for example, instead of merely tracking down which electronic dual-use devices needed for nuclear missile construction the regime acquires from whom on the international black market, tampering with the parts and software in order to mislead the regime through this little sabotage work and thereby buy more time for their president's policies. And while the president was qualifying for the Nobel Peace Prize in Cairo by invoking the abolition of all nuclear weapons and granting Iran the right to the peaceful use of nuclear energy, the White House was formulating the finer points of the offer that would soon be put on the regime's table. The extent to which the U.S. may have made a modest contribution to strengthening opposition to or within the regime through intelligence machinations, its Farsi-language radio stations, mysterious dollar donations and such favors is irrelevant in this context, as the related events in Iran itself could initially have had only an insignificant impact on Barack Obama's policies. It goes without saying that those protectors of the regime who want to get rid of it, but not through an attack by the USA, immediately pounced on the Iranian opposition as the last remaining alternative to war against the regime, which had previously been economic sanctions. However, Barack Obama's policy was interested in these events insofar as the accompanying news from Iran put the regime in a bad light, damaged its reputation and thus reduced or unsettled the ranks of its protectors, without the USA having to contribute directly to this and thus expose itself to the suspicion of insidious attempts at destabilization, a suspicion that was therefore only raised by the regime, but not shared by the world public, which is what matters. The accusation against Barack Obama that he has not taken sides with the Iranian opposition energetically enough is therefore based on a misunderstanding of his policy. In fact, the accusation should first be directed at the Iranian opposition, which would only have grown from an opposition within the regime to one against the regime if it had made such U.S. interference its own concern. It is of course all too understandable that it shies away from this confrontation, but fear of the regime will not be the only reason for this. However, if it is impious to make an issue of it, there is no need to say a word about Barack Obama's non-interference either. So while the regime on the home front was putting itself in a bad light, others made sure that even before it was confronted with the offer, some details about its nuclear missile program came to light that did not make it look good in this respect either. First of all, dossiers hidden in the drawers of the International Atomic Energy Agency were leaked to the press, which its inspectors had drawn up some time ago when they came to the conclusion that the regime had already undertaken extensive research into the design of a nuclear missile warhead and had gained sufficient knowledge to build a nuclear weapon. This fact was long disputed, and Mohammed El-Baradei, the now retired director of the agency and perhaps the most loyal protector the regime ever had, felt he had to hide these files from the world public because their disclosure could cause a disruption in negotiations with the regime. The next piece of disruptive news was that a large group of Russian nuclear weapons specialists had been assisting the regime in this work for years, which could hardly have happened without the knowledge of the Russian leadership, information that was well suited to tarnishing the reputation of a second loyal protector. To this day, apart from the sinister figures responsible for this, of course, no one knows exactly who the traitors were who caused the regime and its loyal followers this inconvenience, but the spook was far from over, so that one is inclined to assume a chain of revelations that can best be explained by the fact that they were coordinated by state agencies. This speculation is also supported by the most important revelation of the year, because the traitors were clearly identified. It was the Prime Minister of the UK and the Presidents of France and the USA. Their revelation was not only coordinated, it was staged. It was the now almost forgotten revelation of a second uranium enrichment plant on or under a site belonging to the Revolutionary Guards near Qom, which is designated as a military area and therefore excluded from routine inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency. The facility is located in a tunnel deep under a mountain, where it is supposed to be safe from satellite cameras and bombs. The regime spared no effort to keep it a secret, and yet the American Secret Services had already known about it for a year. It is quite possible that the spies of the People's Mujahideen were able to give them some clues, as in previous cases, and without prejudice to the fact that the American authorities have this organization on their list of foreign terrorist groups. They had patiently observed the construction work and waited until now, exactly 1 day before they wanted to make the offer to the regime to reveal it. An analysis of the facility shows that it is too small to produce fuel rods, but large enough to produce 1 or 2 nuclear weapons a year. This revelation therefore demonstrates the following: from now on, it is not the International Atomic Energy Agency but the 3 disclosing states that determine how to proceed with the Iranian nuclear missile program. Incidentally, it should be noted that Russia, China, and Germany are missing from the world powers officially coordinating Iran policy. The regime intends to build nuclear weapons. It is trying to conceal this from the world public. The offer was thus almost more carefully prepared than formulated. It takes up a request from the regime to the International Atomic Energy Agency to supply it with uranium enriched to a medium level, 20%, which is needed for the operation of a research reactor in the service of medicine that is running out of fuel. However, the regime itself already has around 1.5 tons of uranium, albeit only slightly enriched, 5%. The offer now has the following content: Iran delivers 3/4 of its own uranium to Russia, a protector, where it is enriched to the level required for the requested purpose. The enriched uranium is passed on to France, a non-protector, where it is packed into fuel rods and sent back to Iran, ready for the operation of the research reactor. The initial thinking seemed to be that the material processed in this way would no longer be suitable for further enrichment to a weapons grade level, over 90%. But this is not entirely true. The uranium can in principle already be recovered from the fuel rods, although as far as is known the regime does not yet have the appropriate technology for this. Either way, accepting the offer would not have meant the end of nuclear missile construction, as the regime could have compensated for the loss within a year with the facilities and stocks it already had. Either way, however, it would have had to accept a corresponding loss of time. The offer was followed by further revelations, including satellite images showing that the regime had secretly intensified the recovery of its uranium ore deposits and documents, revealing its knowledge of the design of a trigger for a nuclear explosive device. But things turned out as they had to. The regime first asked for time to study the offer, then let the repeatedly postponed deadlines pass before finally presenting its counteroffers. At one point, it offered to have its uranium enriched in Turkey, a newly acquired protector, instead of in Russia and France, and finally to make only small portions of it available for this purpose. And since it regarded the whole process as a provocation on the part of the arrogant powers anyway, it also defied them by announcing that it would soon build 10 or 20 new enrichment plants along the lines of the one just unveiled at COM. The International Atomic Energy Agency documented its unwavering denial of reality in its last Iran resolution, still signed by Mohammad el-Baradei, in such formulations as that it needed even more information to rule out the existence of possible military dimensions of Iran's nuclear program. Among the scientists from the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists and the Institute for Science and International Security (ISIS), who were heavily involved in the issue, a dispute developed over the presumed capacity of the unfinished facility at COM, i.e. how effectively the 3,000 centrifuges planned to be installed there would have worked, i.e. exactly how long it would have taken the regime to produce the fissile material for a bomb if the facility had not been discovered and had begun secret operation in perhaps a year. It looked as if everything had remained the same, as if Barack Obama's policy had failed from start to finish. The fine speeches had led nowhere, as had the revelations and the offer. At the end of the year, Hillary Clinton was more realistic than ever. I don't think anyone can doubt that our efforts and our concessions have had very little success in terms of any kind of positive response from the Iranians. If by efforts and outreach, she used the word outreach, she meant the fine speeches and expected the regime to fall for them, there is indeed no doubt. The title of the article from which the quote is taken, however, reads, "Evidence of Iran's knowledge of nuclear weapons is growing," or if you want to translate it a little more brashly, "Evidence of Iran's knowledge of nuclear weapons is solidifying." Seen in this light, the foreign minister's statement could also be interpreted as an understatement, if one considers the prerequisites of politics, namely that it is beyond their power to prevent the regime from building nuclear missiles, because this requires military power, so that politics must limit itself to creating or improving the conditions for military power to come into play. Increasing the evidence or consolidating the evidence that the regime is indeed building nuclear missiles would not be such a bad result of a policy that is aware of the limitations of what it can do. Those who expected more understand less of it. The article states that, despite all the sanctions, the regime has managed to acquire the know-how to make virtually every bolt and switch in a nuclear weapon. If this is the journalist's current state of knowledge, something has actually happened in the past year. The controversy between the scientists of the Bulletin and ISIS did not, strictly speaking, simply follow the pattern of earlier expert debates, which ignored reality and took refuge in their world of numbers and formulas. This time, the fact that the facility in COM was not intended to serve any purpose other than a military one was the premise of the discussion, which was not questioned at any point. Undoubtedly, not everything can be blamed on Barack Obama's policies, and certainly not on what he himself may have been thinking, but can anyone doubt that the regime's reputation has suffered some damage over the past year and that politics has made a contribution to this, albeit one that is difficult to quantify? Undoubtedly, the time is still far away when it will have fulfilled its purpose of demonstrating its futility. In the coming year, we will first have to wait until the threat of sanctions, and then the sanctions themselves, which test the regime's tenacity, fail to achieve their purpose. If the policy serves its purpose, the regime and its protectors will suffer further political damage in the process. It is likely that the Iranian opposition will make its costly contribution. We do not know what will happen next, except that this helplessness must be accompanied by the realization that the power of politics is limited and that its means will eventually be exhausted, that it cannot achieve its ultimate purpose of dissuading the regime from its course of confrontation. For the Americans who in their enthusiasm for the other policy 2 years ago had not really listened when no one knew what it was and where it would lead, will eventually remember Barack Obama's second promise, to prevent Iran's nuclear armament. And then it will turn out, or rather it has already turned out, that they can't have it both ways, so the next president could be David H. Petraeus or Tom Cotton. One of the lasting achievements of the student movement of 1967 FF was the establishment of anti-Americanism as part of the mass consensus in the Federal Republic of Germany. It succeeded in taking the hatred of America out of the neo-Nazi or Stalinist dirty corner and soon made it a genuine concern of all Germans. The fact that those who popularized the slogan USASASS are credited with key achievements in Germany's efforts to come to terms with the past is testament to the fact that the Nazi era has finally been successfully dealt with. Today, Europe is governed by a generation of politicians who were politically socialized at a time when the suspicion that the USA was particularly susceptible to a return of fascism had already become a certainty. In the 1970s and 1980s, it was not only Germans who seemed to have lost all knowledge of the preconditions for the military defeat of National Socialism and the relative peace in Europe afterwards. What Horkheimer saw as a political quirk of left-wing students is now official European policy. Valid proof of this was provided by the European reactions to the American withdrawal from the fatal agreement with Iran, whose non-binding, time-limited declaration on the renunciation of nuclear weapons was rewarded with the lifting of sanctions and consequently with fresh money for the spread and financing of war and terror. German and European politicians openly sided with Tehran and thus against the USA, which should have made it clear to the last remaining transatlantic and pro-Israeli commentators that the EU is acting in a fundamentally and irredeemably anti-Western, anti-American, and anti-Israeli manner. When the U.S. Embassy was moved to West Jerusalem, the vast majority of the EU, including Germany, had already agreed to a UN resolution condemning this action. Both steps taken by the Trump administration are largely due to the policies of Netanyahu's government and are in Israel's interests. When Trump's predecessor Obama and his Secretary of State Kerry were negotiating the Iran deal and wanted to conclude it at all costs, Netanyahu traveled to the U.S. and gave a speech at the invitation of the Republicans in Congress in which he emphatically explained to the American public why this agreement was disastrous for America and Israel. Because it was clear to him that after 8 years of Obama, against whose sometimes open hostility and snubbing of important allies in favor of Iran there was hardly any resistance within the party, no state of Israel could be maintained with the Democrats. He used his reputation in the USA to strengthen the opposition. Netanyahu knew that the Israeli-American alliance was based on the mutual appreciation of the respective populations and that he could use his reputation in the USA to speak directly to the Americans with speeches and video messages. Netanyahu's alliance with the Republican-dominated Congress against the anti-Israel President Obama paid off. Both in the pre-election campaign and at candidate Trump's nomination party convention, it became apparent that there would be a significant change in policy if the Republicans won the election. The fact that Trump was actually able to win the presidential election in the end and fill key positions with decidedly pro-Israeli politicians who were able to push through a clearly pro-Israel line is not least a success of Netanyahu and his interventions. While he enjoys a considerable reputation in the USA and many other countries as a statesman, diplomat and determined political leader, Netanyahu is seen in Europe as an ultra-right hardliner and the embodiment of everything that is so reprehensible about Israel. Against this backdrop, pro-Israeli forces in Europe can be credited with mentioning Netanyahu as little as possible or at most critically, mainly for tactical reasons. Since Trump's election, however, it has become increasingly clear that it is not only the notoriously Israel-critical governments of Western Europe that are constantly accusing Israel of calling for peace, but also that more and more Israel solidarity groups and individuals prefer to rave about David Ben-Gurion and other pioneers of the founding era and celebrate the peace politicians Rabin and Peres. The inability of German-Israel solidarity to relate positively to one of the most successful Israeli politicians because he is too far to the right and does not fit in with their own left-wing and left-liberal ideas of peace, understanding and open borders points to a fundamental problem. Only very few have really grasped solidarity with Israel as a prerequisite for political reasonableness. It has remained external to the political core business of most others and has merely been added to it as a rather alienating ingredient. The exclusively negative justification of Israel's existence as a state of Shoah survivors is also unpleasantly conspicuous among anti-German friends of Israel. This makes it sound as if the state-founding enterprise, which was initiated decades before the Nazis seized power, would be an illegitimate endeavor without the extermination of the European Jews. Such ideologically blinded thinking, which goes back to an anti-nationalism that is as rigorous as it is embarrassing in terms of content, culminated in the convulsive attempt to incorporate Israel into revolutionary theory treatises as a kind of state that had become a placeholder for communism. These too were blindly and unreflectively always about the immediate abolition of all nations, albeit with a time delay built into the defense revolutionary theorem. Israel, it was generously conceded, was the last state to be abolished. The recognition of Israel's central achievements, in particular the integration of a collection of largely poor refugees from very different cultures into a modern Western society that was only just emerging and later emancipated itself quite confidently from agrarian socialist ideas, was only bashfully acknowledged. The integration of such diverse groups into one society was often attributed to the socialist pioneers of the founding era or the politicians of understanding Peres and Rabin, but not to Likud politicians such as Begin or Netanyahu, who could rightly be described as the fathers of today's economically and socially strong Israel. Because the incrustations of decades of social democratic rule were broken up and the focus was placed on dynamism, economic cooperation, innovation and personal responsibility, the country has now become a leading high-tech nation. In addition, when Likud took over the government, the old hierarchical division of the population into Ashkenazi Jews, who traditionally controlled the state economy and the Zionist movement, and Sephardic Jews, who had previously been politically underrepresented, was significantly softened. As a result, today there are more and more families based on mixed marriages and thus increasingly only one Jewish nation. Among those on the left who are in solidarity with Israel, there is evidently a clear reluctance to deal with the low points of Israeli politics, or even to refer positively to its economic successes, which still fall within the legislative periods of right-wing governments. Obviously, this is contrary to the purity of their own political doctrine, which cannot do without the idealistic Jews from a fabulous, but now coming to an end, founding era. Israel solidarist leftists share these definitions of what it means to be Israeli with people like Richard Herzinger from Die Welt, who fear an anti-German, culturally and progressively pessimistic usurpation of Israel solidarity by means of critical theory, which is likely to discredit Israel's solidarity in the long term among reasonable people. It took Donald Trump's election as U.S. president to finally unite these two seemingly irreconcilable positions, which are confusingly similar in their purely instrumental solidarity with Israel, the transatlantic German liberal conservative and the left-wing anti-German solidarity with Israel, which appears to have been trained in critical theory, in Team Merkel against American fascism. One of the misconceptions about anti-Americanism is the assertion that it always declines when the USA is conciliatory, i.e., when Democrats like Carter or Obama focus on understanding, multilateralism and appeasement policy, while it increases by leaps and bounds under Republican presidents. Rather, it is true that the at least official rejection of anti-Americanism in the period from 1949 to around 1970 was primarily due to the need to be on the side of the victors, the leader of the free world. The rejection of the USA is always articulated particularly strongly when the political personnel of the USA, and in particular its supreme leader, fails to adequately satisfy the projective needs of the Germans. Proof of this mechanism is provided by the fact that West German anti-Americanism did not, as is often believed, arise under the Reagan presidency, but under that of Carter, whose deliberative, hesitant policy characterized by moral scruples has been interpreted as an indication of weak leadership and incompetence, especially by the then West German Chancellor Schmidt, whose casino tone has shaped the mindset and diction of his success-hungry, declared opponents and rivals. Obama's presidency has promoted anti-Americanism in several ways. Firstly, by making it unmistakably clear right at the beginning of his term of office in Cairo that he considered America's role as a leading Western nation to be harmful, i.e. he himself argued in anti-American and, worse still, European terms, thus following anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist thought patterns. Secondly, by elevating the signal of weakness he sent out to a political program, for example by alienating allies, courting Iran, largely letting Putin have his way and drawing red lines, the crossing of which had no consequences, which boosted America's enemies worldwide. Thirdly, especially in Europe, he liked to serve the already consensual image there that he was the representative of the other, philanthropic, globalist, educated, European and anti-racist America of the coasts and college graduates, which was in a culture war with the racist flyover states inhabited by uneducated hillbillies, their Republican voters and primitive politicians like G.W. Bush. Moreover, he seems to have extremely frustrated some supporters of his predecessor G.W. Bush's interventionist foreign policy. The increasingly petulant tone in which thwarted transatlantic and anti-German policy advisors explained to President Obama, who was not listening to them, how he needed to bring peace to Syria and democracy to the Middle East, revealed the at least unspoken notion that it was not the clueless Obama, but they, the intelligent, dashing Germans, who were actually entitled to leadership and world domination. The enthusiasm in Germany was correspondingly great when, after Trump's election, Angela Merkel was proclaimed leader of the free world by parts of the international press. Contrary to what Port claims, Reagan's election as Carter's successor was not the beginning of a wonderful friendship, but merely brought relief to convinced transatlanticists, as Reagan's policy of American strength, especially towards the Soviet Union, enabled them to continue to be Europeans safely and without risk. They preached multilateralism and pointed accusingly at America, but at the same time were quite unhappy with the prospect of being under the protection of American military power in the event that something went wrong in the world. Since the end of the Cold War, the proponents of a transatlantic alliance in Germany and in large parts of Europe have been increasingly confronted with the problem that the actual policies of their nations were increasingly inconsistent with their pro-Western pronouncements. The Germans, and with them the EU, have been gradually abandoning their ties to the West since 1990 and openly since 2003, to which both Obama's and Trump's foreign policy reacted. Obama made an ineffectual attempt to at least partially Europeanize America, while Trump is trying to return to America and assert American interests more consequentially, including vis-a-vis Europe. What both approaches have in common is the experience that American strength alone is not enough to transform regions such as the Middle East into a greater Middle East in which decent conditions prevail, at least to some extent, especially when these attempts are more or less openly torpedoed by the supposed allies. The person of Donald Trump, who in part appears to have been invented by anti-American propaganda, and his often direct, undiplomatic approach provide the ideal opportunity to finally let out the resentment that was already simmering under Obama. While the angry turning away from America is unproblematic for the political mainstream in Germany and the EU, because now only what has been their policy for years is being openly expressed, the Atlanticists, who publish particularly in the Springer newspapers and who, out of concern for Germany, consider themselves to be fundamentally pro-American and in solidarity with Israel, are in a dilemma. Since the election of an American president who is on a confrontational course with the EU, they have had to join Team Merkel and initially resort to taking perverse delight in any snippet that provided even the slightest hint that Trump, a friend of Israel, is not far off and is actually an anti-Semite and therefore an existential threat to Israel and the Western alliance. However, the facts that the new U.S. administration and UN Ambassador Nikki Haley are standing up for Israel internationally, that Trump finally implemented the recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital more than 20 years ago, which was supported by a broad majority of Congress, that he left the UN Human Rights Council, whose favorite sport is Israel bashing, and last but not least, the termination of the disastrous Iran deal, which was only pushed through with massive lies from the Obama administration, speaks so clearly that this line can no longer be maintained. The fact that the EU and Germany not only did not support any of these steps, but even openly showed solidarity with Iran against the USA, is completely underestimated in its full scope. Under these circumstances, solidarity with Israel and defense of the West would mean going into fundamental opposition to German and European policy towards the USA instead of continuing to dream of a free world led by Angela Merkel or stating that the EU seems like the more reasonable alternative to Trump. Those who had once decided that Donald Trump was the evil of the world therefore had to come up with something. Springer journalist Heinlein, for example, explained that although he didn't particularly like the Iran deal either, he is now even more skeptical, as it was Trump who terminated the deal. The sheer madness of this solidarity with Israel that professes to be Angela Merkel's leadership, as practiced by Salon columnists and others, is based on the axiomatic assertion that Trump can't do anything right because he is Trump, as Henrik Broder rightly noted. If Trump indicated that he would not immediately terminate the Iran deal and would first consider moving the embassy to Jerusalem, he would prove that he is anything but a friend of Israel. If he does, then he is acting irresponsibly. There is no clearer way to say that this is by no means criticism of the Trump government, but pure resentment. One way out of the dilemma that Trump, who has been so consistently vilified as a fascist in his first year in office, is clearly on Israel's side is to relax his solidarity with Israel. It was left to the NGO activist Thomas von der Osten-Sacken, who plays the Middle East expert at Springer and in anti-German publications, to translate the anti-Israeli propaganda, which showed the opening of the American embassy in Jerusalem on a split screen with images of the unrest in Gaza, into what is now originally anti-German. Referring to statements by his Israeli friends, no anti-Israeli vulgarity without Jewish key witnesses, he published a post on his Facebook page on May 16, which must be seen as a caesura in anti-German solidarity with Israel, especially because of the great approval it received. After a typically German examination of conscience as to whether one would not perhaps storm the Israeli border fence oneself, if one had not grown up in the well-protected Federal Republic, but in the Gaza Strip, for example, reminiscent of Cole's mercy of late birth, and similar empathies with the accomplices of National Socialism, he comes to the point. I understand and at the same time sympathize wholeheartedly with friends in Israel who are completely horrified, some even took part in a peace demonstration in Tel Aviv, who write to me that Monday was probably the blackest day in Israeli history and that they could not bear to see the pictures of the celebration in Jerusalem to mark the opening of the embassy on the one hand and those of all the dead and injured at the Gaza fence on the other. Monday was the final declaration of Zionism's bankruptcy, says a friend in view of the Christian evangelical preachers who spoke at the event in Jerusalem. Israel is giving itself a birthday present by killing and injuring people, a friend writes to me.
End of quote.
After he, naturally with reference to key witnesses whose statements he only reproduced, but with whom he sympathized wholeheartedly, declared the day on which Israel's most important ally and guarantor power finally recognized its capital, had turned it into the final declaration of Zionism's bankruptcy and the darkest day in Israeli history, von der Osten-Sacken reloaded and, in an article for MENA Watch, wished for a peaceful march on Israel's borders by tens of thousands of people, holding only olive branches in their hands instead of AK-47 rifles, Zwillen or Molotov cocktails. In his unconditional desire to see borders fall, he does not even notice that storming a border, with or without weapons, cannot be peaceful at all, but is a violent act against a sovereign state. Nor did he speak of a fictitious action by European pacifists on the Dutch-Belgian border, for example, but instead named the inhabitants of Gaza of all people as the collective subject of the will for peace, i.e. people of whom one must assume, until proven otherwise, that the overwhelming majority of them wish death on all Jews, something the author is well aware of, as he repeatedly admits elsewhere. It is only consequent that anti-Germans like Thomas von der Osten-Sacken finally give up their solidarity with Israel at the exact moment when a U.S. president fulfills Israel's old dream of a capital with an American embassy and at the same time Israel has to protect its borders against its attacking mortal enemies, preferring to accept deaths rather than let even one potential murderer of Jews through. Because what Israel has to do in order to remain a sovereign state is exactly what the opponents of borders and nation-states, who at best generously grant Israel an exception as long as its enemies are openly violent and do not appear as angels of peace, also want to see destroyed everywhere else in the world. They are particularly offended by the fact that there are now forces, not only in the US government but also in many other European countries, that recognize that the so fiercely defended sovereignty of Israel and the integrity of its borders is linked to securing the sovereignty of their own country and the integrity of its borders. It is about the ability to decide sovereignly who is allowed to enter the country and to prevent illegal border crossings by force if necessary, because anything else would not only mean unlimited freedom of movement for terrorists, but the beginning of the end of a necessarily violent civic statehood based on at least minimal rationality, in other words, the West. Because they have no alternative worthy of the name, but have decided that the state and, above all, reasonably closed borders are the ultimate evil, the decidedly left-wing anti-German friends of Israel must at some point sense fascism not only in the right-wing parties of Europe and in Donald Trump with his border fence, but also in Israel. This path had long been on the horizon, and it should come as no surprise to anyone that it is finally being followed. Even before the announcement of the embassy relocation, a survey had shown that 67% of Israelis are satisfied with the work of the US government, 14 percentage points more than under Obama. In a country that would be the first to be affected if a view based on self-sacrifice were to prevail in Western countries, paving the way to certain doom, there seems to be a prevailing awareness that Trump's election and the demand of many Americans to look to America first in order to make it great again is by no means to be subsumed under fascism. The justified skepticism of political masses and political change has led to a blindness to the fact that Trump's election and Brexit are opportunities to break the rotten Western alliance with an EU in which there is precisely nothing to suggest that it will become a United States of Europe, because its policies are increasingly clearly aimed at undermining statehood as a whole without changing anything for the better. Especially not for refugees fleeing Islamic states, who find themselves in an increasingly Islamized environment, who continue to drown in the Mediterranean, who suffer from European impoverishment policies and who, by delegating border security to regimes such as Turkey, do not even reach the West to which they wanted to set out, or hardly find it at all. This makes the EU the gravedigger of any hope of re-establishing a West in which an orientation towards one's own strength, the defense of achievements and a resolute alliance with Israel would not be suspected of fascism, but would be a matter of course. However, this would require recognizing the ideological opponent in the forces that are now mobilizing against Trump, America, and the nation-state. Because the West still lies on the other side of the Atlantic. According to the German media, the fact that the international conflict with North Korea has intensified in recent years is not due to North Korean threats against the United States, Europe and Japan and the testing of weapons of mass destruction, but to Donald Trump's impetuous temperament. In August 2017, he responded to North Korea's numerous, not just verbal aggressions with the words, "North Korea had best not make any further threats against the United States. They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen before." From which the German public promptly drew the conclusion that the US president was just as crazy as his North Korean counterpart. Sem Ozdemir attested that Trump was a narcissistic president who makes policy based on gut feeling. Der Spiegel, which regarded Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov as the voice of reason because he had described the conflict between the United States and North Korea as a kindergarten dispute, demanded, "We must calm down the hotheads." And the magazine said of Trump, "So this is also a lesson for him. If he wants to avoid a major war, he will only achieve results in this conflict with China and Russia, not against them. No amount of tough talk will help." In the meantime, North Korea has detonated a hydrogen bomb. The predicted range of North Korean missiles is constantly increasing and the interval between weapons tests is getting shorter. This makes the German European public all the more delusional in its agitation against Trump's efforts to put a stop to the North Korean regime. The most prominent advocate of appeasement towards North Korea has recently been former President Jimmy Carter, who is largely responsible for the Germanization of the Democratic Party that began under Lyndon B. Johnson. In the spirit of German peace policy, he predicted, "Until we talk to them and treat them with respect, I don't think we're going to make any progress," only to immediately state, seemingly incoherently, that Donald Trump would not do justice to the Palestinian people. Carter revealed his collaboration with the Palestinians most clearly in his 2006 book Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid. Shortly afterwards, it became public that the Carter Center was heavily financed by the oil states. It is impossible to understand the current policy towards North Korea without taking a closer look at this most German of all previous US presidents. The triumph of multilateralism began with Carter. In his inauguration speech, which promised a strict commitment of American foreign policy to human rights, he proclaimed, "We have learned that more does not necessarily mean better, that even our great nation has recognized its limitations, and that we can neither answer all questions nor solve all problems."
End quote.
His wish for the end of his term of office was that we have enabled our people to be proud of their own government again. The reality, however, was different. Under Carter's presidency, from 1977 to 1981, the U.S. turned away from Taiwan and towards Beijing, accepting the mullah's takeover of Iran and the accompanying loss of its own power in the Middle East. The American government allowed the Cambodian Khmer Rouge to continue their murders and condemned the Vietnamese intervention that finally toppled the regime that had killed 1.4 to 2.2 million people. Support was not only refused because Vietnam was allied with the Soviet Union, but above all because Carter's government did not want to strain relations with China. Carter became famous for pardoning all conscientious objectors to the Vietnam War as one of his first official acts. For a long time, his policy was by no means anti-Vietnamese or anti-Soviet, but above all pro-Chinese. This example shows how two presidents who appear to act similarly pursue divergent motives. While Carter's Vietnam policy was essentially pro-Chinese, Reagan's was anti-Soviet and pro-Western. The Reagan doctrine represented a return to unilateralism as a reaction to Carter's failed multilateralism. So it was Carter who withdrew most of the troops from South Korea to make concessions to China. Trump's call to Taiwan immediately after his inauguration was therefore by no means due to stupidity, but was politically consequent. These measures were not popular with the American people. Carter's defeat against Ronald Reagan was correspondingly clear. In the Electoral College, Carter was defeated by 49 electoral votes to 489. Carter was primarily proud of the fact that under his leadership, for the first time since the Second World War, the USA was not involved in an open military conflict. Like Obama, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, in his case in 2002 for his criticism of George W. Bush. After the end of his term of office, Carter contributed as a civilian activist, a role in which he was no less pleased than Obama is today, to the Kim clan gaining possession of the nuclear bomb. After North Korea withdrew from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in March 1993 and the CIA informed President Bill Clinton in October of the same year that North Korea most likely already had 2 warheads, Clinton believed he still had to act. "I was compelled to prevent North Korea from developing a nuclear arsenal, even at the risk of war." Plans for a military strike were being prepared at the time, even if such a strike was never the preferred option. American relations with North Korea took a new turn in June 1994 when Carter offered to travel to Pyongyang as a private citizen. It was agreed with the U.S. government that he should explore Kim Il-sung's foreign policy positions. During this mission, Carter grossly overstepped his authority as Clinton's unofficial ambassador by trying to spare Kim a loss of face as a self-declared negotiator. It can be argued that these talks brought North Korea back to the negotiating table, but the cost was enormous. Carter had torpedoed pretty much all of Clinton's efforts. He criticized the U.S. government in Pyongyang and publicly embraced the despot, whom he later repeatedly praised. He did not raise the U.S. government's most important demands at all. In effect, he blackmailed the U.S. government by addressing the press with his own assessment of the situation. "I personally believe that the crisis is over," he told the world public during his return without consulting the Clinton administration. The result of his mission was the Geneva Framework Agreement, which Carter had wrested from the American government rather than forced upon the North Korean regime. The Republicans quite rightly recognized Carter's tactics as appeasement, but were unable to prevent it, and the Democrats acquiesced to Carter's move, which took any possibility of intervention out of their hands. Carter's project and its foreseeable failure should also have served as a warning against the Iran agreement. A military strike at that time could have ended the horror at an early stage, but instead the course was set for today's evil by diplomatic means. Kim Il-sung died shortly after Carter's visit. Kim's son Kim Jong-un signed the framework agreement almost immediately after taking office. Le Monde Diplomatique reported on this in June 2017. Perhaps North Korea could have been persuaded in the 1990s to give up its nuclear weapons in exchange for security guarantees and economic aid. This was precisely the aim of the Geneva Framework Agreement of 1994. The U.S. wanted to reward the renunciation of plutonium production with the normalization of relations and the lifting of sanctions. In addition, 2 nuclear power plants with light water reactors were to be delivered in order to minimize the risk of nuclear weapons. However, the USA never fulfilled these obligations.
End quote.
George W. Bush is ultimately to blame for this failure. You could read this nonsense in almost the same wording in concrete, where North Korea's nuclear armament was even celebrated as necessary protection against the morally corrupt USA. 8 years later, the NATO war against Libya, which had once stopped its nuclear program in favor of closer cooperation with the West, proved the North Korean view right.
End quote.
The fact that the NATO war was preceded by a civil war, albeit a short one, is not mentioned, nor is North Korea's repression of its own population. Above all, there is not a word in such statements about the change of ideology in North Korea itself, which did not only come into effect with a constitutional amendment in 2009. Kim Il-sung's guiding program was the so-called Juche ideology, a doctrine of unconditional economic and political self-sufficiency, which initially manifested itself primarily in anti-Japanese isolationism. This doctrine was a reaction to Kim Il-sung's strict rejection of the de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union. More significant, however, is the transformation of this doctrine into a readiness for total war, which was driven by the so-called Sun Gun ideology, military first. It began with a change of leader in 1995 and is to be understood as a belated reaction to the collapse of the Soviet Union and the associated famine from 1994 to 1998. This led to North Korea's rapprochement with China. In 2009, the North Korean dynasty removed all ML references from the constitution. In its 2012 amended wording, North Korea now openly referred to itself as a state in possession of nuclear weapons. During his second peace mission to free the U.S. citizen Heinlein Molly Gomez, who was being held hostage by the regime, Carter apologized on behalf of the imprisoned man on behalf of the U.S. government, again without consultation. The State Department, aware of the ex-president's unilateral actions, had specifically emphasized that this was a private, humanitarian and unofficial mission, and that Carter was therefore not authorized to speak on behalf of the U.S. government. The Abendblatt wrote at the time, apparently, Carter also gave Kim Jong-un what he wanted, respect and recognition. The photos taken with Carter, hugs and respectful greetings on North Korean state television should not be forgotten by anyone who, like the host of the late-night show Last Week Tonight, John Oliver, believes that Trump's reactions played into the hands of North Korean propaganda. According to the North Korean count, there have been around 200 declarations of war by the USA against Pyongyang since 1997. Almost no matter which newspaper you opened or which TV program you watched, the unanimous response to Trump's speech at the UN General Assembly on September 19 was, "Trump threatens North Korea with total destruction." Some friends of peace seem to have harbored hope during Trump's first sentences. "We don't expect different countries to share the same cultures, traditions, or even systems of government."
End quote.
Nevertheless, it was hard not to notice that Trump had set limits on non-interference. The very next sentence read, "But we expect all nations to fulfill these two core sovereign obligations, to respect the interests of their own people and the rights of every other sovereign nation."
End quote.
Trump's and later Netanyahu's references to the repression of the regimes in Pyongyang and Tehran against their own populations were ignored not only in the press, but also by the other speakers, who thus confirmed Trump's judgment: when decent or reasonable people and nations become bystanders to history, the forces of destruction only gather power and strength.
End quote.
In that sense, it was nothing more than a reminder of the real balance of power when he said, "The United States has great strength and patience, but if it must defend itself or its allies, we will have no choice but to totally destroy North Korea, which hopefully will not be necessary." Of all things, Trump's warning, "Rocket Man is on a suicide mission for himself and his regime," which adequately caricatured Kim Jong-un's delusional obsession with nuclear self-armament, was interpreted almost across the board by the German-turned-world press as an expression of Trump's own megalomania. While many in this country consider Trump and Kim to be equally insane, the then German Foreign Minister Sigmar Gabriel was predictably differentiated in an interview with Bild and partially rehabilitated the North Korean madman. Quote, "Kim Jong-un is not crazy at all. He is following a coolly considered strategy. If he has the nuclear bomb, then, so he thinks, his regime is secure. Because no one will dare to threaten him."
End quote.
Kim simply needs a security guarantee other than the nuclear bomb. The earlier six-party talks, which focused on those cryptic security guarantees for North Korea, had all failed. All U.S. assurances that it had no plans to attack North Korea fizzled out ineffectively because North Korea always sees any intervention in any rogue state as an attack on itself. This was demonstrated by the malice with which Kim Il-sung told his comrade Gaddafi, who was about to fall, that he would rather not have given up his nuclear program. However, even in Gabriel's way of thinking, the question is not really whether Kim Jong-un is acting sensibly or insanely with his threats to the USA. Rather, when Iran and Germany are worried about their profitable friendly relations, a German foreign minister cannot address the obvious barbarity of the North Korean regime without also addressing that of Iran, which is why it is better to keep quiet about both. To this end, in his speech to the UN, Gabriel once again called for the delusion of world sovereignty, Gerhard Skytte, to be strengthened. Although North Korea should be condemned by the international community, clear signals could only consist of diplomatic and economic sanctions. Export losses are the greatest sacrifice that today's Germans are willing to make for America or Israel. Existing treaties and agreements must not be called into question. This also applies in particular to the nuclear agreement with Iran.
End quote.
This became clear when the AfD politician or Nazi, depending on your point of view, Alexander Golan pointed out in an interview that solidarity with Israel must mean that we are really prepared to risk our lives for the state of Israel. If the defense of Israel is the raison d'etre of the state, we must be prepared to send German soldiers there in an emergency. Namely, that German soldiers would have to fight and die alongside Israeli soldiers.
End of quote.
The fact that the German government is not prepared to commit to a military deployment on the Israeli side in the event of a crisis, even after being asked by Bild, speaks volumes. In a similar vein, Lars Quadfassel criticized the deployment of the Bundeswehr in Lebanon a few years ago in his epitaph on the anti-German movement for not being pro-Israeli, but mocked the fact that German soldiers come near Israel at all. Merkel has also rejected the automatic military support of the USA in the event of a war between the USA and North Korea. Germany's role as a globally accepting social worker was particularly evident when two GSG-9 officers were murdered near Fallujah by members of the Iraqi Patriotic Alliance in 2004. The remains of Thomas Hafnecker are still missing. The SPD soon claimed that the USA was at least partly to blame. The insurgents, on the other hand, were quickly reconciled, as they immediately apologized for the tragic mix-up. They would have thought that the Germans were American special forces. If the vehicles had been marked as a German convoy and the security guards had stopped at the checkpoints set up by the Iraqis and identified themselves as Germans, they would have been able to pass. Germany's reliability in its foreign relations is exemplary. The Federal Republic never severed diplomatic relations with North Korea, which it took over at the same time as the GDR, and continued to operate the former GDR embassy in Pyongyang as a permanent representation. In 2001, diplomatic relations were officially established under Joschka Fischer and the embassy was opened. Through this liaison, the German government achieved that North Korea, at least on paper, moved closer to Western positions than ever before.
End quote.
Every time Germany announces that it has frozen relations with a country, this does not mean that they are seriously dormant, but only that they are no longer celebrated quite so publicly. Gabriel not only succeeded in sweeping the domestic political barbarity of Iran and North Korea under the carpet, but also in trivializing the foreign policy threat, Iranian and North Korean terror financing and medium-range missiles, all half as bad. On the contrary, the German government is proud of the fact that it has direct contacts with North Korea, right up to the leadership. We therefore have first-hand assessments that are also shared with our allies. Berlin could help to open channels of communication.
End quote.
Germany exported goods worth €5.7 million to North Korea in 2013. The loss of earnings should hardly be felt in comparison to Germany's other problem child and second-largest trading partner in the Middle East, Iran. The German Foreign Office website states the following about Iran. In 2016, bilateral trade increased by 22% compared to the previous year and amounted to €2.9 billion. With the hope of a clean diplomatic solution to the North Korea crisis, Germany is therefore primarily defending the Iran deal. Emmanuel Macron, who perhaps gave the speech on multilateralism while at the same time pandering to the needs of the world's population, also announced to Washington about Pyongyang, "We have a responsibility, together with our partners including China and Russia, to bring them back to the negotiating table in order to resolve the crisis politically. France will reject any escalation and will not close the doors of dialogue as long as the possibility for such dialogue and subsequent peace remains."
End quote.
So it was up to Netanyahu alone to point out the obvious in his speech. I know that there are still those who defend the dangerous agreement with Iran and declare that it blocks Iran's path to the bomb. Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what they once said about the nuclear agreement with North Korea, and we all know what happened to it.
End quote.
The only thing to disagree with is that the agreement with Iran is even more irresponsible than the Geneva Framework Agreement with Pyongyang ever was. The connection between Iran and North Korea, which the USA under Trump and Israel on the one hand and the Franco-German axis of collaborators with China and Russia on the other are establishing under opposing premises, is by no means merely symbolic. North Korea established its close diplomatic relations with Iran immediately after the establishment of the Mullah regime and supplied the theocrats with weapons of various kinds. Both support Hezbollah and Assad. Israel, on the other hand, has never been recognized by North Korea, which regards the entire country as Palestine, which is why all of Israel's opponents have been reliably supplied with weapons, technology and personnel by North Korea over the decades. In 2007, Israel was only just able to prevent Syria from building a nuclear reactor with North Korean support, which according to the IAEA, would have been identical to the reactor in Yongbyon. As a result of the nuclear deal, Iran is allowed to continue building missiles that can be equipped at any time with the help of the now virtually untouchable North Korea, not to mention nuclear exports to other gangs, in state form or not. The Iranian Shahab-3 medium-range missile, which is capable of carrying nuclear warheads, is a further development of a North Korean missile. It is significant that Die Welt came to the right conclusion in the title of an article that was thoroughly critical of Trump. Trump must pay for Obama's strategic weakness. Obama's policy of strategic patience was Carterism in action. Obama largely ignored North Korea or drew red lines, only to retract them just as quickly. North Korea will not be accepted as a nuclear power, promised then Secretary of State John Kerry as recently as 2013 during his visit to South Korea. He forgot to mention that this could only be enforced if, for whatever reason, North Korea could suddenly be impressed by sanctions. At the time, the US made excuses by saying that it did not believe that North Korea could really equip a missile with nuclear warheads. Under Obama, the USA gave up its role as a world power and now acted in German style as a global street worker in state form. It will be interesting to see when Obama himself sets off on a trip to Pyongyang to step out of the shadow of the hostage-takers Carter and Clinton. Without China's backing, North Korea would never have been able to get its hands on the bomb. At the moment, however, Chinese officials seem to be asking themselves whether their little protégé is not over their heads. It was none other than Trump who got China and Russia to get halfway serious with the threat of economic sanctions against North Korea in the first place. Nevertheless, it is still questionable whether North Korea can be persuaded to pursue a different policy through economic sanctions. The famine in the 1990s was christened the Arduous March by the North Korean regime, and since then the population has been constantly sworn to similar efforts on the home front. North Korea pursues a bombs not food policy, which is also reflected in the distribution of relief supplies by the state. Military personnel and those loyal to the government are strongly favored. The Songbun system is the caste system appropriate to this practice. It divides the population into around 50 classes according to their loyalty to the government and determines the corresponding food ration. Large sections of the population who do not do well enough in this system have had to try for years to stay alive with soups made from waste, peelings, or even grass. It is assumed that even an oil boycott by China would not achieve any results in the medium term, as the military is estimated to have 12 months' supply. In addition, smuggling to and from China is already flourishing and is set to increase, and the regime is extremely creative in obtaining foreign currency, be it through Bitcoin theft or hostile operations on embassy premises. Russia opened a new internet connection to North Korea immediately after the tightening of sanctions, which could help Kim Jong-un to direct his attacks. And with North Korean submarines expected to be capable of firing nuclear missiles, the problem becomes even less containable. In any case, North Korea has the bomb, up to 60 are suspected, and probably already or soon solid-fuel long-range missiles. It is therefore to be feared that Trump simply came too late in this case to be able to do anything, which the international community will undoubtedly blame on him alone in the event of an emergency. The only hope is that what threatens to fail with North Korea will still succeed with Iran. More than 30 years ago, the United States of America had won the Cold War against the Soviet Union and thus remained the only superpower on the globe. Its defense politicians and military strategists seemingly only had to answer the question of how the armed forces of a superpower that no longer had an equal opponent should be structured. In 1990, the USA had around 2 million soldiers, 23,000 nuclear weapons, around half of them intercontinental missiles, and 15 aircraft carriers, as well as a threatening number of fighter planes, warships, submarines, artillery pieces, tanks, etc., which cannot be broken down in detail here. During Ronald Reagan's presidency in the 1980s, the entire arsenal of weapons was generously modernized and medium-range missiles and cruise missiles equipped with nuclear warheads were stationed in Germany along the Iron Curtain. A force of this size no longer seemed necessary after the imminent collapse of the Soviet Union and the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact. America, however, still had national interests and enemies around the globe. Nowhere could the Allies feel secure without the military backing of the USA. The U.S. armed forces could therefore not only be reduced in number, but their technological superiority had to be maintained and they had to be regrouped for deployment on future battlefields, although at that time it was not yet possible to know exactly where these battlefields would be and what kind of battle scenario could be expected there. In view of the incalculable reorganization of the world after the Cold War, those responsible assumed, in short, that considerable new threats were to be expected and that disarmament should therefore not be overdone. This consideration was at least to some extent forward-looking, because at the time nobody could really imagine what state the world would be in a quarter of a century later. On August 2, 1990, U.S. President George H.W. Bush gave a speech to a select audience of military officers, military scientists and members of his administration's defense policy staff, with British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in attendance as a surprise guest. The U.S. President had peppered his speech with Kantian idealism, hoping to convince his audience of the correctness of his decision to reduce the American armed forces by a quarter in the coming years. Quote, "The decades-long division of Europe is coming to an end and the era of democracy has begun. We are entering a new era. The defense strategy and military structure necessary to secure peace can and must be different. The threat of a Soviet invasion of Western Europe, carried out with little or no warning, is now more remote than at any time in the post-war period, and the spread of democracy in Eastern Europe has made the Warsaw Pact less relevant militarily. And after 4 decades of dominance, Soviet troops are withdrawing from Central and Eastern Europe. In a world no longer defined by an immediate threat to Europe and that of global war, in a world where the size of our armed forces is increasingly determined by the demands of regional conflicts and peacetime presence, we know that our forces can be smaller. Secretary of Defense Cheney and General Powell are working hard right now to determine the exact combination of forces we need. But I can tell you this much, we calculate that by 1995 our security requirements can be met with a force 25% smaller than we have today."
End quote.
The night before, a force of 100,000 Iraqi soldiers had invaded the militarily hopelessly inferior Emirate of Kuwait. On the afternoon when the American president gave his speech on the reduction of U.S. forces in the age of democracy and peace, which was obviously largely conceived before this invasion, the Kuwaiti emir had already fled to Saudi Arabia and the Iraqi troops had long since conquered Kuwait City. At the time, Iraq had around 1 million soldiers, battle-hardened by the war against Iran that had lasted almost the entire 1980s. In addition, there were 500,000 paramilitary troops and a considerable arsenal of relatively modern, mainly Russian, partly Chinese weapons. Over 700 fighter planes and helicopters, 5,000 tanks, 3,000 artillery pieces, a powerful air defense system and a large number of Scud missiles that could be equipped with chemical or biological warheads. At that time, the Iraqi armed forces were considered to be the fourth strongest armed force in the world. In contrast, the USA did not yet have sufficient military resources on the ground to protect Kuwait from such an enemy. Similarly, its allies in the region, above all Saudi Arabia, Egypt and Turkey, would have been unable to push Iraq back without the help of the USA. In fact, if this aggression could not be repelled, it was to be expected that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would be the next victim of Iraqi expansionism. An armed force capable of defeating Iraq first had to be brought in at great expense, partly from the American military bases in Western Europe, but mostly across the Atlantic. The deployment began immediately. When Saddam Hussein declared Kuwait to be Iraq's 19th province on August 8 and appointed one of his cousins as its military governor, the first American soldiers and fighter planes had already arrived in Saudi Arabia, from where the counterattack was to be launched. The first 2 American aircraft carriers had positioned themselves in the Persian Gulf, to be joined later by 4 more. The entire deployment lasted around 5 months. The USA used this time for diplomatic maneuvers and managed to get the planned military operation covered by the United Nations Security Council. The USA also succeeded in gathering an international coalition of 34 countries behind it, so that in January 1991 almost 1 million soldiers equipped with the most modern weapons were ready to attack in Saudi Arabia and on warships in the Persian Gulf, including over 500,000 Americans, 100,000 Saudis, 50,000 British, 20,000 Egyptians and 20,000 French, 15,000 Syrians and 15,000 Moroccans, 10,000 Kuwaitis, to list just the larger troop contributors. On January 16, the UN Security Council's ultimatum demanding the withdrawal of the Iraqi army from Kuwait expired. On January 17, the coalition attack began with a week-long aerial bombardment that destroyed large parts of the Iraqi armed forces, before the ground offensive from Saudi Arabia began on February 24, which ended after just 4 days with the liberation of Kuwait and the surrender of Iraq. Thus, Secretary of Defense Cheney and General Powell finally had a real scenario after they were able to determine the exact combination of forces that the U.S. would need to defend its national interests after the Cold War, i.e. the global interests of a superpower that had to be able to lead the West and protect its allies. From then on, Operation Desert Storm served as a template for measuring the size of the American armed forces. But a superpower could not be content with being able to defeat a single opponent of this magnitude. What if a second crisis of a similar magnitude had escalated elsewhere during the Iraq crisis, which had lasted 6 months, in a way that would have necessitated U.S. military intervention? For example, an invasion of South Korea by North Korea, whose armed forces were hardly less dangerous than those of Iraq. Or even a successful coup d'état by the old party apparatus in the Soviet Union, which had not yet been wound up, combined with an attempt to prevent the reunification of Germany, which had also not yet been formally completed, by force of arms. In such a case, the USA could hardly have relied on its allies, the Western Europeans or South Korea, being able and willing to overcome such a crisis on their own. The Pentagon therefore developed the military strategic formula that the USA would have to have an armed force that could, if necessary, win 2 wars simultaneously in different places according to the Iraq template. However, such a trial of strength did not initially materialize. The Soviet coup attempt of 1991 unfolded not as a tragedy, but as a farce. At the time, North Korea was concentrating on developing a nuclear missile program, the realization of which U.S. President Bill Clinton was able to delay long enough with the help of a deal in 1994 so that the issue no longer bothered him during his term of office. Similar to what U.S. President Barack Obama intended to do with the Iranian nuclear missile program. The Yugoslav War of Secession, in turn, which was politically fomented by Germany and could no longer be stopped by the UK and France, required 2 further U.S. military interventions in Bosnia in 1995 and in Kosovo in 1999, but the scale of these did not come close to the Iraq scenario, as Serbia capitulated in both cases after a comparatively restrained aerial bombardment. Thus, by and large, the 1990s seemed to justify the idealism with which George H.W. Bush had justified the reduction of U.S. forces at the beginning of the decade. However, during the presidency of Bill Clinton, 1993 to 2001, who wanted to reward his voters with an extra peace dividend, the American defense budget shrank to such an extent, from over $550 billion towards the end of the Cold War to under $400 billion in 1995, a level at which it remained until 2001, that the modernization of the armed forces was also neglected. The European NATO allies reduced their military spending even more significantly, most drastically the reunified Germany. After losing 2 world wars, Germany had learned to loathe all war and unabashedly claimed that the Cold War had been won thanks to the social liberal policy of détente in the 1970s and the demonstrations of the peace movement in the 1980s. General Colin Powell, then chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, joked at a hearing in the US Congress in 1991, "I'm running out of demons. I'm running out of enemies. I've come down to Castro and Kim Il-sung."
End quote.
Dick Cheney, then Secretary of Defense, had justified the decision in 1991 not to press ahead with Operation Desert Storm until the fall of Saddam Hussein by saying that it was not worth sacrificing the lives of even more American soldiers. Around 150 U.S. soldiers died during the liberation of Kuwait. It was only 10 years after the end of the Cold War that the New World Order, which had been talked about so much at the beginning, showed its real hostile face. When Islamic terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center on September 11, they also overturned the strategy papers that had been piled up in the Pentagon over the previous decade. In January 2001, the new U.S. President, George W. Bush, appointed Colin Powell as Secretary of State and Dick Cheney as Vice President. Colin Powell now had his demons back, and Dick Cheney had a second opportunity to bring the conflict with Iraq to a consequent conclusion, but the strategic tasks that the U.S. armed forces had to master after September 11 had not been considered in the previous threat scenarios. To be more precise, the previous template for measuring the required size of the U.S. armed forces, i.e., being able to win 2 wars on the scale of Operation Desert Storm simultaneously in different locations, proved to be no longer realistic, not because such a challenge had become unrealistic, but because this threat scenario only represented part of reality. With the war against international Islamic terrorism, the previously identified trouble spots did not disappear from the surface of the earth, they were merely overshadowed by the new threat. This became clear when, after the military interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq, a regime change was enforced in a short space of time, but then another unforeseen problem arose. Without massive military support from America, the new regimes were unable to hold their ground against the armed resistance of large sections of the population. But how to prevail in Afghanistan against well-organized Islamic gangs supported by powerful tribes, or how to end the civil war between Sunni and Shiite militias in Iraq, was not in any of the scripts written in the Pentagon up to that point. As a result, the U.S. forces were tied to the theaters of war for much longer than had been envisaged when the respective operation was planned. In 2006, when the intra-Islamic religious war caused by al-Qaeda in hack-through terrorist attacks reached its first climax and the Taliban in southern Afghanistan reorganized themselves into counteroffensives threatening the pacification of the country, one of the old demons made its presence felt again. North Korea's first nuclear bomb test took place in October 2006. In 2002, when the USA was already militarily involved in Afghanistan and preparing for war in Iraq, Kim Jong-il had already terminated the nuclear deal negotiated by his father with Bill Clinton in 1994. The USA only reacted at a diplomatic level, as 3 wars at the same time were not part of the Pentagon strategy games. In Iran, where the nuclear missile program began in August 2002 with the construction of a uranium enrichment plant, these events were undoubtedly followed with the greatest attention and satisfaction. The restraint shown by the U.S. government here was certainly not based on an incomplete threat analysis. In his famous State of the Union address on January 29, 2002, George W. Bush explicitly named North Korea and Iran, in addition to Iraq, as states that formed an axis of evil and clearly pointed out that America would not tolerate them being equipped with weapons of mass destruction. Quote, "Some of these regimes have been conspicuously silent since September 11. But we know their true nature. North Korea is a regime that arms itself with missiles and weapons of mass destruction while starving its people. Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror, while a small unelected group suppresses the people's hope for freedom. Iraq flaunts its hostility to America and support for terror. The Iraqi regime has spent over a decade trying to manufacture anthrax, nerve gas, and nuclear weapons. States like these and their terrorist allies form an axis of evil and arm themselves to threaten the peace of the world. In each of these cases, the price of indifference would be catastrophic. We will work closely with our coalition to deny terrorists and their state sponsors access to the materials, technology, and know-how to produce and deploy weapons of mass destruction, and all nations should know, America will do what is necessary to ensure our nation's security. We will not stand by while the danger draws closer and closer. The United States of America will not allow the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most dangerous weapons."
End quote.
This was certainly not idle chatter, as was soon to be realized in Baghdad. For the regime change in Iraq, Operation Iraqi Freedom from March 19 to April 18, 2003, the USA once again mobilized a force roughly the size of Operation Desert Storm 10 years earlier, almost 500,000 American soldiers, a third of the military personnel still available after the reduction in the 1990s, plus 40,000 Allied troops, mainly from Great Britain. The alliance's air force consisted of nearly 2,000 fighter planes, bombers, transports, and tankers. The U.S. Navy took part in the operation with 5, at times even 6 aircraft carriers, more than half of the remaining stock of this type of weapon, warships and submarines. It can be assumed that the deployment was carefully studied in Tehran and Pyongyang in 2 respects. Firstly, they realized how dangerous it could be for a regime to take on a superpower, and secondly, they wondered about the US's ability to carry out a second operation of this magnitude at the same time in another location while US forces were still engaged in warfare or nation building in Afghanistan, hunting terrorists in Pakistan and Somalia, maneuvering with allies, acting as military advisors, or carrying out day-to-day routine work on American military bases around the globe. This question was also on the minds of strategists at the Pentagon. After the regime changes, the majority of US soldiers could be withdrawn from both countries for the time being, but with the fatal consequence that the remaining occupation troops were not sufficient to enforce law and order in either Iraq or Afghanistan. In both cases, a troop increase was later necessary in order to do this job. As a result, after the conclusion of the actual wars, around 150,000 US soldiers were deployed in Afghanistan and Iraq alongside the Allied troops and the national military and police forces that were still being established. A long-term active deployment of this magnitude over several years also means that considerably more personnel are tied up than are actually on the ground, because the armed forces have to be regularly refreshed with new personnel after a certain period of time on the front line, around 6 months. In addition, there was another factor limiting the military capabilities of the USA, which was well known not only to Dick Cheney but also to America's enemies. The willingness of the American public to accept casualties in the ranks of its soldiers is extremely limited. It was therefore not only Al-Qaeda-style terrorists who did what they could to drive up the number of American casualties. The Iranian regime, for example, equipped its allied Shiite militias in Iraq and even its enemy Sunni Taliban in Afghanistan with the most suitable weapons, in particular IEDs, improvised explosive devices, mostly remotely triggered roadside mines, a weapon responsible for almost 2/3 of the US soldiers killed and wounded. In total, more than 8,000 US soldiers were killed and more than 50,000 wounded in Afghanistan and Iraq. Meanwhile, the increase in casualties on both sides of the front has become a characteristic of hybrid warfare, which combines military operations carried out with modern conventional weapons and asymmetric forms of combat. For example, by firing rockets at civilian targets from residential areas and exploiting the civilian casualties resulting from a counterattack for propaganda purposes in the associated media battle. The moral outrage of the Western public, which is touched by the number of victims on both sides, is used by the warlords of the asymmetric war as an asset in their military calculations. Modern hybrid warfare was first practiced in a professional and systematic manner by Hezbollah against the IDF in the summer of 2006. Currently, IS offensives demonstrate even more impressively the progress that terrorist organizations have made in carrying out complex conventional military operations. IS has also perfected the use of IEDs, previously used mostly as roadside booby traps, by using trucks loaded with enormous quantities of explosives, vehicle-borne BB-IEDs, or the suicide variant of these, suicide SB-IEDs, in large numbers for warfare. Meanwhile, a new confrontation was already brewing along the old front line of the Cold War. After Islamic gangs took control of Chechnya and Russia was hit by a series of terrorist attacks, Russian troops invaded Chechnya in October 1999. At this time, Vladimir Putin, director of the Russian Secret Service until August 1999, was already prime minister under President Boris Yeltsin, who resigned in December of that year to pass the office on to the prime minister. A year later, Vladimir Putin won the presidential elections in Russia. However, the war in Chechnya, which was intended to quell an inner Russian flashpoint that had been smoldering throughout the 1990s and was closely linked to Vladimir Putin's political rise, could not yet be clearly understood as an anti-Western maneuver by Russia, as it could also have been interpreted as an indication of an overlap between Russian and Western interests in the fight against international Islamic terrorism. Just consider that a not insignificant number of important IS commanders come from the Caucasus and that IS supporters proclaimed a province of the Caliphate in the Caucasus in June of this year. On the other hand, the Chechen War was a first step towards restoring Russia's self-confidence, which had been damaged after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Years later, the internal consolidation following the successful conclusion of the war in Chechnya was to lead to the serious threat of using military means to restore the lost sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. By the time of the Georgian crisis at the latest, there could no longer be any question of an ambiguous Russian stance. The military intervention in Georgia in August 2008 had to and should be understood as a clear demonstration of power directed against the West. It was planned after the NATO meeting in Bucharest in April 2008, where George W. Bush had invited Georgia and Ukraine to participate in the so-called NATO Membership Action Plan. Participation in this program would usually lead to NATO membership within a few years, as shown by the examples of Albania and Croatia, which joined NATO in 2009. In Bucharest, Germany and France were opposed to inviting Georgia and Ukraine to join the program at that time, but in December of the same year the issue would have been on the agenda again, and the admission of the two states would only have been a matter of the foreseeable future, if the war in Georgia had not postponed it to a now unforeseeable time. Moscow was able to draw far-reaching conclusions from the fact that the USA had only reacted to the crisis at a diplomatic level. The short war in Georgia thus became a prelude to the long-lasting war in Ukraine, which was taking place right on Europe's borders. It was probably no coincidence that Vladimir Putin dared to conduct the showdown in 2008, at a time when the US forces in both Iraq and Afghanistan were struggling with the greatest difficulties since regime change. In November of the same year, 2008, Barack Obama won the US presidential election. In his first State of the Union address in February 2009, he said of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, "We are carefully rethinking our policies in both wars, and we will soon chart a path forward to return Iraq to its people and end the war responsibly. And together with our friends and allies, we will develop a new comprehensive strategy for Afghanistan and Pakistan to defeat Al-Qaeda and fight extremism. We will show the world in words and deeds that a new era of engagement has begun."
End quote.
That should probably mean something like, "Dear Iraqis, dear Afghans, please mind your own business in future." Such an attitude was understandable after years of never-ending war, but for the commander of the armed forces of a superpower it was conspicuously weak and despondent. Certainly, not so many US soldiers were needed in Iraq, because America had won the war against Al-Qaeda and the Shiite militias supported by Iran at this point, after almost 6 years of bitter fighting. This was made possible by the troop reinforcements ordered by George W. Bush in 2007 and the alliance forged by General David Petraeus on the ground with the Sunni tribes in Anbar province, who had driven the Al-Qaeda gangs out of their towns with American weapons and the help of American Marines. Barack Obama later sent David Petraeus with a troop reinforcement to the south and east of Afghanistan to try something similar again in the Taliban strongholds. Here, too, they were initially successful. But a US president who elevates his country's understandable war weariness to a guiding ideology instead of counteracting it can only bring about a disaster that he thinks he can talk away, a disaster that will sooner or later force the superpower to act. This is what happened in Iraq after the last US combat troops left the country in December 2011. Barack Obama cannot be held responsible for the Arab Revolution, even if it will have been entirely to his liking, but leaving 25,000 or 50,000 American soldiers in Iraq could perhaps have prevented IS from undoing what 150,000 US soldiers had already secured. That was already very little compared to the revolutionary idealism with which the wars were initially justified. However, in the age of IS, it can no longer be seriously claimed that more could be achieved with fewer soldiers. After the withdrawal from Afghanistan, 10,000 to 15,000 US soldiers should therefore remain in the country from 2016. In this way, every US military disengagement, the Obama engagement, is bought with a widening and deepening of the fronts between the West and its enemies. But this did not all begin with Barack Obama's presidency, because the fact that North Korea is now a nuclear power and Georgia is not a NATO member is undoubtedly due to earlier failures. In the case of Ukraine, it is above all the weakness of the Western European leading powers that is encouraging Russia to launch ever new offensives. And as far as the Iranian nuclear missile program is concerned, the current US administration with its nuclear deal may succeed in getting out of the affair by the time it is replaced. The next US president will then be the fifth in a row to decide whether the only superpower in the world will bomb Iran after all or accept that the Iranian regime, like the North Korean regime once did, will take what it wants with impunity. The war against IS in Iraq, Syria, and North Africa, on the other hand, cannot be put on the back burner and will once again require the engagement of the USA if at least that minimum of peace within society is to be restored that could once before be enforced against the diverging interests of Sunni, Shiite, and Kurdish tribes under American occupation. While the current dangers in the Middle East and North Africa, where the Europeans should actually feel compelled to act, are less a military problem than a challenge to political will, Russia's offensives in Ukraine are once again bringing the question of the limits of the military capabilities of the USA, and therefore of the West as a whole, to the fore. States such as those in the Baltic states and Poland appear to have the political will to defend themselves against a Russian attack, but lack the military means to do so, while Western Europe seems to lack both. However, its nuclear weapons also make Russia an enemy for the USA that is much more dangerous than an opponent constructed according to the old Iraq template. The prospects would become completely uncanny if one were to come up with the seemingly ludicrous idea of testing the viability of the military doctrine, so fundamental for a superpower, of being able to win at least 2 wars simultaneously in different places, against Russia and China. However, China's provocations in the South China Sea in the summer of 2015, which coincided with the IS offensives in Iraq and Syria and the Russian offensives in Ukraine, suggest that such a horror scenario may not be so unrealistic after all. China, whose armed forces today can be roughly compared with Russia's, has been pursuing an armament program for several years that exceeds anything the USA is used to from any of its other enemies, including Russia. While Russia is currently spending around $100 billion a year on the extensive rearmament of its armed forces, China is currently financing the modernization of the People's Liberation Army, PLA, with $250 billion a year, which means that the Chinese military budget is already half that of the US. If this comprehensive modernization of the VBA continues and at the same time American military spending tends to stagnate or even decrease, as is the case under the current US administration, China will have caught up with the USA in 5 to 10 years. At present, there is not much to suggest that the United States of America and the United States of Europe will react to this threat situation with anything more than worried diplomatic notes. There is little enthusiasm for war among the Western public, which is just further evidence of the moral superiority of the West. But there is also little understanding of the need to win a war that can no longer be avoided. In the Obama era, the idea that wars can be prevented by being prepared for them and seriously threatening them if necessary seems like a wild imperialist threat, even in the USA, until it is once again too late on another front. The opinion expressed by French President Emmanuel Macron at an aid conference for Ukraine on February 26, 2024, and reiterated on May 2, 2024, and therefore not entirely private, that he could imagine sending ground troops to Ukraine if necessary and desired by Ukraine, was immediately categorically rejected by German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and other European politicians. On February 28, 2024, Scholz announced on X, as German Chancellor, "I will not send any soldiers from our Bundeswehr to Ukraine. NATO is not, and will not be, a party to the war. It will stay that way."
End of quote.
The very presumption of speaking as head of government of a member state on behalf of the entire military alliance, which is at odds over the Ukraine issue, indicates that this was a matter of the highest national importance, to which politeness and diplomacy were to be sacrificed. The Chancellor therefore spoke of peace, which had to be enforced against Ukraine and even against the closest ally in NATO and the EU. As the frontman of a notoriously pro-peace party, which had already called for a fight against nuclear death in the late 1950s, he did not need to specifically point out that Russia was unmistakably threatening to use nuclear weapons in order to be recognized as a prudent statesman, especially in his own country, for whom the well-being of the people of Europe and the world was his primary concern. In this logic, it is not Vladimir Putin who appears to be the daredevil, but the French president, who, for the sake of a few sympathy points at home, does not want to rule out any military option and is therefore recklessly risking unlimited war. Memes showing Macron as Napoleon in front of Moscow quickly circulated on social media, expressing the deep-seated German longing for the anti-French alliance with Russia that is constitutive of German nationalism. At the end of February 2024, it was already becoming apparent that the war situation in eastern Ukraine was turning in Russia's favor and that the military aid provided up to that point would not be enough to avert Ukraine's defeat. During the summit, Macron insisted on what is considered a consensus, namely to prevent a Russian victory in Ukraine, which indicates that the leading European politicians are aware that their own ally is in a bad situation, from which the following could be deduced: do everything necessary to prevent Russia from winning this war. Otherwise, Europe's credibility will sink to zero. What credibility would a power like the European Union have in the eyes of our members if it allowed this to happen? There would no longer be any security on the continent, not for France and certainly not for the countries to the east. Quote, "Do you think that the Poles, the Lithuanians, the Estonians, the Latvians, the Romanians, the Bulgarians can live in peace for a second? And I'm not even talking about Moldova, which is not in the European Union today, but would be threatened at any second."
End quote.
Most representatives of European governments, US President Joe Biden, and even French government representatives distanced themselves from Macron without explaining what alternative conclusions should be drawn. After all, everyone knows that despite enormous military support in the form of arms supplies, intelligence and training, the military situation in Ukraine is steadily deteriorating and a Donald Trump election victory in the USA could pose an existential threat to the country's existence. Russia's war against Ukraine is based neither on Ukraine's territorial claims against Russia nor on an allegedly existing threat to Russia. Rather, it is a one-sided implementation of expansionist concepts of great Russian chauvinism. The American historian Timothy Snyder stated in connection with the annexation of Crimea, Putin wants Ukraine to be part of his Eurasian Union. He was referring to the words of the Russian autocrat, who had already announced a future Eurasian Union as a strategic goal in 2012. It was initially to be created through intensified integration, including political integration, of the CS, which was actually only designed for economic and security cooperation. Because the CS states were consistently skeptical or opposed to the associated renunciation of sovereignty, the problem of implementation was already on the table at the time. France's Foreign Minister Bernard Kouchner and Finland's EU Enlargement Commissioner Olli Rehn had already warned in 2008 after Russia's war against Georgia that Crimea could be Putin's next target. The logic of Russian policy can be summarized in the following objectives: preventing Ukraine and other post-Soviet states from turning to the West, counteracting a people's revolution in Russia itself, and asserting its status as a great power by securing and expanding zones of influence. The German political scientist Andreas Heinlein therefore called for a fundamental redefinition of European policy towards Russia as early as 2014. In order to prevent a major war, Russia's revanchist foreign and security policy must be limited, and at the same time Russia's population and elites must be prevented from permanently turning away from the West's normative project.
End quote. As we know, this did not happen.
Without the involvement of the USA, the crisis talks initially took place in the Normandy format, i.e. with the exclusive participation of Russia, Germany, France, and Ukraine. The French president at the time was the socialist François Hollande, who supported Angela Merkel's appeasement policy towards Russia. Against their better judgment, Germany and France misjudged the motives behind Putin's policy, which led to the Russian annexation of Crimea being accepted as a given in the Minsk Protocols of 2014 and Russia's insurrectionary policy in eastern Ukraine being downplayed as a conflict over the national self-determination of a Russian minority in Ukraine. It was also assumed, against all evidence, that Russia's policy of aggression was driven by rational motives such as Russia's security interests in view of NATO's eastward expansion. The pretense of supposed conflicts of interest, which could be reconciled in negotiations, guided the policy of the European players for years. Since the end of the Soviet Union, Russia has not been threatened by any other nation, nor have Russia's immediate neighbors asserted territorial claims, although states such as Finland, Poland, and Romania suffered major territorial losses to the Soviet Union in the aftermath of the Second World War. There are also no large minorities of Poles, Finns, Balts, or Ukrainians living on Russian territory, for whose supposed or actual interests these states wanted to stand up. There is no equivalent of Putin's doctrine towards Ukraine and the Baltic states, which follows the motto "We are one people" or proclaims a Russian world, beyond the borders of the Russian state, in Eastern Europe. Whether greater Russian chauvinism is the result of an escalation in Ukraine and Crimea for which Russia is responsible, or whether it is the expression of a wider aspiration that stretches from Tsarist Russia through the Soviet period to the post-Soviet era, does not need to be clarified at present. The will to establish a Eurasian Union with Russia as the center and the other members as the dominant power, which is to displace or swallow up the EU in the West and thus also put an end to the hated Western social model, can be documented in word and deed as guiding Russian policy. Perhaps Putin's policy at the beginning of the 2000s, when the aim was to stabilize political and economic conditions after the disastrous Yeltsin period, still had a residual rationality of purpose. Since the annexation of Georgian territories during the Caucasus War in 2008 at the latest, there can no longer be any question of this. The campaign against Ukraine since 2014 and Putin's basic texts from 2020 and 2021 that justify it make it clear that the Great Russian concept is now fully developed. Whereas in 2008, a defeated, weak and humiliated Georgia was left with remnants of its own sovereignty, the existence of Ukraine as a sovereign state with an independent national consciousness is completely denied. If a state's policy lacks a rational basis in international law or intergovernmental agreements, or if it is determined solely by ideological guidelines, then the only option left to its neighbors is military deterrence and resistance. According to Macron, the Kremlin has in the past understood signs of strength better than understanding and compromise. France's immediate military engagement could be Europe's last chance to prevent a defeat in Ukraine and a major war. Although other Western politicians also declaim this at donor conferences, the conclusions to be drawn from this remain unspoken. Ukraine has become an arena on which the future of Europe will be decided, because the war has not only been brought to Europe. A future without the threat of war against the aggressor and, in case of doubt, open war against him, is inevitable, unless one submits and gives up first Ukraine and then other Eastern European allies. The current Russia, which combines the use of all mobilizable material, social, ideological and political resources with a ruthless will to assert itself, knows peace only as a promise to paralyze its opponent. And Russia knows its opponents very well, above all Germany, who are prepared to betray them at any cost for a little peace. 24 years after the de facto end of the Soviet Union, French economics minister Bruno Le Maire described the global political situation as follows: the time of happy globalization is over. It has been replaced by a globalization of rivalries. FAZ, October 4, 2024. This is absolutely true for the period since 1990. Happy were the times when extra profits could be made in the no longer socialist new territory, which now consisted of open and unprotected markets, and defense budgets were reduced after the abolition of the Warsaw Pact. Since NATO has developed into a subdivision of the United Nations, not only Russia, and above all, China has been extremely self-confidently subjugating markets and states mostly without war, and exploiting everything that is possible below the threshold of war through unfriendly acts such as the use of spy balloons, large-scale hacking and the recruitment of influencers who can also be spies. The old Western Europe led by Germany is acting fatalistically, resigning itself to a supposed fate and conjuring up the unbelieved certainty that things cannot really be changed. The perception of the war in Ukraine in Western Europe and increasingly also in the USA not only testifies to a lack of insight that the storming division of rival globalization can only be countered by the credible threat of warlike resistance, but also to a denial of reality and forgetfulness of history that becomes all the more pervasive the more analogies are drawn, especially with the 1930s. To illustrate this, a historical situation will be used which for decades has only been criticized as an unforgivable gamble by the USA, which irresponsibly almost exposed the whole world to nuclear death. In 1962, in the most dangerous global political situation since 1938, it was also about a globalization of rivalries, albeit with fewer players in terms of number and power than today. At that time, the American president could not afford to look away and did not shy away from a comparative view of history. The central sentence in John F. Kennedy's speech on the occasion of the imposition of a naval blockade against Cuba in 1962 was, "The 30s of this century have taught us a clear lesson: aggressive behavior, if given free rein and not restrained, ultimately leads to war." The background to the so-called Cuban Missile Crisis was the stationing of Soviet medium-range missiles in Cuba, which could be equipped with nuclear warheads. This hostile act was initially an initiative of the Soviet Union to deter the USA from further invasion plans against Cuba after its failed action in the Bay of Pigs. As the nuclear missiles could have reached the U.S. mainland within a few minutes, this measure met with energetic resistance from the USA. In his radio speech, Kennedy declared that the USA would counter this threat by any means necessary. "We do not want war with the Soviet Union, because we are a peaceful people who want to live in peace with all other peoples." However, it is difficult to settle or even discuss these issues in an atmosphere of intimidation. For this reason, this latest Soviet threat, or any other threat made either independently of or in response to our actions this week must and will be firmly resisted. Any hostile action anywhere in the world against the security and freedom of peoples for whom we have made commitments, including, in particular, the brave people of West Berlin, will be met with all necessary measures.
End quote.
The Cold War was waged by the USA and its allies with the aim of containing Soviet and, at times, Chinese expansionism, which was expressed in both the Korean War and the Vietnam War if necessary by military means. As early as 1962, this ostensibly imperial logic followed the by no means only American insight that wherever socialist regimes were established, terror against non-compliant sections of the population as well as doubters in their own camp was the rule. Beginning with the extradition of all Eastern Europeans to the Soviet Union, which was decided in Yalta and Potsdam, continued by a Chinese revolution, which should no longer have been debatable at the latest with the sacrifice of millions for a moronic plan called the Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1962, the North Korean Communist regime, which is still considered a monument to barbarism today, but also the disillusionment of Western European proletarians and intellectuals with their big brother. In the East, which began in 1949, Kravchenko trial in Paris, and finally the drumbeat of Khrushchev's secret speech in 1956, socialism or communism that had become a state was no longer considered a promise, but proved to be a threat, something that should have been recognized since March 18, 1921. In 1961 and 1962, the Soviet Union's rational motive was to deter the USA from taking further military action against the social experiment in Cuba, an objective that was even indirectly achieved. There was no second Bay of Pigs enterprise. For weeks, however, it was unclear whether the Cuban Habsburgers were trying to drive Khrushchev before them, or whether the latter was glorifying their death defiance as revolutionary enthusiasm and was the driving element in the game of a bank. It is only since the 1990s that the ludicrous statements of the two charismatic leaders of the Cuban Revolution, who led the world to the edge of the abyss, have become known. The likeness of the far more unpredictable of the two, Ernesto Che Guevara, can still be seen today on the t-shirts of people with an affinity for the movement in Western Europe. Fidel Castro and Che Guevara associated the use of nuclear missiles and the destructive power associated with them with the chiliastic vision of a world conflagration capable of realizing the world revolution. For the leaders of the Cuban Revolution, the threat of mass death in a nuclear war was an expression of revolutionary unconditionality regardless of losses. Both longed for and wrote about the Third World War with its victims, probably numbering in the hundreds of millions, in morbid exuberance. In 1962, Fidel Castro wrote to the then Soviet Prime Minister Nikita Khrushchev, "In my opinion, in the event of unleashed aggression, the aggressor must not be given the privilege of deciding, especially not when it comes to the use of nuclear weapons. The destructive power of this weapon is so strong and the speed of the means of launch is such that whoever uses the nuclear weapon first can gain a considerable advantage from the outset. I have suggested that if imperialism were to attack Cuba and the military forces of the USSR, they would respond with a strike capable of destroying it."
End quote.
In the same letter, he proclaimed himself like an American cult priest on behalf of his followers held hostage from his headquarters surrounded by the National Guard. "You may not know the degree to which the Cuban people have been willing to fulfill their duty to the fatherland and to humanity. Few times in history, and I could even say never, because never has any people faced a comparable danger, never has any people been willing to fight and die with such a universal sense of duty. We knew that we would have been annihilated if thermonuclear war had broken out. This did not cause us to retreat."
End quote.
This, and not Ronald Reagan's drivel from the 1980s, is what is really meant by the word Armageddon. In his revolutionary feverish delirium, Castro was at that time no different from Che Guevara, who summed up the ideology of all or nothing in a sultry longing for death. It is the feverish example of a people who are prepared to sacrifice themselves in a nuclear war so that their ashes may serve as cement for a new society, and who are not grateful for a ceasefire, from which it follows that we must remain on the path of liberation, even if it costs millions of victims through a nuclear war.
End quote.
Kennedy took up the metaphor of the ashes to make it clear that the fanatics of unconditionality had to be confronted with the utmost determination. We were determined not to be swayed from our central concerns by mere agitators or fanatics. But now further measures have become necessary, and they are underway. And these measures are perhaps only the beginning. We will not rashly or unnecessarily risk the consequences of a global nuclear war, where even the fruits of victory would be ashes on our lips, but neither will we ever, at any time, shy away from that risk if we have to face it.
End quote.
In the following lines, he also stated what was at stake and differed in the clarity of his formulations from almost all statements by Western European politicians. The United States is prepared to present its position on this Soviet threat to peace and our own proposals for a peaceful world at any time and in any forum, before the Organization of American States, before the United Nations, or at any other conference where this may prove useful, without limiting our freedom of action. However, it is difficult to settle or even discuss these issues in an atmosphere of intimidation. For this reason, this latest Soviet threat, or any other threat made either independently of or in response to our actions this week must and will be resolutely opposed. Any hostile action anywhere in the world against the security and freedom of peoples for whom we have made commitments will be met with all necessary measures. My fellow citizens, let there be no doubt that this is a difficult and dangerous endeavor that we have embarked upon. No one can foresee exactly what course it will take or what costs and losses it will entail. Many months of sacrifice and self-discipline lie ahead of us, months in which both our will and our patience will be tested, months in which numerous threats and accusations will make us aware of our danger. But the greatest danger of all would be to do nothing. The course we have now chosen is full of risks like all paths, but it is the course most in keeping with our character and our courage as a nation and our commitments around the world. The price of freedom is always high, but we Americans have always paid it, and one path we will never choose is the path of surrender or submission. Our goal is not the triumph of might, but the maintenance of right, not peace at the expense of freedom, but both peace and freedom here in our hemisphere and we hope, everywhere in the world.
End quote.
Although the stationing of over 40,000 Soviet soldiers and the installation of several launch pads for nuclear missiles on Cuba were carried out in the greatest secrecy, these activities could not remain undetected due to their sheer scale, which the U.S. side demonstrated with regular reconnaissance flights over the island. While they were largely aware of what was happening on the ground and at sea, Kennedy and his government were unable to assess how far the other side would escalate the conflict and whether this would lead to differences between the Cuban Hasbarders and Khrushchev. Ultimately, the shooting down of an American U-2 reconnaissance plane, which torpedoed the negotiations between the Soviet and U.S. negotiators, led to the climax of the Cuban Missile Crisis. The downing was presumably not the result of an action by Cuban forces coordinated with the Soviet Union, but was probably a provocation by Cuban hotheads. Khrushchev, once Stalin's compliant henchman, replied to Castro in a letter whose deliberate tone should have disavowed the two full-bearded revolutionary hippies forever. In your letter of October 27, you suggested that we be the first to carry out a nuclear strike against the enemy's territory. You certainly know what that would mean for us. This would not just be a simple strike, but the beginning of thermonuclear war. If we fight against imperialism, it is not to die, but to utilize all our possibilities in order to lose as little as possible in this struggle, and then to win all the more and let communism triumph."
End of quote.
Khrushchev was more explicit in a letter to the then Secretary General of the UN, Sithu, "Only madmen or suicides could do this, who want to perish themselves and destroy the whole world before they die. But we want to live and under no circumstances destroy our country."
End quote.
Such words not only expressed the residual rationality of Soviet politicians during the Cold War, but perhaps also the knowledge of the idea of communism as the liberation of people as concrete beings and not of people as an abstract concept that was dawning in the back of Khrushchev's mind. And so these declarations also corresponded to what was really on Khrushchev's mind, namely that it could not be a question of leading the world into the abyss following an apocalyptic ideology of redemption in order to then lead it, cleansed of all evil, towards glorious times. Putin is neither a communist nor an ex-Stalinist plagued by a guilty conscience like Khrushchev. He has no idea of a better world to strive for the sake of all people. The basis of his politics is great Russian chauvinism, which is not yet a decidedly deathly ideology, but which can very well be contributed by Patriarch Cyril and his church, because the latter sees Russian Orthodoxy as engaged in a holy war against the globalism and Satanism of the West. Putin pursues unscrupulous power politics which, as long as it is not countered, reproduces itself. However, he is always concerned with the abolition of the West and the destruction of the EU. If no one falls into his arms, his imperialist practice and the ideology that accompanies it could take on apocalyptic proportions. Macron recognized this when he stated that, "We have set too many limits to our vocabulary, if I may say so. 2 years ago, we said we would never send tanks.
Then we did.
2 years ago we said we would never send medium-range missiles.
Then we did it.
If today we decide to be weak, if we naively say in the face of someone who knows no borders, in the face of someone who has crossed all borders, I will go no further than this or that. At that moment, we are not choosing peace. We are already choosing defeat."
End quote.
Under the conditions of post-bourgeois states, in which the individual as a market and legal subject is less and less the point of reference of the bourgeois state, but rather sovereignty is transferred to supranational structures in a process of delimitation, the idea to which Kennedy once referred has increasingly been lost. Kennedy defended the principles of the nation-state and with them the interests of the bourgeois subjects as representatives of American interests and was therefore able to act convincingly on a global scale. To the extent that the nation-state and its borders are being abandoned, the pathetic promises of European politicians that they would resist the despisers of the individual and personal integrity are proving to be a lie. If we explain every day what our borders are to someone who has none and started this war, I can already tell you that the spirit of defeat is creeping in, Macron assured us. For the time being, we can only hope that the recourse to his country's revolutionary tradition will lead to a turnaround in French politics that will not only oppose Islam, but also attempts to position an imaginary nature against the bourgeois subject. And yet such a change of policy, initially taking place in France, would be the prerequisite for beating back the direct military attack of per se anti-bourgeois despotism, as John F. Kennedy did in 1962 during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Zeitenwende, which is supposed to be a pan-European but at the same time a specifically German phenomenon and in whose name there are now louder calls for the widespread installation of heat pumps and compliance with extreme weather emergency plans than for military support for Ukraine, was officially proclaimed in Prague on August 29, 2022. On this day, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz gave a speech on the European heritage of Eastern Europe at Charles University in Prague, in which he programmatically sharpened a formulation from his government statement in February of the same year, in which he had called Russia's invasion of Ukraine a Zeitenwende. In Prague, Scholz said, "Putin's Russia wants to draw new borders by force, something that we in Europe never wanted to experience again. The brutal attack on Ukraine is therefore also an attack on the European security order. From now on, it is important to provide the right answers to the Zeitenwende across Europe and transnationally." In his speech in Prague, Scholz described this Zeitenwende as an epochal caesura, which highlighted the need to enforce European law against an anachronistic legal order of the great powers. The representative of this outdated great power order is Vladimir Putin. Back in February, Scholz had already said with regard to the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, "We are experiencing a Zeitenwende. And that means that the world afterwards is no longer the same as the world before." At the heart of the matter is the question of whether might can break the law, whether we allow Putin to turn the clocks back to the time of the great powers of the 19th century, or whether we have the strength to set limits on warmongers like Putin.
End quote.
Unlike the New Old Peace movement, which has been positioning itself against the alleged warmongering of the German government ever since, Scholz himself justified his appeal entirely in the spirit of a love of peace, which he presented as a German-European mission. However, this mission is not only aimed at containing illegitimate great power claims, but also at the self-enclosure of Western nation-states in general. According to Scholz, a self-restraint of nation-state egoism coordinated by European policy is needed in order to show Russian imperialism its limits. Quote, "In view of the Zeitenwende, our standard is, what is needed to secure peace in Europe will be done. The Zeitenwende is not just affecting our country, it is affecting the whole of Europe. The challenge is to strengthen the sovereignty of the European Union sustainably and permanently."
End quote.
In line with the project of voluntary self-enclosure of the European nation-states in favor of a Europe that stands up to Russian great power claims, Scholz argued in Prague when he sold the delegation of their national sovereignty to the EU as a necessary contribution to the fight against Russian imperialism to the Eastern European states, first and foremost Poland and the Czech Republic, which the German government considers narrow-minded and nationalistic. He did not forget to emphasize that Germany would of course also play its part in this fight and pleaded unspoken, but clearly directed against the smaller Eastern European states, for the dismantling of the unanimity principle in European policy decisions in view of the pressure to act generated by Russia. Quote, "I have proposed a gradual transition to majority decisions in common foreign policy, but also in other areas such as tax policy, knowing full well that this would also have consequences for Germany. We must be clear about this. Adhering to the principle of unanimity only works as long as the pressure to act is low. However, this is no longer the case at the latest in view of the Zeitenwende."
End quote.
In its invocation of a lack of alternatives, the foreign policy rhetoric of the Zeitenwende is similar to the panic policy pursued by the German government during the coronavirus pandemic and which it is now continuing in the areas of climate protection and the energy transition. There is no longer any effort to formulate comprehensible arguments in defense of its own permanent emergency policy. The pressure to act makes any argument superfluous. According to Scholz, it is not necessary for the nation-states to unite under the umbrella of the EU, while retaining national sovereignty, because it is sensible, but because the common external enemy forces them to do so, which is also indirectly blamed for high electricity prices, food traffic lights and the consequences of green shrinkage. Quote, "Putin's Russia defines itself, in opposition to the European Union. Putin will exploit every disagreement between us, every weakness. The citizens expect an EU that delivers. Citizens expect very tangible things from the EU, for example more speed in climate protection, healthy food, sustainable supply chains."
End quote.
Nothing in this chain of associations is valid. Germany, and Scholz's party in particular, contributed the most to making it easier for Russia to prepare its attack before the outbreak of Putin's war, which is therefore in some respects a German war. For a long time, hardly anyone in Germany was interested in the situation in Ukraine since the annexation of Crimea. It is only since the all-green federal government has been able to fit in with its own energy policy that Russia has been declared the embodiment of evil by those who previously protected it. And, contrary to what Scholz insinuates, the idea that the EU will deliver in fulfilling the German government's wish list gives citizens more unease than hope. Only the sleight of hand, which transforms an unrealistic domestic policy goal, energy transition, rejected by the majority of citizens into a pretended foreign policy purpose, enables the transition from the war issue to the green and now also social democratic hobby horses of climate protection, healthy food, and sustainable supply chains. Annalena Baerbock picked up on these favorite topics when she spoke at the Hamburg Vigoni Forum on July 8, 2022 about European democracy in the Zeitenwende. Here she explained, as if in an echo of the talk of the new normality created by the corona pandemic. Quote, "There will be no return to the time before this attack. We did not wish for this new reality, but we cannot duck away from it. We can only create security in the 21st century if we think about it in all its dimensions, if we protect our liberal democracies from the hate that troll factories pump into social networks. And if we fight the climate crisis that threatens our livelihoods worldwide."
End quote.
Baerbock's delimitation of the concept of the Zeitenwende, which was previously aimed at Russia in terms of foreign policy, in the sense of a metapolitical caesura affecting people's entire lives, not only in Germany, picks up on a tendency to metaphorize the word, which is promoted by civil society organizations. In February 2022, the German Federation for the Environment and Nature Conservation Bund published the following assessment by its managing director Antje von Broek under the headline Zeitenwende im Kampf gegen die Klimakrise. Chancellor Olaf Scholz has spoken of a Zeitenwende with regard to the war in Ukraine. "We are also at such a turning point in view of the climate crisis. The effects of climate change are occurring faster than before and are hitting us harder than expected. The climate crisis is also a security threat.
End quote.
In November 2022, the Munich IFO service published a dossier on the topic of climate, coronavirus, war, is the social market economy facing a Zeitenwende? On May 2, 2023, the Bertelsmann Foundation discussed monetary policy in the Zeitenwende, how to deal with the climate crisis. And the Minister-President of Baden-Württemberg, Winfried Kretschmann, for whom the climate crisis also marks a Zeitenwende, said at the 38th German Protestant Church Congress last June, climate change is the human challenge of our time. With its consequences, it affects everything, you can't imagine a more complex challenge.
End of quote.
If one does not accept the talk of the Zeitenwende as the rhetorical lubricant it is used as and instead asks about its objective function, it becomes recognizable as a propagandistic translation of politics into metapolitics, of nation-state interests into moralizing idealism of humanity, of instrumental reason into world missionary work. The vocabulary of the Zeitenwende is metapolitical instead of political, pseudo-religious instead of pragmatic, and never addresses the individual, the responsible citizen, but an imagined human community. Pressure to act, threat to the foundations of life, turning point, human task, challenge as opportunity, crisis everywhere. Such coercive rhetoric, which suggests that the apocalypse is imminent and that every individual is required to decide whether they want to go to paradise after the great purification or burn in hell, has already been part of the invocation of a new normality since Corona, from which the proclamation of the Zeitenwende emerged. Criticism of this metapoliticization of foreign, domestic, economic, infrastructure and health policy, all of which are being subjected to the imperative of the new normal and new times, comes almost exclusively from conservatives instead of ideological critics and political activists, who are making themselves increasingly suspect by clinging to their conservatism. Former FAZ editor Karsten Jermis, for example, projected a portrait of Ludwig-Born Prize winner Robert Habeck in the summer issue of the quarterly magazine Tumult, characterizing him as an eloquent Gnostic in reference to the political scientist Eric Voegelin. According to Voegelin, the modern Gnostic as a specific manifestation of the political theologian is characterized by the fact that for his political actions the non-recognition of reality is a matter of principle. He imagines himself in an apocalyptic present in which a backward people is to be led to maturity by the historical avant-garde of philosophers. For the Gnostic empirical reality, people's everyday lives, the conditions under which they live, as well as their individual needs, only come into consideration as the material for the realization of a second reality, which must be peeled out of the disdainful, flawed, imperfect reality. In his essay The Eclipse of Reality, written at the end of the 1960s, Voegelin described the missionary political activism displayed by the modern Gnostic as voluntarism let loose, as the complete subjugation of living, finite and imperfect reality to the primacy of a world interior policy that is not intended to shape people's living conditions in a humane way, but to destroy and replace them with a metapolitical ideal. But contrary to what Voegelin suggests, the modern Gnostic, whom Jermis recognizes in the Green philosopher vice-chancellor, is not just a baseless idealist who instrumentalizes society as a plaything for his wishful fantasies. Rather, he is also an unrestrained pragmatist and uninhibited muddler who can leave nothing as it is, who considers nothing that has been handed down as worth preserving, for whom no privacy, no property, no territory and no custom are sacred, and who therefore tampers know it all in everything that would work much better without his penetrating interventions. This is why the maxims of his political actions are neither reform nor revolution, but disruption and sabotage, the willful destruction of the traditional as well as the hoped for. Using a pair of terms coined by the historian Reinhard Koselleck, the consequences of such policies can be described as the destruction of citizens' everyday experience while at the same time closing off the horizon of expectation. Disruption means that everything people could count on yesterday may be annulled tomorrow, and tradition, empirical knowledge and common sense no longer count for anything, while in the future we can only expect ruin or redemption, but not an improvement in individual living conditions. This is why the policy of the Zeitenwende is a policy of destroying the course of life, of breaking with any comprehensible mediation between the past and the future, experience and hope. It aims to create a world in which everything but nothing better can be expected for the individual at any time, and in which everything that makes up a human life, both good and bad, can be immediately and groundlessly cashed in, the liquidation of normality. This is why anyone who disagrees with this policy is called right-wing, or at least open to the right, regardless of whether they are actually a leftist or a liberal. Anyone who believes that there is still something to be saved and realized, and that life is not exhausted by constantly reacting to new impositions, is out of the game. This is the time that the Zeitenwende is paving the way for and from which people can only really save themselves by pressing the emergency brake. The longing for the world's sovereign arises from the crisis. In the correct feeling that one's own sovereign, the individual state, cannot overcome it, that it alone is not able to forcibly assert the unity of the opposites and to curb the external independence of the internally independent. The false idea germinates that all that is needed is a sovereign, of whatever origin, which includes all states and citizens, to control the processes of capital completely and at all points on the earth. The only difference is that people are afraid to call it by name, and so there is usually talk of a new world financial order, inaugurated at the next World Financial Summit. The inner resistance to grasping the crisis as the epitome of the whole is concentrated on the financial markets in order to fall completely under the delusion that takes hold of the whole. Their fetish forms are needed in order to brand these markets, or more precisely, their players, as the authors of the disaster or the source of all evil, and it is not uncommon for stock market traders and bankers to accuse themselves of being the culprits in the manifest crisis because they want to explain at all costs what cannot be explained as such by their actions, the crazy forms in which they trade. There is no doubt that the financial market is a special place in the process of reproducing capital. Marx even calls it the mother of all crazy forms. However, the craziness, wherever it manifests itself, necessarily arises from the context of the whole, which nobody can get hold of and which nobody can pin down, because it is the capital relation, and Marx always derives it from this in the third volume of Capital, which is devoted to the credit system, among other things. The financial crisis is only the consequence of a crisis of valorization. In its perplexingly perceived forms, it expresses the opaque overproduction itself, the fact that production exceeds social need. Quote, if the credit system appears as the main lever of overproduction and overspeculation in trade, it is only because the process of reproduction, which by its nature is elastic, is forced to the extreme limit here, and is forced because a large part of the social capital is used by the non-owners of it, who therefore go into it quite differently than the owner, who anxiously considers the limits of his private capital, as far as he himself functions. In a system of production where the whole context of the reproduction process is based on credit, if credit suddenly ceases and only cash payment is valid, a crisis must obviously occur, a violent rush for means of payment. At first glance, therefore, the whole crisis appears to be nothing more than a credit crisis and a money crisis. And indeed, it is only a question of the convertibility of bills of exchange into money. But these bills of exchange, for the most part, represent real purchases and sales, the expansion of which, going far beyond the needs of society, is ultimately the basis of the whole crisis.
End quote.
The fear of this owner corresponds to the power of the sovereign, although, as Marx neglects to emphasize here, this also includes those owners who only have their labor power as their property. But the non-owners who go about their business in a completely different way on the stock exchanges and in the banks when they use the majority of social capital, see their special task in outwitting the sovereign, who alone guarantees property, and thus force the reproduction process of capital to the extreme limit, which is also the limit of the state. Apart from Rosa Luxemburg, Heinz Langerhans, Alfred Sohnrethel, and Franz Neumann, the contributions of Marxism to the understanding of the relationship between the state and capital in the crises after Marx were limited to empty formulas. A compendium of such empty formulas for the present is provided by Joachim Hirsch, who does not know how to help himself other than to repeat as often as possible that things are becoming ever more complex, and aptly expresses the content of such complexity by accumulating tautological phrases. For example, the political formation of the capitalist power bloc is taking on a much more complex form encompassing different levels and areas of regulation in the current transformation process of society and the state. These knights of fortune, as Marx calls them, are truly bourgeois descendants of those conquistadors who conquered the world in the interests of merchant capital, and they are therefore bound to suffer the hatred of the opponents of globalization who are reviving the medieval ban on interest. The credit system accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the creation of the world market, which is the historical task of the capitalist mode of production to establish the material foundations of the new form of production up to a certain level. At the same time, credit accelerates the violent outbreaks of this contradiction, the crises, and thus the elements of the dissolution of the old mode of production. The problem with Marx's presentation lies solely in the idea of a historical task of capital, as a kind of providence of humanity, whose role as redeemer is ascribed to the proletariat, which is precisely why it must not appear among those anxiously considering the limits of their property. The sinister side of this privileging of the redeemer is the demonization of speculators in certain expressions against the parasites and stock market wolves, which Marx does not omit alongside the apt term soldiers of fortune, as if he also wanted to assure himself of the approval of those fearful owners. Conversely, however, in a strange parallel to the proof of God, there is also no justification for the fact that the possibility of a new form of production, however abstract it may be, does not exist. To conclude from this that capital has the task of producing its material foundations only pretends that it is already irresistibly close at hand. Through speculation on a providence, through the teleology of his philosophy of history, which operates with logically necessary successive forms of production, it was possible for Marx to develop the emancipatory content of his critique in the first place, that is here, to focus on the world market and not on the sovereign, to see the progress that the development of world trade, accelerated by the credit system, means in relation to the individual state, and yet to know that it is progress only in terms of the possibility that still needs to be realized. In this sense, it is already stated in the Grundrisse that the world market is the encroachment of bourgeois society upon the state. When Marx says that the credit system accelerates the production of the world market, he is also formulating something of the promise of happiness of bourgeois society, which, however, can only be realized by those who want a society that leaves the state behind and becomes a world society. It cannot be formulated without also mentioning the crises that credit accelerates. Thus, the realization that no kind of banking legislation can eliminate the crisis proves to be only the negative expression of that promise. However, the delusion that emerges in the crisis, which would like to deny it, and of which Marx hardly had the faintest idea, promises the state's encroachment on the world market in order to continually compress the elements of the dissolution of the old mode of production anew into the old mode of production. What then happens to the states themselves literally forces us to see the horror vision of civil and gang war, which Hobbes once christened behemoth, from the perspective of the categorical imperative after Auschwitz. For the policy that tackles the encroachment of the state on the world market is the inverted promise of happiness. It realizes the opposite of a stateless world society as a free association of individuals and yet pursues the abolition of the state, as Hobbes wanted it to be understood. It has a stateless community in mind, in which the individuals give themselves up, which therefore only finds its unity in destruction. This disintegration, which experiences itself as a community, first and foremost destroys the monopoly on the use of force that guarantees the free movement of goods, i.e., the law, and this is precisely how critical theory once described the dynamics of National Socialism. Unable to reproduce itself any longer in free movement, that is, competition, society breaks apart into the diffuse barbaric multiplicity of immediate appropriation, the opposite of that reconciled diversity which alone would be a humane state. In the mid-1930s, on the run from National Socialism, Walter Benjamin countered the aestheticization of politics that fascism pursues with the hope that communism would now respond with the politicization of art. However, just as little as the concept of fascism could grasp what finally prevailed in Germany, the idea of communism that Benjamin formulated in response corresponded as little to the socialism in one country that was practiced in the Soviet Union. For this idea had already been wrested from experiences that the concept of fascism continued to repress: annihilation as totality, which forever forbids criticism any appeal to positive totality. You confess that you do not want to accept communism as a solution for humanity beforehand, Benjamin wrote to Werner Kraft on July 26, 1934. Quote, "But the point is precisely to use the practicable insights of the same communism, to abandon the barren pretension to solutions for humanity, indeed to abandon the immodest perspective of total systems altogether, and to at least attempt to build up the day of life of humanity just as easily as a well-rested sensible person starts his day."
End quote.
It was precisely the perspective of total systems in which fascism in its original form and socialism in one country resembled each other, so that the politicization of art only amounted to the aestheticization of politics. As far as this equation is concerned, the theory of totalitarianism is justified, even if it does not lead any further, in contrast to Benjamin's rescue of the concept of communism, which incidentally teaches the most important thing about fascism. What fascism is cannot be grasped independently of how far communism has moved, how great the rupture is that prevents the turn for the better. It is the external expression of the internal apostasy from communist liberation, the reflection of its negation by the left. Mussolini's mental physiognomy is the vile but true caricature of Lenin, sketched at the end of the First World War and painted in the early 1920s. Fascism in Italy was a parallel action to socialism in one country. In the year in which Lenin died, the Soviet Union was officially recognized by Fascist Italy, earlier than by any other Western victorious power, and a trade agreement between the two states followed. And after the rise of Hitler, Stalin hoped to use Italy as a lever against Germany. A new economic agreement was signed in May 1933. In 1936, when the Soviet Union had long since produced its own caricature, the Duce also once referred to Stalin approvingly as a crypto-fascist. The Central Committee of the PCI, led by Togliatti, finally invoked the true origins of fascism, appealed to the old guard fascists and the young fascists, and declared itself in agreement with the fascist program of 1919, as one of peace, freedom, and the defense of workers' interests. We are ready to fight with you and the whole Italian people for the realization of the fascist program. At the same time, the Austrian Communist Party launched a similar policy towards the domestic fascists, the so-called Austro-fascists, with its concept of the Austrian nation. Fascism is thus the result of what had happened to communism itself, which had become a counterpower, a living enemy, instead of the association of individuals, the deification of collectives, instead of freedom, despotism, instead of world revolution, the state at any price. Swearing the masses to the sovereign was the common bond between Mussolini's and Lenin's politics, fascist and communist avant-gardists. The reason why George Sorel dedicated the fourth edition of his On Violence to Lenin in 1919 and the revolutionary Russian painter and art theorist Malevich professed his allegiance to the fascist and futurist Marinetti as late as 1923. At first glance, the only thing that distinguishes fascism from this self-negating communism is the determination to break with Marx, but Marxism had left nothing more of Marx than a misunderstanding that concerned production, enthroning it as an end in itself, to which everything was to be sacrificed, especially the freedom of the individual. With such an understanding of socialism, it was possible to create a state, dictatorship of the proletariat, as a dictatorship over production. This was the conclusion that the Bolshevik Party drew from the critique of political economy after the First World War crisis, Heinz Langerhans. But this meant nothing other than the utilization of value without private property, or more precisely, through a single private property that belongs to the state and with which it participates in the world market as if it were a corporation. The fascists drew the other conclusion from the special work of every crisis, as Langerhans understood the destruction of non-utilizable value, in retrospect of the First World War and in anticipation of the Second. While the state communists wanted crisis-free production by the sovereign as the sole entrepreneur of society and wielded political violence in the immediate service of this production, since such entrepreneurship excluded the free labor contract, the fascists gave violence the same status as production, as if they wanted to perpetuate the World War, in which, as Langerhans says, annihilation has become the object of a production increased beyond its own measure. Fascism thus represents the whole truth about the half-truth of state communism, what it means when the state pushes production at any cost against the minimum of freedom of the individual citizen. From this, it makes its own ideology. According to this ideology, not only production but also violence is an end in itself, and to take the latter into account, private property in its usual form becomes acceptable again, if only the individual is not given any chance of emancipation as a result. They are supposed to sacrifice themselves for the community, which in one case is determined by production, in the other by war. The hour of sacrifice has come for all. He who has not given his blood will give his money. For the left, the ideal is the worker who toils to death; for the right, the soldier who falls for the fatherland and takes as many enemies as possible with him to their deaths. The most important thing is that he perishes and finds his self-determination in this. It is only logical that George Sorel, with his glorification of violence, perhaps the fascists' most important source of inspiration, detests Hobbes. For the author of Leviathan assumed that the purpose of the state was to protect the individual and preserve his life. Indeed, that the individual could not be obliged to sacrifice himself for the state. And it is only consequent that Sorel also declares the core of Marx's critique of political economy, the analysis of the value form, to be superfluous. He wants Marxism. And in this it has also become the source of inspiration for the left, as a war machine against bourgeois democracy. Conversely, Hobbes appears in Lenin's war machine only as a representative of the materialism of the bourgeoisie, in its Sturm und Drang period, but as a political thinker he interested Lenin just as little as the Duce. The states that both ultimately represented were also monsters of a different kind than the Leviathan. Fascism, says Benjamin, pursues the unrestrained transfer of the theses of l'art pour l'art to war. In politics, l'art pour l'art means not least violence for its own sake. But when it is said here that fascism transfers this view of art to war, this is also an indication that it holds fast to the unity of the state. It is this unity that has to prove itself in war, a war that is therefore still understood and waged in the sense of the 18th and 19th centuries, with clear war aims and a traditionally structured military order. Fascism really did set itself the goal of militarizing society, and in this it appears old-fashioned compared to National Socialism, for which this militarization was merely the means to another end. For fascism, Mussolini said, the state is an unconditional thing, before which individuals and groups are the conditional. Giovanni Gentile developed this doctrine of fascism more systematically and eliminated the many inconsistencies that arose between anarchist, socialist and nationalist elements in Mussolini's development and Marinetti's original manifesto by defining the state as the actual individual, namely the individual freed from all accidental differences. Thus, from a fascist point of view, The states stood opposite each other as individuals in which the real individuals had to be completely absorbed. This, too, was actually only the anthropological consequence of the state communist war machine, which generated the sovereign as the singular capitalist of society. Quote, "We want to glorify war, the only hygiene in the world, militarism, patriotism, the destructive deeds of the anarchists, the beautiful ideas for which one dies, and contempt for women." Marinetti. This is also the origin of the various seemingly civilizing achievements that fascism was able to come up with in Italy, for example, insofar as it promoted the country's productivity and modernization. Initially, they were not so different from the corresponding measures in the course of building socialism in the Soviet Union and could certainly impress enlightened intellectuals such as Benedetto Croce and Luigi Pirandello. Sigmund Freud sent Mussolini his published correspondence with Einstein in 1933 with a personal dedication, and Franklin D. Roosevelt, especially in his first year in office, regarded Mussolini as a friend of the USA and an important ally in Europe. What such aloof friends of fascism could not or would not recognize was that all modernization came at the expense of the minimum of freedom that a bourgeois society grants to individuals as individuals. Fascism concedes it to them, for example in relation to religion or the traditional feudal forms of production, only as part of the masses, which it forms in the spirit of the unity of the state and creates new, quasi-religious and quasi-feudal forms of consciousness and relationships of dependence. From 1922 to 1939, the economy grew more than twice as fast as the population. The annual growth in manufacturing industry was 4%, and in the mid-1930s the value of industrial production exceeded that of agriculture. Leading Catholics in Italy, for example, were enraged by the religious tolerance laws of 1931-32, which gave Protestants and Jews greater freedoms than they had ever had under liberalism and would have under the Christian Democrats after 1945. Especially in the immediate aftermath of 1933, Mussolini's state appeared to many of those persecuted by National Socialism as a bastion against the Nazi state, just as Stalin's Soviet Union was for others who tended towards the People's Front. It had not been forgotten that Italy had entered the First World War on the side of the Western powers and that the fascist movement had emerged from this war against Germany and the Habsburg monarchy in the first place. The anti-Semitism of Italian fascism, before Germany gained influence, first indirectly, then directly, and as hegemon determined policy in this country as well, was roughly comparable to that of early Soviet rule. It was therefore quite possible for Jews to make a career in the fascist party. If Mussolini then took action against the Jews in Italy on his own initiative, before he had to do so immediately and with completely different violence for Hitler's Germany, it corresponded to the way in which Stalin borrowed from Hitler's policies, and this quite independently of the fact that one allied himself with Germany, while the other was chosen to be its enemy. 5 of the 191 founding members, Sansepol Christi, came from Judaism. Mussolini was publicly blessed by the chief rabbi in Rome. In 1938 the party had 10,215 adult Jewish members. By this time, however, fascist policy had long since shifted and was now directed more and more offensively against the Jews. Hannah Arendt made explicit reference to Stalin's willingness to learn from Hitler in terms of anti-Semitism. In particular, a fictitious world conspiracy in the manner of anti-Jewish resentment was suitable as propaganda in countries where anti-Jewish resentment was widespread. When Leo Strauss wrote to Karl Loeth from Paris in May 1933 that only from the right-wing principles, from the fascist, authoritarian, imperial principles, that only from the right principles, from the fascist, authoritarian, imperial principles, could one protest with decency, without the ridiculous and miserable appeal to the droits imprescriptibles del homme, against the Messine evil of National Socialism, the Hobbes expert, like Freud at the same time, could not admit that those fascist principles characterize a state which, to use Hobbes' words, is not the better Leviathan, but neither Leviathan nor Behemoth, a sovereign that is located somewhere between the two, as the weaker on both sides. Fascism can best be defined by its inferiority, which it tried to drown out with all its propagandistic fuss, by the fact that it cannot stand up to both Leviathan and Behemoth, both to bourgeois society and its forms of mediation as well as to an unstate like National Socialism as soon as it begins its totalizing campaign of annihilation. Fascism only knows totality as an attribute for the state, but as such it has helped the word to a great career, after it was once stolen from the liberal politician Giovanni Amendola, who had just introduced it to criticize fascism. Fascism wanted to be total within the borders of the nation, which included the prospect of colonial conquest. It was no coincidence that such an undertaking broke the back of Mussolini's state vis-a-vis Hitler's Germany, but it did not aspire to world domination according to the protocols of the elders of Zion, but rather grotesquely developed its expansion plans according to the model of the Roman Empire. Characteristically, Mussolini pursued foreign policy by means of the normal system of career diplomats. Unlike Hitler, he did not create independent party departments for foreign policy. From the outlines of the nation, the population of other countries was also divided into races, depending on their status, whether as laborers or competitors, for their own state. The central political idea of fascism is the notion of a corporate state, writes Hannah Arendt. What Mussolini actually intended in his attempts in Italy was to establish a nation-state that would not be permanently threatened by a society divided into classes, but where the contradiction between state and society would be resolved through the nationalization of society, through the inclusion of the entire people in the state apparatus. When the Fascist Party had seized the state and merged state and party authority in the name of the nation as a whole, it proceeded to make the people a part of the state. But this does not mean that fascism placed itself above the state. As far as the fascists were concerned, the movement had come to an end with the seizure of power. At least as far as domestic policy was concerned, the movement could now only move in terms of foreign policy in the sense of imperialist expansion and typical imperialist adventures.
End of quote.
The total mobilization, however, was not a march on Rome. When Ernst Jünger took up the epithet and made it at home in Germany, it took on a different meaning, which Benjamin in turn already suspected in 1930 in his review of Jünger's writing. The forces that Jünger represented made the failure of state power, which they themselves painted as the devil on the wall, their own cause. As early as 1934, the term total state, brought into play by Carl Schmitt student Ernst Forsthoff, was controversial in Germany. According to Roland Freisler, the view of the state, as a living being in itself, was completely alien to National Socialism. As Alfred Rosenberg wrote in the Völkischer Beobachter, under the heading Total State. January 9, 1934, the concept of the state as such would gradually return to center stage, but the wholeness of the National Socialist worldview and movement should always be the starting point. Fascism in its previous form could not offer this wholeness, because it was nothing other than the goal of destroying the Jews. Located between Italy and Germany, the direct transition from fascism to National Socialism actually only took place in Austria, whose internal development in the years between 1933 and 1938 also best demonstrates the constitution of National Socialist politics, which differed from the fascist type. Identification with the Volksgemeinschaft was more important for its success than identification with the state. While the relationship between state and party institutions, state and Christian social organizations, as it had been conceived under Dollfuss after the end of parliamentary democracy, largely corresponded to Mussolini's standards and a facade of official politics and culture was largely based on the Italian model, apart from the relationship with the church. The majority of the citizens of this state had long since identified with the Nazi Volksgemeinschaft. The fact that they could only act accordingly on a small scale as long as the Austro-fascist regime existed only served to increase their hatred of the Jews, who formed the core of the Volksgemeinschaft. When the hollowed-out structures and the crumbling facade were finally removed in 1938, this hatred broke out in a violence that was unusual even for Hitler's Germany. Incidentally, the fascist state cannot really be understood as the immediate precursor of the National Socialist unstate. Arend writes, the Nazis clearly distanced themselves from this fascist form of dictatorship, in which the movement only serves to bring the party to power, even before they seized power, by consciously using the party to drive the movement forward, which for its part, in contrast to the party, must not have any determined, clearly defined goals.
End quote.
The National Socialist movement rejected such goals because from the very beginning it aimed beyond state and nation and operated on the basis of the protocols of the Elders of Zion, that is, it strove for world domination. Franz Borkenau wrote at the beginning of 1939, German expansion is unlimited in its aims. It moves in the direction of the weakest resistance much more than in the direction of some definite object. But its final aim is world domination.
End of quote.
This insight was only possible because Borkenau registered something of a tendency in the new German Empire without being able to elaborate on it in the analysis. The disintegration of all existing political forms is in fact considerable, and at the same time was no longer prepared to relativize the central importance of anti-Semitism for the dynamics of the whole. It reveals that aggression is an intrinsic feature of Nazism. The conquest of the state by the nation, in which the movement hid itself as it were, and the concept of complete self-sufficiency, which was envisaged for the economy, therefore only formed the first stage, which, however, made it possible to establish the machinery of extermination. Arend writes, the more successfully the nation had conquered the state, the more impossible it was for the state to hold on to its position above all classes and parties. Thus the state lost all interest in its old alliance with the Jewish part of the population, which, like it, had stood outside the ranks of society.
End quote.
However, this process had already begun in the Weimar Republic. National Socialism did not develop from a fascist state, but directly from a democracy, which Strauss characterized as one without the sword, and in which Benjamin could already perceive certain contours of the behemoth after reading Junger's Total Mobilization. Junger himself wrote that fascism was undoubtedly nothing but a later state of liberalism, a simplified and abbreviated process. For Germany, however, it was just as little made as Bolshevism. One could already hope from this country that it is capable of its own and stricter solution. In contrast to fascism and liberalism, the German movement was concerned with a new view that seeks to penetrate the depths not through abstraction but through the peculiar. Although this attitude, the new German attitude par excellence, need not concern itself at all with the civilization Jew, it will certainly encounter him at every step as an opponent who sees himself immediately endangered by it. For at the end of this will stands the figure of the German Reich as a power resting on its peculiar roots. Where in truth the German borders lie, what German literature, German history, German science, German psychology actually are, what war, work, dream, art mean to us, that this and much more is seen and recognized and thus becomes effective, that is the only danger that threatens the Jews of civilization.
End quote.
These boundaries do not exist, unless the Jews are finally destroyed. Heidegger's lecture from the winter semester of 1933-34 reads like a formal paraphrase of Junger's text, but it almost sees through the mechanism that Junger blindly uses when it says that the basic requirement is to find the enemy, to put him in the light or even to create him in the first place. However, as if to immediately deny the self-reflection that has crept in here, Heidegger continues, the enemy can have established itself in the innermost root of a people's existence and oppose and act contrary to its own essence. This makes the struggle all the sharper and harder and more difficult, for it consists only to a small extent in striking against each other. It is often far more difficult and protracted to recognize the enemy as such, to bring him to fruition, to make no pretenses against him, to keep oneself ready to attack, to cultivate and increase one's constant readiness and to launch the attack in the long term with the aim of complete destruction.
End of quote.
This is also the reason why Franz Neumann gained his most important insights into National Socialism from the contrast with Italian fascism, even if this reason initially remained completely hidden from him. He always saw the utter shapelessness, which Neumann was already able to grasp more consequent than Borkenau, in clear contrast to Italy, prior to Mussolini's downfall, while Borkenau did not yet want to explicitly distinguish between National Socialism and fascism in 1939. Although this Third Reich often adopted the fascist ideas of the state for propaganda purposes, it increasingly realized something else. Under Mussolini's rule, the fascist party was a subordinate part of the state, an institution within the state. The origin of the name is not misleading here. If the new movement called itself Fascismo, then it was derived from the lictors' bundles, Latin fasces, which were carried before Roman kings, and later praetors and consuls, by the officials, lictors, originally to create space in the crowd, later as a symbol of state power. Because the Duce was also just a servant of the fascist state, albeit a particularly loud and aggressive one, he could be deposed again. At the request of the Grand Fascist Council, the king took over the supreme command and Marshal Badoglio quickly formed a government without fascist members. In Hitler's Germany, on the other hand, the supremacy of the state was rejected, because the claims of the party were in conflict with those of the state, and were supposed to be in conflict. This was precisely its most intrinsic principle as an unstate. Thus the Führer, who alone embodied unity, proved to be irreplaceable even in the greatest defeat. His party had to be smashed from the outside. It was precisely the coexistence of party and state, the coexistence of the various authorities and the overlapping of the most diverse competences that constituted National Socialism as a form of rule and also characterized its internal dynamics. Similarly, Hannah Arendt describes total domination as a continuous movement that is virtually opposed to the conventional state order. Technically speaking, the movement within the apparatus of total domination is characterized by the fact that the leadership is constantly shifting the actual center of power, transferring it to other organizations, without dissolving the groups thus disempowered.
End quote.
Accordingly, this movement creates structurelessness within the state itself and against its unity in order not to end up in the state like the fascist party. The mere duplication of all offices and instances in party and state authorities could not suffice. Arendt speaks of multiplication, and describes it very vividly in detail for the first years of Nazi rule. Thus, once the Nazis had duplicated territorial responsibilities through the GE, they immediately proceeded to implement a whole series of other geographical divisions that corresponded to certain internal party divisions. The territorial responsibility of the SA, for example, coincided neither with the GE nor with the provinces and was also further separated from that of the SS. The SA and SS territories were then joined by the zone that was decisive for the Hitler Youth and which did not coincide with any of the aforementioned divisions. Immediately after the Reichstag fire, all power lay with the SA, compared to which Gauleiter and other party functionaries only had apparent power. The shift of power from the SA to the SS took place following the liquidation of the Rum faction in the summer of 1934, when the SS was entrusted with the execution of the SA troops. Within the SS, of course, the same game began again. Against the General SS, the Verfügungstruppen and then the Totenkopfverband were founded, against which the General SS again formed the front. With the constantly competing authorities of party and state, SA and SS, SS and security service, etc., neither the ordinary people's comrade nor the functionary or civil servant could know where the power was and what position they themselves actually occupied in the structure, as there was no longer a clearly structured hierarchy to guide them. When in doubt, there was only ever the Führer and the Volksgemeinschaft. Hannah Arendt speaks of a kind of sixth sense, which, however, the inhabitants of totalitarian countries develop extremely quickly, which could tell them whose orders they really had to obey and who they no longer needed to worry about. On the other hand, those who had to carry out the orders that the leadership considered really necessary in the interests of the movement, and such orders, unlike state measures, were of course only entrusted to the elite formations of the party, were not much better off. Such orders were too often deliberately given unclearly in the expectation that the recipient of the order would recognize the will of the giver of the order and act accordingly, for the elite formations were by no means required to obey the order of the leader in every case. This applied to all instances anyway, but to carry out the will of the leadership, and this was by no means always the same, as one can see for oneself in the protracted negotiations on debauchery before the party courts. The only difference was that the elite formations had learned in a training course designed for such purposes to read more out of hints than is literally said.
End of quote.
In Newman's eyes, this formless form of rule is not only not a constitutional state, it also no longer has the prerequisites for one. Instead of a formally or functionally unified, sovereign political power that could guarantee the law, it was a matter of a coexistence of gangs whose leaders are constantly forced to make up after disputes, instead of a unified apparatus of coercion. As the fascist party developed it into a regime of terror within the Italian state, we are dealing with a disintegration of the monopoly into political powers, but which strike all the more brutally because their relations are not institutionalized and are merely carried out in person. Newman resorted to Hobbes and his term for gang and civil war precisely because he wanted to avoid speaking of fascism in the case of National Socialism, in deliberate dissociation from the left, even from Horkheimer. He was literally looking for a counterconcept from a completely different sphere and a different age and only found it in Hobbes. The various theories of fascism that emerge from anti-fascism have their common denominator in ignoring these insights of Franz Newman and Hannah Arendt. Enzo Traverso's book Under the Spell of Violence, The European Civil War 1914 to 1945, can be seen as their latest offspring. Traverso, however, integrates the theories of Newman and Strauss into the traditional concept of fascism by erasing their opposition to Carl Schmitt. From the banality that all three were decidedly right to regard Leviathan and Behemoth as two figures of modernity, comes the equation of the two monsters. Between 1914 and 1945, Europe took on the features of a giant behemoth and experienced the time of chaos and civil war. Because Traverso is as unwilling to distinguish between National Socialism and fascism as he is between Newman, Strauss and Schmitt, for him Behemoth and Leviathan are also arbitrarily interchangeable terms. It is not surprising that the question of the Holocaust, a prerequisite for defining the terms, is only added to the book as a footnote. What is grotesque, however, is that the book laments what the author himself practiced in the previous 300 pages, the silence of anti-fascist intellectuals about the Holocaust. This is only possible because in the old left-wing tradition, the extermination of the Jews is only ever seen as the final culmination of domination located in the West, as the realization of instrumental reason and an authentic product of the West. For Traverso, civilization and breach of civilization are one and the same, and so in his denunciation of the West he contributes to the continuation of the civil war he describes. The overreaching of the state via the world market, which fascism promises in the crisis, leads to the dissolution of the state into unregulated competition and a diffuse, barbaric multiplicity of political gangs. It is as if these repressive collectives translate everything that otherwise happens on the market into immediate political violence, precisely under the contractual exclusion of violence. Despite his fundamental insights, however, the analysis of the behemoth, insofar as it seeks to prove that this unstate is nevertheless a capitalist state, remains rooted in the theory of fascism. Here Newman follows the theories of monopoly capitalism and imperialism, as they have been served up by the left since Hilferding and Lenin, and later, from Georgy Dimitrov to Reinhard Kuhnel, also stirred together with the concept of fascism. In this form, they ultimately only served as an alibi for remaining silent about the extermination of the Jews under National Socialism. The particular recognition that the Nazi state made it possible for individual companies in individual sectors to make monopoly profits is intended to conceal its general essence, it's evil, and makes the community ideology appear as a propaganda phrase. National Socialism, like fascism, is seen as a strategy aimed at the oppression of the working class, and in fact here is there. The formerly free disposal of labor power could be eliminated and the wage laborers could be regarded and used as a single social labor force by virtue of coercive state regulations. But understood as a new form of enslavement of the proletariat, the identification with the Volksgemeinschaft, which made the individual act not only voluntarily but with the greatest engagement as part of the collective labor force, is hidden, and thus also the point at which the paths of Italian and German fascism diverged again, in the downfall. Mussolini was forced to resign by the Great Fascist Council because this identification had broken down under the pressure of military defeats. It lacked the decisive moment in fascism that enabled National Socialism to wage total war and even self-destruction. The German essence, which is supposed to be so tremendously positive, cannot assert itself anywhere else than in persecution, cannot possibly present itself in any other way than ex negativo in the search for the un-Germans. And compared to this essence, it is also less surprising that the Soviet Union and its descendants came to a different end than National Socialism, so that its last representatives could go down in history as heroes of retreat, Hans Magnus Enzensberger. However, this end presupposed the death of Stalin, just as tendencies of the unstate developed in his state, as less Newman than Hannah Arendt was able to demonstrate. But they asserted themselves significantly above all in the realm of the secret police, which did not necessarily mean that the state, in this chaotic and terroristic form, continued to stand above the party in the last instance, but it does show how little identification with the Volksgemeinschaft could guarantee unity here. Although Hannah Arendt assumes the same dynamics and multiplication for the Soviet Union as in the case of National Socialism, the differences become clear on closer reading in her more concrete description. She initially sees three strictly separate apparatuses: the Soviet or state apparatus, the party apparatus, and the NKVD apparatus, each of which contains an independent economic ministry, a political department, a ministry of education and culture, a military department, etc. But the original duplication of party and state in Nazi Germany corresponds in Russia to the apparent power of the party bureaucracy against the real power of the secret police, and the multiplication only occurs because the secret police itself branches out into an extremely complicated network of agents, in which one department always has the task of monitoring and spying on the other. Technically, this is accomplished by each company having its own special department of the secret police, which has to monitor both party members and other personnel. In addition to this department, the party itself also maintains a spy department, which in turn monitors everyone, not excluding the agents of the secret police. Since both spy departments work secretly, they do not even know the agents of the competition. In addition to these espionage apparatuses, there is also the trade union in the factories, which has to ensure that the workers meet the prescribed standards. Far more important than these apparatuses, however, is the special department of the NKVD, which in turn forms a kind of secret police within the secret police.
End of quote.
It was only in a comment in the second edition of Behemoth, published in 1944, that Franz Neumann came to the conclusion that this identification mechanism was the decisive factor in Germany. Persecution of the Jews, which is practiced at the order of the Nazis by ever larger strata of the German people, involves these strata in a collective guilt. The participation in so vast a crime as the extermination of the Eastern Jews makes the German army, the civil service, and large masses perpetrators and accessories in that crime, and therefore makes it impossible for them to leave the Nazi boat.
End of quote.
This is almost the answer to the question that Neumann otherwise leaves open, the question of which forces held National Socialist society together, although its innermost law was disintegration, whereby this entity, which could no longer be described as a state, held together as if it were a state. And this is also where the difference to Stalin's Soviet Union can be found. What remained unique about National Socialism was that the practical implementation of the extermination of the Jews formed the unity of the non-state. It says a lot about how far Neumann was able to advance the analysis that the first and to this day most important study on the extermination of the European Jews was written by one of his students, Raoul Hilberg. He initially adopted from his teacher, as he himself says in retrospect, the idea that in National Socialism there was a non-state, as he Neumann called it, that the ruling elites did not operate on a uniform, rational basis, such as we associate with a legislature or constitution.
End quote.
At the same time, Hilberg speaks of a bias connected with Neumann's Marxism. He analyzed Aryanization and the liquidation of Jewish property quite correctly as a means by which the concentration tendencies of German industry were further increased, but then he could not fully face the fact that the Jewish people as such were annihilated.
End quote.
Hilberg took this step, and in certain respects this also reversed his perspective. He viewed the process of the Third Reich from the German extermination efforts, which he now presupposed, and deduced from this the division of society into independent groups as a necessity that lay in the extermination effort itself. As this process of extermination progressed, its requirements became more complex, requiring an ever-growing number of authorities, party offices, business enterprises, and military agencies to handle it.
End quote.
The extermination of the Jews, Hilberg writes further, was a total process. The machinery that was necessary for this could not be fundamentally distinguished from the German social structure as a whole. Total mobilization is therefore just another word for the German extermination efforts. In contrast to the total state of fascism, it was aimed at a total enemy, which it always presupposed, which it, as Junger said in 1930, must encounter as an opponent at every step it takes. And that is why it is only right and sensible for them, adds Carl Schmitt in 1937, when a pre-existing, unalterable, genuine and total enmity leads to the divine judgment of a total war. The enemy only becomes total because he is forever a very specific, non-replaceable one. The enmity must be pre-existing and unchangeable. No matter how the enemy may behave, he will be destroyed. Only then is it possible to believe in redemption in annihilation, if at least this one person is not interchangeable and at the same time embodies total interchangeability. This is the logic of anti-Semitic madness. Before the capital relation was generalized to the world market, the Jews already embodied money in the early forms of this delusion, but they were not yet considered the total enemy whose imagination presupposes the capital relation that has become total. The motif of a conspiracy spanning the globe, which is inconceivable without this relationship, cannot be deduced from it by means of concretion any more than from any economic basis. Such materialism has always rationalized and trivialized the crime motivated by it in equal measure. It cannot be derived from it through any mediating steps, because it springs from the totality like no other ideology. It is the closed, delusional, yet complete awareness that the self-valorizing value, which constitutes the unity of the whole, is breaking down. It remains inexplicable that individuals are capable of developing it, i.e., that they are prepared to appropriate the potential of destruction that lies in the capital relationship. The annihilation of the Jews has no other purpose than to realize the delusion of the world conspiracy of the Jews is nothing but the unity of annihilation, the pure identity that remains of the whole. That is why analyses that do not start from anti-Semitism at all or even remain silent about it, but instead focus all the more sharply on the shattering of the whole, can only give an idea of the actual dimensions that this pathological projection assumes, and all so-called anti-Semitism research that dabbles in mentality and prejudice is still embarrassed by them today. This applies not only to Franz Neumann's study, but also to Alfred Sohnriethel's contributions on developments in Germany in the 1930s. Sohnriethel understands National Socialist rule as a fractured form of capitalism, in which the entire formation of value and profit was equivalent to a fictitious bill of exchange drawn on the profits of the future war, except that this gigantic bill of exchange, which was beyond the reach of all private capital, could only be redeemed through immediate appropriation, not through the realization of surplus value, but through looting. Similarly, Neumann saw that this whole system necessitates incessant aggressive expansion, the means of which, however, cannot possibly be acquired through trade with other states on the world market. This can no longer be accomplished through purely economic exchange, but only with the help of political domination, which integrates those states into the German monetary system. It is this elimination of the form of exploitation in favor of pure exploitation that enables the delusion of the world conspiracy to conquer the world. Pure mediationlessness, violence that is no longer limited and restrained by any form, is to take the place of mediation, which has become conspicuous. Marx writes, in contrast to commodities, which only represent the independent existence of exchange value, of general social labor, of abstract wealth, gold is the material existence of abstract wealth. It is general wealth as an individual.
End of quote.
Why and under what conditions general wealth, as Marx says here, appears as an individual, abstract wealth assumes material existence in this way, is a question that is aimed at the sovereign, at the fact that there can be no capital relationship without a state. But because sovereignty per se only exists in the form of individual states that are demarcated from one another and are both friends and enemies, in which a world sovereign is the squaring of the circle, a common basis is required, even for the simple exchange of goods across borders, insofar as their different currencies can be set in relation to one another. Gold appears to be this basis. Economists who believe themselves committed to enlightenment and progress regard it as atavism. John Maynard Keynes spoke of the barbaric metal as if they sensed that a mere natural substance reflects how little society has become society at all, that all its mediations, which are capable of establishing law within states, are based on relations of immediate force, if one follows Hegel's terminology, on social relations of nature. And this is also the real reason why Marx, in his critique of political economy, insists on the fusion of sign and signified, does not abandon the unity of money with the money commodity, and thus continues to offend enlightened economists who want nothing to do with Hobbes and Hegel. Michael Heinrich writes, "The supersensible cannot exist sensually at all, it can only be designated by means of a sensual object." By linking his theory of money to the existence of a monetary commodity, Marx conflates the most abstract definition of money with a specific historical monetary system. At the level of the exchange process, however, it can initially only be about money as such, without concretizing a specific monetary system.
End of quote.
He does not merely insist on the necessity that abstract wealth has a material existence in some kind of money commodity, but rather he is concerned with the compulsion that lies in the fact that this wealth can only be detached from this money commodity to a limited extent, that it cannot simply be replaced by another. The intransigence that Marx also displays here ultimately proves how little he loses sight of the sovereign in the pure critique of political economy, and how attentively his critique must therefore be read above all as one of pure economy. The material, with which the sign is fused, can only be understood in its sense as a social act, as the presence of the state outside the state, in circulation. But the state, insofar as it is reflected in gold, is always only the relationship between states. Any critique of political economy that in its interpretation of Marx's Capital ignores this presence of the sovereign fixed in the money commodity or merely writes it off as a historical monetary system that has no place in the analysis of form, will therefore inevitably tend towards the nominalist conception of money, i.e. towards seeing money as a mere sign. However, such a view, albeit in the wrong terms, does take account of developments after the end of National Socialism. The Bretton Woods Agreement had already been concluded in 1944, which provided for an indirect link via the dollar instead of a return to the immediate linking of currencies to the gold standard, on the basis of a system of politically regulated exchange rates to which the states of the Western Hemisphere were committed under the Pax Americana. In future, the stability of the dollar and therefore also that of the international payment system was not to be based on the USA's own gold reserves, but on the willingness of the European central banks to no longer exchange their dollars for gold, under pressure from the USA. The disruption of the payment system was thus avoided by the fact that the money multiplied in the United States was no longer backed directly by gold, but mediated by political power. The barbaric metal is not replaced by another, but what it has lost in validity can be replaced by the sovereign who commands the victorious civilizing and civilizing military machine, by the hegemon of the post-war era. According to Marx's analysis, the political significance of other raw materials must be quite different. Like every commodity, they only represent the independent existence of exchange value, of general social labor, of abstract wealth, and can be substituted for it. This does not change even if a single one of them becomes the most important, as a raw material in production, fuel for circulation, general primary energy source and industrial raw material in one, and thus predestined to unique strategic significance in the political sphere. Not even if it proves this significance in the circulation of goods in such a way that, for example, the decision as to whether the oil business in a region is transacted in dollars or euros determines the political conflicts in that region. Indirectly, however, the paramount importance of this resource brings the role of gold back into play, so which sovereign's currency is able to guarantee what gold otherwise does. At the time of National Socialism, oil was already one of the most important raw materials, of immense political and strategic importance for the state and society in both peace and war. The destructive power of National Socialism, which resulted from the assumed end in itself of annihilation, was carried out as a single frenzied campaign by military and paramilitary collectives on a large scale and really in one go. The supply of raw materials was an ever-growing necessity to keep this machinery of destruction going. As everywhere in the crisis of exploitation, the decoupling from gold was also necessary in National Socialism in order to gain space for state intervention, which here served to build up this machinery. This decoupling meant a tendency towards disentanglement in economic relations between nations and continents, and this was not least a condition for the uniformity of the National Socialist campaign of extermination, for the clear fronts between hegemonic states or geopolitical Großraum that divided up world trade, even if only for a short time. Individual companies such as Standard Oil and IBM nevertheless managed, despite investigations and proceedings by the U.S. authorities, to participate in the campaign of destruction across the fronts, at least for a while. By contrast, the fact that all commodity circulation is based on income from oil production, as is the case with today's petrostates, opens up completely different forms of development for the political madness and destructive power of regimes such as those of Ba'athist Iraq or the Islamic Republic of Iran. It allows disentanglement, for example enforced from outside through boycott, while at the same time intensifying world market relations based on the unique status of oil, which no boycott can withstand. A comparison with the effects of gold mining on the development of European absolutism or early irrigation technology on that of Asian despotism is therefore only of limited use. The contradictory integration of these crisis states into the world market, the status of the sovereign as a rentier of world production anchored in the oil business, which predestines him to be the counter-sovereign, must in any case be regarded as the essential determination for the characteristic lack of unity, for the unclear fronts of the global campaign, which today takes its starting point from the Near and Middle East. It took the rise of the Third Reich to remind modern man that the cold monster Leviathan is still capable of exaggeration, wrote Ernst Fraenkel in 1942. Franz Neumann had given it the name Behemoth in his analysis of National Socialism, which Fraenkel reviewed here with great approval. Half a century later, the emergence of jihad should remind us that, under the conditions of the world market, this exaggeration always promises to take on the form of the world sovereign. It is not a question of equating National Socialism and Islamism or Islam, but of starting from the correct analysis of what happened in Germany in order to gain an understanding of the political impetus of those who profess jihad. What they have in common with fascism should first be noted, but only as a starting point from which the differences can be identified. Like Neumann, Fraenkel also refrained from describing National Socialism as fascism for well-considered reasons. He preferred to speak of a theocracy without God. If fascism can be defined as a political form that takes into account the unity of the state, this means that fascism is based on boundaries, sets boundaries and maintains boundaries. Seen in this light, National Socialism and jihadism are fascism without borders and designed to be formless. Unlike Italian and Spanish fascism, both the National Socialist and jihadist movements have their origins in the delusion of a Jewish world conspiracy. They are basically just the politically practical, positive implementation of the protocols of the Elders of Zion. From Hitler's Mein Kampf to propaganda during the Second World War and the last documents from the Führer's bunker, from the founding of the Muslim Brotherhood to Khomeini's revolution and the Hamas Charter, the significance of the Jewish world conspiracy in general and the protocols in particular has remained unbroken. They want to establish Jewish world domination. Khomeini wrote about the Jews and their foreign supporters, to cite just one of the many relevant statements from the context of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. Kunzel also points in particular to the importance of Sayyid Qutb as a mastermind of jihadism, who in his 1950 essay Our Struggle with the Jews tailored the projections of the Jewish world conspiracy specifically to Islam. Quote, "From their first day, Jews were the enemies of the Islamic community. The fierce war that the Jews have launched against Islam is a war that flares up its fire in all corners of this earth. In the recent era, Jews have become the masterminds of the struggle against Islam in every corner of the earth. The Jews are also using Christianity and idolatry in this all-out war."
End quote.
To turn this greatest, most fervently believed lie of all time into political action, however, it is necessary to take into account the respective regional and national conditions, and this is where the movements differ quite clearly. In both cases, it was a matter of filtering out those elements from tradition that allowed them to go the whole hog. For the Germans, this was the Christian-inspired foresight of the leader and the racist belief in the dominance of the Aryans. For the Muslims, it was the political theological concept of the Ummah and the equally anti-racist doctrine of the House of War. Not the state Dawla, but the community of believers, the collective identity of the Muslim community, the Ummah, is the central legal concept of Islam, associated with the Khalifa, Caliph, as its head. No equality of different communities, however justified, but the superiority and universal expansion mandate of Islam is at the center of the canonical setting. This results in a kind of dichotomous opposition between Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb. As the House of Peace or the territory of Islam and as the House of War, there are thus two opposing legal spaces whose religious foundations are considered incompatible. In any case, the universally directed claim of Muslims is to bring the area of Dar al-Harb to Islam by means of conversion on the path of jihad. Just as in National Socialism the model of a completely self-sufficient state turns into the dream of world conquest, the universal objective of the globally ruling Ummah arises from a consistent division of the world into House of War and House of Peace, which is directed against universalism. At the same time, this totalization of the community externally means the disintegration of the state internally. National Socialism and jihadism both pursue, in very different ways, the dissolution of the monopoly of violence into a conglomerate of gangs, each of which arranges itself ad hoc and only feigns the existence of a unified political entity in terms of international law. In order to grasp the totalization, Norman Podhoretz also speaks of World War IV, a war that is now to be fought against the Islamo-fascists after the Third World War, which was aimed at the Soviets and their sphere of power, but thereby misses the disintegration associated with totalization. However, this is more than just a rehashing of the theory of totalitarianism, insofar as Podhoretz, following Bernhard Lewis studies, can perceive a development. The influence first of Nazism and then of Soviet communism had everything to do with the emergence of Islamofascism as a political force. Strictly speaking, the policy of the Soviet Union represents something like the missing link in the transition from the National Socialist to the jihadist movement. In connection with Syed Qutb, Wandat Hag gives a good example of unity and contradiction in the interaction between pro-Soviet nationalism and boundless jihadism. Egyptian President Nasser, under whose government Qutb was executed, also financed Khomeini's followers. Under Khomeini, Qutb's writings were then translated and their translator was the current spiritual leader of Iran, Khamenei. It could only take on this disastrous mediation if it had itself buried communism in socialism in one country, and at the same time adhered to the universalization that is inherent in the communist goal of world revolution. Instead of realizing the stateless world, it pursued the worldwide spread of socialism in one country. Instead of world revolution, the goal was socialism in all states. However, this only created the conditions for Stalin to be copied everywhere, not only in the form of Mao, Tito, Haja, Pol Pot, Kim Il-sung, etc., but also in the form of Nasser, Assad, Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, etc., where another copy model from the time before 1945 always clearly shines through. These countries played roughly the same role in the implementation of Islamofascism as Italian fascism did for the Nazi regime. In addition, however, they had themselves been directly influenced by the Nazi state. Based on such premises, today a new ideology of theocracy can offer itself as the great synthesis of all the political crimes that have become possible. In view of National Socialism, the concept of theocracy seems historically far-fetched, and in view of Islamofascism, it may be too obvious. But it is precisely in the paradoxical formulation theocracy without God that it brings out the newness of National Socialism more succinctly than many others, namely that the National Socialist ideology can hardly be religious consciousness in the traditional sense, as cultivated by Christianity, but rather second-hand faith, unbelieved faith, which can no longer be limited in its political effectiveness. Fanaticism and indifference become one. Although nothing is really believed in, this nothing is believed in all the more fanatically, and the leader embodies it. He may project images of a happy future in the midst of a realized Grossraum order, from which the whole world would finally belong to the Germans as the Grossraum appropriate to them, images of a time after redemption, images that would appear like utopias or messianism if only their mediation, language and expression could be disregarded for a second. The figures in which they are presented say everything about them. They are merely cover images for a hatred that no longer knows any boundaries, background projections for the total enemy that must be destroyed. National Socialism, wrote Franz Neumann, is capitalist and anti-capitalist at the same time. It is authoritarian and anti-authoritarian. It is for and against private property.
End quote.
Although private ownership of the means of production, if it is not in the hands of Jewish owners, remains largely untouched, the general law and the contract systematically disappear, replaced by arbitrary measures of the gang collectives. Quote, the community and leader ideology in the labor relationship uses medieval terminology to disguise the fact that the rights of the workers have been completely abolished with the destruction of the rationality of the individual labor contract.
End quote.
The fact that this abolition itself knew very different gradations, from the price freeze on wages to labor service to forced labor, is part of the physiognomy of this unstate and the course of its realization in the campaign of extermination. It is essential to a political entity that disintegrated into rackets and yet did not disintegrate as long as the extermination of the Jews was pursued. Theocracy without God means in the terms of political economy, as far as these terms can still grasp anything at all of what was going on, mobilization of all social forces for the war of extermination against the Jews, armament accelerated to the utmost in the name of the leader who had taken the place of God or his son, in any case possessed by his foresight. The political theology of Islam is now obviously a theocracy with God. But the invocation of God is too obvious for something not to be hidden behind it, and the old form of theocracy is by no means returning, although the figure of the modern leader does indeed seem to have been replaced by the Prophet of Allah, to whom the jihadist actors must make immediate reference in order to be able to act as leaders themselves. In the political system of the Islamic Republic of Iran, for example, it is characteristically not so much the president as the spiritual revolutionary leader, not so much Ahmadinejad as Khamenei, but especially the late Khomeini, who come closest to the old fascist and national socialist leader. In the extreme formlessness of political conditions, the leader figure, who alone gives form, is enraptured as a prophet, and bin Laden more or less involuntarily imitates something of this enrapture when he hides and fabricates his video messages as if it were the Quran. Ultimately, wherever the Islamic theocracy is favored, we are dealing with a heavenly supreme command of the rackets, an irrevocably idealistic overall gang leader whose representatives can change depending on place and time without calling the whole thing into question, something that was unthinkable with Mussolini or Hitler. But just like the National Socialist leader, and here the Prophet of Allah suddenly becomes an immediate part of the political reality of the Shoah, he is only the positive expression of the total enemy that holds the gangs together and drives them to expand, the pre-existing, unchangeable, real and total enmity. That is why it is life-threatening to caricature him, as it is with the Führer. This is a result of the political constellation to which the Islamo-fascist movement owes its breakthrough, quite independently of Islam's religious ban on images. The commonality between jihadist and National Socialist illusions, however, lies first and foremost in the desire to create formlessness, numen, or structurelessness Arend. This is the principle of associations as diverse as the Muslim Brotherhood and Jemaah Islamiyah, Hezbollah and Al-Qaeda, Hamas and the Taliban, Sudanese horsemen's militias and Chechen rebels, insofar as they consider themselves to be in harmony with Islam. We do not accept a state monopoly on the use of force, says the Lebanese Hezbollah leader Abdel Fadlallah enthusiastically from the bottom of his heart. He is not only addressing the mission of his militia in Lebanon, but also formulating the principle of jihad in one sentence, and all friends of appeasement and barbarism. From Neues Deutschland to the AG Friedensforschung at the University of Kassel to the anti-imperialist coordination in Vienna, reprint his statements unchallenged or emphatically in agreement. This commonality of jihadist groups is most significant when they themselves act in a state-supporting manner, such as the so-called Revolutionary Guards in Iran. Similar to the SS, the Pashtun form a state within the state in order to promote the non-state, to which the monopoly on the use of force is disintegrating. The Revolutionary Guards have an independent economic and welfare empire, whose ramifications can be traced internationally, and of course their own secret service. Their special unit is called Al-Quds and, with a mosque on the Temple Mount, names the goal of such a revolution: the destruction of Israel. Ray Takey from the U.S. Council on Foreign Relations said of them, "They are heavily involved in everything from pharmaceuticals to telecommunications and pipelines." Many of the front companies engaged in procuring nuclear technology are owned and run by the Revolutionary Guards. They are developing along the lines of the Chinese military, which is involved in many business enterprises. It's a huge business conglomeration. Washington Post, August 15, 2007. In addition to the hundreds of managerial posts in the oil business, the Pashtun have around 150,000 men under arms and can recruit millions of young fighters in all branches of the armed forces if necessary. This means, however, that they are competing with other states in the non-state in various fields. Above all, they compete with the regular military of the Islamic Republic, with which they are only linked by a joint high command, not much different from Hamas and Hezbollah through the joint high command of Allah and His Prophet. If the relationship of the Revolutionary Guards to the official troops of the Islamic Republic is reminiscent of that of the SS to the German Wehrmacht, then the Basiji, Organization of National Mobilization, the poor, are reminiscent of the SA. However, while the SA and SS originated in the civil war-like conditions of the Weimar Republic, the Pashtun and Basiji are no older than Khomeini's state. The Revolutionary Guards were formed immediately during the so-called Revolution of 1979 to serve the spiritual leader who had been brought into the country. They were a child of the revolution, the grateful Khomeini then announced on all possible occasions. The Basiji are even younger. They formed during the war against Iraq. Their protégés came from the villages and were mostly illiterate. Why they were not disbanded after the war, which nobody won, lies in the logic of the permanent Islamic revolution. Their rackets persist as charitable organizations that can perform their good deeds through the oil business and provide their members with social services spread throughout the country. The terror of the Basiji is directed more inwards and is widespread. Their thugs act as moral police wherever there is resistance to Islam. Ahmadinejad, who grew up politically in the Revolutionary Guards, finally won the presidency as the Basiji candidate because he had promised to eliminate corruption and the infiltration of Western culture with a second revolution. Consequently, the influence of the Basiji has steadily increased since the presidential election. At the end of July 2005, the movement announced an increase in its membership from 10 to 15 million by 2010. By then, the special units of this organization are to comprise 150,000 people. Accordingly, the budget for the Basiji was increased considerably and they were given new powers as an unofficial special police unit. Pashtun and Basiji are not only joined by the Iranian Hezbollah, which has the new revolutionary leader Khamenei as its leader, but rather one foundation after another is being set up both spontaneously and systematically called Staff or Foundation, committed to martyrdom campaigns and the social question. Setade Pastasht Shohade Nazate Islami, International Islamic Movement Martyrs Memorial Staff. Setade Kamake Furi, Emergency Relief Staff, Bonyade Mostasafin, Foundation of the Poor.
Bonyade Shahid, Martyrs Foundation, Bonyade Maskan, Husing Foundation, Jahade Sazandegi, Strukle for Konstruktion.
Bonyade 15th Khordad, Foundation of June 5, 1963, in memory of Khomeini's exile, etc. Wahid Wandat Hag mentions that there have been discussions about transforming one of these non-governmental institutions, Jahad Sazandegi, into a ministry, and generally speaks of them being non-governmental foundations only in appearance. In doing so, he wants to make it clear how much they formed the institutional backbone of the state from the very beginning, as he refers to a concept of totalitarianism that means the complete nationalization of society and not, as with Newman and Arend, the transformation of the state into a formlessness that could no longer be grasped as a state. David Menashri's analysis initially captures the peculiar nature of this process more precisely, because in it the groups and institutions are understood from their origins as originally spontaneous, semi-autonomous, and as centers of power in their own right. However, Menashri's investigation does not simply boil down to the fact that they were brought under greater government control in the 1980s. He fails to answer the question of what governmental control can mean in this context other than total domination, as Hannah Arendt characterized it, a continuous movement, virtually opposed to the state order, in which the actual center of power can be shifted again and again, transferred to a different group or authority, without necessarily dissolving the organizations thus disempowered. If Menashri only goes into the political processes in a little more detail, he confirms the existence of such a total movement, contrary to his thesis of growing government control, for example when he describes Khomeini's role at the end of the 1980s. Quote, Khomeini has not unequivocally endorsed one or the other. In his most heart he probably supports the more radical view as he did over the war, but the exigencies of the present situation dictate otherwise. This meant supporting the more pragmatist leaders such as Rafsanjani and Khamenei rather than radicals such as Mousavi. But when Mousavi was under real pressure, Khomeini came to his rescue.
End of quote.
The false concept of totalitarianism that historians and political scientists adhere to repeatedly leads them away from the correct analyses that they can conclusively carry out on the material. Menashri, for example, wants to recognize a fixed hierarchy and is constantly searching for Iran's most powerful man, after Khomeini. He finds him at the end of his 1990 study in Rafsanjani, notes with relief that the pragmatic interests of the state have now clearly gained the upper hand over the radical philosophy of the revolution, and hopes that Khomeini's death will reshuffle the cards. But at least he leaves the paradox standing. Quote, the greater the deviations from revolutionary dogma, and the concomitant adaptability to new realities, the greater is the likelihood for the Islamic regime to continue.
End quote.
The competences of the authorities, commissions, councils, etc., traditionally regarded as state authorities, overlap in the real existing Islamic Republic hardly any differently than in the non-existent Palestinian state the numerous and boundless secret services, party and army factions, so that there can be no unity in the division of powers. But agreement on decision-making power can only ever be reached on an ad hoc and personal basis. What the will of Allah is must first be proven in the direct confrontations between the individual leaders and their rackets. Although the spiritual leader is closest to this will, he is also the most unclear in the way he rules. Like Khomeini in 1988, he says, in our country, the law should follow Islamic doctrine. However, if necessary, priority will be given to government decision over doctrine.
End of quote.
But what is necessary remains open, because there is a permanent state of emergency in which the political gangs are required to constantly rearrange themselves. Under the spiritual leader stands not only the President and the Islamic Assembly Council, the actual Parliament, and the Ministry of State, but also the Guardian Council, the Assembly for the Recognition of System Interests, the Supreme Council of National Security, the Council of Experts, the Executive Committee of Elections and the Central Monitoring Commission. Just as there are 23 permanent commissions in addition to the individual ministries, namely for the revolutionary institutions, for the investigation of the laws of the Revolutionary Council and the laws before the revolution etc. What is referred to here as investigation, observation, recognition etc. can be nothing other than rivalry between the groups as long as there is no abstract law based on equality to which any control must refer. In the Islamic constitutional state, as this behemoth, washed in all the waters of democratic jargon, labels itself, the separation of powers is only the appearance behind which the real dissociation of the monopoly of power is concealed. As in National Socialism, the fragmentation of jurisdiction Newman is symptomatic of this. In the Islamic Republic, the Supreme Court, civil and criminal courts are undermined from the outset by the special courts. In addition to the military courts, the revolutionary courts, the jurisdiction of the Revolutionary Guards and the Basiji, the court for the justice of the bureaucracy, the special court for the clergy, the press courts, etc. each function independently. What Otto Kirchheimer described in a very similar way to Franz Neumann for the legal system of National Socialism is given constitutional status in the Islamic Republic. The general legal commitment to a generally applicable civil law disappears, and thus an outsourced authority is dispensed with, to whose authority a group member can really turn in the face of an unjust group decision. The community ideology deprives the group member of the right to appeal to an external authority that could ensure balance within the group. In this sense, Carl Schmitt wrote that in a people stratified according to classes, by which he meant the rackets of the Volksgemeinschaft in fascist jargon, a plurality of orders always prevails, each of which must form its own class jurisdiction. So it is by no means only in an emergency, i.e. in a major state crisis, that the claim to absoluteness of divine will strikes out to restore unity. Then we could speak of a real constitutional state and a real separation of powers. Instead, rule is already at stake in every small political decision of everyday life, and it is precisely here that the state of exception reigns, which allows everything. At any time, the immediate threat, the use of force disguised as law by the Sharia, can tip the scales in conflicts, just as an unveiled woman or a homosexual couple on the street must constantly expect to be attacked and beaten by a more or less randomly present commando of the guardians of virtue. It always depends on who, which gang, which racket, is present and has the necessary power to assert itself in any question, in any conflict, armed with this claim to absoluteness of the divine will. The unbroken position of the Basiji in the Islamic Republic of Iran can be seen as a further indicator of the special nature of the newer theocracies. For this storm division is apparently as unlikely to be disempowered as the oil monopoly it directly or indirectly finances is to be dissolved. While the early disempowerment of the SA in the Nazi state was the condition for the rapid implementation of industrial rearmament and for not deterring the Wehrmacht from cooperating in the annihilation, the further expansion of the power of the Basiji conversely shows that the returns from the oil business permit a completely different political economy of the rackets. Instead of industrial rearmament and huge military apparatuses, the new divine judgment of total war requires only martyr brigades and suicide bombers, albeit en masse, and a single bomb. It is the return of werewolf romanticism in Islamic form, which also includes the dream of the miracle weapon. The Islamic non-state is therefore also capitalist and anti-capitalist, authoritarian and anti-authoritarian at the same time, but in a different way. Its position in relation to private ownership of the means of production has changed insofar as this private ownership exists only to a limited extent in the form of industrialized production relations. The general law and modern contractual conditions have also disappeared here. Insofar as the Sharia rules, the arbitrary measures of the Rex and the community ideology make use of medieval, feudal terminology, but all this is not so much aimed at the labor relationship as at its immediate precondition on the side of the subject, individual reproduction in the family. After the annexation of Austria, for example, Hitler's Germany ensured that church and state were separated in this country, which was still characterized by clerical fascism. Secularized marriage laws now made divorce possible here too, regardless of church rights. A measure which, on the surface, seems to suggest that it is better to call today's Islamic-dominated states clerical fascist than to associate them with National Socialism. However, this measure, like everything that National Socialism is so readily credited with, only served to implement the Nuremberg laws. Thus, the secularization of German provenance once meant the most perfidious emancipation of women imaginable. Otto Kirchheimer pointed out the improved legal status of women under National Socialism, which was reflected in a rapidly rising divorce rate, for example, by emphasizing the absolute purpose of such emancipation, every woman becoming an official reproductive instrument, marriage, a business relationship whose success or failure is measured by the production of soldiers and future mothers who meet the physical and intellectual requirements of the Third Reich. In the end, German women were able to gain a new sense of self-worth in industrial work as substitutes for the men who had been taken away for extermination and in the countryside as rural commanders over the deported forced laborers, which their daughters then emulated in the German women's movement. By contrast, the underhanded or revised secularization in the Islamic-ruled countries of today corresponds to a state in which the compulsion to work seems to be concentrated on the domestic sphere again, and in this restricted sense the woman is ostensibly demanded as a voluntary forced laborer, which is what the headscarf stands for. However, it is forced labor in the reproduction of what is no longer needed, labor power. In the Islamist's ideal case, it is not labor power that is reproduced, but the strength for martyrdom operations. That is why reproduction is made a public matter and the subject of propaganda. Women are placed at the center of attention and targeted, becoming an institution, because they are the ones who provide the martyrs for the state. And should women, especially in the family, in the private sphere, have already won the freedom to develop, even against forced domestic labor, and have taken off the headscarf, as was once the case in parts of Iranian society, the pressure exerted on them by the rackets in public is all the greater. See the article by Fathia Nagibzadeh, who clearly draws attention to this contradiction, that here, in contrast to Saudi Arabian society, for example, traditional and bourgeois forms of family and private life can offer protection from the otherwise omnipresent coercion of the mullah gangs, which results from the production of martyrs and to which women in public are defenselessly exposed. In fact, sexuality is not simply condemned under Sharia law as long as the woman apparently submits and open homosexuality is shunned. There is even a fetishism of potency. The almost only possibility for a woman to divorce is if the man is impotent. Insofar as asceticism can be spoken of at all in Islam, it is of a psychotic nature, so to speak. Every need is not limited by a neurotic thriftiness, but by the preparation for self-sacrifice in jihad. This can be seen in the everyday dress codes as well as in the bizarre video clips of the martyrs or the strange testament of Muhammad Atta. The male body that is doomed to death or already dead may not be touched by women. Women's bodies are to be withdrawn from the gaze of men. The asceticism of Protestant Christians, on the other hand, recognizes mediation and thus rationality. It is about limiting oneself in the satisfaction of needs so that the God-ordained purpose of capital accumulation can be taken into account. This is why it took a separate political movement and the large nationally oriented organizations for this rationality to give way completely in the crisis of heroic death, and for asceticism in the Volksgemeinschaft to become a psychotic delusion of collective self-sacrifice. The psychotic asceticism in Islam was never intended to contribute to the accumulation of capital, but only to accept the lack of accumulation as God ordained. The individual would rather be nothing than question God, who has imposed the lack on him. Thus, without the need for politicization, he immediately becomes the individual bearer of collective narcissism. Homosexuals are therefore persecuted in a completely different way than under National Socialism, which made them disappear into the camps with the silent approval of their fellow citizens, one of which bore the motto, Arbeit macht frei, work makes you free, and not by chance. In today's Islamic societies, they, like all those who act contrary to the imposed order of the sexes, are preferably publicly executed, which the mob is supposed to enjoy. On the other hand, there is often neither the death penalty nor imprisonment for murder and manslaughter, but compensation payments. The body that is injured and killed is not important. People are treated demonstratively as if there were no commodity labor power. The human body is therefore nothing. Human rights, which like all emancipation to date owe themselves to the commodity labor power, can be taken back. This is what is on display here, particularly memorable when people are hanged from construction cranes, as is the preferred practice in the Islamic Republic of Iran. If the post-Nazi consciousness is downright hostile towards Muslims as a whole, insofar as they want to settle and live in their own country and in their own Großraum, then we are dealing here with a hatred by consent, on which the critique of political economy can shed some light. While the Nazi state allowed the commodity of labor power to be absorbed into labor for destruction, Islam already reckons with the fact that labor power, which becomes a commodity, is politically meaningless. Thus, labor assumed an ideal meaning for the Völkerstaat, i.e., its permanent invocation is indispensable here and is understood as a service to the community, as an everyday form of sacrifice that should attune us to annihilation. In Islam, on the other hand, it was and is not an issue. The community is based on sacrifice without work, and the forms in which it prepares for annihilation are of a familial nature. It is precisely this difference that enables the post-Nazi friends of Nazism to appear as critics of Islam, and creates the appearance that they are arguing in the spirit of enlightenment, of civilization against barbarism and regression. But they only argue in the spirit of Alfred Rosenberg, who on the one hand warned against the creation of a Jewish center in Jerusalem as the completion of the counterrace, and on the other hand sensed the great rival in the fanatical spirit of Muhammad, who could possibly incite the races against National Socialism. Their sexual morality, which makes them vilify Muhammad and the Muslims, is actually repressive in a different way to that of the reviled. They calculate the value of the commodity of labor power for destruction as well as for production. They fetishize work itself in this double sense, and therefore perceive everything in Islam that contradicts their work ethic as hostile. In other words, in this way, these false enemies of Islam can perceive Muslims as a political opponent, as a power hostile to them in their own country, and they really do perceive them as a political entity, i.e., as a formed collective, and thus as a constantly growing competitor to their own identity, a problem that they do not have with black people, for example, because they are not even recognized as having an identity. After all, they personify what appears to be the chaotic diversity of nature, which always rises like a dragon seed, while in Muslims, unity in faith beyond their race affiliation is already perceived as the threatening thing. Non-Islamic immigrants are persecuted with the usual racist accusations, while the political dimension is added in the case of Muslims. One defends creative capital, not only from the onslaught of people who are considered at least second-class human beings, who are feared as distorted, nature-like beings, but at the same time from the onslaught of a religion that is feared because it can triumph worldwide entirely without its own creative capital and Nazi past, and yet which one cannot, with the best will in the world, insinuate is an instrument of the world conspiracy of Judaism. Thus, the post-Nazi consciousness returns to the Grossraum theory, which however no longer turns into an aspiration for world domination as in National Socialist ideology and practice, but rather wishes Islam to be victorious there, in the other Grossraum, where it is necessary to destroy Judaism in its state, but wants it all the less in its own Grossraum. The hatred of Muslims is therefore limited in itself and cannot, as the term Islamophobia implies, be placed on the same level as world conspiracy theories aimed at Judaism. But in post-Nazi societies, this hatred always occurs together with these world conspiracy theories. For the consciousness that remains loyal to National Socialism, production is ultimately only the means to an end, the creative capital only the starting point for destroying the grabbing, the total enemy that presents itself to it again and again in the world conspiracy of Judaism. A distinction is only made between the productive achievements and heinous crimes of National Socialist modernization because the apology of annihilation has become the transcendental subject that must be able to accompany every thought here, and so pride in the greatest achievement is always accompanied by pride in the greatest crime. In the Austrian election campaign for the 2009 European elections, the Freedom Party therefore demanded that Turkey and Israel should not be allowed to join the EU. Significantly, when the Freedom Party of Austria speaks out against the Islamization of Europe, it does not refer to the West, but to the Occident. Occident in Christian hands referring to the West would just as much make America the focal point as it would call to mind that there was a Western front for the National Socialist Reich. The term Occident, on the other hand, has served to deny the significance of the American Revolution since German Romanticism, and it reached its greatest popularity in the last phase of National Socialism, which was aimed at unifying Europe under the sign of the extermination of the Jews, only to identify Germany and Austria as the heart of European humanism immediately afterwards. The post-Nazi racists are convinced that Muslims cannot have a say in either. In terms of productivity, they have nothing to show for themselves, and in terms of extermination, they are still only looking ahead. The position of creative capital is thus understood as a defense against fanaticism in the spirit of Muhammad, and fanaticism itself as an outgrowth of the fact that Muslims are not capable of anything comparable. The relationship that was established in Germany between production and destruction required its own political religion. National Socialism, on the ideological basis created by Italian fascism, was able to reshape the inherently broken relationship to political violence and the ambiguous sexual morality everywhere in Christian societies. He transformed the guilty conscience that Christians necessarily have when they use violence into a complete driving force of violence. His starting point was the preconditions of Western sovereignty, the separation of powers within the Christian subject. Following the teachings of Jesus Christ, this subject renounces violence for himself and leaves it to the sovereign. Thus Hobbes can write, "What any subject is forced to do out of obedience to his sovereign, and does not in accordance with his opinion, but with the laws of his country, is not his act, but that of his sovereign." End. In order to carry out extermination for the sake of extermination under such conditions, the separation of powers must also be abolished in the subject, and what any member of the people seems compelled to do becomes his own affair, in that he ascribes to himself the overcoming of feelings of guilt as a special achievement. In this sense, Heinrich Himmler said to his group leaders in 1943, "All in all, however, we can say that we have fulfilled the most difficult task in love for our people, and we have not suffered any damage to our inner being, our soul, our character."
End quote.
The feeling of guilt becomes a challenge to carry out the extermination particularly thoroughly. And the philo-Semitism that arises post festum among quite a few of the relatives of the perpetrators, fellow travelers and bystanders attempts to return, as it were, to the separation of powers in the subject and to detach the guilty conscience from the context of the Volksgemeinschaft, into which it was integrated as a unique incentive. Now the Jews are considered unique. Jihad has no need to work with feelings of guilt. In Islam there is no separation of powers in the subject from the outset. So it skips the means and is more honest in certain respects. He does not need production as a transition to destruction, he only needs explosives and the bomb. Instead of inciting real industry, he goes straight to the industry of death, to quote an expression from Hassan al-Banna, the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood. The jihadist makes himself at home in the house of war with the clear sexual morality of Islam and its uncomplicated relationship to violence and simply waits for the time to destroy the same total enemy, but almost completely independently of National Socialist ideology. What threatens him outside the rackets and consigns him to superfluousness, what suffering befalls him as an individual, whether he gets too little of the big cake of the oil business or whether she as a woman is exposed to the worst oppression, one endures the fate of the victim like the headscarf, with collective pride and communal dignity by identifying with the Palestinians. that is, by wishing for the annihilation of Israel, even at the price of one's own annihilation. Here, in the final act, the Islamo-fascist community then also meets with the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft, which had devised other, more bureaucratic methods of annihilation, with regard to the capital relationship. The opposition of the commodity, the opposition of exchange value and use value is dissolved in one's own body. The individual must be prepared at all times to extinguish the use value offered by him, the labor power, as a sacrifice to be made for the nation and the Ummah in the struggle with that Gegenvolk. Only that this Gegenvolk has meanwhile taken on a different political form and is now being persecuted as the Jew among the states, as a counterstate. The extermination mania changes accordingly. Whereas the Jews were persecuted face to face in the Third Reich, they are now named as a state and threatened with annihilation. They are allowed to live in an Islamic country as long as they have no connection to this Zionist entity. And just as the rebellion of the workers in the Third Reich was only able to show toughness in breaking with a pathic projection of hatred of the Jews and stopping the machinery of extermination, so today the protest against the disenfranchisement of women and the persecution of homosexuals can only become real resistance together with engagement for Israel. All reformism is just a sham as long as the enmity against Israel continues, just as, conversely, the alliances of the jihadist forces, across the differences between Shiites and Sunnis and regardless of all tribal structures and geopolitical peculiarities, are only possible through them. But whoever is best able to organize enmity and stir up hatred of Israel most effectively will rise to become the hegemon of jihad, in other words, the counter-hegemon, the force that holds out the prospect of world sovereignty more convincingly than others. The greatest density and consistency in this is evident in the Islamic Republic of Iran, whose rackets have now been able to build a bridge to Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood and link countries such as Syria, Sudan, Qatar, Eritrea, and Somalia. Finally, Pasdaran and Al-Qaeda meet in their support for Somalia, after Somatic jihadists allied with Al-Qaeda stood by Hezbollah in the 2006 war against Israel. David Menashri rightly sees the continuity of the Islamic regime in Iran in this. White Iran has retreated from revolutionary dogma in many areas. Its animosity toward Israel remains uncompromising. In Iran's view, Israel is an enemy of Iran and Islam, and a threat to mankind. Iran's revolutionary goal is unequivocal: Israel should be eliminated. Wahid Wandethag encounters here the unity that has proven itself for 30 years. In Iran, the two wings, reform Islamists and hardliners, are united in the cause of denying Israel's right to exist. Once again, the destructive power results from the assumed end in itself of destruction, whereby a political subject makes the blind destructive potential of capitalist crises its own cause. The anti-Semitism of Islamic politics, the fundamental logic of suicide bombing, and the uniquely repressive morality of the political gangs and theocracies that organize it leave little doubt about this. However, the economics and techniques of their use are as varied and scattered as the various projects of the National Socialists in the last and very last days of the Third Reich. And unlike that last German contingent, they are credited by the whole world. If it were only politically motivated and socio-politically camouflaged donations, such as those from the pots of UN organizations and the EU, the danger for Israel would probably be manageable, but it must be understood literally that the anti-Semitic extermination campaigns are financed globally, by the United Nations, united by the capital relationship, in the form of the returns that flow from the global oil trade into the states of the Near and Middle East. Previously, the state, whether it took over the large companies or not, had to gain independence from world trade in order to develop its crisis management potential and then, of necessity, acquire the raw materials immediately through war. Iraq's invasion of Kuwait was also reminiscent of this. This explains the break in the development of National Socialism. The foreign economic policy of National Socialist Germany was autarkist in orientation, and not only from a domestic economic perspective, but as a conscious antithesis to world market universalism. Initially, it was elevated to the only appropriate economic form for the nation-state, which considered itself absolutely sovereign. The autarky program itself, however, pushed for territorial expansion, which Germany, poor in raw materials, had envisaged simply because of its gigantic armaments program, not to mention the Nazis' racial ideological policy of expansion and subjugation, which was to come into play later. Now, however, the countries rich in raw materials are striving to connect themselves all the more closely to world trade, to make up for any decoupling by relying on their raw materials, and precisely here to compensate for the lack of military clout. This is the reason for the continuity in the relationship between the House of War and the House of Islam. The petrostates form cartels, as in OPEC, in order to stand up to the international corporations and to become global players themselves. But no state acts as mere capital would act. When it comes down to it, the shares are only considered to be a means of paying for the arsenals. Competition and the fight against Israel cannot be separated, at least since 1973, when it comes to price agreements. The unstate of National Socialism still contained real industry, but this was financed less and less via the world market and was increasingly borne in advance Heidegger, by the war profits to be expected in the future. This resulted in the compulsion to strike out immediately, which Hitler, ravingly imbued with divine foresight and incapable of any longer-term consideration, complied with in everything. The non-state of today, which receives the oil rents and only pursues industrialization selectively, combines apathy and activism, inexhaustible lamb patience and spontaneous willingness to make sacrifices, trust in God and a longing for death. The blissful grin at the threatening gestures of the mullahs gives an idea of this. Above all, this results in temporal unpredictability. The weapon of mass destruction can be used at any time, perhaps immediately, perhaps in a few years or even decades. Anyone who identifies any particularly loud leader of jihad with Hitler does not initially run the risk of trivializing the current threat. However, there is the possibility of underestimating their persistence and perseverance. This annihilation mania can strike immediately, and it can wait. Another leader can at some point place himself at its head, or this head is only ever occupied by constantly changing rackets, in which the role of leader remains opaque, since there is the ideal overall gang leader, the heavenly supreme command of all rackets. The mere threat of a nuclear bomb, however, would already be capable of significantly restricting Israel's ability to act politically, its sovereignty, so that the rest could then be done by the gangs on the ground. Nuclear weapons in the hands of the Iranian mullahs, says Stefan Grigat, would make it impossible for any Arab regime to seek a peace agreement with Israel in the future. Israel would no longer be able to react adequately even against massive rocket fire from Iran's allies in the south or north of the country, i.e. Hamas and Hezbollah, in the face of the threat of the Tehran bomb, whereupon almost the entire population would have to flee into the interior of the country. And without firing a single shot, Ahmadinejad or one of his successors could force the depopulation of Israel. Already today, 27% of Israelis are considering leaving the country as soon as Iran has nuclear weapons. Die Presse, September 8, 2007. While on the one hand the oil boom of Islam, in contrast to the armament boom in Nazi Germany, continues as long as world trade demands the raw material and thus enables the financing of gangs such as the purchase or construction of weapons of mass destruction, on the other hand the front of the West, which is invoked against terror, is unable to close. This is due not only to the global interdependence of capitalist relations but also to modernized German ideology. For the argument, which is completely irrefutable in all boardrooms, whether in the USA or Europe, must also be taken seriously for the state chancelleries in view of the conditions that have now become established, especially in Europe. It reads, "If we can't do business with the axis of evil, then the others will." The political collaborators are putting on the economic character mask and talking about the constraints of the situation. The argument could actually be refuted in the state chancelleries by subordinating economic competition to political reason and simply prohibiting the management boards of the relevant companies from doing business that promotes jihad, just as the Roosevelt administration once prohibited trade with Nazi Germany. However, this would presuppose a sovereign who is there to secure the utilization of capital in his sphere of interest and there in the long term, and to this end insists on his power, the only reason possible to him. However, insofar as a vacuum of sovereignty is created, the urge to speculate politically on the crisis in addition to the economic safeguarding of valorization and to plan for the destruction that is inherent in capital as a crisis potential and in which the irrationality of the whole is terminated, is already unspoken. In this case, there is a constraint of its own kind that can no longer be dealt with rationally, the mere inclination towards political crime in democratic Europe. No individual act or misdeed, whether it realizes or helps to realize the potential, can therefore be derived from or justified by capital itself. This always requires an individual and his conscious decision, in whatever way, to translate the evil of the whole into political action, be it in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard or active in a German party. Nevertheless, it can be recognized with almost scientific certainty how much the repression of sovereignty in Europe contributes to the fact that nothing is done to counter the worst that threatens. Responding to the threat to Israel with the demand for sanctions without at the same time upholding the primacy of force in international relations and calling to mind wars for freedom, Hannah Arendt, as the ultimately decisive possibility of saving Israel is no more than a pious wish. But this wish has nothing to do with Kant's self-critical capacity, insofar as it suggests that a peaceful solution is possible at all costs and treats the jihadist delusion as if it were the racial ideology that once prevailed in South Africa. There, the sanctions were apparently successful, at least only in connection with the modernization of the rule of law demanded by the country's own economy. The delusion that threatens Israel is of a different kind, and those who talk about sanctions but prefer to remain silent about military force are at best engaging in propaganda or at worst have already succumbed to it themselves. In any case, they are no less longing for the global sovereign and hope that worldwide sanctions legislation will tame the jihadists and eliminate the Middle East conflict, just as, according to the ideas of the opponents of globalization, worldwide stock market legislation could tame the speculators and eliminate the financial crisis. Insofar as the EU, the focus of such wishes, is characterized by Western thinking, it must still be defended against any form of anti-imperialist nationalism directed against the USA. What is mobilizing against it in Germany and Austria appears to be a parody of decisionism. The sovereign that is invoked serves this movement only as a placeholder to establish gang rule in the constitutional state. Provincial demagogues such as Jürgen Elsasser, Volk's Initiative, are consummate caricatures of Carl Schmitt. But the European Union itself is as ambiguous as the Weimar Republic once was. Especially with regard to the West, this ambiguity is not only reflected in concepts such as world interior policy, but has also taken organizational form in the structure of the Union, a state of limbo between a European alliance of sovereign states and a sovereign Europe. If the West is nothing more than a term for the attempt to preserve political reason in the midst of an unreasonable whole, then world interior policy consists in the idea of always being both inside and outside the West at the same time. It is the picture puzzle that ideologies offer today. Seeing how this conundrum plays out and how the invocation of Western values serves as a means of collaborating with the enemies of the West forms the precondition for ideological criticism and trains the mistrust that is necessary in order not to fall for the trap of political actionism, and neither to allow oneself to be made stupid by the power of others, nor by one's own powerlessness. Although there is no collective unconscious, politics, which plays world sovereign, functions as if it were. In exact contrast to logical thinking, it allows contradictions. In decisive contrast to dialectical thinking, it loses the awareness that contradictions are involved at all. It is such that, as in the unconscious of the individual, there is no negation. According to Freud, strivings with opposing goals exist side by side in the unconscious without any need to reconcile them. Either they do not influence each other at all, or if they do, no decision is reached. Insofar as unconscious thinking thus lacks a process comparable to judging, the omnipresent loss of the power of judgment, which makes the Western concept of the sovereign impossible, appears like a deliberate simulation of this thinking, which is not one, as if politics wanted to imitate the dream. The mass media and the political actors mediated therein take over, as it were, the dream work, which consists of condensing, shifting, secondary processing of the materials of the unconscious, but above all their transformation with a view to representability. They exercise a dream censorship, and yet their confirmation of the judgment function only happens in appearance. It is less a thinking performance than the disguised fulfillment of a suppressed, repressed desire. In this case, however, the coincidence of politics and dream is more than just an analogy. The public sphere of post-Nazi society appears with inner necessity as a dream event. For the collective unconscious, which cannot exist in the strict sense of psychoanalysis, ultimately results from mass psychological identification, which has been very well explained by psychoanalysis, precisely from the fact that individuals have put the political leader in the place of their ego ideal and have consequently identified with each other in their ego, in this way withdrawing their own ego. In this way, the secondary unconscious, the inauthentic dream of the collective, was formed and reproduced. The panic after the loss of the leader lives on in the appeasement policy towards jihad. The fact that under these conditions the worst becomes ever more probable is the only thing that ideological criticism can say about the future. Incidentally, it makes no predictions, it merely systematically assumes this worst, the more concrete the better, and knows that it is committed to remembrance precisely in this respect. This is what the categorical imperative after Auschwitz demands. But memory sometimes has to take winding paths. In the first half of the 1930s, Franklin D. Roosevelt was still regarded by the Germans as a sovereign inspired by the idea of the Volksgemeinschaft. The Völkischer Beobachter was almost enraptured by the Americans and the new man at their head with unusual leadership gifts and leadership power. Roosevelt had been chosen as the new leader by a popular current and had finally broken with the outdated idols of American politics, June 7, 1933 and March 23, 1934, and Hitler congratulated him personally, from leader to leader, so to speak, in March 1934, on a year of successful work in eliminating the world financial crisis. There were certain hopes that a different policy towards the Jews could now also come to fruition in the USA, that the true, good, down-to-earth America of the farmers of the Midwest and the America of Charles Lindbergh, who openly sympathized with the Nazis, would prevail over the Jewish-connected high finance of the East Coast. The president's successful fight was being followed with interest and admiration by the entire German people. The Herr Reichskanzler agreed with the Herr President that duty, sacrifice and discipline must rule the whole people. These moral demands, which the President made of every single citizen of the United States, were also the quintessence of the German constitution, which found expression in the motto "common good goes before self-interest." From around 1936, it was then lamented that there was a lack of consistency in America despite great approaches. All attempts to break the position of the Jewish-owned corporations by means of regulation or law had failed. Aviation hero Lindbergh, for example, publicly described the Jews as main agitators for the war, and criticized their influence in our film industry, our press, our radio, and our government. According to polls, between 1938 and 1941, 30 to 50% of Americans thought the Jews had too much power in the United States. Some things in the USA seem to confirm these hopes. However, what was then called a different racial policy was what is now hoped for as an anti-racist policy from the USA, whereby one can rather rely on the left on the East Coast, and if one once favored the isolationist currents in the USA, which were in line with German ideas of a new greater United States policy, one would now like to see multilateralism realized in its relations with the other powers. The Jewish-connected high finance is now identified as the Israel lobby. This corresponds exactly to the logic of the modernized anti-Semitic madness that persecutes Israel as a Jew among the states, but is not so new if one thinks of Rosenberg's remark about the creation of a Jewish center in Jerusalem. The future of the really existing Jewish center, which must defend itself against this extermination mania, will be decided by how the USA and the West will react to its military actions, while the Shoah was made possible despite the USA's entry into the war and the Western Front because the Jews lacked the means to defend themselves. When, after pogroms that left 1,200 people dead, unsettled compatriots asked themselves what could still be said against the Jews and their state, haste was called for, because the question itself contained an unpleasant answer that could not be allowed to stand. Fortunately, the Amadou Antonio Foundation provided the Germans with information in simple language on December 18, 2023. What is legitimate criticism of Israel, and where does anti-Semitism begin? What else is allowed to be said? We are constantly receiving questions on this topic. Many people are looking for answers to these questions. The demand for legitimate criticism of Israel is high in Germany. There is obviously a need for some kind of guidelines. To ensure that we understand each other correctly and that no one feels excluded, it should be said in advance, of course you can criticize Israel, but as is so often the case, the tone makes the music. Far too often the tone, not the content, is simply anti-Semitic.
End of quote.
So bans on thought and censorship after all? But not after all. Quote, it's actually not that difficult not to make anti-Semitic comments. We've put together a list of things to bear in mind in this leaflet.
End quote.
Anyone who is anyone knows what to look out for when they want to say what needs to be said. A glance at the handbags and backpacks, jacket lapels and key rings of city dwellers in their 30s reveals more about the state of legitimate criticism of Israel than the intifada cries at demonstrations. These mostly established contemporaries love quiet tones, playfully taking up signs and symbols, reshaping them and thus giving them a deeper meaning. Nina Nitsch from Kreuzberg doesn't need a leaflet for instruction either. She only sells playful little things such as rings or pendants made by herself to nice people who would never make anti-Semitic remarks if they questioned Israel's right to exist. Her company is called Mini Blings and offers, for example, a small piece of melon as a pendant for a zipper and charm bracelet. Material pendant, synthetic resin, material carabiner, metal, silver-plated size of pendant, 15 mm. Scope of delivery, one pendant with lobster clasp. Quality, lovingly handcrafted in our workshop in Berlin. Advantages, suitable for allergy sufferers. You can get stuff like this cheaper at Temu, where you can buy the cute hand-crocheted watermelon pendants, which unfortunately don't come from Kreuzberg, but from a third-world sweatshop and are less suitable for allergy sufferers. The Watermelon Palestine Dark Classic T-shirt is available from Redbubble and shows the outline of Israel in the colors of the Palestinian flag, alienated of course as a cut-open watermelon. This shirt has a touch of Sonanali about it and would be too bold for the quiet ones. But they feel a connection with Dream Engine, who created it, a Palestinian artist who projects wonderful designs inspired by Middle Eastern culture, and not just because 50% of the profits are donated to UNRWA's emergency aid initiative for Gaza. German dream machines have been reliably producing visions of peace since 1945. On October 3, 2024, for example, the crazy slogan, "The weapons must be silent," "Russia must get out of Ukraine," and the criminal slogan "Genocide in Gaza affects us all," could be read side by side at a Never Again war demonstration in Berlin. 3 weeks later, and Applebaum declared war on German peace seekers in the Paulskirche, seemingly in all seriousness, without public outrage. The awarding of the Peace Prize of the German book trade is perhaps a good moment to point out that the call for peace is not always a moral argument. It is also a good moment to emphasize that the lesson of German history cannot be that Germans must be pacifists. On the contrary, for almost a century we have known that the call for pacifism in the face of an aggressive dictatorship is often nothing more than appeasement and acceptance of this dictatorship. Friedenspreis de Deutscheren Buchhandels de official Germany only accepted this because Applebaum only talked about the justified war against the Putin regime, in which Germany is somehow involved. Of course, it had long been known that the honoree had already spoken on her blog on October 21, 2023 about the other war, known as the genocide in Gaza, in a similar way to those who walk around with a hand-crocheted watermelon pendant. Because Applebaum also sees an aggressive dictatorship in power in Israel and Putin is now called Netanyahu. In Applebaum's own words, 2 weeks after the pogroms, quote, an autocratic populist party, together with extremists, has caused the current crisis. Netanyahu's policy options, which include the decision to divide the country as well as the decision to pretend that peace in the region can be achieved without the Palestinians, have created a world in which Israel has only bad options. Any response that allows Hamas to continue to dominate Gaza could mean more terrorist violence in the future. At the same time, a horrific ground war in Gaza will kill many Israelis and many more Palestinians and is likely to provoke more anger, cause more suffering and perhaps inspire more terrorism in the future.
End quote.
In her acceptance speech, the same Applebaum also emphasized what many Germans probably liked less because of Dresden. Quote, if we have the opportunity to end this terrible cult of violence in Russia with a military victory, just as a military victory ended the cult of violence in Germany, then we should take it.
End quote.
Against Applebaum and her fans, it should be added that the terrible cult of violence in Gaza and the Hezbollah-controlled areas of Lebanon must be ended militarily by Israel, just as the German cult of violence was ended by the Allies. Only in this way could the German need for legitimate criticism of Israel be, if not ended, then at least silenced. Until then, it must be fought as an expression of eliminatory anti-Semitism, in whatever form it appears. Ideological criticism does not make predictions, it assumes the worst in order to prevent it, and that means, to counter the trivialization of current conditions, but without excluding the possibility that individuals might decide otherwise. Indeed, ideological criticism only exists so that they might decide otherwise. Ideology critique reveals the preconditions of the decision and removes the illusions on which the effectiveness of ideologies lives. Today, the delusion of the world sovereign forms the pinnacle of progressive thinking. Breaking it off has become the condition for criticizing this thinking without making concessions to the barbarism that relies on immediate rule beyond contractual relations. On the one hand, such an introspective critique of the concept of progress always sees the worse in the rejection of progress and, on the other hand, knows that since the primitive accumulation of capital, everything that appears as progress presupposes the sovereign, consequently cannot be generalized and can only ever be grasped negatively. Every new possibility of emancipating oneself from personal relations of dependence, and this is essentially what is called the standard of civilization, only opens up if state power covers it, and the individual can only realize it if capital exploits itself through this realization. The idea of the world sovereign is delusional in that it projects the prospect of emancipation from immediate coercion and the arbitrary use of force, which is only possible within the sovereign, outwards onto the relationship between states, thus creating the illusion that they, as states, can renounce immediate coercion and arbitrary force in their relationship with each other, although their uninterrupted continued existence is the condition for the possibility of renouncing such force and coercion within the state, i.e. the precondition of the capital relationship. Thus the concept of progress becomes an instrument of trivialization on a global scale. It systematically prevents us from thinking of the threat in its true dimensions as soon as it excludes the recognition that the progress in possibilities that crystallize solely within sovereign states always also contains progress in destructive potential, which threatens to be realized precisely when sovereignty is relinquished. Politically, this always results in only two options, either the exit from self-inflicted immaturity or the use of political force. The exit from immaturity leads to responsible individuals who alone can carry out what the delusion of the world sovereign expects of states, that there no longer needs to be a master over life and death in order to ensure peaceful coexistence. The use of political force, which is necessary as long as immaturity exists, has to defend the sovereign insofar as he, as master over life and death, stands up for the negative generality of the law. Encouragement can be conveyed for the liberation from immaturity, which helps the individual, and always only the individual, to take the step. Violence can only be demonstrated by explicit threat before it has to be used in the final instance. Exit from self-inflicted immaturity therefore means the greatest possible clarity on the question of sovereignty. The ability and willingness to destroy the delusion of the world sovereign are at the same time the only possible, the negative expression of the fact that the development of reason can only be expected from a world society without a sovereign. Such an entity would no longer have a counterpart against which it could and would have to prove its sovereignty, which would force it into the state and posture of gladiators, having their weapons pointing and their eyes fixed on one another. Only nature, their own bodily conditions.